Shangguan Ziki glanced at Yu Yuanzheng. The doctor was nearby, but it was not the right time to reveal it. The doctor will come back in a few days. I will ask him then, Shangguan Ziki said. This doctor is very mysterious. I heard he rented a small shop and opened a pharmacy that sells pills. I heard the business is doing well. Chao Jinxian leaned forward, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Yes, I heard that too, Zhao Zhiro chimed in, and I also heard that the pills are very popular with men. Hearing this made Yu Yuanzheng blush. Shangguan Ziki immediately understood what was going on. The three women had been making pills by his bedside, and he had heard all about their effects clearly. Little sister, what kind of pills are they? Why are they so popular with men? Zhao Jinyu asked curiously. Cough. Chao Jinyu cleared her throat. Brother, are you unwell? Chao Jinxian looked at her brother with wide eyes. No, I just choked on some water. Chao Jinyu tried to cover his embarrassment. You clearly didn't drink any water. How could you choke? Chao Jinxian pointed out. This sister had no sense of teamwork at all. Miss Zhao, where did you hear that? The crown prince was also unaware. He had only heard that a famous doctor had come to the capital. I overheard some of our servants joking about it, Zhao Zhiro admitted, having only caught a few words and not knowing what the pills were actually for. Sister, you should listen less to those boys' nonsense. Be careful, or mother will scold you. Zhao Jinyu could tell from Chao Jinyu's expression that those medicines were definitely not suitable for girls to know about. That little pharmacy is actually rented from the ladies' dowry shop, Shangguan Ziki reported. Not exactly rented. I actually invested in that shop, Yu Yuanzheng corrected Shangguan Ziki. She thought that to develop further, she needed support, so she would use her title as the young lady of the Wang family. Oh, I didn't expect the young lady to invest. There will be profits in the future, Chao Jinyu said with a smile. He knew that shop was doing very well. Some young servants from wealthy families were secretly saying that the medicines prepared for men in that shop were especially popular. He had heard this by chance. It's just luck. That little shop happened to be favored by a skilled doctor, Yu Yuanzheng said modestly. That day, Shangguan Ziki and his friends chatted for a long time at Chia Courtyard before leaving. They had lunch at the Wang family. Shangguan Ziki was in good spirits. It was surprising that someone who had just woken up could maintain such a good state. Thanks to the 4 young servants who regularly helped him with body massages, he hadn't deteriorated from lying down for so long. By evening, Yu Yuanzheng felt awkward. She didn't know how to go to bed. So she decided to find some herbs and started making pills, directing the 4 maidservants to help. But it was really too late, and the 4 maidservants felt shy about staying in the inner room any longer. Miss, it's too late. You should rest early, Ziyue said with a yawn. Then she glanced at the table full of pills. Yu Yuanzheng followed her gaze and was surprised to see how many they had made. With more people, the work was easier. When it was just the 3 of them, it took longer, but with the 2 extra maidservants, they worked much faster. And the 2 young maidservants were already used to doing tasks, so they were quicker than Yu Yuanzheng. Yes, miss, the young master is almost asleep waiting, Jianghua said, glancing at Shangguan Ziki, who had been reading quietly. It's fine. I've been lying down for so many days. I can wait a little longer, Shangguan Ziki said kindly. Yu Yuanzheng looked at the hourglass. If she weren't making pills, she would have been asleep by now. It was already late, around 10 p.m. All right, then let's clean up and go to bed. Yu Yuanzheng finally decided to let the maidservants go. Everyone tidied up quickly and left. Then only the couple was left in a room. I'll go wash up first, Yu Yuanzheng said, feeling a bit like she was escaping as she entered the washroom. She splashed some water on her face, but Yu Yuanzheng still couldn't get over her inner struggle. As an older woman, she felt strange about being with someone so young. Last night, she treated him like a toy, but now he was a real person. The most important thing was that she didn't have romantic feelings for him. How could she solve his problem? She leaned on the basin and looked at the water surface. A young face that made her envious appeared before her eyes. This was her face. Yes, she was only 16, not 38. I'm only 16. It's not a big deal, A modern person shouldn't worry about this, and we are married now, Yu Yuanjing reassured herself. Suppressing her anxiety, she left the bathroom. Shangguan Ziki was still reading a book. If one looked closely, they would see he hadn't turned a page in a long time. Let's go to bed, Yu Yuanjing said, taking a deep breath as she approached him to guide him to the bed. She helped him sit up. Shangguan Ziki caught a whiff of her pleasant scent. She had just used some nice perfume. Yu Yuanjing helped him lie down. Before, he lay on the inside and she on the outside, but now that he was awake, it would be easier for him to get up at night if she lay on the outside. So, Yu Yuanjing let him lie on the outside. She took off her shoes, turned over him, and lay down inside, feeling a sense of being protected. It felt like someone was shielding her from the storm outside. Madam, his deep voice reached her ears. Yes? You haven't called me, husband, all day, Shangguan Ziki said with a hint of sadness. Yu Yuanjing was taken aback. I might still be getting used to it, she offered an excuse. Husband meant husband, and she had never called anyone that in her life, especially not to his face. Madam, you don't think much of me, do you? Shangguan Ziki asked, sounding hurt.
No.
Don't think that way, Yu Yuanjing quickly defended herself. Then could you call me that, please? Shangguan Ziki turned to face her, his eyes hopeful. Looking at his handsome face so close, she found it hard to refuse. Husband, she whispered softly. Shangguan Ziki smiled, like a child. I know you're still getting used to this. I won't force you, and I'll wait until you fully accept me. But please don't push me away on purpose, he said, holding her hand. Yu Yuanjing didn't know what to say. Was this boy really in need of love? They had only spent one day together. Could it be that just because they were now a couple, he felt deeply devoted to her? In ancient times, gentlemen kept their promises. They were married and had shared a night together, so he accepted her and included her in his protective circle. The thought of this made Yu Yuanjing feel a little sweet inside. It's good to keep promises. It's good to be a gentleman. This way, many troubles could be avoided. But this wasn't love, it was a kind of responsibility. I won't let you suffer with me. Even though my leg is injured, I can still provide for you, Shangguan Ziki said seriously. Would you treat any wife this way? Yu Yuanjing asked earnestly. No, my lady. I am only like this with you. Without you, I wouldn't have woken up at all. Since the night you came to my room, I have been aware of everything around me. I listen to you every day and watch you prepare medicine for me. You're sent by heaven to save me. I pledge myself to you, so please don't dislike me. Shangguan Ziki's gentle words were very touching. He was such a gentleman, so responsible, and so good at comforting others. Yu Yuanjing found it hard to handle such a confession. Inside, she was screaming, wondering if she should accept this boy's strong feelings. He probably didn't understand love. He just had a strong sense of responsibility. She decided to stop thinking about it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just get along well from now on, she said, trying to change the subject. It was hard for her to adapt to a 20-year-old boy from the perspective of an older woman. Okay. Shangguan Ziki hadn't slept since he woke up the night before. He watched his wife's sleeping face all night, and as another day began, he still didn't want to sleep, even though he felt tired. He worried that if he fell asleep again, he might not wake up. It was only when he heard her steady breathing that he began to relax, but he couldn't resist the drowsiness and closed his eyes, surrounded by her lovely scent. The next morning, Yu Yuanjing opened her eyes to see a handsome face getting closer. His eyes were wide open, looking at her, and then he smiled, making her heart flutter. Good morning, my lady. Good morning, young master. Didn't we agree you would call me husband? Husband. Good morning, Yu Yuanjing replied, going along with it. After they got up and got ready, they pushed the wheelchair to the main courtyard to greet the princess. Unexpectedly, the prince did not attend the morning court today and waited for his son to pay his respects. When the couple saw their son had indeed arrived, they felt relieved. They were also worried that he might sleep through the night and not wake up again. Just after they finished their greetings, the couple, Suo Guanzishu, arrived. Son, daughter-in-law, We pay our respects to father and mother. Greetings to my elder brother and sister-in-law. After breakfast, you will go to the military camp with your father. Every heir of the Suwa family must be skilled in both literature and martial arts, mastering military strategy. You're just starting out and need to work hard, the prince advised Suwa Guanzishu. Yes, I will remember father's teachings, Suwa Guanzishu replied, feeling more at ease. His father's attitude remained unchanged despite his elder brother waking up, which comforted him a bit. Although he was not strictly educated by his grandfather and father from a young age, he had not been neglected either. However, he had not been trained according to the heir's requirements, so now he needed to work harder to not fall too far behind his brother. He wanted to be a good heir. Even if his brother truly recovered, as long as he was outstanding enough, his father and the emperor would not change his position as heir. Today, Suwa Guanzishu and his wife had the rare opportunity to stay in the main courtyard for breakfast. Yu Chaoyang also ate, but did not drink the porridge, whether intentionally or not was unclear. Yu Yuanzheng drank it because she took a sip and did not detect the taste of saffron. Seeing her drink, the princess knew the porridge was fine and said nothing. It was rare for the family to have breakfast together like this. After the meal, the prince and the heir left the residence, while Yu Chaoyang stayed. At that moment, the two elder ladies and concubine Luo arrived. Princess sister, it has been over 2 months since the heir's wife entered the family. There are many matters to manage in our household. The elder lady mentioned the steward yesterday. Do you think it's time for Chaoyang to start learning? Concubine Luo said with a smile. Indeed, princess. Although Zishu is not your biological child, you are his rightful mother and cannot only be close to your daughter-in-law, Ziki. Chaoyang is also your daughter-in-law and the heir's wife. The responsibility of managing the household will eventually fall to her. Since her belly has not grown yet, it is time for her to learn, the elder lady said in a rare, gentle tone. They had come together to ask the princess to teach Yu Chaoyang how to manage the household, which was indeed the princess's duty. The princess did not seem unwilling. Instead, she looked at her 2 daughters-in-law calmly. Has Chaoyang learned anything about managing a household before? The princess asked. Replying to mother, my mother taught me, and I managed the kitchen shopping for a while, Yu Chaoyang answered honestly. In a household, the kitchen is the most important place. People need to eat every day and fresh ingredients are essential, so the kitchen has to buy supplies daily. The household has quite a few members, leading to significant daily expenses, making it a place with plenty of resources. Has Zhenghe learned to manage a household? The princess gently asked Yu Yuanzheng. Replying to mother, no. The main household is managed by my aunt, while our branch has little to oversee. My mother only manages her dowry shop and the dozen or so servants in our branch, Yu Yuanzheng answered honestly. This highlights the difference between the legitimate daughter of the main branch and the legitimate daughter of the secondary branch. Their experiences and education are completely different. It was already impressive that the original owner could read. Thankfully, she could read. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Yu Yuanzheng to pretend. Then mother will teach you as well. You need to manage your courtyard's affairs on your own. After mother and your father have passed, you will be responsible for your family with Ziki, the princess said. Mother, I don't like hearing that. You are not yet 40. You have at least 40 more years to go, Yu Yuanzheng playfully replied. With her around, it wouldn't be hard for the princess to live into her 70s or 80s. Nowadays, there are no chaotic pollutants, so the chances of getting cancer are low. As long as it's not a terminal illness, she can find a way. You child, always trying to please me. Can you read the accounts? The princess asked again. I've never seen one. Yu Yuanzheng replied, causing the princess to frown slightly. Princess, she has never even seen an account book. It would be better to teach her slowly later. First, teach Chaoyang. In a few months, she will be showing, and then she will need to focus on her pregnancy and won't have time to learn, the elder lady said, glancing disapprovingly at Yu Yuanzheng. Indeed, she was not very impressive. That's all right. Mother will teach you from the beginning, the princess insisted on including Yu Yuanzheng. Ziki, go to the study and read. Yuanzheng, mother will keep her here for the morning. She has been married for over 2 months now, and she still hasn't taken over the affairs of your courtyard. It's still managed by Granny Yi. The princess instructed her son. Yes, mother, I will go to the study and draw a design. The lady said she would make me a pouch, Shangguan Ziki said with a smile, looking at Yu Yuanzheng, his happiness evident to anyone. Really? That's wonderful. Go ahead, the princess said, her smile growing warmer at the mention of a pouch, which is a token of affection. The princess was pleased to see her son and daughter-in-law getting along well. After Shangguan Ziki was gently pushed away, only the women remained in the hall. The princess began to handle the household affairs. The two elder ladies and concubine Luo stayed to watch how the princess would teach her two daughters-in-law. Zhao Mama first brought over a box of account books for the two to practice with. These were last month's records, perfect for their training. This was the first step to test their arithmetic skills, which is the most important ability. Yu Chaoyong took out a book from the box and picked up the abacus prepared by Zhao Mama, starting to click the beads rapidly. Yu Yuanzheng also took a book. After flipping through a few pages, she remembered the details well. What items were bought, how many, and how much was spent. When she reached the last page, it showed the total amount. This account was all expenses, with no income. Such accounts are simple. You just need to add them up. However, there were quite a few entries, about 100 pages in total, with around 10 entries per page, all in vertical format. After looking at a few pages, Yu Yuanzheng understood. She picked up the abacus next to her and shook it a couple of times, but she didn't know how to use it. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyong had already calculated several pages. What's wrong? The princess asked when she saw Yu Yuanzheng not moving for a long time. Mother, I can't use the abacus, Yu Yuanzheng said pitifully, looking at the princess. The princess touched her nose upon hearing this. She really had no basic knowledge. Yu Chaoyong chuckled softly. Eldest sister-in-law, if you want to do the accounts, you must know how to use the abacus. Didn't second aunt teach you? My mother didn't have time to teach me before I got married. Yu Yuanzheng raised an eyebrow, clearly implying that it was because of others' haste that she had to marry so quickly. Ziki's wife can't even use the abacus. Princess, it's better not to let her learn. How long will it take to teach her? Concubine Luo laughed, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Princess, it's better not to embarrass her. Let her go back to the courtyard to do embroidery. The two elder ladies chimed in. Yes, she likes embroidery, right? Soon, the Empress Dowager will have a birthday and Ziki's wife can embroider a longevity picture for her as a gesture. Our Wang family sends a jade guanyin every year and the Empress Dowager must be tired of it. If Ziki's wife embroiders a guanyin, it would be something new and might please her more. Concubine Luo suggested a task for Yu Yuanzheng. Who says you must use an abacus to do accounts? I can calculate it in my head. And who says I really like embroidery? It's just a way to pass the time. Has Concubine Luo ever thought about how long it takes to embroider a guanyin? Yu Yuanzheng looked coldly at Concubine Luo. This question left Concubine Luo at a loss for words. I'm not very good at embroidery either, so I'm not sure how long it will take. If it takes too long, we shouldn't waste time here and should start embroidering sooner. Does the palace need to please the Empress Dowager to look good? Yu Yuanzheng asked another sharp question. How can you speak like that? The Empress Dowager is the Emperor's mother and the most respected woman in our kingdom. Asking you to embroider a piece for her is a sign of respect. Whether she will even appreciate it is another matter, the elderly lady said with a stern face, poking her cane forcefully. If she won't appreciate it, then why should I even bother to embroider? Yu Yuanzheng replied, not wanting to engage further. Arguing with the elderly lady was ruining her mood. Why doesn't she leave? I really don't want to see her. Zhao Mama, could you please bring me some blank paper? Yu Yuanzheng asked Zhao Mama, who had been standing quietly nearby. Zhao Mama went into the inner room and returned with a stack. Yu Yuanzheng picked the smallest brush and began to calculate in her mind, adding a few numbers before writing them down on the paper. She quickly finished several pages and summed up the totals. In this way, she completed a ledger in no time. By the time she finished 3 ledgers, Yu Chaoyong had only completed 2. The ledgers were written with a brush, and each page could hold very little compared to modern ledgers, which are filled densely. There were about 20 ledgers in a box. When everything was finished, there were 13 ledgers in front of Yu Yuanzheng and 7 in front of Yu Chaoyang. At this point, the princess had also finished the tasks she needed to distribute in the morning. When she returned to the main hall and saw that both of them had quickly completed a box of ledgers, she was a little surprised. Meanwhile, concubine Luo and the elderly lady had not left. They were watching the two calculate. They could only hear the sound of Yu Chaoyang using the abacus, while Yu Yuanzheng was writing and drawing on paper, tossing one ledger aside after another. They didn't believe that Yu Yuanzheng could really calculate so quickly. They suspected she was just guessing. They were waiting to see a joke. The princess picked up one of Yu Yuanzheng's completed ledgers to review. She hadn't calculated the total yet. "Did you calculate all of these, Zheng'er?" The princess asked with a smile. "Yes, mother, please check." The princess took an abacus to verify. "Zhao Mama, please help verify Chaoyang's as well," the princess instructed. When the princess finished checking one ledger, it took her slightly less time than it took Yu Chaoyang to finish his, but it took her more time than Yu Yuanzheng. Once one was verified, the numbers were spot on. However, the one Zhao Mama checked was off by 3 taels and 2 coins. Concubine Luo and the elderly lady were in disbelief and wanted to verify it themselves. The 2 elderly ladies managed the household and were good at calculations. After finishing the account that Zhao Mama had worked on, there was still a shortfall of a few coins. Lady Luo confirmed the account that Princess Wang had calculated, and it was completely accurate. The difference was clear. It was quite embarrassing. The legitimate daughter, taught personally by the lady of the house, was outperformed by a daughter from a secondary branch who couldn't even use an abacus. Zheng'er is really good at calculations. She will be a great help in the future, the princess said happily. "Princess, if Chaoyang practices more, she will also be a good helper," Lady Luo quickly added, not wanting the princess to overlook her daughter-in-law. "I never said I wouldn't teach her, but she is pregnant now and should focus on her health. There will be plenty of opportunities later." Didn't Zheng'er just say? "I still have over 40 years until I'm 80. This left Lady Luo and the 2 elderly ladies speechless. "Mother, if my daughter-in-law wants to take it easy, just call me when you're busy. If you can manage, please let me off," Yu Yuanzheng said playfully. "Look at that, one eager to manage and another trying to avoid it." "Mother, I want to practice more," Yu Chaoyang said, blushing as she made her request. "You can learn if you want. Come whenever you like and just watch," the princess replied casually. If nothing unexpected happens, the management of the Wang residence will indeed fall to the future daughter-in-law. She couldn't possibly manage until she was in her 70s or 80s. At most, she would handle things for a few more years before passing it on, or else people would start talking. The farce ended with Yu Chaoyang's defeat. Yu Yuanzheng left to find Shengguan Ziki in the front courtyard. When she arrived outside his study, she heard soft crying from inside. "Young master, I've been waiting for you to wake up. Yesterday, I heard from the servants that you were awake, and we wanted to rush to see you, but Mama Yi stopped us from entering. We are so happy to finally see you awake." Hearing this, Yu Yuanzheng recognized the voice of one of the 2 maids who had served in the study, Ryue. She couldn't wait to come and cling to him upon hearing he was awake. "Why have you been waiting for me to wake up? Aren't you both getting older? Hasn't my mother arranged for you to marry?" Shengguan Ziki's voice came from inside. "Young master, I don't want to marry. I want to serve you for life," Rushuang replied, her voice trembling as if she had suffered a great injustice. "You don't need to feel this way. I will speak to my mother and ask her to find suitable families for you to marry." "Young master, I am your servant. How can I marry someone else?" Liyue said in disbelief. Shengguan Ziki was unaware that they had already been scolded by Yu Yuanzheng and that the princess had arranged for their marriages. "When did I ever take you in?" Shengguan Ziki's tone turned cold, and he changed how he referred to himself. "Servant. Servant." The 2 maids shrank back in fear. "Young master, I have served you closely for so many years. How can I marry someone else?" Liyue gathered her courage to speak. You are both innocent, so why can't you marry others? Shangwan Ziki looked displeased at the two maids kneeling before him. In the past, they had been proper, so why were they so bold today? He had never promised them anything before. Now that he had such a good wife, how could he betray her? Moreover, he knew his wife's views on relationships and would never involve himself with other women. Hearing Yu Yuanjing's words every day, he felt he understood her character well. He had to remain pure in relationships. Otherwise, his wife would surely leave him. Young master. The two maids, seeing their master's unyielding attitude, became even more distressed and cried harder. All right, you may go and find a good family to marry into. If you can't find someone suitable, I can help you, Shangwan Ziki said, leaving them no hope. Young master, we won't marry. We only want to serve you for life. How can you be so heartless? Lu Shuang, in her desperation, began to complain without regard for rank. At that moment, Yu Yuanjing entered the room. Seeing the two tearful maids still kneeling on the ground, almost clinging to Shangwan Ziki's legs, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Although she had not yet developed deep feelings for Shangwan Ziki, he was still someone she had been close to, and she did not want to see others vying for his attention. This was a matter of territory. Young madam, the two maids timidly glanced at Yu Yuanjing before lowering their heads helplessly. They felt embarrassed to be caught in such a situation. They had clearly heard that the young madam was studying accounting in the main courtyard, but they hadn't expected her to arrive so soon. Madam, Shangwan Ziki's expression immediately changed to a gentle smile upon seeing Yu Yuanjing, completely different from his earlier demeanor. Are these two eager to warm your bed? Yu Yuanjing looked at him playfully. Madam, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely did not mean that. They just don't know what's good for them. Shangwan Ziki put on a flattering expression. Yu Yuanjing rolled her eyes. Honestly, she had no air of elegance at all. She used to be the heir of a noble house. Aunt Yi must have deceived her. Madam, please, let us stay. We will serve you, and the young master well. We ask for nothing else, just to be by the young master's side. Ryue knelt before Yu Yuanjing, bowing her head several times. She was really trying hard for her future. Are you willing to be an old maid for the rest of your life? Yu Yuanjing was truly exasperated with these two women. Why were they so stubborn? When Ryue heard the mention of being an old maid, she suddenly looked up. What? Didn't expect this outcome? Or, do you think if you are sincere enough, the young master will notice your good qualities and eventually take you in? Are you planning to use some tricks later, like drugs, to force a situation? Or, do you think you two can team up to push me aside, making it easier for you to get close to the young master? Yu Yuanjing analyzed all the possibilities to block their paths. Your thoughts are quite naive. There's a saying, a forced fruit is not sweet. If the young master has feelings for you, not even I or the princess can change that. Coming here to plead like this is quite undignified. It makes you look pitiful. I told you this last time, and yet here you are again, thinking that with the young master waking up, you have hope? Yu Yuanjing didn't even realize she was trying to discourage these two maids. Listening to her, Shangwan Ziki felt a growing sense of happiness. The madam cared for him. Young master, why? Ryue still wouldn't give up. There is no why. You are servants of the Rong Wangfu and should act like it. If you desire what you shouldn't, don't blame me for being harsh. Do you understand? Shangwan Ziki said seriously. His expression carried a bit of the prince's authority and was not to be questioned. He disliked self-righteous servants. These two maids were assigned to serve him by his mother. He had never paid them much attention, treating them like ordinary servants, far less close than he was with his 4 young attendants. Yuan Shan, Shangwan Ziki called out loudly. Young master, Yuan Shan responded as he entered. Take these two back home and inform their families to find them a suitable match as soon as possible. If you get married within 2 months, I will give each of you 50 taels of silver for your dowry. After 2 months, it will be gone. This was Shangwan Ziki's way of completely cutting off their hopes. He was using money and time to pressure their families. 50 taels was already a significant amount, equivalent to 2 years of their monthly earnings. Husband, My mother has promised them each 100 taels. Yu Yuanjing revealed the princess's intentions. It seems you both have big ambitions. Is it not enough that my mother offered such a generous dowry? Go ahead and handle it. Upon hearing that his mother had made such a high promise, Shangguan Ziki realized their determination to become his concubines was strong.
Such people he could not keep.
The two maids left sadly. Wife, don't worry, I can only hold you in my heart. Shangguan Ziki was always expressing his feelings, regardless of the time or place. All right, I can understand them. Water flows downhill, and people seek higher ground. It's human nature. If you were just an ordinary merchant, no matter how handsome you are, they wouldn't look at you twice. In the end, they are only interested in your status. You are right. If it weren't for this status, I wouldn't have accidentally married you.
Exactly. Now let's go see Chunlei.
He was seriously injured. Chunlei had been hurt for 3 days, and she had only treated him the first night, not finding time to check on him since. She felt she had neglected her duty as his master. She took 2 maids and pushed a wheelchair to the secluded courtyard. 2 guards were standing at the entrance. Upon entering the courtyard, she found several of her guards there. Greetings, young master and young mistress, they all said in unison. The next day, they learned that the young master had woken up, thanks to Qingfeng's message. However, they did not ask to see him, knowing he had many visitors. To their surprise, just 3 days later, the young master and young mistress took the initiative to visit them. They were quite taken aback. Entering the inner room, they found Chunlei resting in bed. After 3 days, he looked much better.
How do you feel now?
Yu Yuanjing asked him. Thank you for saving my life, young mistress, Chunlei said as he tried to sit up, but Xiaoyu held him down. You should stay lying down. We don't want your recovery to be in vain, Xiaoyu advised. That made sense, and Yu Yuanjing nodded. Yes, don't strain your wound. I still need to stitch it up again. And this injury is because of me. If I had been sitting in the carriage, I would have surely lost my life, Yu Yuanjing said with a smile. He was also hurt for my sake, Shangguan Ziki added. Young master, you are too kind. This is what my subordinates should do, Chunlei said with a shy smile. Yu Yuanjing checked his wound again and applied medicine to it. You are healing well. In 4 days, I will remove the stitches. But you must not engage in any fighting for a month. Take care of yourself, and once you are better, I will assign you tasks.
Yes.
I will take good care of my injury, Chunlei replied, showing even more loyalty to Yu Yuanjing than to the young master. Yu Yuanjing gave a few more reminders and planned to leave. Oh, by the way, it's been a few days. Xiaoyu, why haven't I heard any news from outside? Yu Yuanjing suddenly remembered the task she had given Xiaoyu. What news? Shangguan Ziki asked curiously. About that. It's better if you don't know, Yu Yuanjing said awkwardly. How could she tell him about her plans to disrupt someone else's relationship? Besides, he is from the Shangguan family. We are husband and wife. Is there anything I cannot know? Don't worry, I will always support you, Shangguan Ziki said wisely. Young madam, I will go out this afternoon to gather information, Xiaoyu said, not wanting to share it with the young master. This matter should be discussed between the couple. The 10 guards given by the prince were, for both of them. Now that Shangguan Ziki was awake, the main command of the guards naturally fell to him. However, for the past 2 months, the guards had mainly listened to Yu Yuanjing, and they had been pretending to be newly arrived doctors in the capital. Who was at the small pharmacy today?
Yu Yuanjing asked.
It was Dongling, Xiaoyu replied immediately. You all need to be more cautious when coming in and out of the residence. Don't let anyone realize that the person guarding the shop is from the prince's household. I still don't want to expose the identity of the doctor. Yes, young madam. The prince also instructed us to do the same, Xiaoyu replied. Yu Yuanjing was pleasantly surprised that her father was also looking out for her. She felt touched. Both the prince and the princess treated her well. Husband, have you finished your drawing? Yu Yuanjing moved closer to push the wheelchair. It was almost time for lunch. I've finished it. Was it difficult for you to learn how to manage things for mother? Not at all. It's something even elementary school students can do, Yu Yuanjing said casually. What elementary school students? Shangguan Ziki didn't understand. It just means it's very simple. Even young children can do it. I didn't need to learn. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ziki was momentarily stunned. Is it really that simple? It might be easy for her. Back at the Chia Academy, Shangguan Ziki took out the designs she had drawn. Yu Yuanjing took them, unfolded them, and exclaimed, Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a talented artist. From now on, I'll come to you whenever I need something drawn. Yu Yuanjing felt a bit inferior. The drawing depicted two mandarin ducks, vividly alive, with a beautiful color combination. Shangguan Ziki smiled silently, watching her amazed wife admire her artwork. After dinner, Yu Yuanjing found suitable fabric and began her great project. Embroidering a mandarin duck pouch wouldn't be finished in just a day or two. By evening, Xiaoyu returned after gathering news and reported that there was no information. The Vofu, Marquis's residence, was very quiet. What does this mean? Could it be that the Vofu is choosing to endure? That seems unlikely. Not receiving the news she wanted, 2 days later, she heard another piece of information. The prince had been investigating spies from the Kanglan Kingdom and had dismantled a spy hideout in the capital. There were a total of 12 people, 6 sent from Kanglan and 6 locals developed in Dawei. After interrogation, they only provided some useless information. They merely relayed some obvious news back to Kanglan. Every country has its spies. It all depends on who hides well enough to evade enemy detection. That night, Shangguan Ziki was summoned to the study in the outer courtyard. Greetings, father. How is your health? Not bad, but I can't put weight on my left leg. My wife is preparing a cane for me. She says it will help me walk on my own. Good. I called you here to discuss another matter. Is it about the Kanglan spies? Shangguan Ziki guessed. Yes. The assassins who attacked Chunlei and the others were clearly very skilled. Chunlei and the others were trained by me and your uncle and their skills are quite good. But those 10 were able to overpower them, indicating they have undergone years of specialized training. The spies we captured yesterday are quite ordinary and are definitely not the same group from that night. The prince was at a loss for direction. Father, this is clearly targeted at our royal family. It shouldn't be those spies. There must be another group hiding in the shadows. I suspect that my fall from the horse might also be their doing, Shangguan Ziki thought further. Having such an enemy lurking in the shadows is truly alarming. Both fell into deep thought, unable to find any direction. Father, do you think it could be related to the iron box? Shangguan Ziki analyzed. The Kanglan Kingdom and the Nanshu Kingdom have long coveted the iron box of the Shangguan family. This has been going on for more than a year or two. If it weren't for the existence of the iron box, Arwei Kingdom would not know how many battles we would have to fight. Arwei Kingdom is located in the southeast, rich in resources and with a pleasant climate, which has made the other 2 kingdoms envious for over 100 years. Otherwise, the crown prince would not have been injured. The father and son analyzed the situation for a long time but could not come to a conclusion. They decided to strengthen the defenses of the royal palace. Soon, it was the day of the divine doctor's second visit to the palace. This time, it was Xiaoyu disguised as the divine doctor entering the palace. They did not go to the Chia courtyard, but instead to the Honghao courtyard. It was afternoon, and Yuanzheng was pushing a wheelchair, while Yu Yuan followed beside her. Upon entering the hall, they were surprised to find everyone gathered together. The 2 elder ladies and the 2 elder gentlemen were present, along with Shangguan Ling, who was by her mother's side. This girl was almost 15, the right age for matchmaking, and the second lady had been busy finding a suitable match for her. Hey, why isn't Shangguan Zifeng here to join the fun? Yuanzheng glanced around but did not see him. Xiaoyu was about the same height as Chunlei. With a mask on and speaking in a lower voice, it was hard for anyone unfamiliar to recognize him. Haha, I have long heard that the eldest son has awakened, and it is indeed true. I did not expect my acupuncture skills to have reached such a level that just one session would wake him up. My master would be very pleased to know this, Xiaoyu said, portraying a carefree image of a wandering doctor. Yuanjing found it quite amusing. Her subordinates did not seem like they came from a secret guard background. Had she led them astray? The divine doctor's skills are impressive, the princess praised with a smile, but her eyes darted towards Yuanjing. Thank you for the compliment, princess. Since he has already awakened, there is no need for further medicinal baths or acupuncture. As for the leg, I will take another look, Xiaoyu said, pretending to squat in front of Shangwan Ziki, rolling up his left pant leg, gently feeling and pinching while asking about the patient's feelings. After a thorough examination, he inquired about the situation at the time of the injury. Divine doctor, how is it? The elder lady asked eagerly, as Xiaoyu stood up. Well, this issue is a bit tricky. If I had been called right after the injury, I could have fixed it for the eldest son, but now over 8 months have passed, and the bones have healed. There's really no way to change it, Xiaoyu said regretfully. However, I have thought of a remedy that can be made into a plaster to apply on the leg, which can help reduce some of the pain when it touches the ground, Xiaoyu added. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yuanjing noticed that the two elders clearly felt relieved. There was no need to mention Shangguan Zishu and Yu Chaoyang. They were the ones who least wanted Shangguan Ziki to recover. The prince looked stern, while the princess had red eyes. At that moment, Steward Li hurried in. Your Highness, it's bad news. Young Master Zifeng is in trouble. If the steward came personally, it must be serious. What? Upon hearing that something happened to Shangguan Zifeng, the elder stood up in shock. Your Highness, Elder, the Ministry of Justice caught a habitual thief today. They chased the criminal into a small house and found young Master Zifeng inside with a woman, and they were on the bed. This caused the neighbors to come out and watch. The officer leading the arrest is the nephew of the Ningen Marquis's wife. This matter has spread widely. The elder was furious and slapped the second lady. Your son is a disgrace to the royal residence. The second lady took the slap without being able to retaliate. How could Zifeng do this? They must have mistaken him for someone else. We arranged a match with the daughter of the Ningen Marquis. How could he behave like this? She couldn't believe it. Wasn't their son satisfied with such a good match? Elder brother, should we go see what's happening? The elder rode out of the residence, following Steward Li to the small courtyard. Ma Junsheng, the nephew of the Ningen Marquis's wife, knew that Shangguan Zifeng was engaged to his cousin. When he heard about this incident, he immediately sent a subordinate to report it to the Ningen Marquis's residence. By the time the elder arrived, the Ningen Marquis, Eugene Song, had just arrived as well. In law, the elder tried to get closer. Elder Shangguan, the Ningen Marquis simply nodded and entered the small courtyard. Ma Junsheng was inside, ensuring that Shangguan Zifeng could not escape. The small courtyard was not large, housing just a master and a servant. Ma Junsheng had already asked several neighbors, and they confirmed that the master and servant had moved in a year ago. This indicated that Shangguan Zifeng had been keeping a mistress for a year. He was only 19. When the elder entered and did not see his son, he felt a glimmer of hope. Elder Shangguan, your son is still inside. Ma Junsheng kindly led him to the door of the inner room, where 2 officers were standing guard. The second master pushed the door open and saw his son sitting on a stool, looking disheveled, with a young, beautiful woman leaning beside him, tears in her eyes like a frightened rabbit. As soon as he saw the second master, Shangguan Zifeng immediately knelt before him. Father, I was wrong, he admitted sincerely. You foolish boy. The second master kicked him, causing Shangguan Zifeng to fall back. Sir. The woman gasped in fear and began to cry. The second master, experienced in such matters, recognized her as someone from a troubled background, skilled at playing the victim to gain sympathy. He had his own affairs, but he never got serious. His concubines were always from respectable families or servants raised in the household. Get out and apologize to your future father-in-law. The second master scolded angrily. When Shangguan Zifeng heard that Lord Ning had also arrived, he was too scared to go out. In the end, the second master pushed him out of the room. Shangguan Zifeng obediently knelt before Lord Ningen. Dear father-in-law, I know I was wrong. I was confused for a moment, but Mayor is a good girl from a respectable family. Her father sold her to a brothel because they were poor, and I felt sorry for her, so I redeemed her and brought her here. Shangguan Zifeng was foolish to plead for her in front of his future father-in-law at such a moment. Then take her home, Lord Ningen said after assessing the situation, and he left without another word. The two men were left confused about what he meant. Ma Junsheng simply snorted and left. After finishing his duties, he went straight to Lord Ningen's residence to seek favor from his aunt. Back at his residence, Lord Ningen was furious, throwing several teacups in frustration. His carefully raised daughter had been treated so poorly, and even before the marriage, his son-in-law dared to keep a mistress. What kind of man was fit to be his son-in-law? At that moment, his wife came out from the inner courtyard. "My lord, is it true?" Lady Ho asked, still holding on to a glimmer of hope that her nephew had made a mistake. "Humph. I warned you not to arrange this marriage. You insisted that it was an honor for us to be connected to such a prominent family. Look at this. This is the good family you admired." "My lord, I was short-sighted, but you eventually agreed to it." Both of them were at fault, and neither could blame the other. Just then, the old lady Ho arrived. "Mother," the couple quickly supported her. "Eldest son, what do you think about this matter?" The old lady Ho, having lived a long life, was disappointed to see such a lack of character in her son's generation. Which noble young man would dare to openly keep a mistress without being married? Actually, this situation is just because Shangguan Zifeng had bad luck and ran into Yuanjing, who is quite meddlesome. If she hadn't seen it, this wouldn't have come to light. Once he has had his fun, he would naturally send her away. Shangguan Zifeng is still young and has been momentarily blinded by infatuation. In a couple of years, when he has a position and more experience, he will understand the status of a lady from a noble family. At this moment, Yu Yueying also came out. "Father, mother, I want to cancel the engagement." "I am determined to break it off," Yu Yueying said firmly. Duke Ningen glanced at his daughter, then at his wife and mother. The three were waiting for him to make a decision. "Inger, if you break the engagement, how will you find a suitor later? Do you want to marry a commoner?" Duke Ningen was hesitant to cancel the engagement. "How can I marry a man who dares to keep a mistress before marriage?" Yu Yueying said, tears streaming down her face. "Inger, your cousin has exposed him this time. He won't dare to do it again," the Duchess also advised. "Inger, this engagement should not be broken lightly. That is the royal house. No matter what, Shangguan Zifeng is still the prince's nephew, and also related to the noble consort in the palace. He has learned his lesson, and will treat you well in the future." The old Duchess disagreed with breaking the engagement. "Grandmother, once is enough. He may behave for a while, but there's a saying, a leopard can't change its spots. Once I marry him, he will eventually act without restraint again," Yu Yueying cried. "Men are like cats that love to stray. If you prepare a few maidservants for him, he won't have the time to seek outside women." The old Duchess tried to persuade her with her own experience. "No, grandmother. If a man needs me to provide him with more women to keep him, he is not worth marrying. I want to break the engagement, and I am resolute about it," Yu Yueying insisted. "Oh, dear, why won't you listen to reason?" The old Duchess said helplessly. "Father, should I talk to the prince and hear his thoughts?" Duke Ningen, seeing his daughter so determined, had to take a step back. "Father, if this engagement cannot be broken, I will die. I absolutely refuse to marry such a scoundrel," Yu Yueying stated again. Her words shocked the Duchess. How could she let her daughter, whom she raised with such effort, think of dying? A few days ago, she received a mysterious letter that left her shocked and almost at a loss. At first, she didn't quite believe it. Then she secretly asked her nephew to help investigate. The investigation revealed that it was true. Who was helping her? But that wasn't the main point. The main point was how to handle the situation. Her nephew suggested catching him in the act. That's how today's coincidence happened. She hadn't told her mother-in-law or husband about this. If they found out, they would definitely disapprove of embarrassing the Shangguan family. However, as a woman, she hated men who kept mistresses, especially since this man was her future son-in-law. She was furious and wanted to teach him a lesson he would never forget. She wanted to see if he would dare to do it again. But unexpectedly, her daughter was determined not to break the engagement. She only wanted to give him a lesson and never considered calling off the engagement. Meanwhile, Shangguan Zifeng, brought back to the royal residence, felt like a wilted eggplant. He was taken directly to the main courtyard. The prince and princess were waiting for the second master to bring him back. "Kneel properly," the second master said, truly angry this time. Shangguan Zifeng knelt in the center. The prince, as the head of the family, coldly looked at his nephew, who dared not raise his head. "Zifeng, do you know your mistake?" The prince's question made him shiver. "I know my mistake, but I just kept a woman outside for fun. I would have sent her away after a while." This was the excuse he had thought of on the way back. He really had considered it that way. Yu Yuanzheng rolled her eyes upon hearing this. This was a typical display of being heartless. No matter the reason at the time, that woman had been with him, and he reduced it to just a few words. Without legal constraints, very few men in ancient times treated women well. It was truly sad. She needed to earn more money. Only money wouldn't betray her. Shangguan Ziqi's current gentlemanly demeanor gave her no sense of security. "It seems you still don't understand where you went wrong," the prince said coldly again. "Second brother, you haven't done your job as a father, which led Zifeng to follow your example. You handle it yourself. After all, I am his uncle, and if you can't discipline him, I will." The prince was also disappointed in his younger brother. "Elder brother, why does this always come back to me? You should handle the discipline." The second master knew his own limitations. His authority couldn't compete with his elder brother's. In that case, let him receive 20 lashes, then kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights, and afterward, send him to the military camp for training. If he misbehaves again in the future, he will be punished until he learns his lesson, the prince said without any mercy. "Uncle, I know I was wrong, and I promise I won't do it again," Su Guanzifeng said, now frightened. This punishment was indeed severe for him. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let it go so far." Did your older brother Ziqi or younger brother Zishu ever make such a mistake? Ziqi didn't even touch the maid before he got married, and Zishu only has 2 maids. But you already have 2 maids and still want more outside. Is the money from the Su family meant for you to waste like this? Princess, his allowance will be cut in half from now on. Since they haven't separated, the prince's allowance comes from the princess. He quickly took control of the situation. "Yes, your highness," the princess agreed willingly. This child was spoiled by his father, and his second aunt was useless, unable to manage him. "Brother, please forgive him this time. He won't dare to act out again," the second lady said, wiping her tears as she pleaded for her son. She felt sorry for her son, but he was growing up and she couldn't control him. If she said too much, he would become impatient. He was sweet when asking for money, but rarely around otherwise. "Your highness, this punishment is too harsh. What if Zifeng ends up with health problems because of it?" The elder lady also spoke with a hint of pleading now, no longer acting arrogantly. "If he doesn't learn from this, just wait for the Marquis family to call off the engagement. Who would dare to marry their daughter to someone who made such a disgraceful mistake?" The prince shot a cold glance at the second family. "What?" The second lady, hearing this, stopped wiping her tears, frightened and unsure of what to do. "This can't happen. The engagement must not be called off. Sister-in-law, this matter is beyond your control. It depends on the Marquis family's attitude. You have a daughter too. Think about it. If Linger faced a similar situation, what would you do? Would you still push her into danger?" The princess calmly took over the conversation. The second lady had nothing to say and started crying again. "Elder lady, what should we do?" Zifeng worked hard to secure a marriage with the Marquis' daughter. The second lady turned to her mother-in-law for help. "Go prepare some gifts and apologize to the Marquis' family," the elder lady said impatiently. This daughter-in-law was truly disappointing. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang stood aside, his brow tightly furrowed. How could such a thing happen? In the past, Su Guanzifeng never had a mistress. No, He doesn't know if he took care of her at all because this matter never came to light. Perhaps it has never been discovered. So many things are different from the past life. She is starting to doubt her life and whether she can control her destiny with her foresight of the future. Bring him out and give him 20 hard strikes, the prince ordered. 2 guards entered and dragged Zifeng into the courtyard to be punished. His cries echoed in everyone's ears. No one dared to plead for him. The prince was making an example to deter others. If any of the young members of the Shangguan family made the same mistake, they would remember this incident. The second lady wiped her tears. The elder lady had a stern expression. The elder master twitched his mouth at his son's cries, occasionally glancing at the prince's face, wondering if he would be punished the same way if he made a similar mistake. The 20 strikes were quickly completed, and Zifeng was then taken to kneel in the ancestral hall. The second lady hurried back to her courtyard to prepare gifts for the Marquis's residence, seeking leniency for Zifeng. However, she couldn't even enter the door and was turned away. The Marquis's residence was not to be trifled with. They wouldn't show kindness at such a time. As the second lady was just the wife of the second branch of the prince's family and not the princess herself, she naturally received no favor. She returned in disappointment and immediately went to the princess to complain. "Princess, what should we do? Please help Zifeng. We can't let the fiancé slip away like this. Sister-in-law, we are at fault in this matter. Let's wait until tomorrow. If the Marquis's residence does not come to us, there may still be a chance. If they come directly tomorrow, we will have to plead with them in person and hope they can accept it." The princess felt embarrassed. She had personally arranged the engagement, and now her nephew was causing trouble. Yuanjun pushed Shangguan Ziki back to the chess courtyard. The glee on her face caught Ziki's attention. "Madam, you seem very happy?" Ziki observed with interest. "Is it that obvious?" Yuanjun rubbed her face, trying to suppress her smile, but she was genuinely happy, and her lips wouldn't cooperate. "Stop rubbing it," Ziki said, moving her wheelchair closer and pulling her hand down. "Did you inform the Marquis's residence about Zifeng's affair? Why do you suspect me?" Yuanjun looked at Ziki in disbelief, surprised by her certainty. "I already told you, didn't I? I only pay attention when I am aware of my surroundings. I was awake when you asked Xiaoyu to do something."
Oh.
Yuanjun slapped her forehead. She had forgotten about that and should have avoided him at that moment. "Do you disagree with what I did?" Yuanjun asked, looking into his eyes. "How could I? It is right for you to do this, and I fully support it. However, we must not let Uncle Heir and the others know. I would be foolish to let them know. Even the Ho family doesn't know I sent them the message," Yuanjun said proudly. "My lady, when will the pouch I requested be finished?" Shangguan Ziki changed the subject. "Are you in a hurry for it? I like the pouches you make." Yuanjun found it hard to respond to that. This guy was always expressing his feelings for her. "I will go stitch it right now," Yuanjun said, feeling a bit flustered. Shangguan Ziki was always making her feel this way, and she was struggling to handle it. The next afternoon, Old Lady Ning and Lady Ho personally visited the Wang residence without sending a notice in advance. As soon as the 2 ladies received the news, they rushed to the main courtyard. However, Old Lady Ho and Lady Ho didn't even glance at them. "Your Highness, I truly apologize. Our Yu-ing is not fortunate enough to be the daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Last night, I had a terrible dream where Yu-ing faced many hardships after marrying into the Wang family and ultimately fell into despair. My heart aches so much that I can't bear it. This morning, I went to Hugua Temple to ask a monk about the meaning of this dream. The monk said that Yu-ing has a weak fate and needs to marry a husband with a strong water element in his destiny to balance hers. I also asked the monk about the fate of your son, Zifeng. He does not have a water element in his destiny, so they are not suitable as a couple. It's my fault for not properly matching their birth dates. I just casually asked a master for a reading and agreed to their marriage. Fortunately, there is still time to change things. Let's call off the engagement between our families. I sincerely apologize." As Lady Ho spoke, she began to cry. Her meaning was clear. She was just making an excuse to save face for both families. To support this excuse, she even made a trip to Hugua Temple and arrived in the afternoon, showing consideration for the Wang family's reputation. Lady Ho, you can't do this. Zifeng will change. He was punished yesterday and will treat Yuing well from now on. The second lady couldn't help but step forward to plead. However, the lady of the marquis ignored her and just stared at the princess. Marquis's wife, you need to think carefully. A woman who has broken off an engagement may find it hard to marry into a wealthy family again, the old lady said with a blank expression. She was still trying to act superior, not realizing she should say something kind. My daughter is unfortunate and cannot aspire to marry the young master of the second branch of the royal family, the marquis's wife replied coldly. She was not someone to be easily bullied. The old lady was merely a concubine of the old prince. Even though her daughter was a favored concubine in the palace, she had not been granted a title. The marquis's wife's status was much higher. You. Fine, very well. Second daughter-in-law. Let's go, the old lady said, tapping her cane and leaving. Her grandson was the prince's nephew. Would he really have trouble finding a noble bride? She wondered what kind of man the marquis's daughter could marry after breaking off her engagement. Once the two left, the princess took full control. Marquis's wife, have you really thought this through? The princess asked gently. To be honest, I don't want to break off this engagement, but Yuing is determined to do so, even threatening to harm herself and her father, the marquis's wife said, wiping away tears. As a mother, how could she bear to let her daughter suffer? All right, eldest daughter-in-law, since you've made up your mind, give the marriage certificate and the gift list to the princess. Let Yuing stay at the estate for a while, the old marquis's wife instructed. The marquis's wife then handed the marriage certificate and gift list to the princess. The gifts were not brought over directly. They needed to be discussed first. We were hoping our families could become in-laws. That boy Zifeng is truly disappointing. I wonder who led him astray, the princess said helplessly. But it was clear what she meant. Fortunately, her two children had turned out well. Marquis's wife, although our families won't become in-laws, we can still be friends. Yuing and I have a good relationship. She can come to the royal residence to play any time she wants, Yu Yuanzheng, who had been standing aside, said with a smile. Of course, of course. The eldest daughter-in-law is our family savior. This friendship is precious, the marquis's wife said warmly towards Yu Yuanzheng. Then I'll call you Aunt Ma from now on, if that's all right? Yu Yuanzheng suggested. Calling her marquis's wife felt awkward. Of course, that works. The princess truly has a wonderful daughter-in-law, the marquis's wife said enviously. Yes, Zhen'er is indeed a good child, the princess agreed. All right, elders, please stop praising me, or I might get too proud. Haha. Everyone laughed at Yu Yuanzheng's playful remark, and the earlier tense atmosphere faded away. Old Madame Ho and Madame Ho took their leave. That afternoon, they returned all the betrothal gifts to the Wang family. The marriage contract was also torn up in front of them. Thus, the marriage between the two families was called off. This news quickly spread throughout the capital. The Ho family sent Yu Yuing to their estate outside the city to avoid the uproar. Shangguan Zifeng, punished by the prince, fell seriously ill from the consequences. But no one felt sorry for him. Once he recovered, the prince really sent him to the military, starting as a regular soldier. The second madam began to busy herself again, trying to find another girl for him. Unfortunately, families of higher status kept their distance. They either offered a concubine or introduced daughters from lower-ranking officials. But such girls were not to the second madam's liking. After all, her son Zifeng was the nephew of the esteemed Prince Rong. Half a month passed quickly. During this time, Yu Yuanzheng secretly disguised herself as a healer and visited the residence of old Master Jin for another consultation. On that day, her father happened to be at the Jin residence as well. The father and daughter coincidentally met at the main entrance. Yu Yuanzheng deliberately walked past her father, pretending not to know him. Yu Yunji watched the healer's back, feeling a strange familiarity. However, with the healer's fame spreading in the capital, he would never connect her to his daughter. Yu Yunji waited outside until the healer finished the consultation before entering. Once again, as they brushed past each other, that sense of familiarity became hard to ignore. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanzheng in the carriage kept patting her chest. Xiaoyu, next time we go to old Master Jin's, make sure to find out if my father will be there. Yes, madam. The group of healers returned to Shiri Hall. Lin Haod was surprised to receive another invitation for a healer, offering a reward of 10,000 taels of silver.
Whose family is it?
Although Yu Yuanzheng didn't lack silver, the thought of 10,000 taels was still tempting. Reporting to the master, it's from the residence of Prince Jing, Lin Haod respectfully reported. Prince Jing? Xiaoyu, have you heard if anyone from Prince Jing's family is ill recently? Yu Yuanzheng wondered. The day after the eldest son woke up, the heir of Prince Jing and Princess Ling Xian visited Chia Courtyard to see him, showing no signs of sadness at all. As the emperor's brother, it must be very convenient for Prince Jing to summon the imperial physician. I heard that a royal physician was called, but we didn't pay much attention to that news, so we don't know who is sick, Xiaoyu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since I couldn't answer the master's question, I need to be more attentive in the future. If even the royal physician can't treat this illness, it must be a serious emergency. Let's go now. Chasing Cloud, please return to the palace and inform the young master so he won't be waiting. Yu Yuanzheng had promised to return for lunch with him before she left in the morning. Just then, the sound of horses could be heard outside the shop. It was clear that the stableman had stopped the horses. Lin Haod immediately went out to greet the guests upon hearing their arrival. As he stepped outside, he saw a carriage had just stopped at the shop entrance. The carriage was exquisite, with tassels hanging from the corners, clearly meant for a lady. Sure enough, a delicate hand lifted the curtain of the carriage. A maid, around 16 or 17 years old, stepped out first. Then another maid followed. Both maids wore the same outfit, but Lin Haod, with limited experience, couldn't tell which household they were from. Next, a young lady in a light purple elegant dress emerged from the carriage, supported by the maids. Though she wore a veil, making it hard to see her age, her hairstyle clearly indicated that she was unmarried. Lin Haod had recently been receiving young servants or stewards from wealthy families, so this was his first time welcoming a lady of high status personally. Welcome, miss. Please come inside, Lin Haod said with a warm smile as he invited the three ladies into the shop. However, the young lady did not enter immediately. Instead, she looked up at the shop's sign. 10-Day Hall. It looks like a very ordinary name. Shopkeeper, did you only spend a couple of silver coins to hire a craftsman to make this sign? The young lady's clear voice was like a songbird. Miss, I'm not sure. It was already hung up when I arrived, Lin Haod replied honestly. After a few glances, the veiled lady finally entered the shop. Shopkeeper, our lady is here to pick up the skin cream prepared by the divine doctor. One maid explained their purpose. Oh, so it's Princess Xiangling. Please come in, please come in. The divine doctor has already instructed that the ointment is ready. I didn't expect the princess to come personally, Lin Haod said, smiling even more sincerely. As a regular customer, they deserved good service. The master had once said, customers are our source of livelihood. We must serve them well to earn more in the future. Although Yu Yuanzheng held her divine doctor status in high regard, that was only for consultations. Selling medicine in the shop relied on the buyers. She wanted to make a lot of money, so she taught Lin how not to offend customers. Of course, that was said when she didn't have any support. Now that she has the royal family backing her, she's not as afraid anymore. She has spread the word through several friends of the eldest son that this shop has the royal family's eldest daughter-in-law as an investor. Princess Xiangling stepped into the shop and saw several open cabinets against the walls, each neatly arranged with small porcelain bottles. Behind the bottles were small boxes specifically designed to hold them. The instructions for the pills were placed inside the boxes, easily accessible for customers. Princess Xiangling casually picked up a porcelain bottle and opened it to smell. A strong medicinal fragrance with a hint of sweetness filled the air. Lin Hao took the initiative to show the instructions to Princess Xiangling. She took it and read the instructions carefully. It's written so clearly that there's no need to ask a doctor for a diagnosis. Patients can know how to take the medicine based on their own feelings. A skilled doctor truly stands out. The pills they make are so unique. This is meant for children who catch a cold and can't take bitter medicine, right? You're right, Princess. That's exactly why the skilled doctor created this medicine called Children's Cold Relief Pills, Lin Hao replied proudly. Princess Xiangling looked at a few more medicines and chose several bottles for her maid to collect and pay for later. Lin Hao took out a cream and handed it to Princess Xiangling. Princess, this medicine has a shelf life of only 1 month, so the doctor advised that you must use it within that time. If it expires, please come back for a new batch. Okay. Shopkeeper, may I ask if the doctor is here? Princess Xiangling inquired about Yu Yuanjing. The doctor usually isn't in the shop, Lin Hao replied. Shopkeeper, you're lying. We've already checked. The doctor just came from the Jean residence, and we followed right after. A maid immediately called him out. The princess had instructed them to keep an eye on the happenings at Shiri Hall and the Jean family. As soon as they learned that the doctor had gone to the Jean residence, they reported it to their mistress, which led to Princess Xiangling coming out to get the medicine herself. Throughout her life, Princess Xiangling had seen many doctors privately, but none dared to say they could cure her. Only the skilled doctor claimed he could, and he was a young physician. She had never shown her face to any young man before. The skilled doctor was the first. When he saw her troubled face, she noticed that his eyes held no disdain, disgust, or revulsion, but rather a gentle sympathy. When Dr. Zeng was performing surgery on her, his movements were gentle, as if he were handling a precious treasure, carefully working on her face, afraid of causing her pain. This feeling was hard for her to describe, but whenever she thought back on it, a sweet sensation filled her heart. Ever since Dr. Zeng said her face could be healed, her mother no longer considered sending her back to the village. Although she still couldn't go out and see people, her heart was already full of hope. She wanted to heal her face quickly. She wanted to be the first to show it to the doctor. This thought grew stronger every day. Lin Hao was startled by a young maid and didn't know how to respond. Princess, the doctor must be in the back courtyard. Let's go inside, a maid said, pulling Princess Xiangling along. Hey, Princess, wait. You can't go in there. Lin Hao didn't expect the three of them to be so unreasonable, barging in without the owner's permission. He hurried after them, trying to stop them. But the shop was too small, and once they passed through the back door, they entered the courtyard. Then Princess Xiangling saw the group of doctors standing under the eaves. Yu Yuanzheng and the others had been listening to the conversation outside. Dr. Zeng, you are indeed here. This shopkeeper actually dared to deceive me. Princess Xiangling exclaimed happily upon seeing Yu Yuanzheng, her voice filled with joy. May I ask what brings you here, Princess? Yu Yuanzheng replied gently. She felt some sympathy for this girl, who had been disfigured since childhood. It was remarkable that she had not succumbed to self-pity. Dr. Zeng, I'm here to get medicine today. Just apply the medicine as I instructed you, at the same time every day. Yu Yuanjing nodded. Thank you, doctor. Since I found you today, could you please take a look at how my face is healing? Princess Xiangling had come specifically to see him and wouldn't easily let the opportunity slip away. All right, come in, Yu Yuanjing said, unable to refuse her eager gaze. She entered a room on the left, with only Princess Xiangling going in. The two maids didn't remind her that it was improper for a man and woman to be alone together. Yu Yuanzheng, thinking of herself as a woman, didn't consider this issue either. The guards felt the same way. Then Yu Yuanzheng casually closed the door. Princess, please remove your veil. After a moment of hesitation, Princess Xiangling took off her veil. After more than a month, the new scars from the surgery had healed, revealing smooth, fresh skin underneath. The previously discolored skin was gone. Yu Yuanzheng reached out to touch the surface. Smoothness is certainly not possible, but the previous growth is gone, and overall it feels quite good. It's much better than before. You're recovering well, which shows you have followed my instructions completely. Keep applying the medicine, and once the color of the new skin matches the rest of your face, you can stop wearing the veil. Just a little makeup will make it almost unnoticeable. This surgery was very successful. Yu Yuanjing affirmed her skills. The moment her hand touched Princess Xiangling's face, the princess's heart raced. It felt like it might leap out of her throat, and her face turned red to the ears. However, since her face had not fully healed, Yu Yuanjing couldn't see it, as her focus was solely on examining the princess's injury. All right, in 2 months at most, you can use blush. Before that, do not use any makeup products, or it will block the pores and affect the medicine's effectiveness, Yu Yuanjing instructed again. Okay, I have urgent matters to attend to, so please take the medicine and head home, she added. Thank you, divine doctor. Do you live here? Princess Xiangling had already taken in the layout of the small shop. There was no way the doctor and her guards could stay here. No, I have another place to stay. Could you tell me where you live? Princess Xiangling blinked, eager to know. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that. If you need medical help, leave a message at the Shijitang. The consultation fee is 10,000 taels of silver, no negotiation. Yu Yuanjing would never reveal her address. Her identity could not be disclosed yet.
Well,
may I ask a personal question? Princess Xiangling asked shyly. What question? Yu Yuanjing wondered what personal matter the princess wanted to know. Counting today, I have only seen you 3 times, and each time you wore a mask. I don't know your true face. Could you take off the mask, so I can see who my benefactor is? There was a hint of pleading in the princess's tone. Princess, please forgive my rudeness. Yu Yuanjing certainly could not fulfill this request. She walked toward the door to leave. I was too forward. Could you at least tell me how old you are this year? Princess Xiangling asked as a compromise.
16.
Please keep this a secret, princess. So young. No wonder you wear a mask. I will keep it a secret. Princess Xiangling thought she had figured out the real reason for Yu Yuanjing's mask. At such a young age, who would believe she was a divine doctor? An old man in his 60s would fit that role better. Yu Yuanjing opened the door and stepped outside. She was still wondering what Princess Xiangling meant. Did she really want to investigate her background? Was it the idea of Princess Huaining or her own? She didn't want to think too much about it. There were more important matters at hand. The group hadn't changed their clothes and directly got into the carriage to head to the Jingwang mansion. Xiangling, who knew that the healer was only 16, found it hard to believe. How could someone so young have such skills? But it also showed that he was exceptionally talented. How could someone like him just be a wandering doctor? If he could enter the Imperial Medical Institute, the Emperor, her uncle, would surely agree. Moreover, once he was in the Imperial Medical Institute, he would hold at least a minor official position.
Could she possibly?
She happily thought to herself. County Princess? The maid's voice interrupted her pleasant daydream. Let's go back to the mansion. She decided to discuss this matter with her mother. The Jingwang mansion was not far from the Rongwang mansion. They were in the same area, just with the main entrance facing a different street. When the carriage stopped, she noticed 2 other carriages had just arrived and were parked at the mansion's entrance. Yu Yuanjing saw that they were from the royal mansion. However, the guards were doing their job well and did not approach. They merely looked at the 4 newcomers as if they were strangers. As soon as Yu Yuanjing got out of the carriage, she spotted 4 familiar figures. Then she saw the 2 maids, Qiu Yue and Qiu Hua, stepping out of the first carriage, followed by the princess. From the carriage behind, Shangguan Ziki came out, bringing his wheelchair along. Both sides exchanged glances for a moment. The princess wanted to walk over, but Yu Yuanjing gestured for her to stop. The doorkeeper at the mansion noticed 3 carriages arriving at once and quickly came forward to greet them. When one of them recognized that they were from the Rongwang mansion and had not sent a notice beforehand, he hurried inside to report to his master. I greet you, Princess Rong, and the eldest son. Please come in. The doorkeeper warmly invited them. This must be the healer you invited? Why not invite him in first? The princess, noticing the doorkeeper's overly flattering demeanor, felt a bit annoyed. Her daughter-in-law was left standing aside, Such a servant should be punished for not knowing their place. I apologize. I didn't expect the healer to arrive so soon. The steward mentioned he would come tomorrow. Please come inside. The doorkeeper quickly corrected himself and then approached Yu Yuanjing to invite her in as well. The two groups entered the Jingwang mansion together. The Jingwang mansion was quite large, and right at the entrance was a grand screen. Along the way, they saw beautifully carved beams and painted pillars. As soon as they entered, the chief steward of the Jingwang mansion hurried out to greet them. We have met the Princess of Rong and the eldest son. I didn't expect the divine doctor to arrive so quickly.
Please follow me.
The chief steward, around 40, had a pale face and no beard. He was probably brought out from the palace by Jingwang. After passing through the outer courtyard, Jingwang Chaomingzi and the heir Chao Jinyu rushed out to welcome them upon hearing the news. Jingwang had seen Yu Yuanzheng at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, but had never spoken to her. He was also a handsome man, but both he and his son looked troubled, almost as if they were mourning. I greet the Princess of Rome, sister-in-law, Jingwang said with a respectful gesture. I greet Aunt Qin. The heir also bowed. Uncle Ziqi, Shangguanziki, sitting in a wheelchair, could only call out, unable to bow. Ziki has indeed awakened. It's good that you are awake. I haven't had time to visit you, yet you came here yourself, Jingwang said, affectionately pulling at the corners of his mouth, though he didn't smile. It is my fault. I should have come to see Uncle Ziqi sooner. This must be the divine doctor. My apologies. The heir finally turned to Yu Yuanzheng. That is me. May I ask who needs a consultation in the mansion? Jingwang, we heard that a divine doctor was invited, so we came to take a look, the princess said, puzzled. There were only a few masters in the mansion. She noticed that Jingwang and the heir had come out, and it should have been the princess who came out to greet them, or at least a maid sent by the princess, but no one had appeared yet. It is Shi Yun who is ill. Jingwang's expression, already troubled, fell further at the question. The heir also looked sorrowful. Divine doctor, my mother is ill. Please follow me, the heir said, bowing and turning to lead Yu Yuanjing ahead, as if every moment mattered for his mother. Everyone followed into the main courtyard. The two families were very close. The princess and Jingwang's wife were good friends, and the heir and Shangguanziki were like brothers. So they all entered the inner chamber, where Jingwang's wife resided. Before they could step inside, they heard the voice of Princess Lingxian, filled with tears. Mother, you will be fine. The divine doctor is coming soon. Don't say such things. I'm still so young and cannot be without you. My brother hasn't married yet, and you haven't even had tea with the new daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjing's heart sank. They had just met not long ago. How could her condition have worsened so severely? A few steps inside, I saw Princess Lingxian sitting by the bed, holding the hand of Princess Jing, who was lying down and crying as she spoke to her. Yu Yuanzheng said nothing and quickly moved to the bedside to check her pulse. In just a few moments, she had the results. How could this be? The pulse was weak, like that of a dying person. Even the carotid artery felt very weak. Looking at her face, it was pale with no color at all. If this continued, she would not last more than 10 days. For a woman to be in such a state without any injury, there was only one possibility. All the men should leave, but Prince Jing can stay, Yu Yuanzheng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Prince Jing pushed the others out of the room. Is Princess Jing experiencing heavy bleeding? Yu Yuanzheng asked directly. Yes, Prince Jing managed to say through his pain. The term heavy bleeding had been like a sharp blade, cutting deeply into the family. How long has it been? Yu Yuanzheng asked again. 18 days. At first, it wasn't serious. We called for the imperial doctor, and the medicine could stop the bleeding, but after 7 days, the medicine no longer worked. Now the bleeding increases every day. We have consulted several doctors from the imperial hospital, but none could help. The last doctor clearly stated that if the bleeding doesn't stop, we should prepare for the worst. Prince Jing sorrowfully recounted the changes in her condition over these days. Meanwhile, Princess Lingxian cried even harder. Divine doctor, You must save my mother. Whatever conditions you have, we will meet them. If my father cannot, I will work my whole life to fulfill them. Princess Ling Xian made the biggest promise, bypassing her father. Princess, you are too kind. I am not greedy. I only require a consultation fee of 10,000 taels of silver, Yu Yuanjing replied with a bow. Prince Jing, the prescriptions from the doctors must have been appropriate, but since they haven't worked for so many days, it means there is something inside Princess Jing's body. If this thing is not removed, the bleeding will continue, and she won't last much longer. The only way to save her is to remove whatever is inside her, and then the bleeding will stop. Yu Yuanjing stated the treatment method seriously. How can it be removed? Prince Jing focused on the key point. This method may sound a bit unbelievable, so I hope you can control yourself when you hear it, Yu Yuanjing warned first. Go ahead, Prince Jing took a deep breath to steady himself. It involves using a special tool to go through the lower body and remove the object from inside.
What?
Prince Jing exclaimed. This can't be right. Whether it's the imperial physician or this divine doctor, they are both men. No, I won't accept this treatment. Your Highness, I would rather die than undergo such a procedure. The quiet princess, Lin Shiyun, struggled to get up. But after a few attempts, she lay back down. She was simply too weak. If another man looked at her body, how could she live with that? She would rather die than carry the shame of being unclean. Divine Doctor, is there any other way? Prince Jing, as a man, found this unacceptable, but he remained somewhat calm. I can only think of this method, and I have not been practicing medicine for long. I also do not have the necessary tools prepared. I will need a day to gather them. Right now, time is of the essence for Princess Jing. You must decide quickly. Once you are determined to proceed, I will prepare the tools immediately. No, we won't accept treatment. The princess said weakly again. Could the divine doctor teach my daughter how to perform the procedure? Prince Jing suggested. This idea was more rational. That may not be possible. This technique cannot be learned quickly. It requires examining the woman's condition to determine what should be removed and what should not be touched. You can think of the tools as a special kind of knife. If handled carelessly, it could harm the woman, leading to even more complications, possibly resulting in excessive blood loss and death. Yu Yuanjing could not allow anyone else to perform the procedure. She was also conflicted about whether to reveal her identity. If her identity were exposed, it could bring her more danger. This situation was quite tricky. Yu Yuanjing glanced at her mother, who had been quietly standing to the side without speaking. Now, she frowned, likely uncertain about what to do for her daughter. After a long while, Prince Jing was still indecisive. He wanted his wife to live, but if he allowed the divine doctor to proceed, his wife would probably resist to the end. Father, I want my mother to live. Even if you divorce her later, I want her to survive. I can take care of her. Princess Ling Xian only thought about her mother. She could not bear to watch her mother grow weaker day by day, and then in a few days, lose her forever. But her mother was still so young, with many good days ahead. Qin Yuyan looked at her friend's face, then saw the pain in Jing Xuan's eyes at the thought of losing her mother. She hesitated about whether to help her daughter-in-law make a decision. How old is the divine doctor this year? The Prince Jing saw his daughter like this and felt a pang in his heart, blinking his eyes several times. He thought of an idea. Perhaps his wife would not be so opposed, and he could reluctantly accept it. Their relationship was strong. Otherwise, a noble prince like him would not have a household without concubines. His wife was someone he chose himself. Originally, his mother had selected another girl for him, but he fell for Lin Shiyun, who did not have a mother. Because she lacked a mother, she seemed particularly understanding and strong. The bond between his wife and the Princess Rome was also due to their shared experience of losing their mothers at a young age. I am 16 this year. I didn't expect a divine doctor to be so young. How about I take you as my adopted son? Prince Jing suddenly said something unrelated to healing, but everyone understood immediately. Yu Yuanjing's eyes lit up at this, and she exchanged a glance with Qin Yuyan. Qin Yuyan nodded slightly. This was a good idea. While it couldn't compare to a biological son, it still created a close relationship. Thank you, Prince Jing, for your kindness. I will gladly accept, Yu Yuanjing said as she stepped forward and cupped her hands in gratitude. Once it was decided, they needed to act quickly. Prince Jing immediately went to the palace to seek the emperor's approval. The emperor was surprised to hear that his younger brother wanted to adopt a son. In the past, I advised you to take in a few concubines, but you refused. Now you only have Jinyu as your son, and you find that insufficient? You are right, brother. But I am nearly 40 now, so I won't mention that anymore. Today, I just want to adopt a son to help ease Jinyu's burden, Prince Jing replied, following the emperor's words without mentioning concubines. How is my sister-in-law doing? The emperor knew that the Princess Jing had not been well lately. He had asked the doctor, who said it was a women's issue, and as her brother-in-law, he felt it was inappropriate to inquire further. However, during lunch at their mother's place yesterday, he heard her sighing, which made him realize that his sister-in-law was likely going through a tough time. He had intended to issue a call for famous doctors, but before he could do so, his brother arrived. At first, he thought his brother came to ask him to issue the call, but instead, he was there to discuss adopting someone as a son. Although an adopted son of a prince would not be listed in the royal genealogy, his status was still significant. Brother, may I speak with you privately? Prince Jing sighed and requested. The emperor waved his hand, and everyone in the study quickly exited. What is it? The emperor asked, noticing his brother's troubled expression and showing concern. Poetry encountered a life-and-death situation. I asked the famous doctor recently talked about in the capital to come to the palace. He has a way to treat her, but it's hard to accept. What method could be so hard for a battle-hardened prince to accept? The emperor was even more curious. Prince Jing knew that adopting a son wouldn't be easy. The emperor had to understand the reasons behind it. He had to explain the method suggested by Yu Yuanjing. So, you plan to adopt that doctor as your son just to ease your heart? The emperor understood immediately. Yes. And she is unwilling as well. I can't just watch her die. I have to use this temporary solution. Do you know anything about this doctor? I don't know yet. I haven't had time to investigate. His first patient in the capital was Lord Jean. I visited Lord Jean, and he has improved significantly. Now, aside from occasional coughing, his main symptoms are gone. He has also taken the second master and his son from the yeoman marquis family as students. I also spoke to Master Yu. According to him, this doctor is from Yawang Mountain. He received help from Master Yu's daughter when he was young, so he is repaying that kindness by connecting them. Prince Jing shared everything he had learned. If what you say is true, then this young man is grateful. If he has a good character, adopting him as a son is acceptable. If he behaves poorly or has ulterior motives later, we can deal with it then, the emperor thought more deeply. The sudden appearance of this doctor raised suspicions, especially since he mingled with the powerful, leading to further concerns. Yes, I will continue to investigate. If he is a spy, I will deal with him directly. The two brothers agreed and received the emperor's approval. Prince Jing quickly returned to the royal residence. He had a maid help the princess sit in the main seat. In front of Qin Yuyan and Shangguan Ziki, they performed the kneeling and tea-serving ceremony to acknowledge their relationship. Zeng Yuan, pay my respects to my adoptive parents. Yu Yuanzheng respectfully bowed 3 times. Then he took the tea from Chao Jinyu. Prince Jing and his wife accepted it and returned the acknowledgement gift. This jade pendant is only given to my descendants. Jinyu and Jin Xian both have one. Your pendants are all carved from the same piece of jade, with a total of 4 pieces. They were meant for my descendants, but since your adoptive mother's health was not good, she only had Jin Xian and has not been pregnant since, so they have been kept until now. Prince Jing explained the origin of the jade pendant. Yu Yuanjing looked at Chao Jinyu's waist and indeed saw a pendant of the same quality. Looking at the item in her hand, it had the same pattern as Qilin. Thank you, adoptive father and mother. Yu Yuanzheng felt a bit shy receiving such an expensive gift. This shows how deep Prince Jing's feelings for the princess are. Adoptive father and mother. Could you please keep the news of my adoption private? Yu Yuanzheng made a small request.
Why?
Prince Jing was puzzled. With the support of the Jing family, wouldn't it be easier for him in the capital? Even as an adopted son, he was still the adopted son of Prince Jing, who wouldn't show him respect. Because I'm afraid it might cause trouble for the royal family. If someone needs a doctor and can't find me, they might come looking for you. Will you agree to help me or not? I did charge a hefty fee of 10,000 taels.
Yu Yuanzheng explained.
You brat, if you want to make money, just consult more families. Why set the fee so high that many noble families can't afford it? Even I took a long time to decide to hire you. 10,000 taels could cover half a year's expenses for the royal family. I'm quite lazy and don't want to go out every day to see patients. That leaves me no personal time. That kind of life is too exhausting. I just want to make some pills and earn easy money, Yu Yuanjing said with a smile. In reality, it was inconvenient for her to practice medicine. Then, as you wish, we won't announce it for now. Prince Jing agreed without pushing her. As the adopted son mentioned, everyone would eventually know that the divine doctor was his son. With so many officials and people in the capital, if the imperial physician couldn't treat someone, they would come to him, which could be troublesome. Thank you, adoptive father. Alright, can you take off your mask now? Prince Jing requested. Since they acknowledged each other, it seemed odd for Yu Yuanzheng to still wear a mask. When Qin Yuyan and Shangguan Ziki heard Prince Jing's request, they felt anxious. How would they get through this? But as outsiders, it was not appropriate for them to speak up. Yu Yuanzheng glanced at the two before speaking. I hope adoptive father and mother can understand. I will reveal my face to you later. It's just not convenient for me right now. Don't worry, I will show you eventually. The implication was that she had her reasons for not revealing her face. She certainly didn't dare to take it off. If she did, they would all recognize her immediately. If it weren't for her skills in mimicry, she wouldn't be able to hide from those in high positions. Prince Jing stared at Yu Yuanjing's eyes, trying to read something in her gaze. But her eyes were clear and sincere, showing no signs of guilt, just that it was truly inconvenient for her. If it weren't for the fact that she could save his wife's life, Prince Jing wouldn't have been so lenient with her. Although Prince Jing appeared relatively gentle, he was still the emperor's younger brother, and it was unacceptable for anyone to speak to him so disrespectfully. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, without saying a word.
All right.
Whenever it's convenient for you. After careful consideration, Prince Jing finally nodded. The mother and son of Shangguan Ziki could finally relax, feeling relieved. With Prince Jing's approval, Yu Yuanzheng also felt a weight lift off her shoulders. She was worried that he would insist on seeing her appearance. Brother, please help my mother lie down. With this kind of illness, she should stay still to reduce blood flow. I will prepare a hemostatic medicine to control it. I need a day to gather the tools, and I will come at the latest the day after tomorrow, Yu Yuanzheng said to Chao Jinyu. Seeing the distressed look on the princess's face made her heart ache. Remembering that she was a close friend of her mother, she wished she could perform the surgery right away, but she lacked the necessary tools. Chao Jinyu noticed that her mother was struggling and immediately lifted her from the chair. Eat more blood-nourishing foods in the next few days. Mother, hold on, you'll be fine. Sister Jean Xian is still waiting for you to help her find a good match, Yu Yuanzheng encouraged. Hearing this made Princess Ling Xian blush. She stomped her foot and hurried after her mother into the inner room. Yu Yuanjing took her leave. Shangguan Ziki followed her, wanting to leave together. However, Yu Yuanjing declined. I will the doctor for Prince Jing. I'm worried someone might have bad intentions, Shangguan Ziki said confidently. Yes, let Ziki accompany you, Prince Jing suggested, aware of the previous incident where a doctor was attacked. What if someone still had ill intentions? After leaving Prince Jing's residence, Yu Yuanzheng returned to Shiri Hall under the protection of several guards. It was almost dark. As soon as she exited the back door, she saw Shangguan Ziki waiting for her. Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to go back first? Yu Yuanzheng said, feeling speechless. His close following would surely raise suspicions. I'm just worried about you being alone, he simply stated, expressing his concern. With no other choice, Yu Yuanzheng quickly got into his carriage to return together. Xiaoyu, let's wait a bit before sending this carriage back, she suggested, not wanting both carriages to leave at the same time, as it would attract too much attention. Shengwan Ziki would have preferred to share a carriage. With a wheelchair inside, the space felt much smaller, but two people could still fit, and fortunately, she hadn't brought a maid today. Ziyue and Jianghua were sent out to teach Lu Mingda's family how to make pills. The two new assistants, Qinqin and Xiangji, were not fully trained yet, so she didn't dare to bring them along. As soon as Yu Yuanzheng got into the carriage, Shengwan Ziki took her hand and played with it. Although they had been sleeping in the same bed every night, he could clearly feel that his wife did not have the closeness he had hoped for. He realized that she had not fully accepted him just because they had been together. So, he seized every opportunity to get closer to her, hoping she would eventually get used to his presence. Today was the first time he saw his wife treat a patient. I am so lucky to have you as my wife, Shengwan Ziki expressed sincerely. It was a condition that even the royal physician couldn't solve, but his wife confidently said she could treat it. Such a treasure was his wife. Of course, you must have prayed in front of the Buddha thousands of times in your past life, Yu Yuanzheng boasted, which was quite true. If he hadn't met her, he wouldn't have had a chance to live. Seeing his wife's proud expression, Shengwan Ziki found it very cute and genuine. His heart felt soft. My lady has gained another strong supporter, Shengwan Ziki teased. Yes, I didn't expect Prince Jing to suggest this method. It's good. It allows me to keep my secret a little longer. I hope you and father can find out who is targeting you soon, Yu Yuanzheng said. If it weren't for the unresolved issues with Shengwan Ziki, she wouldn't need to hide her identity. By the way, last time I told mother that there might be a problem with the people in her courtyard. Why haven't we heard anything for so long? Yu Yuanzheng wondered. Surely, mother wouldn't be that incompetent? Father has arranged for secret guards to keep watch, but the problem is, after so many days, they haven't discovered anything. That's strange. Why is that? Yu Yuanzheng couldn't understand. I don't know. Has anyone in the main courtyard taken leave or been absent for other reasons recently?
No.
Then has anything unusual happened in the main courtyard that might explain why they haven't acted? Shengwan Ziki thought seriously. He recalled something but felt it might not be related. What did you think of? Yu Yuanzheng asked when she saw him shake his head. Because of the investigation into spies from Kenglin, father has been staying in the outer courtyard study lately, Shengwan Ziki finally said. This made Yu Yuanzheng clap her hands. That's likely the reason.
Why?
Shengwan Ziki asked, confused. Saffron can make it difficult for women to conceive. If the king does not stay in the main courtyard, then there is no need for that person to put saffron in the food for the queen mother, Yu Yuanzheng analyzed. Upon hearing this, Shengwan Ziki's eyes lit up. That makes a lot of sense. When they returned to Chia courtyard, it was already dark. They hurriedly had a late dinner. Yu Yuanzheng began to draw, using designs she remembered from her past life. She finished quickly and called for Xiaoyu, explaining the drawings to him twice to ensure he understood before sending him to find someone to make the items. The main tools were dilators, curettes, and forceps. With limited resources, it all depended on her skill level. That's why she couldn't agree to teach Princess Ling Xian to operate. Skill was the key. The next day, Yu Yuanzheng passed the time by embroidering. She finally finished the pouch she was making for Shengwan Ziki. He held it in his hands, turning it over to admire it. Your embroidery is truly beautiful. It's even better than my paintings and has a lot of spirit, Shengwan Ziki said, very pleased, and immediately tied it around his waist. As night approached, Xiaoyu finally returned with the tools she needed. Yu Yuanzheng had been waiting for him. The princess of Jing really couldn't wait much longer. Yu Yuanzheng picked up each tool to test them. Although they weren't as advanced as in her previous life, these small tools were similar in shape. The blades weren't very sharp, but they were still usable. I'm going to the Jingwangfu now. My aunt really can't wait any longer, Yu Yuanzheng said, planning to leave without even eating dinner.
Wait.
It's not good for you to go out at this time. There are 4 young servants guarding the main gate. They are just ordinary gatekeepers. It's rare for the ladies of the Wangfu to go out at this hour unless there's an urgent matter. You should eat dinner first and then leave quietly through the back door. I'll send Yuan Shan to the Jing Wangfu to deliver a message. Shengguan Ziki disagreed with her going out alone. The Queen Mother wouldn't approve either. After thinking for a moment, Yu Yuanjing decided it was better to avoid trouble, so she patiently finished her meal. Once it was completely dark, she put on a black outfit and brought the clothes she needed to change into, planning to change in the carriage. I'll go with you, Shengguan Ziki insisted. Why do you need to come with me? I'm worried about you going out alone, Shengguan Ziki replied matter-of-factly. I have several guards accompanying me. I won't be alone. Yu Yuanjing felt confused. I'll wait for you in the carriage, Shengguan Ziki said firmly, determined to go. Fine, do as you wish. But don't let anyone find out you're in the carriage. I don't want people to know about our close relationship yet. Yu Yuanzheng preferred to keep her success quiet. If it became known that the divine doctor had a special bond with the eldest son of the Rong Wangfu, it would bring a lot of trouble. She only wanted to use the connection of the eldest lady. A discreet carriage quietly left the back gate of the royal residence. Yu Yuanzheng also brought her two maidservants, Ziyue and Jianghua, to assist her. Instead of going directly to the Jing Wangfu, they wandered through various alleys for a while to ensure no one was following before heading there. They also used the back entrance, hoping not to attract attention at night. Upon entering the royal residence, Chao Jinyu was waiting for her at the back door. When Yu Yuanjing got out of the carriage, she quickly lowered the curtain so no one would see that Su Guanji was also inside. A few guards escorted them inside, heading straight to where the Jing Wangfei lived. The family had been waiting for them. Greetings, adoptive father and mother. Yu Yuanjing noticed that the Jing Wangfei looked even paler. Time was running out.
Yuan, you.
The Jingwang wanted to say something but stopped. Don't worry, adoptive father. I will definitely help adoptive mother recover, Yu Yuanjing assured him.
Thank you.
The Jingwang had no more words. This family could not be without a matriarch. His wife had worked hard for nearly 20 years to raise their children. He couldn't bear to lose her. Brother Yuan, can I watch from the side? Princess Ling Xian asked. It's better if you don't watch since you aren't married yet. It might affect you later. Don't worry. I brought two maidservants to help me, Yu Yuanjing replied, not wanting a young girl unprepared for such a bloody scene, especially since it was her mother. Adoptive father, please prepare a long table, cut the front two legs about 3 inches long, and bring it in. Also, boil some water to cool down and bring 2 bottles of strong liquor. Yu Yuanjing made her requests. The heir quickly went out to arrange this. Before long, a table was brought to the outer room. The Jingwang went out to help carry it into the inner room. Everything was ready. All right, you all can leave now. It won't take long to finish. Yu Yuanjing began to send everyone away. The Jingwang and the heir reluctantly exited, along with the 2 maidservants attending the Jingwang Fei. Adoptive mother, the procedure will be a bit painful, but it won't be as painful as giving birth. I hope you can endure it, Yu Yuanjing explained to the patient in advance. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Only midwives would see a woman's private parts during childbirth. Now, they're still young and may feel a bit shy. Fortunately, the young lady had given instructions beforehand. The 2 of them cooperated well with Yu Yuanjing's commands. Yu Yuanjing picked up the tools and began the surgery. When the pain came, the princess consort could no longer think about her worries or feel shy. She couldn't help but moan. Does it hurt a lot? Yu Yuanjing asked with concern. I can bear it. The princess consort gritted her teeth and managed to say a few words. It shouldn't get worse. You're doing great. Maybe after the surgery, you can have another little one for your husband. Yu Yuanjing started chatting to distract her, while continuing her work. Really? The princess consort perked up at the thought of having another child, forgetting some of the pain. I think the reason you couldn't get pregnant after having your sister Xian is that there was a problem inside. Look at the women in the villages. They often have many children. Having 7 or 8 is common. They work hard and stay healthy, and since the men in the villages don't take concubines, they have plenty of time to make babies after dinner. That's why their wives can have one child after another, Yu Yuanjing joked about the village couples. Haha, you observe so carefully and make it sound so funny. The princess consort laughed, forgetting her pain. It's true, isn't it? If you don't believe me, once you recover, you can go to the village and see for yourself. However, many children don't survive due to various illnesses while growing up. If they have 5, managing to raise 3 is already good, Yu Yuanjing explained. That's true. The princess consort sighed deeply. In this world, people are of different statuses. She could only be grateful for her good birth and marriage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the means to seek a skilled doctor for such a serious condition. While chatting and working, Yu Yuanjing completed the surgery. Indeed, there was something inside that caused the to malfunction, leading to excessive bleeding. Luckily, she was there. Otherwise, the princess consort's chances of survival would have been very slim. Excessive blood loss could lead to anemia and death. All right, it's done, Yu Yuanjing said, and the princess consort relaxed. She had finally made it through. Ziyue and Zhanghua helped her get comfortable, dressed her, and then lifted her back onto the bed. Mother, please take care of your health and eat more foods that help with blood replenishment, like red dates, pig liver, eggs, mulberries, kelp, and black fungus. I will prepare medicine to help with blood production. I hope you recover soon. The young master hasn't married yet and Sister Xian hasn't found someone, so you still have to worry about these matters. Yu Yuanjing encouraged her again. Okay. The surgery was completed successfully. Everything was tidied up. The 3 men were still waiting outside. Ziyue went to open the door and let them in. Shirin, how do you feel? Prince Jing immediately came to the bedside, sat down, and asked his wife with concern. I felt some pain during the surgery, but now it's over. I still have a slight ache in my lower abdomen. Other than that, I feel fine. The princess described her feelings to her husband. Originally, this illness didn't cause pain. It was just the blood loss that made one feel weak. That's good, that's good. Father, don't worry. The surgery was very successful. Mother can already feel that she hasn't lost much blood, but it won't stop completely right away. In the next 2 weeks, there will still be a little, but it won't be as heavy as before. She should be mostly recovered in about a month. Yu Yuanjing reassured them. Thank you. Chao Jinyu sincerely expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me. I saved my mother. After giving medical advice, she wrote a prescription. She even included medicine for daily washing. Chao Jinyu personally saw her to the door. Yuan, here is the consultation fee. Chao Jinyu took out a prepared banknote. Since we are family, there's no need for that. Yu Yuanjing declined. That won't do. It was for a temporary measure that my father recognized you as his adopted son. The consultation fee cannot be less. This is also my father's wish. Chao Jinyu had already received instructions from Prince Jing. He was worried that she wouldn't accept it, so he specifically mentioned it. Seeing his determination, Yu Yuanjing had to accept. Then I won't be polite. If you need my help in the future, just leave a message at Sherry Hall.
Okay.
Yu Yuanjing got into the carriage and left the royal residence with the protection of several guards. Shangwan Ziki had been waiting in the carriage, making sure no one noticed. On the way back to the royal Wangfu, they only encountered a patrol, but Xiaoyu turned into an alley to avoid them. They returned safely to the Wangfu without any incidents. I told you there isn't that much danger. You insisted on following me. If I don't follow, I won't feel at ease. Shangwan Ziki replied, from now on, wherever you go for consultations, I will follow. Wow, he's becoming quite clingy. Yu Yuanjing was speechless. As soon as they entered the Chia courtyard, they found the lights on inside. The 2 of them walked in and saw the princess sitting in the outer room, clearly waiting for them. Mother, why are you here so late? Shangwan Ziki asked, pretending not to know. Jinger, how did it go? The princess was very concerned about her friend. Don't worry, mother. Everything went smoothly. In a month at most, my adoptive mother will be able to visit friends. Then you can invite her to our house as a guest, Yu Yuanjing said with a smile. That's good to hear. I will wait for your safe return, the princess replied. Are you not worried about your daughter-in-law's safety? Yu Yuanjing playfully asked. You child, of course I worry. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here waiting for you. Now it's late. Rest well, and tomorrow morning, let's have breakfast together in my courtyard, the princess said, feeling relieved after getting the answer she wanted. The next day, before the couple had even gotten out of bed, Mama Yi rushed in to report that something had happened in the princess's courtyard. They quickly washed up and went to the main courtyard. As soon as they entered the main hall, they saw both the prince and the princess there. Before they could find a place to sit, the two elder ladies and the daughter-in-law arrived, followed by Yu Zhaoyang and concubine Luo. It seemed everyone was well informed. In the middle, an older woman in her 50s was kneeling. She had a plump figure, was trembling, and was crying. Yu Yuanzheng recognized her. She was a housekeeper who helped the princess, known as Mama Zheng. She was in charge of the small kitchen, and she had been a maid brought over by the late princess from her family. Yu Yuanzheng had heard about her from Chunlei. Mama Zheng, tell me, who instructed you to drug me? The princess asked, not expecting this outcome. Mama Zheng was assigned by the prince to serve the princess and was now kneeling in the middle, looking pitiful. The prince looked at the kneeling woman with a cold expression. This was his mother's senior maid. His mother had passed away when he was 3 years old, and the 4 maids left by her had stayed to serve him. Later, under his stepmother's arrangement, they married and left. As he grew up, he married the princess and had children. One day, Mama Zheng came to him, saying her husband had died, leaving her and her child in a difficult situation, asking him for help. Out of respect for his mother, he allowed her to enter the main courtyard, and this was how she repaid him. Mama Zheng on the ground just kept crying, saying nothing. Mama Zheng, since I entered this royal residence, I have never treated you harshly. Why would you want to harm me? The princess asked again. However, Zheng Mama on the ground remained silent. At that moment, Steward Li entered. Your Highness, Zheng Mama's eldest son served with the third master. He specifically requested to be by the third master's side during his official duties, and then their whole family followed him. Zheng Mama's second daughter used to serve the second mistress, but after achieving merit, she was released from a household and is now a good citizen. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. That was over 10 years ago. There was indeed such a thing. Zheng Mama's daughter. What was her name? I almost forgot. It was something like Pear. She came to the palace to meet Consort Shu and helped her avoid a plot, earning her merit. After that, I let her leave the household. Zheng Mama, where did your daughter marry? After the second mistress finished speaking, she specifically asked Zheng Mama, who was kneeling in the middle. Replying to the second mistress, my daughter was unfortunate. After leaving the household, she fell ill and passed away within a few years, leaving no children behind. After saying this, Zheng Mama began to wipe her tears again. You have had a hard life, but why did your son choose to follow the third master to such a distant place to suffer instead of staying here to care for you? The second mistress's words took a different turn. Yu Yuanzheng immediately sensed something was wrong. Such coincidences were unlikely. Her 2 children were not in the household, and she was the only one left, as her husband had died early. I am asking you a question, the princess said, clearly angry. Zheng Mama trembled again but remained silent. At that moment, An entered. He was the head of the prince's personal guards, usually in plain sight, and served as a sort of servant. But everyone in the palace knew his true identity and that he was highly skilled. Your Highness, we found a package of saffron in Zheng Mama's room, along with several other powders, the purpose of which I do not know. We also found many gold and silver ornaments. As he spoke, he displayed the items one by one. Seeing these items, Zheng Mama realized she could not escape today. She quickly took a pill from her pocket and swallowed it just as everyone was distracted by the items. The prince saw this and immediately tried to strike her hand to knock it away, but he was too late. Yu Yuanzheng rushed forward to pry her mouth open, but Zheng Mama struggled fiercely, preventing her from succeeding. The medicine was already ingested. Shortly after, the effects kicked in, and Zheng Mama screamed in agony, bleeding from her 7 orifices. The situation was too sudden. Yu Chaoyang let out a terrified scream. The two elderly ladies turned pale. The maids in the hall huddled together in fear. However, Yu Yuanzheng, having seen many dead bodies, felt nothing. An E stepped forward to check. Your Highness, there's no breath. Li Butler, take him out and leave him at the mass grave for the wild dogs, the prince ordered. Father, we can't feed him to the wild dogs. They could get poisoned, Yu Yuanzheng said, considering the environment. This made the elderly ladies look at her as if she were a monster. You want to harm your mother, and you still feel sorry for her? The elderly lady scolded. I'm not sorry for her. I'm sorry for the wild dogs. They haven't harmed my mother. Dig a pit and bury him, the prince coldly commanded again. Yes, Li Butler replied, bringing two young servants to remove the body and arranging for a maid to clean the area thoroughly. At this moment, the princess stepped forward to examine what an E had found. She recognized several pieces of jewelry. Picking up a jade bracelet, she was familiar with the intricate design. It was made by Jinxiang Building, which she commissioned every year for the female members of the household. This one seemed to be for the elderly lady. Elderly lady, I remember this was part of the New Year's collection from 2 years ago. How did it end up with Sheng Mama? The princess said, holding up the bracelet for the elderly lady to see. The elderly lady had long wanted to reclaim her jewelry from that old thief. She knew the princess would notice the issue. Princess, this old thief is so unclean. How dare she steal from me? The elderly lady said as she walked over and snatched the item from the princess's hand. The princess wanted to roll her eyes. Only she could be so shameless. Second daughter-in-law, come over and see if this old thief has stolen anything from you. The elderly lady called for the second lady to join them in examining the pile of items. The second lady shamelessly approached to take a look. She even had the nerve to take a few small items from the pile. Princess, this Zheng Mama is from your courtyard. I can't believe she dared to commit such a crime right under your nose, she said, putting the items into her pocket. Do you all think I'm a fool? Zheng Mama is in charge of my courtyard and helps me with household matters. Are you not using these items to bribe her for your own convenience? The princess was clearly angry. Mother, I have something to say, Yu Yuanzheng spoke up. You said it. The princess's tone towards her daughter-in-law improved a lot. Not long ago, didn't my daughter-in-law calculate some accounts here with the young lady? She found that many prices were quite high. 10 chickens cost 2 taels of silver. I think I heard my mother say that live chickens usually cost around 10 to 12 won per pound. If we assume each chicken weighs about 5 to 6 pounds, then 10 chickens shouldn't cost more than 1 tael of silver. So where did the other tael go? Yu Yuanzheng's words made the two elderly ladies blush. Isn't it obvious? They used these jewelry pieces to bribe the manager in the princess's courtyard to gain benefits. If they were caught taking jewelry, they could claim it was a reward from another master. But silver is different. The servants directly working in the household wouldn't dare to openly steal from their master. If caught, they could be punished severely. Only when they work for their master and are protected by them would they dare to act this way. It was Zheng Mama who accepted these benefits, allowing some of her subordinates to manipulate the prices, with the extra money going to the two elderly ladies or the second lady. Very well, very well. Mama Zhao, tomorrow you go out and inquire about the prices of commonly used items in the household and write a report for me. The princess didn't expect to have been played for so many years. Yu Yuanzheng truly envied the princess, living in the royal residence without knowing the cost of daily necessities. Whatever the servants said was accepted. Fortunately, it was the royal residence, rich enough to withstand such losses. However, hearing the princess's words made the second lady want to cry. If it weren't for her and the two elderly ladies trying to find ways to get some silver from the purchasing servants, how would their branch survive? Your Highness, our branch is going to beg for food. Brother, you can't just let us suffer. The second lady cried, appealing to the prince, calling him both Your Highness and brother. What was supposed to be about handling the saffron incident in the princess's courtyard had spiraled out of control. What? The second brother is already working in the military camp. Isn't he behaving? The prince felt a headache thinking about his irresponsible younger brother. In the past month, we've spent a bit less, but our branch has so many concubines and 5 illegitimate children, each needing money. The little money from the public funds isn't enough. The second lady continued to plead. Send away the concubines who haven't had children. The prince gave a direct order. Your Highness, no. My husband would be furious with my sister-in-law. The second lady was terrified. Princess, what do you think we should do about this? The prince also found it difficult to handle matters in his younger brother's household and had to seek the princess's help. I have no choice, the princess said. It's hard for the prince to handle, so how can she, as a sister-in-law, manage it? How much profit do your shops make in a year? The prince asked. We have 5 shops, and each one makes about 100 to 200 taels, which is not enough for my husband and Zifeng's pocket money, the second madam replied helplessly. How do you run your shops? Only 1 or 200 taels in profit. The prince was surprised that the second branch was so ineffective. The shops managed by the princess make around 1,000 taels each month, while theirs barely makes anything. Then let's take back the second branch's shops and have the princess manage them. Each shop will give you 300 taels a month, the prince decided. This won't work. Those are the second branch's properties. Even if they are not doing well, they shouldn't be handed over to the princess. Zifeng will need 1 or 2 shops as a bride price, and Linger will also need a shop as a dowry, the old madam protested. If this won't work, then what do you want? Our main branch's expenses are not as high as the second branch's, the prince raised his voice. The main branch only has 2 children and 1 concubine. His 2 secondary wives have never had children, and they are still just maids. Prince, let's increase the monthly interest by 10%, the old madam suggested. The prince thought about it. It wouldn't be fair to only increase it for the second branch. If he did, he would have to increase it for everyone. What does the princess think? The prince asked for her opinion first. If the prince thinks it's feasible, then let it be, the princess replied, maintaining her usual stance that the prince makes the decisions. Then it's settled. We'll increase it by 10%. If things don't improve, I will split the family. The prince revealed his ultimate plan. Once the idea of splitting the family was mentioned, the second branch knew to back down. The princess had her own calculations. Today, they discovered that the second branch was benefiting from the servants, which would cut off that avenue for them, naturally reducing the expenses of the prince's residence. Increasing the interest might even save money. Yu Yuanjing watched with great interest, surprised to learn that even a family like the prince's has so many hidden issues. The old madam and the second madam, seeing that they got what they wanted, took their leave. The princess continued to check the items found in Zheng Momo's room. Concubine Luo saw something she had recently given to Zheng Momo and blushed. Sister princess, this is a gift I gave to Zheng Momo. She helped me with something once, so I specially rewarded her. Concubine Luo quickly made an excuse to cover up the situation. She actually went to inquire about news from Granny Zheng. She wanted to know about the princess and the eldest son. The princess already knows who Granny Zheng is and has become numb to it. Concubine Luo shamelessly took the hairpin and left the main courtyard, taking the dazed Yu Chaoyang with her, who didn't say a word the entire time. Lately, she has been feeling increasingly uneasy. This incident did not happen in her past life. Yet now, so many things that never happened before are occurring in this life. It seems to have no effect on her for now, but she has a feeling that these events will not bring her any good. The heir has been spending very little time at home, which makes her anxious. Those who are unrelated have left. The prince sighed deeply. Everyone else can leave, he ordered. Several maidservants filed out, and Butler Li and Dark One also exited, leaving just the 4 of them. Ziki's wife, can you check what these packets of medicine do? The prince instructed. Yuanjing stepped forward to examine them one by one. Father, Mother, this packet contains a hallucinogen. This one is a muscle relaxant, and it doesn't take effect immediately. It takes some time. This packet is a contraceptive. Yu Yuanjing identified the effects of the 3 medicines. The princess cried out upon hearing this. What more was there to know? Her son was harmed by this medicine, and they hadn't disposed of it, which meant they intended to use it again. Mother, Shangguan Ziki said, pushing his wheelchair closer and gently patting her back. Your son is awake now. There's no need to blame yourself. I can't believe that all these years, there was a hidden snake by my side. The princess felt guilty. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let her serve you. The prince felt even more guilty. This was all his doing. Fortunately, Chaoyang changed his marriage, allowing Zhener to enter your room, otherwise. The princess thought of the consequences and felt immense pain. Yu Yuanzheng had told her that since their wedding day, her son only had 6 months to live. If it weren't for this daughter-in-law, it would have been just as Chaoyang said. The princess cried even harder as she leaned on her son. Father, with Granny Zheng dead, we still haven't found the real culprit, Shangguan Ziki said, feeling frustrated as he gently patted the princess's back. In front of so many people, they had been forced to commit suicide by poison. I suspect she might have been a spy, the prince thought deeply. What makes you think that? It's just a guess. There's no evidence yet. But she was not afraid of life or death. Committing suicide by poison on the spot also required a certain amount of courage, indicating that she had been trained. Yu Yuanzheng could not understand what controlling the prince's heirs would achieve. Was it just to ensure that the title of heir fell to the second son? But the second son was also the prince's child. Unless he wasn't. Once this thought entered her mind, Yu Yuanzheng found it somewhat absurd. But aside from this explanation, there was no better one. Father, is the second brother really your child? Yu Yuanzheng couldn't hold back and asked this question. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, he is my son, the prince said, his face turning red. But at the same time, this statement gave him a direction. He was just putting on a brave face. He tried hard to recall the situation at that time. If he wasn't his son, whose son could he be? I will continue to investigate this matter, the prince said, leaving with large strides. He didn't even comfort the weeping princess. Was he embarrassed? Do men handle their mistakes this coldly? Mother, how did the concubine enter the royal residence back then? Yu Yuanzheng then began to inquire about the concubine. This is also an embarrassing matter. 19 years ago, I took your brother, who was only 1 year old, to the Pingyang Marquis' residence for a banquet with your father. That day was the old Marquis' 60th birthday, and it was very lively. The banquet lasted until late at night. Your father had a good relationship with the Marquis' eldest son and was persuaded to drink a few more cups. As a result, he got drunk and then went to the guest room to rest. He was discovered by the 2 old ladies sleeping with one of the Marquis' granddaughters. Although she was a concubine's child, she was still a granddaughter of the Marquis. The Marquis' heir and his wife insisted that your father take responsibility, so he had no choice but to bring her back as a concubine. That was when concubine Luo became pregnant, and that was your brother. The princess was taken to that guest room and saw the mess, with the 2 old ladies comforting Luo Cini, which made her very angry. She wanted to slap the 2 old ladies. How could they not know which family they belonged to, standing on the side of the Luo family and speaking for them, insisting that the prince must take responsibility? The prince originally planned to only give her the status of a concubine since she was just a concubine's daughter, but the 2 old ladies insisted that he grant her the title of concubine. Concubines would be included in the family tree, and although their children would still be considered illegitimate, their status would be much higher. In the end, under the pressure from the Marquis' heir and the persuasion of the 2 old ladies, the prince agreed to this matter. After returning to the palace, the old prince gave a stern lecture. From then on, the prince never dared to drink too much again. Mother, don't you think father was set up? Yu Yuanzheng said, feeling speechless. What does it matter if we know? There's no evidence, and the girl was indeed harmed. This situation needs a proper resolution, and the only way is for your father to take her into the palace. At that time, concubine Luo was desperate, and your father had no choice but to agree. After hearing this, Yu Yuanzheng felt that there wasn't really a problem. It was just that the prince had fallen into a trap. It's frustrating how women in ancient times could achieve their dreams just by scheming a little. Men had no security when they went out. It was really all about the reputation of women causing trouble. You need to be careful when you go out in the future. You don't want to catch the eye of some woman who might set you up, or you'll find it hard to clear your name. Yu Yuanzheng said to Shangguanziki. After saying this, she felt it was a bit inappropriate since she didn't have those deep feelings for him yet. Don't worry, my lady. I am absolutely a person of integrity, Shangguanziki immediately assured her. Yu Yuanzheng blushed upon hearing this. I didn't mean anything else, just wanted to remind you. Yes, I understand, he replied. The princess watched the couple's interaction with great satisfaction. Her son cared for his wife, which was good. It meant they would have a harmonious relationship. Grandchildren should be on the way soon. The three of them carefully examined the items found in Zheng Mama's room. Besides the 3 packets of medicine, there were various pieces of jewelry of different values. Some the princess recognized, while others she did not. Wow, this gold bracelet actually has a mark from the Internal Affairs Court, Shangguanziki said, examining a bracelet closely. The princess took a look and confirmed it. Could it be that someone in the palace bribed Zheng Mama? She asked in surprise. It's possible that Consort Shu gave it to the old lady, Shangguanziki suggested. But we can't rule out that she had her own instructions for Zheng Mama, Yu Yuanzheng added. In any case, it seemed Zheng Mama had been bribed from various sides to do their bidding. But now she was dead, and her children were not in the palace. Mother, I suspect what she said about her daughter being dead is false. Yu Yuanzheng recalled Zheng Mama's words before she died. That's very possible. I'll have Yuanshan investigate it right away, Shangguanziki agreed. It was a pity that a case thought to have caught the real culprit ended up unresolved. Mother, I will go to the small kitchen soon to see if there is anything inappropriate there, Yu Yuanzheng suggested. Things that can cause harm won't be left out in the open. You probably won't find anything, came the reply. Just trying to feel at ease. Do as you wish. Before they left, Yu Yuanzheng did check the small kitchen and found nothing wrong. The small kitchen only prepared snacks. The main meals were made in the large kitchen. That day, Granny Zhao went out to the market to inquire about the prices of various common items. She returned only when it was almost dark. The next morning, the princess gathered all the managers of the palace together. Yu Yuanzheng and Yu Chaoyan helped with the accounts, marking any price differences over 20% from what Granny Zhao had found. The corresponding managers were punished based on the severity of the situation. Severe cases received a beating, while lighter ones were fined a month's salary. Several managers were dismissed as well. This whole process took the princess 3 days to complete with the help of her 2 daughters-in-law. Unexpectedly, 5 managers were dismissed, and 12 were found to have cheated. The princess felt guilty and was very angry with the second branch of the family. She seriously considered dividing the household. She mentioned this to the prince, but he, recalling the uselessness of the second brother, could only advise her against it. Being the head of the family was not easy. However, the second lady shamelessly came to the princess for help with matchmaking. Shuangguan Zifeng, the eldest son of the second branch, was older than the heir by half a year, yet he had not even settled on a marriage while the heir's wife was already pregnant. Second sister-in-law, this matter is not my concern. It's your branch's issue. You let a good match slip away before. Who can you blame? If you find someone suitable, I, as the main wife of the palace, will help you with the engagement, but it cannot happen repeatedly. If you mess up another marriage, I will not intervene. The palace has its reputation to uphold. The princess spoke firmly. If her son was not raised well, that was the second branch's responsibility. The second lady had to leave in disappointment, crying in her room. Why are you crying? If the princess won't help, there's still Consort Shu. Once her confinement is over, let her invite some noble ladies to the palace. I can't believe they wouldn't give her face. The old lady was frustrated by her incapable daughter-in-law, who only cried without any ability. The second lady quickly wiped her tears and stopped crying. What you say is true. Consort Shu can help us. But now Linger is getting older and needs to be matched as well. But she doesn't stand out at all. What should we do? The second lady worried about both her son and daughter. She should stop spending all her time looking for friends and stay at home to learn embroidery and music from Ziki's wife, the old lady said, feeling dissatisfied with her granddaughter. Sigh. It's still because she's spoiled them too much. Both of her grandchildren have become complacent. Yes, Ziki's wife is very skilled in those areas. If Linger can learn even half of her abilities, she will be impressive, the second lady thought, feeling enlightened. With such a good teacher at home, it would be a waste not to make use of her. Let Linger handle this herself. We shouldn't interfere, the old lady said, knowing that Linger would lose face in front of Yu Yuanzheng if she intervened. If she spoke up, Yu Yuanzheng would surely refuse. I'll call Linger over now, the second lady instructed a maid to fetch her. Before long, Su Guoling arrived in the second lady's courtyard. Seeing the old lady there, she immediately put away her smile. Greetings, grandmother. You are not a child anymore. You are of age to consider marriage. You should calm down and stop running around. Focus on learning what a young lady should know, the old lady said sternly. But grandmother, I don't like what the teacher is teaching, Su Guoling replied, still a few months shy of her 15th birthday, maintaining her innocence and stubbornness. What do you want to learn? The old lady asked, somewhat annoyed. In their family, the girls' education covered only a few subjects, the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, household management, and arts like music and painting. Su Guoling couldn't think of anything she particularly wanted to learn. All right, you've been attending the family school for several years now. It doesn't matter if you go or not. From now on, find a way to have Ziki's wife take you as her student and teach you embroidery and music, the old lady ordered directly. Su Guoling's eyes lit up.
Right.
Yuanjing's music had even been praised by the emperor. How did she not think of learning from her? If she could play that well, she would become the center of attention at gatherings. Yes, grandmother, I'll go find Yuanjing to learn tomorrow, but I don't have a good instrument. What should I do? Su Guoling took the opportunity to ask for a good instrument. The old lady shot her a glare, knowing she was just after something. Fine, I'll get you a good instrument, but if you don't learn well, don't blame me for punishing you. Yes, I will study hard. I just wonder if Yuanjing will take me as her student. Can you find a way to win her favor? Shangguan Ling thought for a moment. Surely, Sister Yuanzheng would teach her. They were only a little over a year apart in age, and she had never offended her. Besides, Brother Ziki had always cared for her in the past. In Xia Courtyard, Yuan Shan was assigned by the master to investigate the matter of Zheng Mama's daughter and had just returned to report today. Master, Madam, there is something suspicious about Zheng Mama's daughter, Yuan Shan said seriously. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged glances. It was indeed complicated. Please explain in detail, Shangguan Ziki said, putting away his earlier smile and showing a hint of authority. If Zheng Mama's daughter is still alive, she should be 37 this year. Over a decade ago, she left the Wang residence, and Zheng Mama rented a small courtyard for her to live in. She worked in a restaurant's kitchen and never married. After 2 years, she suddenly died unexpectedly, and no one knows where Zheng Mama buried her. So, she was never seen alive or dead. Yuanjing sighed, realizing there was indeed a problem. This matter became even more mysterious. If she is still alive, where could she have gone? Shangguan Ziki pondered. If what father said is true, and Zheng Mama is a spy, then she might have gone to Kanglan country. Doesn't Zheng Mama have a son with third uncle? Why not write a letter to ask about Zheng Mama's son's current situation? Yuan Zheng suggested. It's better not to ask about this, to avoid alerting the enemy. If she is indeed a spy, she probably isn't near third uncle anymore. If she is, third uncle's family will return soon, and they will find out. We can capture and interrogate later. For now, we need to identify the hidden dangers in the Empress Mother's courtyard, so we won't have to worry about someone poisoning her or us, Shangguan Ziki analyzed.
All right.
Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now, Shangguan Ziki waved to Yuan Shan. Now, Shangguan Ziki was clear-headed, and with the cane designed by Yuanjing, he could manage his daily life without any issues. He could walk using the 2 canes under his arms, relying on 1 foot. However, he was reluctant to let others see him in such a state, so he rarely walked this way, only doing so indoors. Therefore, The servant no longer came into Chia courtyard to attend to him, but had returned to being his guard and subordinate, helping him with tasks. All right, what book do you want to read? I will go get it. I need to continue my research on the pills, Yuanjing said, unable to sit still. Honey, since I woke up, I haven't visited my in-laws. How about I accompany you back to your family today, since we have no other plans?
Shangwan Ziki suggested.
He genuinely wanted to meet his wife's family. Great, great. Yu Yuanjing was, of course, very happy to return to her family home. She just didn't mention it since it wasn't a special occasion. Once the decision was made, they started preparing. This was the first time for Shangwan Ziki, so he couldn't go empty-handed. Knowing that his father-in-law and brother-in-law were studying, he decided to bring a few good books. Yu Yuanzheng prepared some food. After they had lunch, they informed the princess and set off. It was very hot, so they placed an ice basin in the carriage. The Yu family's second house was on Changdong Street, just a regular home. When they arrived, Zhao Bo saw the carriage coming from a distance and recognized it as the royal carriage, so he quickly went inside to report to Zhao Yuejiao. By the time Yu Yuanzheng and the others reached the door, Zhao Yuejiao was already waiting outside. Yu Yuanzheng was the first to get off the carriage. Mother, why did you come out? It's so hot. You could have waited inside. You child, didn't I tell you not to visit your family too often? You just came back a few days ago and are already here again, Zhao Yuejiao said, scolding but smiling happily. Mother, look who has come. Yu Yuanzheng lifted the curtain of the carriage. When she got off, the curtain fell back down, blocking the door. The eldest son? Zhao Yuejiao was surprised. She didn't expect her son-in-law to visit. Mother-in-law, Shangwan Ziki greeted gently. He had never met Zhao Yuejiao before. The last time she saw him, he was still unconscious. Oh my, the eldest son is really awake. I heard about it a few days ago, but was afraid you weren't ready to meet anyone, so I didn't come to visit, Zhao Yuejiao said, happier to see Shangwan Ziki than her own daughter. Since she heard her son-in-law had woken up, she had been worried every day. Before he woke up, she prayed daily for him to regain consciousness, but now that he was awake, she began to worry about her daughter's position. After all, it was the royal family, and if it weren't for the plans of the first house, it would have been very difficult for her daughter to marry into the royal family. She feared the eldest son might not think highly of her daughter, and what if he decided to divorce her? A daughter-in-law rejected by the royal family would find it hard to marry again, as no family would dare to take her. After many anxious days, seeing her son-in-law visit today and call her mother-in-law finally eased her worries. It is my fault. I should have come to greet my father-in-law and mother-in-law sooner, Shangwan Ziki replied with a smile. Yu Yuanzheng helped him slowly get off the carriage, placing the cane under his arm. Then Zhao Yuejiao saw him walk step by step into the house by himself. She saw her in the back, constantly wiping her tears. She was happy for her daughter. As long as her son-in-law was like this, she was satisfied. Mother, hurry, go to the study and call the master and Qing Sheng to meet the eldest son, Zhao Yuejiao immediately instructed when she saw Mother, coming out of the hall. When Yu Yunji and his son heard that the eldest son of the Wang family had arrived, they were a bit skeptical and rushed out, leaving their books behind. Upon entering the main hall, they indeed saw a graceful young man sitting in the guest seat. Father, Yu Yuanzheng called out cheerfully. Father-in-law, Shangwan Ziki followed suit. Good. The eldest son is awake. That's great. Yu Yunji couldn't help but get teary-eyed upon seeing his son-in-law awake. Seeing his in-laws so emotional and sincere, Shangwan Ziki knew they truly cared for him and that they genuinely loved their daughter. Unlike some families who marry off their daughters to powerful families without caring about the partner's age or condition. Please, father-in-law and mother-in-law, have a seat, Shangwan Ziki invited them to sit down. Though they were puzzled, they still took their seats at the main table. Shangwan Ziki slowly stood up from his chair, using a cane, and walked in front of the couple, asking Yu Yuanzheng to hold the cane for him. Yu Yuanzheng seemed to understand what he wanted to do, set the cane aside, and immediately supported him. Shangwan Ziki leaned on her arm and knelt down. Your son-in-law, Shangwan Ziki, greets you, father-in-law and mother-in-law. He bowed sincerely. Yu Yuanzheng was moved by his gesture. How could the once high-ranking son of the Wang family perform such an act? Yu Yunji had never received such treatment before and quickly stepped forward to support him, not realizing what he intended to do. He didn't expect the eldest son to perform such a grand gesture despite his disability. Eldest son, there's no need for this. Please get up. However, Shangwan Ziki pushed him away and insisted on completing the 3 bows. Oh, you child. We appreciate your intentions enough. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuejiao was already in tears. Yu Yuanzheng's eyes also turned red, deeply touched by this profound friendship, feeling an indescribable warmth and emotion in his heart. He was truly sincere. Such a man is worthy of a lifelong commitment. Yu Yuanzheng and her father worked together to help Shangwan Ziki up and seated. Greetings, brother-in-law. Yu Qingsheng finally stepped forward to pay his respects. The 14-year-old boy smiled brightly. Little brother-in-law, how are you adjusting to your classes at the Guozijian? Shangwan Ziki asked about his studies. Thank you, brother-in-law, for your concern. It's just that the teacher is going a bit slowly with the lessons, Yu Qingsheng replied. He was eager to learn and found the pace too slow. What class are you in now? The teacher placed me in Class Ding. Class Ding is for the weakest students, so the teacher naturally teaches slowly and doesn't go too deep. If you can be the top student in every monthly exam, the teacher will move you to a higher class, Shangwan Ziki said, surprised at how well the boy was studying. I've only been here for 2 months, so I can't achieve first place yet, but I will work hard. I aim to move to classes soon. That's quite an ambition. There are still classes B and C in between. Jumping straight to A won't be easy. I set a high goal for myself to motivate me better. As they talked about studying, Yu Qingsheng became very enthusiastic. Why didn't you go to the Guozijian today? Yu Yuanzheng interjected. Today is a break day. There are 2 each month.
Oh.
Why haven't I seen my sister? Yu Yuanzheng wondered. They had been here for a while and hadn't seen the little sister. The day before yesterday, the Empress sent someone to bring your sister to the palace. The Empress really likes her, so she has been chosen as the companion for the 8th princess. That means your sister has to go to the palace early every day to keep her company, Zhao Yuejiao explained. Oh, I was planning to take her to meet the Empress myself once the 8th princess was better. I didn't expect the Empress to be in such a hurry. The 8th princess was injured less than 3 months ago. Is she already moving around freely? Your sister said the 8th princess has already started her lessons. Royal children certainly have a busy life. They have classes every day, whether they are princes or princesses. Children really do recover quickly. Father, what does Lord Jean think of your studies? Yu Yuanzheng asked, showing concern for her father's situation. Lord Jean is indeed a literary master. His guidance always hits the mark, and I benefit greatly from it. However, I've been away from my books for too long, so it's challenging to catch up quickly. But Lord Jean says I am making progress fast. Yu Yunji is also working very hard. He hardly goes out and studies at home every day, visiting Lord Jin's residence every 3 days for instruction. At his age, he doesn't need lessons like younger children. It relies on the student's understanding, followed by the teacher's guidance. Father-in-law, I brought you a few books. I hope you like them, Shangwan Ziki said as he took the prepared gift from Qing Feng to present to his father-in-law. Yu Yunji took the books and started looking through them. Where did these come from? After saying this, Yu Yunji regretted it. What good things couldn't the Wang family get? These are books my uncle read years ago, and he made a lot of notes in them. He also took part in the imperial exam back then and did well, so I thought these books would be perfect for my father-in-law, Shangwan Ziki said, having specially gone to his uncle's study to find them. Thank you. Thank you. These books are very valuable. That's good to hear. The gift was truly heartfelt. Mother, how are things at home? After discussing the books, Yu Yuanzheng became concerned about her family's well-being. With the separation from the main household, all expenses fell on her mother. She worried that her family might struggle financially. Don't worry. Now that our branch has separated, Many expenses are no longer necessary, and we don't need to maintain social connections. Your father is focused on studying and doesn't have time to socialize or spend money. So you don't need to worry. We are managing fine financially. When we separated, we received 2 shops and a farm. Your mother's dowry also includes 4 shops. With your 2 brothers and 2 sisters, it's just right. Zhao Yuejiao listed their family's assets proudly. Mother is the best in the world. You don't even think about leaving more for my brothers.
Yu Yuanjing teased.
We only have you 3 children. Each one is precious to me. Mother, now that my younger brother is 14, it won't be long before he needs to find a match. Father is taking the exam this year, and if he passes, he will take the next exam in spring. If he passes that too, he will enter the final exam and then step into officialdom, where expenses will increase. Earlier, I mentioned the doctor. He rented my small shop to open a little pharmacy, and business is going well. I didn't charge him rent. Instead, I took a share in the business. Would you consider investing to help save more money for the family? Yu Yuanzheng was very generous to her family because they truly cared for her. With such a family, she wanted to support them. In her past life, her parents had passed away, and now having them here felt warm and comforting. Just a few brief encounters made her feel the warmth of home. So, as long as she was able, she would protect this family. Yu Yuanjing's words touched Zhao Yuejiao's heart. Currently, the family's expenses were manageable. However, if her husband were to succeed in the exams, expenses would surely increase. Can we really invest? Zhao Yuejiao knows how skilled the divine doctor is. Even her son-in-law was treated by him. The medicine he makes must be effective, and his business is thriving, which is easy to imagine. Of course, as long as you are willing, Yuanzheng said confidently. Meanwhile, sitting beside her, Shengguan Ziki felt amused watching his wife lie in front of her closest family. His smile grew brighter, but he held it back, afraid of her glare. The 4 servants standing nearby also tried to look indifferent, focusing on their own thoughts. Well then, we will invest, but what should we use for our investment? Zhao Yuejia pondered. Mother, I see that one of the shops you gave me sells medicine, and you have another shop that also sells medicine. Why not get some pills from the divine doctor to sell? You can promote them as products of the divine doctor and then see how the shopkeeper handles the herbal materials. You could also supply the divine doctor with materials for making the pills, Yu Yuanzheng suggested. She planned to expand the pill business. If her pills were sold in major cities across the country, she would earn a fortune. That's a good idea. Let's go with that. But how can we find the divine doctor to discuss this? Shengguan Ziki almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Isn't her mother already discussing it with the divine doctor? Just go to Shiri Hall and ask Lin Haud, the shopkeeper, for it. We will settle at 70% of the selling price, and you must sell at the same price as Shiri Hall. Otherwise, it could hurt their business. All right. I'll go tomorrow, Zhao Yuejia said, pleased to do business with the divine doctor. After finalizing the deal, they talked about other matters, but they didn't discuss whether the eldest son could be cured. In the eyes of the Yu couple, it was better if the eldest son was disabled. It made their daughter's marriage more secure. This also motivated Yu Yunji. If his daughter wanted to secure her position in her new family, he needed to elevate his own status. Only when he was respected would his daughter benefit. After that day, he studied harder. Of course, Yu Yuanzheng was unaware of this. The couple stayed at her family home until sunset. Madam, do you want to expand the pill business? Shengguan Ziki asked in the carriage. He sensed her ambition from her words. Yes, I do. I love making money. Money is the most reliable thing in this world, and everyone likes it. Yu Yuanzheng openly expressed her practical side. Isn't your husband reliable? Suddenly, Shengguan Ziki asked a difficult question.
But
men can be trusted as much as a pig can climb a tree. Yu Yuanzheng blurted out a saying from her past life, without thinking. At that moment, she was looking out the window at the evening glow and didn't notice the change in Shengguan Ziki's expression. Her words left Shengguan Ziki at a loss for how to respond. Madam, why do you say that? He took a deep breath before asking.
Huh.
Yu Yuanzheng didn't understand and turned her gaze back. Why can't I be trusted? Shangguan Ziki asked seriously. Oh, this is a long story. Yu Yuanzheng said casually, stretching out her words. I would like to hear it. This world is unfair to women. Men are valued more than women. But do you know that women are also human? Their thoughts are the same as men's. Women want love from men and wish to live happily together for a lifetime. But men, except for those at the very bottom, often have multiple women. This alone can deeply hurt a woman's heart, leaving her to hope only for her children. Can you trust men? To men, women are like the sky, but to women, men are just a piece of clothing. Yet, women have to put on a brave face to survive in this unfair world, even hurting each other. For example, those two maids of yours dared to ask you to accept them in front of me. And look at your second uncle, taking concubines one after another. Where does that leave your second aunt? To maintain her family and secure her place in the Wang family, she endures all the pain from your second uncle. She has no way out unless she wants to give up her life or be cast aside. She must endure this her whole life until she grows old. Thinking about it is terrifying. Living like that is worse than being dead. It's too tormenting. As Yu Yuanjing spoke, tears fell from her eyes, unsure if she was crying for the women of this world, for the second aunt, or for her uncertain future. That's why she wanted to earn more money.
It was an instinctive action.
Only money could provide security in life. After hearing her words, Shangguan Ziki finally understood why his wife had been unwilling to share intimacy with him since he woke up. She felt insecure and hadn't fully accepted him in her heart. He slowly reached out and gently pulled his wife into his embrace. I didn't know you felt this way. I'm sorry. If I had known your thoughts earlier, we could have communicated sooner. You are right. Many men in the world have multiple wives. They expect their wives to accept this, or else they risk being seen as jealous. Few men consider whether women are willing. This is the way of the world. Before I fell from my horse, I would have taken on the responsibilities of the family like my father, marrying and having children, and perhaps taking a concubine when the time was right. But now, my wife is you, and you have changed my mind. I will be devoted to you. Our marriage will only include us and our children. Will you spend your life with me? Shangguan Ziki expressed his feelings very seriously. Yu Yuanzheng looked up and met his gaze. This boy suddenly spoke so maturely, as if he had experienced much in life. Are you serious? Serious, Shangguan Ziki nodded affirmatively. When Yu Chaoyang changed his marriage, I was actually quite willing. Facing a lifeless man, I wouldn't have to compete with other women. You would be mine alone. As long as I have money, I could live comfortably as the eldest lady of the mansion. I wouldn't worry about growing old without anyone to care for me. The mansion would never kick me out. If it weren't for my father, I wouldn't have revealed my medical skills. If I weren't worried about you dying too soon, I wouldn't have saved you. If it weren't for my family wanting a child from you, I wouldn't have sought you out. Since you are so sincere, I will trust you for now. Our fates are already tied together. I must give you a chance. But I still hold my stance. If one day you fancy another woman, just let me go. I can support myself without any problem. Yu Yuanzheng did not hide her thoughts. She expressed everything openly, believing that good communication would help them avoid hurting each other in the future. Thank you for the opportunity, my lady. Shangguan Ziki felt reassured after hearing her words. He tightened his grip on Yu Yuanzheng's hand a little more. How could he bear to hurt such a wonderful wife? Without her, he wouldn't have awakened, let alone being her husband. He would cherish the blessing that heaven had sent him. My lady wants to make money. I will help you. After a long silence, Shangguan Ziki broke the quiet.
How will you help me?
Yu Yuanzheng asked curiously. Shangguan Ziki's upbringing likely did not include business skills. He was raised to be the heir of the mansion. Don't underestimate me, I know a lot. From now on, you can focus on researching medicine and I'll handle everything else. Sure, actually, I'm quite lazy. It's not easy for me to go out. Every time I visit my shop, I have to be sneaky. I don't have any skills to avoid being seen. I can only send a maid to teach others how to make medicine. I haven't even checked on my little courtyard for a long time. Yu Yuanzheng really feels that living in ancient times makes going out very inconvenient. Although the princess has been very lenient with her, leaving the house requires passing through several gates, each guarded, leaving no room for secrets. How about I go with you tomorrow?
Shangguan Ziki suggested.
That's not a good idea. If I keep going there, my identity will be exposed sooner or later, and it won't be long before someone finds out I'm this so-called miracle doctor. She doesn't want to reveal herself just yet. But you are a miracle doctor. Why say so-called? Shangguan Ziki firmly believes in her title. Don't praise me so highly. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't cure every illness. Shangguan Ziki smiled but said nothing. In his heart, she is an unmatched miracle doctor. By the way, I just thought of an idea. Yu Yuanzheng suddenly had a spark of inspiration. What idea? Shangguan Ziki noticed her sudden excitement. It was quite charming. Doesn't my father often visit the military camp outside the city? Can he get involved with military supplies? Usually, he doesn't interfere, but he definitely has connections. Are you thinking of selling your medicine to the military? Shangguan Ziki immediately understood her plan. Exactly. This is a big business. There aren't many doctors in the military, right? For common colds, young people can usually tough it out, but some may get worse if they wait too long. If I make targeted medicine that can be taken directly without needing a doctor to prescribe or prepare it, it would be convenient and efficient. In times of war, if someone gets sick while marching, they just need to take a pill and can continue on. Yu Yuanzheng analyzed her idea clearly. Shangguan Ziki thought about it and realized it would indeed be very convenient and would greatly reduce the doctor's workload. Do you have any good healing medicines? That's the biggest need for the military. During training, the most common injuries are sprains and bruises, and in battle, injured soldiers are even more. Shangguan Ziki considered the soldiers' needs. You've opened a bigger door for me. All right, I'll go back and research medicine in this area. Yu Yuanzheng was very happy, feeling that money would continuously come her way in the future. Madam, just focus on your research. I'll handle the business of making pills. I promise to help you achieve great things, said Shangguan Ziki with a doting smile. All right, then we will each take care of our own areas. Perfectly cooperating. When Shangguan Ziki heard about the division of responsibilities, his heart softened immensely. He looked at Yu Yuanzheng, feeling a warmth that seemed to flow towards her. However, Yu Yuanzheng was lost in her dreams of making money and didn't notice Shangguan Ziki's gaze. Back at their residence, after the couple visited the main courtyard, they returned to Chia Courtyard. As soon as they finished dinner, Yu Yuanzheng eagerly began writing prescriptions. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ziki had Qingfeng push him to the study to speak with the prince. Greetings, father. Yes, what brings you here? The prince felt a bit guilty seeing his son. If only he had waited a little longer, he could have seen his second son's abilities develop over a few months, which were far behind those of his eldest son. Having been less disciplined as a child, many of his traits were already set, making it difficult to correct them now. He could only hope for future opportunities. Father, do you have any suitable talents? I want to start a business, Shangguan Ziki explained his intention. Oh. Is your money running low? The prince knew his eldest son owned 2 shops that were doing well, funded by his own war rewards. This son was very disciplined, which pleased the father. My wife's pill business is doing well, and I want to help her. The prince's eyes lit up. This daughter-in-law was truly remarkable, quietly accomplishing several significant things. Moreover, she managed to do it without revealing her true identity, creating a splendid facade for herself. What kind of talents do you need? The prince asked, very supportive. A manager who knows how to run a business. How many do you need? The more, the better. Let's start with 20. Shangguan Ziki stated calmly. Do you think talents grow on trees? You want 20 right away? The prince couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then just give me as many as you can, he replied, ready to train a group himself if necessary. By the way, father, my wife has a good idea and hopes you can assist. What kind of help? The prince was intrigued. This daughter-in-law had quite a few ideas. Shangguan Ziki then shared Yu Yuanzheng's thoughts. After listening, The prince pondered seriously. First, produce some finished products. I'll take them to test and see how they perform before making any promises. He couldn't agree immediately on this matter. Thank you, father. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Yu Yuanjing truly experienced that wonderful feeling. No wonder Yu Chaoyang didn't want to be a widow. After this experience, she didn't want to be a widow either. She is a modern person and doesn't understand the ancient values. She just wants to follow her own heart. In her past life, she had been single for so long that she didn't know what this feeling was like. After resting for a while, Yu Yuanjing completely opened her heart and let go of her shyness, taking the initiative to approach him. He is her man, someone she can openly desire. Shangwan Ziki didn't expect his wife to be so proactive, so he didn't hold back either. That night, they embraced each other, sharing their bodies and hearts, their feelings growing stronger. They lost themselves in a passionate night together. The next morning, Yu Yuanjing noticed something was off. When she woke up, she felt a heaviness in her lower abdomen. Looking at the bed, she noticed a bit of red. Remembering her menstrual cycle, it seemed to be delayed by 6 or 7 days. They had their first time in the middle of last month, and now it was just over a month later. Could it be that she got pregnant on the first try? She had borrowed the seeds so effectively, just once, and it worked? But without a pregnancy test, she couldn't be sure. If only she hadn't been so wild last night. This could ruin everything. What's wrong? Shangwan Ziki noticed the bloodstains on the bed and asked with concern and confusion. Could it be that she would have her period twice? I might be pregnant, Yu Yuanjing said, her tone revealing more worry than excitement. What? Shangwan Ziki was startled. He had no idea about restraint last night. This was bad. He glanced at the bloodstains and slapped his forehead in frustration. It was all his fault. He had finally won her over, and then he lost control. Don't worry, I'll get some medicine to support the pregnancy. As for whether you're really pregnant, we still need to confirm. After all, Yu Yuanjing had only been here for a little over 3 months. Since her arrival, she had only had her period once, so she couldn't really say if her cycle was regular. Then hurry up. I'll have someone fetch the medicine, Shangwan Ziki said anxiously. Okay, let's keep this to ourselves for now to avoid any misunderstandings. Can you check your pulse? It's still too early for that. However, Yu Yuanjing checked her own pulse. It seemed a little different from a normal person's, but she still couldn't be 100% sure. Yu Yuanjing got out of bed and immediately started preparing medicine, while Shangwan Ziki asked Yuanshan to go outside to get more herbs. However, Yu Yuanjing overlooked one thing. Making medicine has a strong herbal smell, unlike the pills she usually makes, which don't have that scent. As soon as the herbs were brought back, she began to brew the medicine in the small kitchen, and the whole courtyard was filled with the smell of herbs. When Granny Yi caught a whiff of the herbal scent, she quickly came to ask what was going on. Xiao Qin, who is this medicine for? Granny Yi asked sternly, looking at Xiao Qin, who was fanning the fire. Xiao Qin was startled, replying to Granny Yi, I don't know. The eldest young master asked me to prepare it. Upon hearing it was the eldest young master's order, Granny Yi hurried to the main hall. Eldest young master, are you feeling unwell? Granny Yi was very attentive to everything concerning the eldest young master. Since he woke up, he hadn't taken any medicine, and she was very worried about him suddenly needing it. Plus, he hadn't called for a doctor, who prescribed the medicine. Of course, Granny Yi didn't know about Yu Yuanjing's skills as a healer. Granny Yi, I'm not unwell. That medicine is for Zheng'er, Shangwan Ziki said gently. Oh, what's wrong with the young mistress? Granny Yi had a good impression of the young mistress, and upon hearing she was unwell, she asked with concern. It's nothing serious, just a little discomfort. No need to worry. Seeing that the eldest young master didn't want to discuss it further, Granny Yi suppressed her worries and curiosity. However, after 3 days of brewing the medicine, she could no longer contain her curiosity. She went directly to the princess to report the matter. As the most loyal servant, she was devoted not only to the eldest young master, but also to the princess. She was assigned to care for the eldest young master, and now with the young mistress, she was attentive to both of them. This was serious. Upon hearing that her daughter-in-law was taking medicine, even though she knew it was likely prescribed by her, she felt uneasy that her daughter-in-law hadn't mentioned it to her after 3 days. She also knew there was a herbal smell in Chia courtyard and initially thought it was for her son. She hurried to Chia courtyard. "Zheng'er, what's wrong? You've been taking medicine for 3 days without telling your mother. You're quite the determined child." As soon as she saw Yu Yuanzheng, the princess began to complain, but her concern and worry were evident in her eyes. At that moment, the elder lady also arrived. She had already noticed the herbal smell coming from Chia courtyard. This matter couldn't be hidden from anyone. At first, she hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was just another issue with the eldest young master. She had someone observe for 3 days and found something strange. It wasn't the young master taking medicine, it was the young mistress. The young mistress is unwell, so why hasn't she told the princess? This raises suspicion. Could she have a hidden illness that she is afraid to reveal? If that were true, it would be concerning. As soon as she heard that the princess was coming to Chia courtyard, she hurriedly brought a few companions with her, concubine Luo, Yu Chaoyang, and the second lady. These women, with little to do, spent almost every day chatting and playing cards. Only the second lady occasionally had some tasks to handle, managing her own courtyard. After all, the second room had many concubines, which meant more responsibilities. Yu Chaoyang and concubine Luo only took care of their own small matters and were often bored. "What's wrong with the daughter-in-law?" The elder lady pretended to show concern, as if their usual conflicts didn't exist. Yu Yuanzheng found such behavior quite amusing. "Why are you all here?" Yu Yuanzheng asked, glancing at them. "Oh, daughter-in-law, I heard you've been taking medicine for 3 days. What illness do you have? I haven't seen you call for the doctor. Can you really prescribe medicine for yourself? Or do you already have an illness and are using an old prescription?" Concubine Luo had a vivid imagination. "I'm fine. It's just that my period is a bit irregular. It's a small matter, so I didn't want to bother the doctor. I just sent a maid to the pharmacy for some medicine to help," Yu Yuanzheng explained casually. "Daughter-in-law, you can't be so careless. If you have health issues, you shouldn't just take any medicine. You need to ensure the continuation of the Shangguan family." The elder lady ordered her maid, Tao Hong, "Go fetch the doctor." Tao Hong immediately ran off. After getting scolded last time, she was very careful and eager to do her tasks. When the master gives an order, she rushes to fulfill it. Yu Yuanzheng and the princess tried to stop her, but it was too late. Dr. Luo, upon hearing he was to treat the young mistress, quickly followed. Last time, he had successfully assisted the young mistress with a treatment, earning praise from the prince and princess. He was grateful for the opportunity she had given him. With a need from the young mistress, he was eager to help. Greetings to the princess, the young lady, the young master, and the elder lady. Dr. Luo greeted each of them. Yu Yuanzheng felt exhausted just watching. Each of them was a master, and he had to acknowledge them all, or it would be seen as disrespectful. Dr. Luo was invited to stay at the Wang residence as a physician, not as a servant, but his status was definitely lower. "Dr. Luo, please take a look at Ziki's wife. She has been taking medicine by herself for 3 days without informing the princess or asking for the royal physician. She really doesn't take care of her health." The elder lady suddenly showed great concern for Yu Yuanzheng's health. Yu Yuanzheng thought nothing of it. The elder lady surely wanted to know if there was something wrong with her health, and she probably hoped there was a serious issue, something no one could cure. The princess glanced at Yu Yuanzheng and then at her son. Seeing that both were calm, her worries eased a bit. However, the elder lady was quite annoying. Yet, as she was an elder, it was not appropriate to directly tell her to mind her own business. "Then let's have Dr. Luo check on her," said Shangguan Ziki. In this situation, it was necessary to take a pulse to reassure everyone and prevent unnecessary worries. Dr. Luo sat down, and Yu Yuanzheng had to extend her hand for him to take her pulse. To be honest, Yu Yuanzheng's pulse-taking skills were not as good as those of ancient physicians. In later times, various instruments were used for diagnosis, making it much simpler. As Dr. Luo took her pulse, he initially appeared relaxed, but after a while, his brow furrowed tightly. Everyone present felt their hearts race along with him. After a long wait for him to finish, everyone eagerly awaited his words. However, he did not speak and instead signaled for Yu Yuanjing to switch hands. Another 15 minutes passed. Dr. Luo, why is it taking so long? If there's something wrong with Ziki's wife, just say it. No need to be so cautious, the elder lady said, growing a bit impatient. Please do not disturb the doctor, Shangguan Ziki said coldly. Though he felt somewhat reassured, he was still worried that his wife might have a problem. After waiting a little longer, Dr. Luo finally withdrew his hand. How is it? The princess asked anxiously. The pulse of the eldest young lady is quite strange. It seems like she might be pregnant, but it doesn't resemble the pulse of a typical pregnant woman. Your Highness, I apologize for my inability to make a diagnosis. I suggest we call the royal physician for a better assessment. Dr. Luo had never encountered such a pulse and could only recommend seeking further expertise. Was this news pleasing or disappointing to everyone? Is she pregnant or not? The elder lady asked, exasperated. To the elder lady, I cannot be certain. However, I can confirm that the eldest young lady's health is fine, Dr. Luo added. Who cares if she has any health issues? They just want to know why she is taking medicine. The princess is also worried. Shangguan Ziki furrows her brow. Yu Yuanzheng is confused. For the past 3 days, she has been checking her pulse daily, and she knows what it means. She has never seen a pulse like this, but her pregnancy-preserving medicine has worked well. After just 1 day, the bleeding stopped, so she took it for 2 more days to be safe. Her period is already 7 days late. With her years of experience as a doctor, she can confidently say there is a 90% chance she is pregnant. However, this needs proof. It is a bit hasty to conclude based on just a few days of missed periods. Dr. Luo's words made the princess feel anxious. Zhao Momo, take my invitation and ask Qin Yuanjing to come to the palace to examine the eldest young lady, the princess ordered directly. Everyone fell silent. Qin Yuanjing is the best doctor in the imperial hospital. He always has a reason for everything. Zhao Momo suddenly moved quickly, took the invitation, and went to find Steward Li. Everyone stayed, waiting for Qin Yuanzheng to arrive. When he received the invitation from the Rong Wangfu, Qin Yuanzheng was surprised. He wondered if something was wrong with the eldest son. He is not good at orthopedics, his specialty is internal medicine. Why did the princess think to invite him? But he didn't want to delay, so he followed Steward Li to the Rong Wangfu with a young assistant. Upon arrival, he learned he was there to examine the eldest young lady, which shocked him since Steward Li hadn't mentioned it. It was also Zhao Momo's fault for not explaining clearly and urging him to hurry. After some greetings, the over 60 Qin Yuanjing sat down to check Yu Yuanjing's pulse. He took a long time, keeping his eyes half closed. Everyone was anxious. After another quarter of an hour, he finally opened his eyes with a smile and looked at everyone. Princess Rong, this is truly wonderful news. The eldest young lady is pregnant, and it seems to be twins. What? Different voices of surprise echoed. The princess was so happy she could hardly contain herself. The 2 elder ladies were shocked, unable to close their mouths. Concubine Luo stood up in surprise. Yu Chaoyang's eyes almost turned red. Shangguan Ziki raised her eyebrows, looking at Yu Yuanzheng with a gentle gaze. Great. Zhener is truly a blessing for our Shangguan family. Not long after you married, Ziki woke up, and now you are pregnant with twins. The princess was so excited she could barely speak, almost wanting to dance. However, this is just my initial judgment. After some time, I will come back to confirm, Qin Yuanjing said, making another subtle shift in the conversation. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanzheng realized why she couldn't be certain. It might be twins, which explained everything. After days of uncertainty, she finally had an answer. She felt very happy. In her past life, she envied others who had families, children, and husbands. Although she had prepared herself to be single for life, loneliness was a frightening thing. Few people truly want to be alone. In this life, she also had her own child, and this happiness came unexpectedly but filled her heart with joy. The couple exchanged warm glances, sharing a deep connection. Just 3 days ago, they had opened their hearts to each other, and now they had such a wonderful surprise waiting for them. Life felt complete. All right, in a few days, please ask Qin Yuanzheng to come again. Zhao Mama, prepare a big red envelope for him, the princess instructed as she turned around. Yes, Your Highness, Zhao Mama replied, feeling delighted. Zheng'er, let Yi Mama take care of things in your courtyard. Just focus on your pregnancy and don't worry about anything else. If you need anything, just tell me. Ziki, you must take good care of your wife and be responsible. And about that medicine. The princess almost mentioned that she didn't need to take the medicine for regulating her cycle. Suddenly remembering that her daughter-in-law was a skilled doctor, she realized that taking that medicine might have other effects. All right, everyone can go back to your rooms now, the princess said, noticing that everyone had come to check on her daughter-in-law. Now that the excitement had settled, she dismissed them. Mother, since Qin Yuanzheng is here, could we ask him to check on my wife as well? Yu Chaoyang requested. She was also pregnant and had never seen her mother so happy. It was clear that blood ties were special. Sure, let's have Qin Yuanzheng take a look at her, the princess agreed. Qin Yuanzheng sat down again to check Yu Chaoyang's pulse. The young lady is just over 2 months pregnant, and the pregnancy is stable. She should focus on resting, eat a balanced diet, take walks in the morning and evening, and avoid worries. There are no major issues. Everyone felt relieved after hearing this. Now there were 2 pregnant women in the royal residence, which was truly a cause for celebration. As the crowd dispersed, only the couple remained. My lady, Shengwan Ziki called out with deep emotion. My lord, Yu Yuanzheng replied with a bright smile. Shengwan Ziki's feelings were hard to describe. They had just begun to enjoy their marital bliss, and now they had discovered that his wife was pregnant. His joy had just begun, and now he would have to wait until next year for more. This feeling is both joyful and disappointing. Back in her courtyard, Yu Chaoyang was very angry. She grabbed a few cups from the table and smashed them on the ground.
Why?
How did that unremarkable person get so lucky? The eldest son woke up, just like he did the first time they were together. She got pregnant right away, which was quick, but not as quick as her younger sister, who became pregnant on the first try. Why is fate so unfair to her? They both married the eldest son, yet she ended up alone. Her past life was a joke. Before anything happened with Shengwan Ziki, she was so happy, and many noble girls in the capital envied her. She had secretly admired Shengwan Ziki for a long time. If it weren't for her rebirth and knowing her future, she would never have changed her marriage. But now, all the good luck has gone to her younger sister. Even getting pregnant resulted in twins. How can she relieve the pressure in her heart? Lady? The 2 maidservants serving her saw how upset she was and wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how. Qinghe, go find Nurse Liu, Yu Chaoyang said, smashing a few more cups, her anger easing a little. Nurse Liu was her accompanying wet nurse. As soon as she heard the young lady was looking for her, she hurried into the inner room. She had already learned from the maid that the second young lady was pregnant, and it was twins. Nurse, my life is so hard, Yu Chaoyang said, unable to hold back her tears upon seeing her wet nurse. My lady, don't be sad. How can your life be hard? You are now the eldest son's wife. If the second young lady were not the eldest son's wife, she would have to greet you every time she saw you. But why is she so lucky? If I had known the eldest son would wake up, I would never have changed my marriage. My lady, keep your voice down. There are others in the courtyard, Nurse Liu advised. But I can't stand seeing my younger sister so happy. How can a daughter of a concubine deserve such a good life? Help me think of a way, Yu Chaoyang said, filled with jealousy. My lady, you don't need to be yourself. You are carrying the eldest son's child. As long as your position as the eldest son's wife is secure, nothing else matters. Nurse Liu, in her 40s, had a broader perspective and didn't focus on the immediate unhappiness. But I just can't bear to see her do well, Yu Chaoyang admitted, unable to suppress her jealousy. Hey, the young master goes out every day. The young lady is feeling anxious because she has no one to keep her company. Why not let the young master ask the prince for a few days off to stay home with you?
I don't want that.
He was only recently favored by the king and can't fall too far behind the eldest son, or his position will be unstable. What do you want to do then? Lu Mama felt helpless, dealing with a master who didn't understand the bigger picture. She's still too young and doesn't think long-term. She still has a childish temperament. Mama, the two maids who served in the eldest son's study are still unmarried. If you do that, the two conspired all afternoon just to annoy Yu Yuanzheng. Meanwhile, in Xia courtyard, Yu Yuanzheng was reflecting on her experiences. I caused such a stir just by boiling some medicine. It seems pills are better. They can be taken directly, without preparation. As she thought, an idea came to her. She had never made medicine specifically for women before. This lesson gave her a new perspective. She decided to start with pregnancy-preserving medicine. Women in the inner courtyard have nothing to do all day but scheme against each other, so the demand for pregnancy-preserving medicine must be high. Once she opened her mind, many recipes came to her. Pregnancy-preserving medicine, fertility medicine, menstrual regulation medicine. If she expanded into beauty products, she could also make scar cream, which she had already made for Princess Xiangling, and could produce some to sell. Then there was also health products like donkey hide gelatin. There were so many possibilities. In the following days, Yu Yuanzheng began her routine of preparing for pregnancy. She hadn't received any requests for a physician in a while, so she focused on making various pills she believed would sell well. Her two maids, Ziyue and Jianghua, became her main apprentices. They learned every day, and it was almost too much for them to handle. As for Shengguan, he truly kept his word, allowing her to focus on researching pills while he took care of the business side. Yu Yuanzheng mainly relied on Lu Mingda's family, who lived in her dowry courtyard, to help her make the pills. But with just the couple and their 3 children, their manpower was too weak, so the supply of pills in the 10-day hall was far less than the demand. After taking over, Shengguan directly bought a larger courtyard in the city, not one suitable for a wealthy family, but one more appropriate for a workshop. He moved Lu Mingda's family there to manage and teach. He bought dozens of maids and servants, and also recruited several soldiers who had been injured in battle and could no longer fight, organizing them to make pills. He then acquired a larger shop in the bustling market area. Everything was progressing rapidly. The 10 guards provided by the prince were arranged to have endless tasks every day. Yuanzheng had not left her house for several days. One day, Qingfeng suddenly used his lightness skill to enter the inner courtyard and asked her to go to the study in the front courtyard. What happened? Yuanzheng asked, puzzled. In the study, Shengguan was reading and organizing tasks for his subordinates. Madam, you'll know when you see it, Qingfeng said, hesitant to explain. Yuanzheng gave him a curious look and followed him to the front courtyard. The 2 young maids, Xiaoqin and Xiangji, quickly followed. They were now the main attendants for the young lady, while Ziyue and Jianghua were busy learning to make various pills and teaching new recruits in the new courtyard bought by the eldest young master. Madam, please slow down, Xiaoqin shouted as she saw Yuanzheng walking so quickly. Qingfeng then remembered that the young lady was pregnant and hurriedly slowed down. They arrived at Shengguan study in the front courtyard. Upon entering, they were shocked to see 2 women lying on the ground, unable to get up. Shengguan was in a wheelchair, his face flushed, gripping the armrests tightly. What happened? Yuanzheng immediately sensed that something was wrong with Shengguan. The 2 women on the floor were bleeding, indicating they had been severely beaten. Madam, Shengguan struggled to suppress his discomfort. The burning sensation made it hard for him to think clearly. Qingfeng, take them away and lock them up. I'll question them later, Yuanzheng said, noticing Shengguan pain. Please, young master, spare us this time, the 2 women pleaded as they were dragged away. Move faster, Shangguan Ziki said, his voice sounding different than usual, almost through clenched teeth. Once they were alone, Yuanzheng approached him, only to be suddenly pulled into his embrace. Then he pushed her away. Madam, is there a way to save me? If not, let Yuanshan take me to the ice cellar. At that moment, Shangguan Ziki still had some clarity and knew he couldn't harm her. She was pregnant and couldn't endure any stress. Last time, his reckless behavior almost caused a miscarriage. Seeing his pain, Yuanzheng thought for a moment. This situation was actually quite simple. Those two maids had somehow tricked him. It was frustrating that he could be deceived even in his own home. Meanwhile, the princess and the prince received the news and hurried over. Ziki, how are you? The princess, seeing her son's flushed face, immediately understood something was wrong. Those two terrible people actually drugged my son. Jing'er, can you save him? The princess asked anxiously. Mother, I can save him. Yu Yuanjing nodded confidently. How will you save him? You can't use yourself, the princess reminded her. Mother, if we want to act quickly, I have to use myself to save him. No, you are still carrying my grandchild. The prince said nothing and stepped forward, lifting Shangguan Ziki onto the bed. He then sat behind him, using his inner strength to help force out the poison. Yu Yuanjing found it quite magical. Does inner strength really work to expel poison? At that moment, Shangguan Ziki could no longer control himself, showing how powerful the drug was. Does inner strength really help? Yu Yuanjing looked at the father and son with doubt. After about 15 minutes, Shangguan Ziki coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the prince slowly withdrew his energy. How do you feel? The princess asked with concern. Shangguan Ziki took a few breaths before looking up at the two women in front of him. Mother, I feel much better. Yu Yuanjing took his hand to check his pulse. His heartbeat was still fast, indicating that only part of the poison had been removed. Father, mother, you both go out first. I'll help him a bit more, and then he'll be fine. If the poison isn't completely removed, it can still harm him. How will you help him? The princess worried. She might do something reckless. Don't worry, daughter-in-law has a way, Yu Yuanjing assured her. Then why do we need to go out? The princess asked, confused. But the prince pulled her out. Men always have more ideas. Why are you pulling me? What if the children do something foolish? The princess's worries echoed outside. Yu Yuanjing said nothing and helped Shangguan Ziki lie down. Then she began to assist him, not through regular methods, but by calling upon the fifth young lady. It wasn't until Yu Yuanjing's hands were tired that Shangguan Ziki finally returned to normal. Madam, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Shangguan Ziki gently embraced her, filled with guilt. The fact that she went to such lengths to save him deepened his remorse. Tell me what happened. Yu Yuanjing asked, her tone not very pleasant. Ruyue and Rushuang came to say goodbye, saying their families have found them husbands, and they are getting married soon. They wanted to serve me one last time, and asked for the 50 taels of dowry I promised them. As usual, they tidied up the study and organized the books, and Rushuang even made me a cup of my favorite tea. I underestimated their determination, thinking they were sincerely saying goodbye. I went along with them, and as a result, I ended up. From now on, remember this. Women are like tigers, you understand? Yu Yuanjing was truly frustrated with those two maids. She was also annoyed with Shangguan Ziki for being so unguarded. He couldn't even recognize such a clumsy scheme. Yes, you're right, my lady. No, my lady is not a tiger. She is a fairy. Humph. Men don't understand women's tactics. It seems he needs a lesson. I'll use what I learned from online novels to teach him. My lady, don't be angry. Be careful or the child will get upset too. From now on, I will be careful and keep my distance from all women, except for you and my mother. If I have a daughter, will you keep your distance then? Yu Yuanjing deliberately pointed out a flaw in his words. A daughter is just a child until she grows up. She doesn't count as a woman, Shangguan Ziki argued. That's a weak argument, Yu Yuanjing teased, amused by his response. Are you no longer angry? I'm convinced by you. Yu Yuanjing's anger faded quickly. Let's go ask those two women why they are so bold. They clearly accepted the conditions you offered and were ready to marry. How did they suddenly change their minds? She didn't believe they would dare to act without reason. Let's go. The mention of those two maids darkened Shangguan Ziqi's expression. They left the study and went to the adjacent room. The two maids were gagged by the guards and thrown inside. Woo-woo. When the two maids saw Shangguan Ziqi and Yu Yuanjing enter, they struggled to kneel before them, making muffled sounds. Qingfeng, take the cloth out of their mouths, Yu Yuanjing ordered. She wanted to hear what they had to say. Eldest young master, eldest young madam, we were wrong, we were wrong. The two of them desperately bowed their heads in apology. This time, they were genuinely scared. It was one thing for their plan to succeed, but the eldest young master had taken such strong medicine that they were forced to open up and then had someone notify the eldest young madam. They could only blame the eldest young master for being too gentlemanly and patient. Tell me, who instructed you to do this? Shangguan Ziqi asked coldly. His imposing presence was that of someone in power. The two maids trembled in fear, but no one spoke. No one had instructed them at all. What? You won't speak? Then I'll have to deal with you severely, Shangguan Ziqi threatened. Eldest young master, please spare us. No one instructed us. It was our foolish wish to become your concubines. We were unwilling to spend our lives as servants, Liyue cried, revealing her true feelings. You were clearly ready to get married before. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Yu Yuanjing didn't believe Liyue's words. She had been thinking this way for a long time, not just recently. Saying it now seemed forced. Are you still not telling the truth? Shangguan Ziqi narrowed his eyes coldly. It was the two concubines of the heir who came to show off their good lives, making us jealous. That's why we took this last chance, Lu Shuang said, frightened into confessing. She didn't want to die. She was only 18 and had her whole life ahead of her. How do they show off? Yu Yuanjing sensed something was off. Now that the heir's wife is pregnant, those two are the only women besides her. Every night, the heir comes home, and they take turns serving him. He even gave each of them an expensive hairpin and brings them gifts, arranging better positions for their families. They don't have to do maid work anymore. They just need to take care of the heir's needs. They also said the heir promised them that if they have children, he would make them concubines. They said that we ended up marrying servants after following the eldest son, which is not worth it. If it were them, they would have already won over the eldest son. Lu Shuang recounted everything the concubines had said. Oh, I see. Where did you get your medicine? Yu Yuanjing asked again. They suggested it to us. They said if we made things happen, the eldest son would definitely accept us. So we went out to buy that kind of medicine, Liyue hurriedly replied. Since they had already opened up, she was willing to confess everything, fearing that if Lu Shuang said it all, only she would be punished. Where did you buy the medicine? Yu Yuanjing asked again. She found it hard to believe that two maids could openly buy such things, as shops usually wouldn't dare sell them directly. If caught, they could face serious consequences. We didn't go far when we met a traveling doctor who approached us and introduced us to his good stuff, including that medicine, so we bought it. We were afraid of getting fake products, so we even brought a cat to test it, and it really went into heat, Lu Shuang said, her voice trembling. Then she lowered her head in shame. After hearing this, Yu Yuanzeng and Shangguan Ziqi exchanged glances, both understanding what was happening. This was a trap aimed at them as a couple, or rather at her specifically. It was clearly meant to provoke her. It was easy to guess who was behind it. This plan was a 2-for-1 deal. Except for Yu Chaoyang, he didn't think about anything else. Not only did he annoy himself, but he also helped her get rid of 2 eyesores. He didn't know what benefits she promised to the 2 maids to make them willing to help her with this. Those 2 were foolish enough to be used like this. All right, Qingfeng, go inform the Empress Mother that these 2 maids will be sold, along with their families, Shangguan Ziqi declared. The 2 maids felt relieved. At least they wouldn't die. They would just go home and face a scolding from their families. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young mistress. The 2 expressed their gratitude. Yu Yuanjing didn't have much objection to Shangguan Ziqi's handling of the situation. After all, Those two maids had served him for a long time, and being too harsh would make the other servants doubt the young master's loyalty. Showing a bit of kindness would make the other servants more loyal. Everyone wants to serve a master who is caring and just. Madam, this matter involves my second brother's two concubines. How do you think it should be handled? Shangguan Ziki, as the elder brother, couldn't directly deal with his brother's household. Actually, this situation arose because of me. My sister can't stand to see me doing well and wants to use me to get rid of those two concubines. How could I fulfill her wishes? This matter should just be left unresolved and let those two concubines seek benefits from my sister. However, it won't be completely unresolved. In the future, I might consider introducing more women to the heir. That way, my sister will always be jealous and busy dealing with the women around him. Yu Yuanzheng wasn't truly forgiving. Directly confronting Yu Chaoyang would be a poor strategy. Seizing the opportunity to strike back would be the best approach.
Then it's settled, madam.
I won't interfere in matters between women. If you can't handle it, I can help. But we need to find out who that traveling doctor was who sold medicine to Ryue and the others, and see who else was involved. Shangguan Ziki thought it was unlikely that it was just a coincidence. His expression turned serious at the mention of this. Agreed, Yu Yuanzheng replied. Shangguan Ziki arranged for his hidden guards to investigate the matter. Within 2 days, they found the traveling doctor described by Ryue. He was indeed a traveling doctor, but he usually didn't come to the area around the palace, as he wouldn't have any business there. Chunlei captured him and privately interrogated him. The result was that a woman had paid him 10 taels of silver to come and wait near the palace to sell medicine to the two maids. He didn't know the maids, but the woman had given him their portraits, and he had waited 3 days in the area to find them. When asked what the woman looked like, he couldn't answer because she was veiled. After Chunlei shared the information with the two masters, Yu Yuanzheng frowned. A woman? Could there be portraits of 2 maidservants? It must be Lu, the wet nurse of Yu Chaoyang. The portraits were definitely drawn by Yu Chaoyang. She had put in some effort in painting, so drawing 2 portraits would be no problem at all. Realizing this, she felt more certain. Ziyue, I previously asked you to help the maidservants in the house build friendly relationships. Now it's time to use that. Have someone encourage the 2 maidservants in front of the young master. They should ask the young master's wife for more benefits. Otherwise, they might tell the eldest young master that it was the young master's wife who urged them to harm the 2 maidservants. How could Yu Yuanzheng do nothing? The young master had 2 maidservants, one named Jinling and the other Yinling, specifically chosen by concubine Luo for her son. They were both beautiful and charming. Those 2 were still observing and didn't dare approach Yu Chaoyang. The next day, Ryue and Rushuang, along with their families, were sold off, and they were shocked when they found out. They never expected the eldest young master to be so furious that he sold them both, not even sparing their families. If Ryue and Rushuang revealed them, they would be in trouble. After waiting for 2 days, nothing happened, and they finally relaxed. The 2 secretly met to discuss how to ask the young master's wife for the promised benefits. Just as they came out from behind a rockery, they overheard 2 passing maidservants talking. They quickly hid again. The 2 maidservants stopped right in front of their hiding place and started chatting. Maidservant A, the eldest young master's wife, is really kind. She knows that the young master's 2 maidservants were encouraged by the young master's concubines, but she doesn't plan to confront them. Maidservant B, what do you know? This is clearly arranged by the young master's wife. Maidservant A, oh? Explain how it's arranged by her. Maidservant B, how could the young master's concubines encourage the eldest young master's maidservants? Someone must be behind it. Who else could it be but the young master's wife? I heard that when she was at her family home, she often bullied the eldest young master's wife. Now that the eldest young master's wife is doing well, how could the young master's wife be happy about that? So she wants the eldest young master to have concubines, preferably to promote one to a favored position. That way, the eldest young master's wife would be unhappy, and seeing her upset would make the young master's wife happy. Maidservant A, oh, I understand. But why did the young lady ask the two maids to provoke us instead of someone else? B. It's simple. The young lady wants to use the eldest son or the eldest lady to get rid of the two maids. If they succeed, the eldest son will naturally take them as his maids, and the eldest lady will surely blame the young master's two maids. If they fail, the eldest son will still be angry. Either way, they can't escape. So now the eldest lady not bothering them is just to make the young master's two maids think this matter is over, allowing them to seek benefits from the young lady. Am I right?
B. Exactly.
But this has nothing to do with us, so don't speak carelessly, or the lady might hear and think we're gossiping, which could get us in trouble. I'm not that foolish. Let's go and get to work. The two walked away. Jean Ling and Yin Ling then came out from behind the rockery. So the young lady wants to get rid of us. I thought she was generous and would promote us to concubines if we did well, Jean Ling said, through gritted teeth. We were too naive, Yin Ling replied calmly. Should we still go to the young lady about becoming concubines as we discussed earlier? Jean Ling felt that the situation was not so simple after hearing the two maids. Now that we know the young lady's intentions, how could we possibly succeed? Yin Ling looked at Jean Ling as if she were foolish. What should we do then? Jean Ling, not as clever as Yin Ling, asked. Of course, we should go directly to the young master and explain everything clearly. If the young master can't control the young lady, then we go to the lady. The lady wouldn't let her son suffer. She will definitely help us. Even though the young master isn't her biological son, she is the head of the household and his stepmother, so she will take care of him. Yin Ling suggested a plan. Does the lady not know about this? Whether the lady knows depends on if the eldest lady and the eldest son want her to know. Why don't we go directly to the young lady and use this matter as a threat?
Jean Ling asked, confused.
Fool, a woman's status in the household depends on whether the man favors her. If we have the young master's support, the young lady won't dare to do anything to us. If we threaten her, she might propose us as concubines, and then she could control us completely. We wouldn't even know how we would end up, Yin Ling said, feeling frustrated. That evening, when Shangguan Zishu returned home, he was stopped by the two maids halfway and pulled into the study. Since the two girls were not brought by Yu Chaoyang, they did not stay in the Shuxiang courtyard but lived in the servant quarters instead. They usually served in Shangguan Zishu's study. Whenever he did not return to the Shuxiang courtyard, they would rest in the study, taking turns to assist him. When the two maids reported the situation, a cold look appeared in Shangguan Zishu's eyes. These two maids had spent a lot of time with him and had taken good care of him. He could not bear to let Yu Chaoyang use tricks to get rid of them. Moreover, he had been feeling very unhappy lately. His older brother's awakening posed a significant threat to him. Although their father said nothing, his gaze always carried a hint of dissatisfaction. To improve himself, he worked hard to learn from his father every day, but he started too late and could not meet the expectations. Now that Yu Yuanzheng was also pregnant, he felt even more anxious. He had serious doubts about Yu Chaoyang's predictions, unsure if this marriage was a blessing or a curse. That night, there was a commotion in the Shuxiang courtyard. The next day, Yu Yuanzheng heard the outcome. Shangguan Zishu directly promoted Jean Ling and Yin Ling to concubines, moving them from the servant quarters to a small courtyard, each assigned a little maid to serve them. Early in the morning, Shangguan Zishu asked the princess to personally arrange this. Yu Chaoyang cried very sadly. Concubine Luo, who did not have to stand on ceremony before the princess, woke up a bit late every day. By the time she got up, the princess had already arranged the accommodations and little maids for the two concubines. The two elderly ladies also woke up late after having troubling dreams the night before. When they hurried to the Shuxiang courtyard, they saw Yu Chaoyang with red, swollen eyes from crying. "Oh dear, Chaoyang, you are pregnant and shouldn't cry like this," Concubine Luo said, feeling heartbroken. "Concubine mother, elder madam." Yu Chaoyang cried even harder upon seeing her carrying elders. "What happened?" Elder madam asked, tapping her cane. Seeing that her mistress could not speak through her tears, Mama Lu stepped forward to explain what had happened the day before. After listening, The two ladies frowned. Chaoyang, this is your fault. Those two maids were personally arranged for Zishu and have served him well. How could you scheme against them like this? Well, having multiple wives is not a big deal. It's just two concubine maids being promoted, nothing serious. Having them occupy a position is good for you too. If Zishu takes a girl from a noble family as a concubine, it will be harder for you to manage.
Luo se fait adviser.
Yu Chaoyang took this to heart. It's only a matter of time before the heir takes concubines. If he brings in two like Luo Sofei, it will be even more difficult for her. But having two maid-born concubines is much better. Understanding this, she slowly stopped crying. I told you before, don't provoke Ziki's wife easily. This is your own doing, the elder lady said coldly. After many encounters, the elder lady knew Yu Yuanzheng's abilities well. Yu Chaoyang was no match for her. If it were another woman, she would have complained to the princess first and had her confront Yu Chaoyang, but she didn't. Instead, she quietly let Yu Chaoyang suffer a big loss. This woman is not simple. They need to be more careful in their actions, or they might suffer in return. All right, from now on, focus on your pregnancy and don't let other matters affect you. Do you understand? The elder lady reminded. Yes, Chaoyang was just upset for a moment. In a good mood, Yu Yuanzheng pushed Shengguanziki to the main courtyard to have breakfast with the princess. She couldn't hide her smile. The princess playfully poked her forehead. Are you very happy about your revenge? The princess, as the head of the household, knew everything. However, she was a princess from the Waigwood Duke's family, with a high status in the palace, and no one dared to scheme against her openly. So she hadn't encountered such tricks before. What she faced were hidden schemes, some of which she still couldn't trace. She was pleased that her daughter-in-law knew how to fight back. She initially wanted to handle the matter herself, but her son told her not to interfere. Of course, I'm very happy. Why would my husband need others to dictate what kind of woman he wants? Yu Yuanzheng replied matter-of-factly. Madam, when did I say I wanted a specific kind of woman? Shengguanziki quickly clarified, his expression a bit flattering. This made the princess very happy. Their marriage was strong, which would help them live well in the future. After breakfast, Shengguanziki went to the study to focus on their big project, opening a medicine shop. Everything was ready. They just needed a certain amount of supplies before opening. Yu Yuanzheng stayed behind to help the princess manage household affairs and do some accounting. Today, Yu Chaoyang was not in the mood to come. As the princess was finishing up, Steward Li hurriedly came to report. Princess, the 7th prince, and the 8th princess have arrived. The princess was taken aback. Why were those two children out of the palace? She didn't inform her in advance. Quickly invite them to the main hall, the princess ordered immediately. The status of the two princes and princesses wasn't high enough for the princess to greet them personally, so she waited in the main seat for their arrival. However, Yu Yuanzheng stood up and waited at the inner courtyard door. Sister Yuanzheng, the 7th prince called out as soon as he saw her. He had visited the royal residence before and liked the eldest lady of the house. After getting over the initial awkwardness, he found her conversation quite interesting. But the 8th princess pouted and didn't greet anyone. Big sister Yu Yuan, who followed the 8th princess, cheerfully called out, What brings you here? Yu Yuanzheng was very happy to see her younger sister. She hadn't seen her last time she returned home. Today, she came along with the 8th princess. The 8th princess, an 8-year-old girl, still had her hair styled in a youthful double-loop bun, resembling a lotus blooming in the morning light, pure and lively. 2 white floral decorations in her hair made her look very bright. 8th sister, why didn't you greet anyone? What did mother teach you? The 7th prince nudged his sister with his elbow. Only then did the 8th princess shyly call out, Sister Yuanzheng. She felt a bit upset with Yuanzheng for injuring her ribs, which made her take a long time to recover. However, her mother said that if it weren't for Yuanzheng saving her, she would have died then. She didn't dare to hate her lifesaver. Instead, she directed her frustration at Yu Chaoyang, blaming her for not acting quickly enough, which delayed the rescue. 8th princess, are you feeling better now? Come on. Mother is waiting for you. It had been over 3 months, so she should be fine. Thank you, Sister Yuanzheng, for saving my life. Once the awkwardness passed, the 8th princess, Chao Jinyan, relaxed a bit and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. You both should learn to swim, so if you fall into the water again, you won't have to worry about drowning, Yu Yuanjing suggested. Yes, father said the same. We will start learning next summer, the 7th prince replied enthusiastically. As they arrived at the main hall, they were surprised to find all the ladies of the royal residence already gathered. The news traveled fast. Seeing Yu Chaoyang's swollen eyes, Yu Yuanzing secretly felt pleased. Greetings, Princess Rong, the 2 children bowed. There's no need for formalities. How did your mother allow you to come to the royal residence? The princess asked with a smile. We've wanted to come to the royal residence for a long time. It's all the 8th princess's fault. She finally healed from her broken bones, only to catch a cold and needed a long recovery, the 7th prince complained. Mother allowed me to leave the palace to learn from a master. The 8th princess smiled shyly.
What?
The princess consort didn't react at first. Sister Yuanzheng is a master of the Guqin, and my mother asked me to learn from her.
Oh, I almost forgot about that.
But your sister Yuanzheng is pregnant now, so she might not be able to teach you for long, the princess consort said, glancing at Yuanzheng with a smile.
Oh.
Then, congratulations to my sister. Does she have time to teach me? I really like playing the Guqin, but I missed your performance in the palace last time. I heard several of my royal brothers and sisters say you played beautifully. The 8th princess's eager expression was hard to refuse. It's fine, I'll teach you when you come. It won't take much effort. But practicing is the hardest part. Can you stick with it? Yuanzheng was pleased that she didn't see any arrogance in the 8th princess. She was worried about encountering a proud and haughty princess. But thinking about how her mother didn't have a strong family background made her understand. Being a legitimate princess gave her some status, but compared to others with strong support, she really had no reason to be proud. Just then, an inappropriate voice interrupted. Big sister, can I also learn to play the Guqin from you? You don't have to teach me separately. I just want to listen while you teach the 8th princess. Shang Guanling, encouraged by the elderly lady's gestures, mustered the courage to speak. Everyone fell silent at her request. Mother, is there a Guqin teacher at the family academy? Yuanzheng certainly didn't want to teach her. No one from the 2nd branch had left a good impression on her. Though Shang Guanling hadn't clashed with her directly, just the fact that she was the elderly lady's granddaughter made Yuanzheng reluctant to be kind. There is, but he only teaches basic things, the princess consort said, as she had hired the teacher. He was just an ordinary old musician from the teaching hall. He was too old to stay there and had to teach Guqin for a living, but his skills were average. Yuanzheng, Ling is at the age to be courted, and she doesn't have any impressive skills. She just wants to learn the Guqin from you. When you teach the princess, you can give her some pointers too, the 2nd lady said with a flattering smile. Yuanzheng glanced at her 2nd aunt, who had little cunning and was often bullied by her 2nd uncle. This was a truly weak and pitiful woman. Considering she had always been somewhat friendly, Yuanzheng reluctantly agreed. All right, every time the princess comes, you can listen in. Thank you, big sister. Shang Guanling immediately stepped forward to bow in thanks. The elderly lady had remained silent. Seeing that Yuanzheng accepted, she breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, I asked my granddaughter to go learn the piano from her sister-in-law, but she hasn't taken any action. It's frustrating. Her grandchildren are not doing well, and she feels helpless. Her son didn't teach well, and her daughter-in-law didn't choose wisely, leading to poorly educated children. She realized this too late, resulting in the current situation. All right, since the 8th princess is here to learn the piano, take her to your courtyard. The 7th prince can go to the front yard to find Ziki, the princess said. The brother Ziki is not fun at all. I want to watch the 8th princess learn the piano. I can learn too. All the royal boys learn the piano, so they can play together with their wives later. The 7th prince ignored the princess's arrangement. This made everyone laugh. Haha, seventh prince, you're so young and already thinking about marrying. You have ambition. Because of that, I will accept you as my student. Yu Yuanjing laughed heartily. Do you think I have ambition? The seventh prince, instead of feeling embarrassed, thought he had said something great. Yes, very much so. The wife you marry will be the happiest woman in the world because you are already thinking about playing music together, Yu Yuanjing said seriously after stopping her laughter. If every man thought about playing music with his wife, there would be no bad men. The seventh prince was thrilled by the compliment. Then let's hurry, I want to learn the piano now, he urged. Yu Yuanjing took everyone to Chia courtyard. The eighth princess brought her own piano, and as a companion, Yu Yuan would learn whatever the eighth princess learned. So she had one too. But the seventh prince didn't have one, so Yu Yuanjing had to give him the piano that Shangguan Ziki had used before. She took the one that the princess had used before from a maid. Today is already the 6th day of the 8th month, and there are 9 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival. I will teach you a shorter piece first, so you can perform it for your parents at the palace banquet, Yu Yuanjing said, thinking of a piece that was easier to play.
Great.
The 8th princess cheered. If they could perform after just a few days of practice, their parents would surely praise them. This piece is called Golden Snake Dance. It has a lively rhythm and is very festive. I will play it once for you to hear. I don't have the sheet music, so you'll just follow how I play, she explained. Yu Yuanjing spent the morning teaching the children how to play the piano. Returning from the study, Shangguan Ziki had never seen his wife play the piano. After waking up, no one informed him about Yu Yuanjing's performance at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet. His wife had surprised him so much, he didn't expect her to play so well. He didn't enter the courtyard right away, but listened for a while outside before going in. He smiled as he approached Yu Yuanjing. She noticed him but continued teaching, as time was limited. Yu Yuanjing only stopped after leading everyone through the entire piece, section by section. Among them, Yu Yuan had no background in music at all, but she was very serious about learning. Yu Yuanjing took care to move at a slower pace for her. Sister-in-law, this piece is so beautiful. I must learn it well, the seventh prince exclaimed. Boys often enjoy lively rhythms and passionate melodies. After lunch and a short break, they continued. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Ziki also decided to join them with the piano. He already understood music theory, and after following along twice, he could play it on his own, which made the seventh prince a bit envious. Brother Ziki, when we practice the piano in the future, please don't be there.
Why?
Shangguan Ziki asked, confused. It's too discouraging. Everyone was speechless. From then on, Yu Yuanjing had a few more little students. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, they visited the royal palace every other day and made rapid progress. 2 days before the festival, Yu Yuanjing had the 7th prince and the 8th princess perform together. The 2 children were only 8 years old, and their strength was a bit lacking, but the joyful atmosphere was still very present. After receiving praise from Yu Yuanjing, the 7th prince was quite pleased with himself. At that time, I will impress those old scholars. This Mid-Autumn Festival, the palace celebrated with a banquet. The empress had already sent out invitations. Only those who received an invitation could enter the palace. This time, only the main branch of the royal family was allowed in, as they had held a grand event 3 months ago. The emperor only invited relatives, distinguished nobles, and a few high-ranking officials. Shangguan Ziki had not entered the palace since waking up. This was his first time back. The prince had gone to the palace early in the morning. Due to the presence of 2 pregnant women, Shangguan Zishu also entered the palace with the ladies. He needed to the entire family. Shangguan Ziki, sitting in a wheelchair, was also considered someone who needed protection. The banquet would last until the moon rose and the rituals were completed, so they would go in the afternoon. Yu Yuanjing thought about how she was only 2 months pregnant and worried that if something unpleasant happened in the palace, it might affect her. So, she prepared a pill to help with her pregnancy. This medicine became very popular after it was put on the shelf at the 10-day hall. Many wealthy families bought it to keep on hand. For a few days, there was even a shortage. Yu Yuanzheng had to limit it to 5 pills per person because if 5 pills couldn't save the pregnancy, then there was no hope left. When she entered the palace, Shangguan Ziki was pushed by Qing Feng to meet the emperor. The Shangguan family was a noble family, but had always been close to the royal family. Therefore, the royal children called Lord Rong either uncle or brother. The children of the Shangguan family and the emperor's children also called each other siblings. However, the emperor was still the emperor, and this treatment was only for the direct descendants of the Shangguan family. For example, the second master did not receive such treatment. Your servant greets the emperor, Shangguan Ziki said as he met the emperor in the study. Ziki, you truly have awakened, the emperor said happily upon seeing the boy. He had high hopes for Shangguan Ziki, but was saddened by the accident that happened during last autumn's hunt, just like his first son who had been disabled. Is your leg really beyond healing? The emperor asked with concern. The divine doctor I consulted said he couldn't do anything for now, but he mentioned he would go back to learn more from his master. Maybe one day he will find a solution, Shangguan Ziki lied without showing any shame. If the divine doctor can heal your leg, perhaps Jinchi can help too. Please ask him what reward he would want if he can heal Jinchi. I will grant him anything I can, the emperor said, still troubled by the fact that his first son had been injured while trying to save him. The emperor had nurtured his first son as the crown prince, only to have him ruined by the Kanglin kingdom. If he could open the iron box of the Rong family, he would have already sought revenge. The Great Way was located in the southeast, and the men were generally not as strong as those from the northern Kanglin kingdom. They could only rely on numbers to win battles. That was why he had endured and not started a war, while Kanglin occasionally provoked Great Way. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely ask. You know that the Crown Prince and I grew up together, and we have a strong bond, Shangguan Ziki assured him. Yes, good. There is something else that troubles me. The emperor suddenly changed the subject. What is making the emperor so anxious? Shangguan Ziki asked curiously. Jin Qi is already 22 years old, but refuses to get married. He insists he is disabled and doesn't want to burden any girl. 3 years ago, after realizing he could no longer stand, he canceled the engagement I arranged for him. Now that girl has married someone else and has children, while he still has no prospects. It worries me greatly. Please talk to him and encourage him to at least consider his future. You already have a wife who is expecting, and he doesn't even have a fiancé. The emperor, being a father himself, was also concerned about his children. When he heard about Yu Yuanjing's pregnancy, Shangguan Ziki thought about their wedding night and how his wife had taken the initiative to conceive. His face flushed with warmth and happiness. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely talk to him, Shangguan Ziki promised as he left the study with a non-official decree and went to find Yu Yuanjing. It was still early and the palace banquet hadn't started yet, so he wanted to spend some time exploring the palace with his wife. He regretted not being able to accompany her last time. However, Yu Yuanzheng had already been taken away by Princess Lingxian, and he didn't know where they had gone. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanzheng was venting her frustrations to Princess Lingxian. Sister-in-law, my mother suddenly wants to arrange a marriage for me now that she is feeling better, as if I can't find a husband myself. I'm so annoyed. I don't want to get married yet. I want to spend more time with my mother. You know, she almost died last time. If it weren't for the divine doctor, I might have lost her. I can't bear to marry so soon. Once I marry, I will belong to another family and won't be able to be with my mother every day. Princess Lingxian looked extremely troubled. That's because you haven't met a man you like yet. Once you do, you'll want to marry him and have children, Yu Yuanjing teased. This made Princess Lingxian blush. Wait, do you have someone you like? Yu Yuanjing asked in surprise. Could it be that young girls in ancient times were so mature? At 15, they already knew about love. It seemed normal, as girls could marry at that age. However, marrying too early wasn't good. Having children early could lead to suffering and even early death. She worried about this too. She was only 16 and already pregnant, and the doctor said it was twins, which put a lot of pressure on her. If there were complications during childbirth, it could be disastrous. No, She needed to create a pregnancy exercise plan to strengthen herself without harming the babies. Princess Lingxuan's face turned even redder. Who is it? Tell me and I can help you. Yu Yuanjing noticed her face turning redder and sensed there was more to the story. She had a good impression of her younger sister. She was lively and cute, and most importantly, she was willing to play with her right from their first meeting without any airs. As for how she treated others, that was not Yu Yuanjing's concern. What mattered was that her feelings were genuine, and that was enough. Sister-in-law, don't say that. I don't have anyone I like, Princess Lingxian denied. Is it because the other person is not interested in you? Is that why you don't dare to say anything?
Yu Yuanjing guessed.
This made Princess Lingxuan's face, which had just turned red, quickly lose its color. It seemed her guess was correct. Princess, if you want a happy marriage in the future, it's best to tell your mother your thoughts, or you can have your brother test the waters with that young man. If he is not interested, then just forget about it and move on. In time, you might even forget him. But if he is interested but is too shy to express it to a girl, you might miss your chance. So you need to be brave and proactive. Trying will bring no regrets, but not trying might lead to a lifetime of regret. Yu Yuanzheng encouraged her. She was not like other girls of her time who hesitated and held back. If it works, great. If not, move on to the next opportunity. Thank you. I feel much better now. I'll listen to you and let my brother test things out. I really do have someone I like. The two continued to walk slowly through the palace, chatting as they went. When they reached a relatively secluded spot, they saw a familiar pair of master and servant quietly hiding behind a rockery. Curious, Yu Yuanzheng and her companion approached silently and overheard the pair plotting. Behind the rockery, Bayun, you need to act wisely and find a way to slip this into that person's cup. It must be foolproof. This is a rare opportunity, so don't let it slip away. My future happiness depends on you, so please don't let me down, Princess Manhwa said seriously.
Princess, I'm scared.
What if I get caught? I'll be in big trouble, the maid Ruyun replied, frightened. What are you afraid of? As long as I am here, even if we get caught, we will have already achieved our goal. I will protect you. Don't forget, you are my personal maid, and your fate is closely tied to mine. Your parents still work on my mother's estate, Princess Manhwa threatened as she saw the maid on the verge of tears. Boyin had no choice but to take what her mistress handed her. Princess, you must protect me. I don't want to die. Don't worry, you won't die. You are my trusted maid, and I can't bear to lose you, the Princess of Manhwa assured. Yuan Zheng and Lingxian realized that the princess intended to harm someone, but they didn't know who. After giving her orders, she would soon leave the rockery. The two exchanged glances and quickly decided to leave. When the princess and her servant emerged from the rockery, they saw two pairs of people at least 10 yards away, slowly walking away. Yuan Zheng and Princess Lingxian were talking, and their maids were far behind, not hearing the plot behind the rockery. Typically, daughters of officials are not allowed to bring maids into the palace, but maids and servants can wait in designated areas. However, people of their status, including the Princess of Manhwa, are allowed to have a maid with them. They walked a good distance before starting their conversation. Who is she planning to harm? It can't be my brother, right? That seems unlikely. We are family. She wouldn't go that far, Princess Lingxian guessed. You're thinking too much. How could she harm your brother? That's true, but who is she targeting? I don't know. Yuan Zheng had a faint suspicion, but thought it best not to voice it. Anyway, it didn't concern her. She was happy to watch the drama unfold. Well, as long as it doesn't harm my family or the few princes in the palace, I'm fine. Princess Lingxian believed the Princess of Manhwa was likely targeting men, not women. It doesn't involve us, so there's no need to worry, Yuan Zheng reassured her. Yes, talking to you makes me feel much better. Let's go find Brother Ziki. He might be looking for you, Princess Lingxian teased. Let's go. That's quite possible. He should come out soon after a brief chat with the emperor. Indeed, Shangguan Ziki was looking for her but had encountered the crown prince, Chao Jinqi, on the way and was invited to chat in a pavilion. Ziki, congratulations on becoming a father. The crown prince sincerely congratulated.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, the emperor asked me to encourage you to get married too. What are your thoughts? Shangwan Ziki immediately asked after receiving the task. There's not much to consider. As a disabled person, I shouldn't trouble a good girl. Are you talking about me? Shangwan Ziki felt like he was a burden to a good girl, but he couldn't bear to let go. You're different. Your family arranged a marriage for you without your knowledge, and it was even the emperor's decision. Are you worried about having children and getting involved in the succession struggle? Shangwan Ziki thought of this reason. Did you figure it out? The crown prince chuckled. Even now, the emperor has not named an heir, while in the past, the late emperor had chosen one early on. The reason for this is naturally due to the death of his mother. If his mother were still alive, he might have already been named the crown prince by the emperor. A crown prince without a mother to protect him is easily targeted. He could die without knowing how. So the emperor has been waiting for him to grow up and gain the ability to protect himself, but life is unpredictable. He has been injured and lost the chance to be named crown prince. If he had married early and had a son who grew up before the emperor's passing, he might have been named the heir, which would complicate things further. You. If the emperor knew you thought this way, I wonder what he would feel. It's fine. In another 10 or 8 years, I'll be in my prime. It won't be too late to think about it then, the crown prince said with a relaxed attitude. Have you considered seeing the famous doctor in the capital? Shangwan Ziki suggested. No, regarding my leg, so many doctors have been unable to help. Even your doctor said there was nothing he could do. Do you think this doctor can help my leg? It's better not to bring him trouble. Didn't you already cause trouble for him before? The crown prince shook his head, having lost hope for his leg. After hearing this, Shangwan Ziki waved his hand, signaling the attendants nearby to step back. Though they were already at a distance, it wasn't far enough. Seeing this, the crown prince raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Shangwan Ziki pushed his wheelchair a bit closer. Then he leaned in to whisper in the crown prince's ear. Your Highness, my leg can be treated, according to the doctor, but I don't want to treat it yet. I want to find the person who harmed me first. If you want treatment, come visit me at my Chia courtyard sometime. After whispering, Shangwan Ziki nodded. The crown prince's eyes widened in surprise. Is this true? Shangwan Ziki nodded again.
Great.
I will also go to learn the piano from my sister-in-law soon. Recently, the 7th and 8th princesses have been showing off in front of me several times. Soon we will see their performance, and I hope it will be as impressive as the 7th prince said. Haha, don't listen to his bragging. He can't compare to my wife. Shangwan Ziki thought no one could match his wife. The two chatted for a while longer before parting ways. Shangwan Ziki still couldn't find Yu Yuanzheng, but knowing she was with Princess Ling Xian, he stopped looking. They only met when the banquet started. The palace banquet was set for the afternoon at the beginning of the Yu hour, 5 p.m., and the palace gates would close an hour later. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and our Great Way has had another bountiful year. According to reports from various provinces, this year's autumn grain collection is half a step more than last year. Let us celebrate together during this festive occasion. When the moon god rises, I will join you all in offering our prayers for the peace and prosperity of our Great Way. Let us drink together. The emperor stood high, raised his cup, and drank it all. The officials below followed suit. Then the banquet began. As before, the palace prepared performances of song and dance, and everyone started to drink and enjoy themselves. This time, however, officials sat together by rank, as they would soon accompany the emperor to worship the moon god, while the women stayed behind. Shangwan Zishu, as the heir of the prince's residence, was to go with the prince, while Shangwan Ziki did not have to, so he sat with Yu Yuanzheng. Next to them were Yu Chaoyang and the princess. The banquet continued with food and drink, and before it was time for the worship, guests could move around freely. Yu Yuanzheng recalled hearing about a plot involving Princess Manhwa with Princess Ling Xian, and she couldn't help but glance toward Princess Nanhua's direction. Several times, she noticed Princess Nanhua's gaze lingering on a certain spot in the men's area. As the banquet reached the middle of the hour, she saw Princess Manhwa get up and leave. Yu Yuanjing looked again at the men's area. She saw several officials also leaving, some to relieve themselves, others to get some fresh air, or to find a place to chat with colleagues. Even the emperor seemed distracted, watching the performance in the center. This was how every palace banquet went. Nothing new, just the ruler and his subjects celebrating together. The empress was chatting with a few concubines nearby. At that moment, the seventh prince stood up. Father, mother, my sister and I have recently learned a joyful piece of music that we would like to present to the moon god, and also to you, father and mother. Oh, didn't you just start learning a few days ago? Have you already mastered it? The emperor showed interest. You'll know once you hear it, father. The 8-year-old twins were well prepared. They had the performer step aside and brought a guqin to the center. The siblings exchanged smiles and sat down confidently, looking quite composed. Then the 8th princess called out, "Start." The two began to play simultaneously. When the cheerful, fast-paced music started, the old ministers, who had been indifferent before, stopped drinking. The rhythm was too quick to clap along. However, the joyful melody was impressive. The piece was short and finished in a moment, followed by a round of applause. 7th prince, 8th prince, you both have truly surprised me. In just a few days, you have learned this well.
Good job.
Your teacher is excellent. As a reward, the Grand Lady of the Rome Wangfu receives a pair of jade rui, and each of you princes and princesses receives a guqin made by Master Lin. When Yu Yuanjing heard this, she realized she had also received a reward and stood up to thank the emperor. Actually, they play much worse than you, Shangguan Ziki whispered in her ear. They are still children and lack strength in their hands. At that moment, entered from the side and whispered something to the emperor, causing him to frown. Yu Yuanzheng then looked toward where Princess Manhwa was sitting. She still hadn't returned. Looking at the male guest area, Shangguan Zishu was also absent. Could her suspicion be true? Should she tell her husband about this? While she was in doubt, the emperor said something to the empress, and then she saw the empress stand up and leave. Husband, let's go outside for some fresh air, and then come back, Yu Yuanzheng suggested quietly. Let's go. Ziki, take good care of Zheng'er, the princess kindly instructed. In the past, it was often Zheng'er who took care of Ziki, but since her pregnancy, that had changed. Don't worry, mother. The two of them left the Tai Ming Hall, where they found several ministers chatting in groups outside. This was Shangguan Ziki's first public appearance since waking up. Everyone greeted him warmly. When he met an elder, Shangguan Ziki spoke first. Madam, please push me over there. Yu Yuanzheng saw an old man chatting with a prince over there. Grandson greets grandfather, Shangguan Ziki said as he bowed from his wheelchair. Madam, this is grandfather, he quickly introduced to Yu Yuanzheng. Zheng'er greets grandfather. Good. It's great that Ziki is awake. Your father said that on the day you woke up, your grandmother cried happily at home all day. Soon it will be your grandmother's birthday. Please come to the mansion to greet her then, the Duke of Wei said joyfully upon seeing his grandson. The Duke of Wei was 58 years old, and the princess was his first child. It's a pity that his first wife fell ill after giving birth and left them, a father and daughter, within 2 years. When the princess was 3 years old, the old lady of the Duke arranged for him to marry again, and the princess was taken to live with her grandmother, spending much less time with her father. I am unfilial. I should have visited my grandparents earlier. Why didn't my grandmother come to the palace today? Shangguan Ziki only saw his grandfather entering the palace. She hasn't been feeling well these past few days, so she didn't come. Your 2 uncles and aunt stayed behind to take care of her, Duke Wei explained. Is she okay? Shangguan Ziki asked with concern upon hearing about his grandmother's health. There's nothing serious, just a bit of dizziness. We've already called for a doctor, and she will be fine in a few days. That's good to hear. I will visit her again on her birthday. All right, I will pass on your message to her. Ziki's wife, you are wonderful. As soon as you entered, Ziki woke up. Your father said you are expecting twins. That's impressive. In all these generations of the Shangguan family, no wife has ever had twins. You are the first. Grandfather, I feel a bit shy about being called a blessing. This is not something I can control, Yu Yuanzheng said humbly. Grandfather is right. My wife is indeed my blessing, Shengguan Ziki affirmed. At that moment, a young hurried over. We pay our respects to Prince Rong, Duke Wei, and the young master and his wife. The heir has encountered some trouble, and the queen requests the prince to come at once.
What?
The prince was surprised. Yu Yuanjing's heart raced. Could it be that her guess was correct? The prince excused himself and hurried away with the young to the back of the main hall. The couple exchanged glances, bid farewell to Duke Wei, and followed the direction the prince had gone. When they arrived at a room designated for guests to change clothes, they saw a crowd gathered and heard the sound of a woman crying. Your Majesty, you must take responsibility for our county princess. The heir has seen her completely. How can she marry in the future? Our heir's wife is currently trying to arrange a match for her, but now who would dare to propose? All right, everyone disperse and return to the Tai Ming Hall, the queen said, rubbing her forehead in frustration. The crowd, hearing the queen's command, dared not linger any longer. The prince looked expressionlessly at Shengguan Zishu, who was crouching on the ground. Speak, what happened? The prince coldly asked, and kicked him again. Upon hearing his father's voice, Shengguan Zishu looked up in panic and knelt before the prince. At that moment, the princess and Yu Chaoyang also arrived, called by the queen. My son, what happened? A woman in her 30s rushed over, embracing the crying princess, Manhwa, with concern. This woman was Lin Xinru, the wife of the heir to the old Mo kingdom. Following her was Chao Mingxing, the heir of the Mo kingdom. Mother, I can't go on living. I can't face anyone. Upon seeing her mother, Princess Nanhua cried even harder, looking desperate. Please tell me what happened. Lin Xinru became more anxious. Seeing her eldest daughter in such a disheveled state, with her clothes not properly worn, made her worry even more. Mother, I accidentally got my clothes dirty while eating and wanted to change. Just as I took off my clothes, someone barged in, and it turned out to be the heir of the Ronglong mansion staring at me. Woo-woo. Princess Nanhua continued to cry inconsolably. Princess Nanhua, you are trying to my husband on purpose. Everyone knows you want to marry him and become the heir's wife of the Ronglong mansion. This is your trap to lure my husband in. How shameless of you to still cry. Yu Chaoyang was furious and scolded without restraint. How can you speak like that? Lin Xinru was outraged at Yu Chaoyang for wrongly accusing her daughter. How can I not speak? She is shamelessly trying to my husband. Am I wrong? Princess Nanhua, do you dare swear that you would rather become a nun than marry the heir of the Ronglong mansion? Yu Chaoyang was now fully fired up. She was already the heir's wife, and this woman dared to come and compete with her. She couldn't care less about anything else. In her past life, Princess Nanhua married the heir, and they were in love while she could only watch from the sidelines. This time, that happiness was hers, and no one could take it away. Upon hearing Yu Chaoyang's words, Princess Nanhua stopped crying. Why should I become a nun? I was just changing clothes here, and he barged in and saw me. I didn't pull him in. Shouldn't he be responsible? As the legitimate daughter of the Mo kingdom, Princess Nanhua was well loved, especially by the Mo princess, who cherished her like a precious jewel. She had never faced such humiliation. Yu Chaoyang was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Heir, you should speak up. Were you set up? Yu Chaoyang had no choice but to bring Guan Zishu forward to clarify the situation. Guan Zishu was still kneeling in front of the prince, not daring to say a word. You tell me what happened. The prince asked coldly again. Father, I don't know what happened. I had a little to drink in the main hall and started to feel dizzy, so I wanted to get some fresh air. When I turned to leave, I accidentally bumped into a palace maid carrying dishes, and the soup spilled on me. I then went to change clothes with a small maid who brought me here. When I entered, I saw Princess Nanhua changing her clothes. Guan Zishu felt wronged. He hadn't done anything wrong. This room is for women. Why are you here? The queen finally spoke up. Your Majesty, I didn't know this was a place for women to change. The small maid brought me here, Guanzishu replied, feeling like he might have gotten into trouble. His head was still spinning. It didn't feel like he had drunk too much, but it was confusing. What did the maid look like? The queen asked again. She was short and kept her head down, so I didn't see her clearly. I only noticed her hairstyle was a double bun with a red flower, Guanzishu described. But this description was almost useless. All the palace maids serving in the hall today had similar appearances. Your Majesty, whether he walked into the wrong room or was led here, he saw my daughter Manhwa, and he must take responsibility. If this is just brushed aside, our Wang family won't be easily bullied. Don't think you can avoid responsibility just because you are from the wrong family, Lin shouted. I disagree. This is just a play that Princess Manhwa staged to marry into the royal family. She wants to be the heir's wife, Yu Chaoyang insisted, convinced that this was all part of Princess Manhwa's plan. Husband, you said you felt dizzy. Is there poison in the wine? Your Majesty, please investigate and give my husband justice, Yu Chaoyang said as she knelt before the queen, repeatedly bowing her head. If Princess Manhwa entered the royal family, what would happen to her position? Would she still have a chance to marry? All right, get up. You are pregnant, the queen said, feeling a headache coming on. Someone, go call the imperial physician to check the heir's pulse and see if he has been poisoned, the queen ordered. A young hurried away. Not long after, a court physician was summoned. After checking the pulse, he found no issues. He also examined the cup the young lord had used, but found nothing wrong. Yu Yuanzheng was surprised by this result. Has medicine in this era improved so much that the physician couldn't find anything? It's not entirely the physician's fault. How could he detect a colorless and tasteless poison easily? Moreover, so much time had passed that the cup might have been quietly replaced by a maid. Since Princess Manhwa wanted to resolve this matter, she must have considered every detail to ensure nothing went wrong. Her goal was to pin the blame on Guanzishu. Prince Rong, how do you think we should handle this? The young lord of the Mo family remained calm and finally spoke. The prince was also troubled. This situation was difficult to manage. However, the young lady was pregnant, so he couldn't hurt her feelings too much. Princess Manhwa only caught a glimpse of Zishu by accident, so there shouldn't be too much damage. Besides, the Shengguan family has more sons. My second brother's son, Zifeng, is still available. If Princess Manhwa insists on holding someone accountable, the Shengguan family can marry him off. I will discuss this with my sister-in-law later. The prince suggested a solution he thought was reasonable. That won't work. Shengguan Zifeng was rejected by the Ningen Marquis family and is known for having a mistress. How can he be worthy of our Mo family's legitimate daughter? Lin Shi immediately objected upon hearing about Zifeng. Since you don't approve of Zifeng, I have other cousins. Which one do you prefer? I can speak to them. The prince offered another suggestion. He was already being quite accommodating. A granddaughter of a powerless former prince wasn't seen as very noble in the prince's eyes. Once the old Mo king passed away, the young lord would only be a county prince. Uncle Rong, my body has been seen by the young lord. How can you ask me to marry someone else? How would my future husband view me, and how could we live harmoniously? Unless I become a nun, I cannot marry anyone but the young lord. But I am so innocent. I am only 16, in the prime of my youth, and now I must live in solitude. How can you bear this? At this moment, Princess Manhwa approached the prince with teary eyes, pretending to be pitiful. Manhwa, the young lord is already married. Do you intend to become a concubine? As a princess, how could you enter my Rong prince's residence as a concubine? The emperor would never allow it. After all, Manhwa was of royal blood. If she lowered herself to be a concubine, it would bring shame to the royal family. Father, I cannot agree. She has her own motives, and I don't believe she is innocent. This is her scheme. She wants to marry my husband. If he weren't the heir, she wouldn't even look at him. Yu Chaoyang cried to the prince. At that moment, Shengguan Zishu's gaze was uncertain. Regardless of whether this was a trap, he felt it was a good thing. If Princess Manhwa was willing to marry him, she would be much better than Yu Chaoyang. The Yeoman Duke's family was on the decline and held a low position in court, while the Mo Wang family was still royal. The two families couldn't be compared. The old Mo Wang was only in his 50s and could live for many more years. Having the Mo Wang family as his in-laws was certainly better than the Yeoman Duke's family. However, he couldn't take the lead in this matter. He would wait to see how his father and the Mo Wang family negotiated. Seeing Yu Chaoyang's pitiful appearance, the prince felt a bit reluctant. For today, let's all return to our homes. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, we will discuss this matter again. The prince knew that discussing it in the palace today would not go well. It was a delaying tactic. Once the prince spoke, Lin Shi could not cause any more trouble, especially with the queen present. Lin Shi helped her daughter leave the palace. Shangguan Zishu was pushed forward by his father, who grabbed the back of his collar. Get back and sit down. If you can't drink, don't drink. What are you doing out here? You could get into trouble. The prince scolded his son, but he didn't do it in front of others. This was a matter to discuss at home. Yu Chaoyang was sobbing as the princess supported her. She felt an overwhelming panic. What if Princess Manhwa really entered the prince's house? Could she still keep her position as the heir's wife? Mother, what should I do? Yu Chaoyang leaned against the princess, looking helpless and pitiful. Don't think too much. The prince will handle it well. The princess also didn't know how to comfort her. Oh no, mother. My stomach hurts. Yu Chaoyang suddenly cried out. What? The princess was startled. She was only 3 months pregnant, just settling the baby, and she was the first grandchild of the prince's house. Nothing could happen. Doctor, hurry, check on Chaoyang. The princess immediately called out. The doctor summoned by the queen had not gone far. When Shangguan Zishu heard that Yu Chaoyang's stomach hurt, he felt guilty and rushed over. Chaoyang, don't think too much. The baby is important. Shangguan Zishu's concerned demeanor only made Yu Chaoyang feel more upset. They had only been married for a little over 4 months and were still in the sweet period of their relationship, yet they were caught up in someone else's scheme. Prince. Yu Chaoyang cried out, and tears flowed like beads from a broken string. Don't think too much. Don't worry, you will always be my wife, Shangguan Zishu promised, hoping to comfort her. The doctor finished checking her pulse. Doctor, how is she? Shangguan Zishu asked anxiously. The young lady is overly distressed and has disturbed her pregnancy. She needs to calm down. I will prepare some medicine to help her, the doctor said, shaking his head sympathetically. Mother, this is pregnancy medicine I bought at the 10-day hall. I always carry it with me just in case. Let the young lady use it first. Yu Yuanzheng kindly offered her own medicine. Yu Chaoyang's pregnancy must be safe. There will be more excitement to come. Princess Manhwa has put so much thought into entering the royal residence. She would never give up. The prince's delaying tactics can only buy time. She will definitely enter the royal residence. The young master's courtyard will be lively in the future. Then Yu Chaoyang won't think of causing trouble for me. The princess took the medicine and personally fed it to Yu Chaoyang. Shangguan Zishu picked up Yu Chaoyang, saying, Father, Mother, I will take Chaoyang back to the residence first. Whether or not there is a moon ritual does not matter to him. Yu Yuanzheng watched the two leave, her gaze distant and thoughtful. At that moment, Qingfeng took over the wheelchair. Madam, let me push it. Be careful with the little one in your belly. Look at how considerate this subordinate is. Knowing the young lady is pregnant, he immediately thought of her well-being. Shangguan Ziki glanced at his wife with a hint of guilt, then held her hand tightly. He had been pushed here by her just now. It's my fault. It's fine. The palace roads are smooth and don't require much effort. Qingfeng is just overreacting, Yu Yuanzheng said casually. The group returned to the Tai Ming Hall. It was almost time. The queen returned to the emperor and quietly told him what had happened, causing the emperor to look at the prince with a hint of teasing. It seems the emperor enjoys the excitement. He is worried the prince might blame him. The prince's son was schemed against in the palace, indicating he hasn't managed it well. The emperor led the ministers and some noble sons brought into the palace to worship the moon god. The Ministry of Rites had already prepared the altar. The emperor respectfully prayed for good weather in the coming year. The ministers followed suit, kneeling and bowing. The Mid-Autumn Palace banquet officially ended. When Shangguan Ziki and Yu Yuanzheng returned to their Chia courtyard, it was already around 8 p.m. "Madam, are you hiding something from me? From your eyes and expression, I can tell you have something on your mind," said Shangguan Ziki. "How do you know?" Yu Yuanzheng asked, surprised. She hadn't said anything. "You wear your feelings on your face. You're not surprised at all that my second brother is in trouble. In fact, you seem excited to see the drama unfold. Is it that obvious?" Yu Yuanzheng felt uneasy. Would she have any secrets in front of him in the future? Others might not notice, but I can. That's a relief. You startled me, Yu Yuanzheng said, patting her chest. This incident was likely planned by Princess Manhwa. Then Yu Yuanzheng recounted what she had heard today with Princess Lingxian. However, she couldn't directly accuse her since there was no solid proof. She could only suggest that Princess Manhwa was up to no good in the palace. Shangguan Ziki fell into deep thought. Everyone saw the glory of the Roan Wangfu, but no one recognized its responsibilities.
Sigh.
It was frustrating. He felt disappointed in his brother. "Husband, do you want to get involved in this matter?" Yu Yuanzheng asked seriously. "What does my wife hope? Should I get involved or not?" Shangguan Ziki smiled. "Of course, I hope you won't interfere. That way, the heir's wife won't have time to trouble me, and my baby will be safe." Yu Yuanzheng spoke her mind, reminding Shangguan Ziki. It was true. The last incident with the two maids was caused by his sister-in-law. She was a narrow-minded woman, not worth his help. "All right, as you wish. I will pretend to know nothing," Shangguan Ziki said, pulling Yu Yuanzheng onto his lap and gently touching her belly. It was still flat, but soon it would swell. His child was growing there, and the thought of having two kids calling him dad made his heart soften. He wanted to protect them all. With that thought, Shangguan Ziki's perspective changed. "Wife, if I were to treat my leg, how long would it take?"
"Why?"
"Do you want to get treated?"
"Yes."
"Weren't you going to wait until you caught the person who harmed you?" Yu Yuanzheng was confused about his sudden change of heart. "My dear, I want to protect you and the baby. If you face danger during your pregnancy, and I can't help, that would be more painful than death. So, I want to recover soon, but I can continue to pretend to be injured." Shangguan Ziki shared his plan. Once again, Yu Yuanzheng was moved. "Okay, I will treat you, but not in the palace. Let's leave the palace and go somewhere else for treatment. It will take about 3 months. There's a villa outside the city, owned by my mother. We can stay there for a while. We can say it's for your peace of mind during the pregnancy. How does that sound?" "Sounds good." "Madam, there's one more thing. I made a decision without discussing it with you first," Shangguan Ziki said apologetically. "What is it?" Yu Yuanzheng asked, puzzled, as they had no secrets between them. "Today, when I met with the emperor and mentioned the crown prince, he asked me to inquire with the healer. If the healer can treat the crown prince's leg, the emperor will agree to any conditions he can fulfill. So, I arranged for the crown prince to visit Chia courtyard. I wonder if the healer can take a look at him?" Shangguan Ziki asked gently. "Do you want me to reveal the healer's identity in front of the crown prince?" Yu Yuanzheng was confused. Although she didn't plan to keep it a secret forever, now was definitely not the best time to expose it. "I grew up with the crown prince and was his companion in studies. Before his accident, the emperor trained him as the heir. Now that the crown prince is injured, the other princes are becoming restless. The third prince born to my aunt is also involved, which is not a good thing. Our Wang family never participates in the struggle for the throne. We only care for the people. If the crown prince can recover, the competition for the throne will be less intense, which will help the emperor stabilize the court." Shangguan Ziki said thoughtfully, also indicating that he hoped the crown prince would inherit the throne in the future. This would be beneficial for the Wei dynasty and the people. Indeed, as a child trained to be the heir, he stood from a perspective of righteousness. In contrast, Shangguan Zishu only saw immediate benefits and did not consider the entire family or the common people. Yu Yuanjing's gaze toward Shangguan Ziki changed slightly. This was a great husband. All right, let him come. I'll take a look first. I can't guarantee I can heal him, but the scar on his face really affects his appearance. We can consider removing that scar first. How can a handsome man have flaws? Yu Yuanjing agreed readily. Are you only focused on his looks? Shangguan Ziki teased. My husband is even more handsome, Yu Yuanjing quickly added, sensing something was off. Shangguan Ziki then smiled brightly. The night passed without a word. Unexpectedly, early the next morning, the son of the Ink King and his wife arrived at the palace. The prince had yet to come up with a plan. As soon as Yu Yuanjing received the news, she immediately went to the main courtyard with Shangguan Ziki. The main figures of the Wang family gathered once again. Your Highness, let's discuss this matter thoroughly today. We can't delay any longer, otherwise, everyone in the capital will hear rumors about my daughter, said Chao Mingxing, the heir of the Mo Wang. Why are you in such a hurry? There's no child waiting to be born, the prince replied irritably. He wasn't foolish. He quickly realized that his son had likely fallen for the county princess of Manhwa. He remembered how he had been enchanted by someone in the past, which led him to take a concubine into his household. Even now, thinking back on it made him uncomfortable. His heart belonged only to his princess, yet he had to deal with the chaos caused by the concubine, who had tried to win his favor for years before he finally put her in her place. Now, his son was facing the same issue. It was truly troublesome, especially since it involved the legitimate granddaughter of the Mo Wang, who was well known in the palace. The royal family would certainly not deny her. Your Highness, we can't say that. A woman's reputation is very important. If the county prince has already seen her, it's almost the same as if she were expecting a child, Chao Mingxing stated boldly, showing no shame in his words. Your Highness, since the county princess's reputation has already been tarnished, we should marry her into the household, the elder lady said, not waiting for the prince to respond. Elder lady, marrying her means she would be a wife. What about Chaoyang? The prince replied coldly, glancing at Yu Chaoyang, who looked pale and had red, swollen eyes, clearly having cried for a long time the night before. Shangguan Zishu also looked tired, likely having spent a lot of time comforting Yu Chaoyang and sleeping late. The county princess is of royal blood, so she cannot be a concubine. She should be a primary wife. They can both serve the heir equally, the elder lady suggested, looking pleased with her idea. After hearing about Zishu's situation in the palace, the elder lady had thought all night. The county princess's status was much higher than Yu Chaoyang's, making her more suitable to be the heir's wife. If it weren't for the old prince's arrangement, Yu Chaoyang wouldn't have had a chance to marry into the royal family. Brother, the second brother agrees with the elder lady's opinion, the second elder said, stepping forward to express his support. What do you know? All you think about is women and not doing your proper duties, the prince snapped, irritated by the second elder's interjection. He should be working hard in the military, but instead he slacked off. Brother, why does this concern me when we're talking about Zishu? The second elder mumbled, feeling deflated. Your Highness, please give us an answer, or my daughter might take drastic measures, Chao Mingxing threatened. Zishu, what do you think? The prince wanted to hear his son's opinion. Father, I did see the condition of Princess Manhwa yesterday. As a responsible man, I cannot avoid my duties. Therefore, I must give her an explanation. The only option is to marry her, as the two elders suggested, and take her as a proper wife. She will live with the sisters from now on. Shangguan Zishu expressed his stance. Yuanzheng felt a sarcastic smile rise in her heart. It seemed that Yu Chaoyang was not tough enough last night and failed to hold him accountable. The prince felt disappointed. This son was far behind Ziki. He glanced at Shangguan Ziki in the wheelchair and then at Yuanzheng, feeling a bit better. If Zishu wanted to marry, then let him. He would soon learn that having many women is not always better. It seemed the hope should still rest on the eldest son. The heir is indeed responsible, Chao Mingxing said with a smile upon hearing Shangguan Zishu's words. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang, upset, ran out crying. Hey, slow down. Concubine Luo quickly followed her out. She did not want anything to happen to her grandson, as he was her first grandchild. With Zishu having a son, his position as heir would be more secure. Concubine Luo saw Yu Chaoyang crying against a pillar. Child, I know you are hurting, but Zishu has to give her an explanation. She is a princess, a royal, and cannot be treated like an ordinary girl. The emperor would not agree to that. I will make sure Zishu treats you better than he treats Manhwa. Don't worry, you are the daughter-in-law I recognize. Concubine Luo gently patted her back to comfort her. Yu Chaoyang felt helpless and pitiful, but no one could help her. Just then, Earl Yongin and his wife, led by Steward Li, arrived. Upon seeing her parents, Yu Chaoyang rushed into Lady Wang's arms. Mother, I can't go on living. What should I do? Chaoyang, don't be afraid. Your father and I are here to talk to the prince. You should go back to your courtyard. You're pregnant, so don't cry. The most important thing now is to take care of yourself and ensure the baby is born safely. That will be your lifelong support, Lady Wang softly reassured her. She could not remain indifferent to her beloved daughter suffering such distress. She got up early and immediately took her husband to the prince's residence. Yu Chaoyang obediently returned to her courtyard with concubine Luo's support. She placed all her hopes on her parents. With family visiting, she felt much more at ease. After Lord Yongin and his wife entered the main hall and greeted everyone, they took a seat without waiting for the prince to invite them. Although Shengguan Zishu was the prince's son, he was also their son-in-law, so they felt justified in their actions today. Your Highness, our Yu family is still a noble house. Since Chaoyang married into the royal family a few months ago, she has behaved properly as a noble consort and is now expecting the prince's child. We cannot let her feel neglected or let our family's reputation be trampled on. Our Yu family earned our title through military merit. While we may not compare to the royal family, we have sacrificed for our country and the people of Wei. Yu Yunxing glanced around the hall and spoke proudly, asserting his presence. Yu Yuanzheng regarded his attitude with a bit more respect, knowing that his uncle was concerned about the family's honor. If they were being bullied to this extent and still remained silent, it would be shameful. Father-in-law, we are discussing this matter, the prince said, trying to calm him down. Your Highness, we need an explanation. Our Manhwa is waiting for us to bring news back. If we return late and find a tragedy, it would be terrible. She is a favored niece of the emperor, which is why she was granted the title of county princess. We have carefully raised Manhwa as our legitimate daughter, hoping to find her a suitable husband, but everything was ruined by the prince's glance. Chao Mingxing began to pressure the prince again. Both sides were pushing him for a response. The prince only considers your daughter. Have you thought about our daughter? Don't treat everyone as fools. Even though I wasn't present at the palace yesterday, I can tell that the prince has been influenced by someone. And you know who that is. Your carefully raised daughter is shamelessly pursuing another's man. Hearing Chao Mingxing's words made Wang Shi angry. Without caring whether they were in the royal palace, she began to scold him. How can you speak like that? What evidence do you have that my daughter schemed against anyone? Lady Lin Xinhua was unwilling to admit that her daughter was involved in any schemes. If the Empress couldn't find anything, how could anyone make such claims? We are all women here. Who doesn't know your daughter's intentions? She just wants to become the noble consort of the Rong Wang family, thinking that entering the royal family would allow her to overshadow my daughter and take the position of noble consort. Don't forget that my Chaoyang was married to the prince by the emperor's decree, while County Princess Manhwa is using underhanded tactics to cling to the prince. Wang Shi continued to vent her anger. Your family received the marriage of Chaoyang from the emperor, but it was originally given to the heir, Shengguan Ziki. You looked down on him for being in a deep sleep and not wanting to marry, so you tried to switch things around. Don't act like your family is so noble. Wang was momentarily speechless. The prince watched the two women argue, feeling helpless. Enough, no more words. The situation has happened. Since Manhwa insists on marrying into the Wang family, we will accept her. But let me be clear, If she regrets it after marrying into the Shangguan family, she will have to face the consequences. The princess prepared the betrothal gifts according to the customs for a concubine, but the position of heir's wife for Chaoyang was unchangeable. If Manhwa planned to harm the heir's wife, she shouldn't blame me for being harsh and enforcing family rules. The prince agreed to the marriage. The family rules of the Wang family are not easily broken. Breaking them could cost lives. However, it also ensured that Yu Chaoyang's status remained secure. He was also considering Shangguan's issue. Whether his son understands his father's intentions depends on his own insight. Chao Mingxing and his wife got what they wanted and took their leave, casting a provocative glance at Yu Yunxin before departing. As long as their daughter entered the Wang family, they could deal with future matters later. Yu Yunxin did not leave. They felt this was not enough. With one word from the prince, their son-in-law gained a strong woman as a mother-in-law. How could their daughter have a peaceful life after this? They felt uneasy about it. Your Highness, what will we do if Princess Manhwa enters the household? What about our Chaoyang? Yu Yunxin looked troubled. Sigh, I am also helpless. Misfortune has struck my family. In-law, you have been in the Dali Temple for many years, right? Still a deputy there. One day, I will invite the Dali Temple's junior official for tea and see if I can help you get promoted. The prince could think of no better solution than to offer some benefits to his in-law. Hearing this, Yu Yunxin felt a surge of joy. It was really difficult to get promoted. Positions like his, obtained through family connections, are hard to advance. They had not taken the imperial exams, which left them at a disadvantage compared to those from scholarly backgrounds. This was a gap they could not bridge. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Having received a favor, Duke Yongin and his wife went to see their daughter, offering her comfort before leaving the Wang household. However, Yu Chaoyang could not accept this outcome. She had to endure this bitter reality. It took her 3 days of taking calming medicine before she slowly came to terms with it. Meanwhile, Jin Ling and Yin Ling, who had just been promoted to concubines, felt anxious and uneasy. If the county mistress of Manhwa enters the residence, it will be difficult to deal with such a woman. The young lady cannot allow a concubine, who is also a county mistress, to impose rules on her. Given her status, the young lady must show respect to the county mistress even before entering the royal residence. Once she is in the royal residence, she remains a county mistress. The 2 concubines brought in by the maids will find it even harder to gain any favor from the young master. After much thought and discussion, they decided to pledge their loyalty to the young lady, uniting to confront the county mistress. However, these matters do not concern Yu Yuanjing. They are unrelated to her. Yet, to prepare a betrothal gift for the county mistress of Manhwa, the princess was quite busy for several days, preparing a gift of equal value to what was given to the Yu family at that time. Concubine Luo even came to check on it, worried that the princess might give too little. Concubine Luo was pleased with the situation, feeling content that her son would have 2 suitable wives, ensuring a stable position for him. If both women bear sons, the young master's lineage would be even more prosperous. She never considered that the royal residence is ultimately decided by the prince. The 2 elder ladies were also happy with this outcome. Yu Chaoyang and the county mistress of Manhwa are not on the same level. During the preparation of the betrothal gifts, the Mo Wangfu urged the 6 rituals to be completed quickly, seemingly anxious about any changes. Everything was simplified, and the wedding date was set for 3 months later. The princess had to speed up the process, completing the inquiries and auspicious dates in just half a month, followed by the betrothal announcement. On the day of the announcement, the princess personally attended, giving it the proper respect. However, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't understand why the Mo Wangfu was in such a hurry. Husband, do you know the reason? Could it be that the county mistress of Manhwa is already expecting? Yu Yuanjing pondered. Don't say such things. The wedding night requires verification. Then why is she in such a rush? After asking, Yu Yuanjing suddenly considered a possibility. If what she thought was true, should she reach out to help Yu Chaoyang? It's a bit of a dilemma. Yu Chaoyang can't be that incompetent, right? He should be able to figure this out. Never mind. they will each live their own lives. If Yu Chaoyong can't compete with Manhwa, then that's his fate. The wedding date is set for 3 months later, meaning the new bride will arrive just in time for the new year. During this half-month, there is also a more important event for scholars taking place in the capital, the triennial autumn examination. Yu Yuanjing took some time to visit her family again to encourage her father. However, her father seemed completely relaxed, confident in his abilities. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lord Jean also said, "I've made great progress, so passing the exam shouldn't be a problem. Just focus on your pregnancy and don't worry about your family," Yu Yunji reminded his daughter. "Then I wish you good luck with your writing, father." On the 2nd day of September, it was the birthday of the Duke of Wei's wife. The princess wanted to take her family back to her hometown. This family referred to the prince and his wife, Shangguan Ziki. The others were not included since it wasn't a major celebration. The Qin family didn't make a big fuss, only inviting a few relatives for some fun. Early in the morning, the princess sent Grandma Zhao to urge the young couple to get up early. Yu Yuanzheng understood the princess's desire to return to her hometown. Since her son fell into a deep sleep, she hadn't gone back home. She only went out when absolutely necessary. After marrying her daughter-in-law, she had started to go out a bit more. Someone was now taking care of her son. The 4 of them set out, with only the prince riding a horse while the other 3 took a carriage, making the prince seem like a protector of flowers. Of course, the prince couldn't be considered too old, as he was only 41. Upon arriving at the Duke of Wei's residence, the Duke's 2 sons were already waiting at the door to greet them. Brother-in-law, the Duke's eldest son, Qin Song, stepped forward and bowed. Brother-in-law, the Duke's 2nd son, Qin Bai, also stepped forward and bowed. Both of them struggled with their studies and secured small positions in the military through their fathers and the prince's connections. Qin Song, 34, was a captain, while Qin Bai, only 30, worked in logistics. At this moment, the princess and Yu Yuanjing also stepped out of the carriage. "Sister, you look much better today," Qin Song said, noticing the princess's gentle smile. Although they were from a noble family, their father did not hold an official position, and their family only had a title for show. This title was earned by their ancestors many years ago for their significant contributions against the Kanglin kingdom. However, in peacetime, military titles hold little value, and they had no opportunities to achieve great things, so they could only secure small positions with the help of their brother-in-law. Nevertheless, with the Duke of Wei's title, the Qin family's status in the capital was second only to that of the prince's. "Little brother, second brother," the princess said happily upon seeing her relatives. Her 2 brothers noticed that she no longer looked troubled, realizing that their elder sister was finally emerging from her low spirits due to her nephew's awakening. "Uncle, second uncle." At this moment, Shangguan Ziki also got down from a carriage with the help of Qing Feng and Mingyue. "Uncle, second uncle." Yu Yuanjing followed suit. Good. A group of people entered the main courtyard. 2 elderly people were already seated in the main positions, waiting for them. Daughter, son-in-law, greets father and mother. The prince and princess bowed together. Then it was the turn of the couple, Shangguan Ziki and his wife. "Ziki has truly awakened. Now your mother can finally relax." Ziki's wife, "Come here, your grandmother hasn't officially met you yet," Lady Chen, the wife of the Duke of Wei, waved to Yu Yuanjing. Yu Yuanjing looked at Shangguan Ziki, saw him nod and walked over. Lady Chen took off a bracelet from her wrist and placed it on Yu Yuanjing's hand. It was clearly a fine piece. "Thank you, grandmother," Yu Yuanjing said as she curtsied in thanks. Lady Chen was not the biological mother of the princess, but her stepmother. However, this stepmother was chosen well. She only had sons and treated the princess very well, almost like her own child. The princess had never faced any difficulties from her stepmother and received motherly affection, along with the love from the old Lady Wei. The princess was quite lucky. The old Lady Wei had already passed away. Then, the relatives and friends who had arrived began to greet each other and get acquainted. Since it was Yu Yuanjing's first visit, she didn't know anyone, and the princess introduced everyone to her. There were 2 aunts and their cousins. Many people also came from the Duke's side of the family. The Duke's two brothers' families and married aunts were present as well. There were quite a few people. Cousin-in-law, come on. I'll take you to the garden, invited Qin Jiaoyan, the eldest cousin from her uncle's family. She was the oldest among the children at 14, while the others were much younger. Just take your cousin-in-law to play. Your cousin can chat with grandfather in the study, Duke Qin Jing said with a smile. Yu Yuanzheng went to play in the garden surrounded by a group of children. She felt like she was now the leader of the kids. Cousin-in-law, I heard you play the piano beautifully. I've already prepared a piano in the garden. Come, I want to hear it. I also want to learn. But I missed the palace banquet and only heard about it from others later, Qin Jiaoyan said, being very friendly. She seemed to be a cheerful and lively girl. Cousin, you all go play. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I won't go to the garden, said a slightly older girl to Qin Jiaoyan. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Qin Jiaoyan asked, puzzled. Maybe, the girl replied. All right then. Yu Yuanzheng followed Qin Jiaoyan and a few other girls of similar age to the garden. Cousin, who was that girl just now? Yu Yuanzheng could see that the girl didn't look uncomfortable. In fact, her face was quite rosy. She is my aunt's daughter, my cousin, named Lu Yuru. My aunt asked my mother to help her find a match, so she is temporarily staying with us. Has a match been arranged? Not yet. She doesn't like this family or that one. I don't know what kind of family she wants to marry into. What does her family do? Oh, my uncle works as a judge in a provincial government. Yu Yuanzheng understood. She likely didn't want to marry outside the capital and hoped to find a good family there. She wanted to climb the social ladder. Yu Yuanzheng was playing with a group of children in the garden. The princess was chatting with the Duchess of Wei and some relatives. The Duke of Wei took his son-in-law and grandson to his study to talk. Your Highness, is there really no hope for Ziki's leg? The Duke was very concerned about his grandson. If the title of heir fell to an illegitimate son, it wouldn't be good. After the prince passes away, if the heir inherits the throne, it won't be his grandson, and their connection to the royal family will weaken. Shangwan Ziki exchanged a glance with the prince, who shook his head slightly. Grandfather, it's already great that I can wake up. I don't ask for much. Just want to live a good life with my wife and raise a few children. Shangwan Ziki's content attitude made the Duke sigh deeply. You chose well with your wife. She quickly became pregnant with twins. That's quite rare. The Duke smiled at the thought. Yes, my wife is the best. Shangwan Ziki's smile grew gentler when he mentioned Yu Yuanzheng. All right, Your Highness, let's play a game of chess. We can chat and drink tea while we play. Shangwan Ziki stayed nearby, pouring tea for the two elders. After a while, he couldn't sit still anymore. He already knew what they were discussing. He then suggested he go to the garden to find his cousins. Qingfeng slowly pushed him along the path to the back garden. Just as they were nearing the back garden, two girls were running and playing, not paying attention to where they were going. The girl in front was playfully running backward, teasing the girl behind her. They didn't stop when they reached Shangwan Ziki and were about to fall into his lap in the wheelchair. Qingfeng reacted quickly, pushing the wheelchair to the side to let the girl pass. However, it seemed like the girl had eyes in the back of her head. As she stepped back, she tripped over her own feet and fell toward the direction the wheelchair was moving. At the moment she fell, the girl turned around and faced Shangwan Ziki. She widened her eyes in shock, looking panicked as she locked eyes with him. However, she never expected that just as she was about to fall into Shangwan Ziki's arms, he pushed her away, and she tumbled into the flowers on the other side of the path.
Ouch!
The girl exclaimed. The girl who was chasing after her saw her fall and quickly helped her up. Cousin, are you okay? This girl turned out to be a maid. It's unusual for someone to play so wildly with a maid. Ouch. I think I hurt my waist. It really hurts, the girl, Lu Yuru, whom Qin Jiaoyan had mentioned earlier, complained. The maid greets the eldest cousin, the maid said to Shangwan Ziki. Are you Xiao Qiu, the maid by my aunt's side? Shangwan Ziki asked. Yes, I am. This is Miss Lu Yuru, the daughter of the eldest lady's family, Xiao Qiu introduced. Ouch! Lu Yuru continued to groan. her face turning bright red as she glanced at Shangguan Ziki. Eldest cousin Yu. Lu Yuru held her chest, pretending to be in pain. Her embarrassed expression was obvious to everyone. Shangguan Ziki suddenly realized that when he pushed her, he hadn't paid attention to where he was pushing her. But in that critical moment, who could think of so much? He just acted to push her away. Shangguan Ziki felt a bit embarrassed, worried that the lady would find out. I was rude. I'm sorry, he said, then signaled for Qingfeng to continue leading him into the garden, leaving Lu Yuru blushing and at a loss. But how could she let such a good opportunity slip away? Xiao Qiu, let's go. Help me find my aunt, Lu Yuru instructed. They soon found Qinsong's wife, Huang Shi. Aunt, I can't go on living. A man has treated me improperly. As soon as Lu Yuru saw Huang Shi, she burst into tears, making a dramatic statement in front of a room full of guests. Huang Shi was so angry, she wanted to hide her away. What kind of girl would say such a thing in public? Such matters are usually discussed privately. Huang Shi quickly reacted, pulling Lu Yuru away to a private area before asking what happened. Aunt, I wasn't feeling well earlier, so I didn't go to the garden with my cousin. After I visited the restroom, I felt better and wanted to find my cousin to play. On the way, I was playing with Xiao Qiu and accidentally fell onto the young master of the Wang family. But instead of catching me, he pushed me away, and his hand ended up touching me. I'm a young lady, aunt. What should I do? Lu Yuru pointed to her chest. Huang was so angry she didn't know what to say. This was a difficult situation. If she hadn't said that in front of so many guests, it would have been forgotten, and no one would have spread it around. But she had shouted it out loud. Do you plan to marry Ziqi? Huang asked, annoyed. Aunt, can I marry anyone else? My reputation has already been ruined by him, Lu Yuru said, feeling wronged. He is already married and his wife is expecting a child. He cannot marry you, Huang firmly replied. But what about me? I am your niece. You must help me. How can I get married now that he has touched me? I heard that the young master is marrying a daughter from the second branch of the Yong'an Marquis family. How can someone of that status be worthy of him? My status is even higher than hers. Are you doing this on purpose? Huang sensed something else. Of course not. Today was the first time I met the young master. How could I do it on purpose? Lu Yuru quickly denied it. But in reality, she had been unable to take her eyes off Shangguan Ziqi since she first saw him in the main hall. Even though he was disabled, she was drawn to him. He was the man she wanted to marry most. Besides, he was the young master of the Wang family, and even without the title of heir, he would still live a life of wealth and luxury. Being a concubine would be much better than marrying an ordinary official. How could his wife be worthy of such a distinguished young master? Being a concubine would be an honor for her. If she entered the Wang family, perhaps with the connection to the Duke of Wei, she might even become a wife. You want to enter the Wang family, but only as a concubine. Do you really want to be the young master's concubine? Huang felt a headache coming on. But I have already been wronged by the young master. Who else can I marry? Lu Yuru looked at Huang with tearful eyes. From now on, you must stay quietly in your room. After your mother-in-law's birthday, and when the guests leave, we will discuss this again. Do you understand? Huang warned. She was worried that the child might not understand and would say something inappropriate, ruining her reputation. She didn't even know how the earlier comment had been twisted. On the other side was Shangguan Ziki. Qingfeng pushed me to wash my hands. After washing his hands several times, he still felt uncomfortable. What should he do about this? Should he tell Zhenghe? Qingfeng, do you think we should tell Madam about what happened earlier? Shangguan Ziki asked the servant for his opinion. Young master, I think it's better not to tell Madam. If she finds out that you almost got knocked over by a girl, she will definitely be angry. It's all your fault for not moving fast enough, Shangguan Ziki glared at Qingfeng. Young master, I was quick enough. Who knew that girl would change direction? Do you think she did it on purpose? Qingfeng thought something was off. Both he and the young master were skilled fighters, yet they couldn't avoid a little girl. They had just miscalculated. Who would expect a girl to fall so unexpectedly when she seemed to be running steadily? I may. How could I attract attention? Shangguan Ziki doubted. Even Yu Chaoyang wouldn't marry him, trying every way to change her groom, yet his wife didn't mind. Young master, don't underestimate yourself. Your charm comes not just from your status but also from your looks and family background, Qingfeng disagreed. Shangguan Ziki had no response. It was indeed true. Look at his second brother. Didn't he just bring trouble upon himself? If he weren't the heir, would the princess of Manhwa marry him? Sigh, he should tell his wife when he gets home, to avoid misunderstandings. Otherwise, if she hears something from someone else, she might think he is not honest. He decided not to look for Yu Yuanzheng, and instead found a nice spot to watch her playing with a group of children. Watching her play brought him peace. A warm happiness filled his heart, making him feel enchanted. Before the afternoon banquet began, a maid came to call everyone to the main hall to formally celebrate the old lady's birthday. Yu Yuanzheng was the oldest among the children and was already married, leading a few younger cousins to pay their respects to the Duchess. Shangguan Ziki also got down from his wheelchair with Qingfeng's help and knelt down. The Duchess was so moved, she almost cried. Happy birthday, grandmother. May you live as long as the mountains. The children's voices rang out, bright and clear. The banquet soon began. It was all family with no outsiders, just divided by gender, but not separated. In the afternoon, as the time approached, families began to say their goodbyes. The princess did not leave immediately because she was the only great-aunt of her generation. When most of the guests had left, Mrs. Huang called her niece to discuss what happened in the morning and asked the princess for her opinion. What did you say? The princess asked in disbelief. Was that comment made by Ziki this morning? Go, call Ziki and his wife. The princess was very angry. Earlier, she had chatted with an aunt and did not realize that the man was her own son. This was unacceptable. A young maid quickly ran out to summon them. The Duchess of Wei frowned. This was the eldest son of the royal family, and this situation was complicated. In the main hall, only the Duchess of Wei and her two daughters-in-law remained, as the other relatives had left. The princess had planned to chat a little longer before leaving. Ziki was in the outer courtyard, while Yu Yuanzheng was taken to her cousin's room to play. This cousin loved playing with Yu Yuanzheng, and always had interesting stories to share. When the maid came to invite her to the main hall, she thought her mother was preparing to leave. Big cousin, I'll walk you out. Can I come to the palace to play with you in the future? The little girl felt she had found a kindred spirit. Of course. I don't have much to do each day, except when the 8th princess comes to learn the piano. That's great. I want to learn the piano too, so my friends will be envious. The two chatted happily as they made their way to the main hall. Mother, are we going home? Yu Yuanzheng's smile faded when she noticed the princess's serious expression. Mother, what's wrong? The princess remained silent, her brow furrowed tightly. At that moment, Ziki arrived. Ziki, what did you do today? The princess asked directly upon seeing her son. I didn't do anything, just played a game of chess with my second uncle, Ziki replied honestly. Your aunt's niece claims you acted improperly toward her. Is that true? The princess asked sternly. How could I act improperly? She almost fell into my arms, and I pushed her away to avoid any trouble. Ziki quickly defended himself, glancing at Yu Yuanzheng, worried that she might be upset. Then why does she say you acted improperly? The princess asked, relieved to hear his explanation. Big brother, you can't say that. I am also from a good family. You pushed me, but your hand touched me. How can I live with that? I am a girl. It is not appropriate for a boy to touch me. Lu Yuru saw that Shangguan Ziqi didn't seem embarrassed at all and acted as if nothing had happened, while she cried and pointed at her chest. Yu Yuanzheng looked at her with no expression on her face. It was clear what she meant. How was I supposed to know where you fell? I just wanted to push you away. Why did you fall right in front of me? It makes me suspicious of your intentions. Was it on purpose? Shangguan Ziqi acted a bit shamelessly at that moment. He had to be firm to avoid any misunderstandings with his wife. Cousin, didn't you say you weren't feeling well? How could you run into your older cousin? Qin Jiaoyan asked, confused. Cousin, after you all went to the garden, I went to the restroom, and then I felt better, so I planned to find you. While playing with Xiao Qiu on the way to the garden, I didn't notice that the young master of the Wang family was also heading there, and I accidentally tripped and fell. Lu Yuru simply explained what happened. Let's just forget about this. Be more careful when walking in the future, eldest daughter-in-law. Keep the household quiet and don't spread rumors. Wang Fei, you all can go back now. The Duchess thought the situation wasn't serious, just a little push. Duchess, how can you say that? Ru'er has already been touched by the young master, and so many people know that someone has disrespected her. Her reputation is ruined. Please help her. Lu Yuru immediately knelt before the Duchess, crying for help. What do you want then? The Duchess clearly wasn't happy. Her eldest daughter-in-law's niece had been staying with them for a while, and the eldest daughter-in-law had found several suitable matches for her, but she was never satisfied. She knew the girl was aiming too high, but since she was someone else's child, she didn't interfere. Now this situation involved the young master of the Wang family, and she had to put a stop to it. But the girl seemed determined to climb the social ladder. Ru'er has lost her innocence and can only be with the young master of the Wang family. Lu Yuru glanced at Shangguan Ziqi and stated her demand. You want to be with me? What makes you think you have the right? Just because I pushed you, you think you can cling to me? I won't marry you. I already have a wife. Shangguan Ziqi once again made his stance clear, then looked pitifully at Yu Yuanjing standing beside him. He felt so innocent. Yu Yuanjing glanced at him with amusement. She wasn't angry at all. In ancient times, women would go to great lengths for their marriages. They had seen too much in online stories. Sister, what do you think about this? Huang was a bit disappointed with her niece, but the issue needed to be resolved. She promised her sister to help Ru'er find a good family, but the girl had her own ideas. If it weren't for her sister, she wouldn't have kept her in the house for months. They had a good relationship when they were younger, which is why she was so dedicated. The sisters had been apart for too long and didn't know how the older sister had raised the girl, who seemed quite ambitious. Our son Ziki is disabled and cannot give Miss Lu the happiness she wants. One person suffering is enough, the princess said firmly. Princess, if the eldest son doesn't take responsibility, how will Ru'er ever marry? Her reputation is already damaged, and she feels that death is the only way to protect it. She's only 16. How can you be so heartless? Lu Yuru is desperate for her happiness and even threatened to end her life. Yu Yuanjing rolled her eyes. She couldn't stand this kind of behavior and decided to take action. Yu Yuanjing walked over to Lu Yuru and helped her up from the ground. Miss Lu, do you want to marry my husband as a wife or a concubine? Yu Yuanjing asked gently. Madam, I won't marry either as a wife or a concubine. You can't just agree to that, Shangguan Ziqi said anxiously. He was worried his wife might make a foolish decision. What if she really brought her home, and then he got kicked out? He knew his wife's standards for men. Be quiet. Yu Yuanjing glared at him. Seeing Yu Yuanjing's gentle demeanor, Lu Yuru thought she was easy to talk to. She weakly got up from the ground, saying, I know the eldest young lady is the wife of the eldest son. Being a concubine is also acceptable. I will make sure to get along well with you. Oh, being a concubine is fine, but I can make you a wife instead. Would you like that? Yu Yuanjing smiled, offering an unexpected promise. Everyone looked at Yu Yuanjing in disbelief. Zheng'er, you can't be reckless, the princess scolded. Mother, don't worry, I won't be reckless. How could such a good girl be a concubine? Yu Yuanjing replied casually, but didn't look at the princess, instead smiling at Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru was a bit confused by her response. Come, follow me, Yu Yuanjing said, taking Lu Yuru's hand and walking toward Shangguan Ziqi. Lu Yuru felt delighted as they walked toward Shangguan Ziqi. This woman is so easy to deal with. She is very agreeable and even took the initiative to bring her to the young master. When they were 5 steps away from Shangguan Ziqi, Yu Yuanjing suddenly swung her hand. Qingfeng, catch her. Her movement was too quick for Lu Yuru to react, and she stumbled forward, directly into Qingfeng's arms. Hearing Yu Yuanjing's command, Qingfeng instinctively caught her tightly.
Ah!
Lu Yuru screamed and struggled to get out of Qingfeng's embrace. But Qingfeng quickly understood the young lady's intention and did not let go right away. He only released her when she started swinging her fists. Then he gave her a gentle push, and Lu Yuru fell to the ground. This time, she truly cried in sadness.
Woo!
Auntie, I can't go on like this. They are bullying me too much. Lu Yuru cried, gasping for breath. Miss Lu, my husband only pushed you a little, and you want to marry him, even if it means being a concubine. Now that Qingfeng has held you tightly, shouldn't you marry him? He is not yet married, so marrying you would make you the main wife. You won't have to compete with other women. I have really helped you a lot. You're not human. Lu Yuru was furious and got up to hit Yu Yuanjing. Seeing her move, Qingfeng would not let her hit the young lady. He stepped forward and pushed Lu Yuru back down. Qingfeng, would you be willing to marry her? Yu Yuanjing asked him with a bright smile. Of course, I didn't expect to be the first among my brothers to marry. Thank you, young madam, for being my matchmaker. Qingfeng was very agreeable. Yu Yuanjing's bold move left everyone present stunned. Huang Shi was the first to react, stepping forward to pull Lu Yuru behind her. Ziki's wife, what you did is too much. Huang Shi scolded. After all, she was her own niece. Even if she did something wrong, she had to protect her a little.
I'm sorry, Auntie.
She has her eyes on my man, so I thought it reasonable to offer her another one. Otherwise, who will speak for my grievances? Everyone just asked her to give up, but she insisted that my husband ruined her reputation and wouldn't back down. Now that both men have been involved with her, she has more choices and doesn't have to go down a dark path alone. Isn't that better? Plus, Qingfeng is willing to marry her as the main wife. Huang Shi was at a loss for words. She had realized that her niece had intentionally set up this situation. She has taken a liking to her nephew and wants to marry into the royal family. Miss Lu, let me ask you, will you marry Qingfeng? He is a valuable assistant to my husband and has a bright future ahead. How can a servant like him marry me, a lady from a noble family? Aunt, kill him. He has ruined Ruru's reputation, and he must not live. Lu Yuru said fiercely. Your true nature is showing? You're so ruthless. Don't think everyone is a fool. You like my husband, and then plotted to ruin your own reputation. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. Even if my husband just pushed you, or if you really fell into his arms, it wouldn't work out for you. Not all men are easy to manipulate. Ruining your reputation is your own doing. And it's better to send this niece back early. No matter how good a husband you find for her, she won't be satisfied unless it's a prince. Yuan Zheng's face lost its previous bright smile and turned cold. Big sister-in-law, Ziki's wife is right. It's best to send her away and let her own mother find her a match. The Duchess agreed with Yuan Zheng. Mother, it's getting late. We should head back, the princess suggested at the right moment. The situation was clear. Qingfeng quickly pushed Shengguan Ziki out. He was truly afraid the Qin family would make him marry that woman. To be honest, he wasn't interested at all. He wanted to hurry back to the palace for a bath. Yuan Zheng caught up, shot a fierce glare at Shengguan Ziki, and then went ahead to support the princess's arm as they walked together. You are too impulsive, child. If this were in public, that girl's reputation would be truly ruined. Luckily, it was just us here, so this won't spread. But you mustn't act so rashly in the future, the princess advised her daughter-in-law. Yes, mother, I understand my mistake, Yuan Zheng replied humbly. But next time, she would be even bolder. Your aunt is surely upset with you. Make sure to apologize to her next time you see her. Yes, mother, she agreed with everything the princess said. But inside, she felt quite pleased. She didn't expect that dealing with the scheming girl could be so satisfying. She needed to share her insights with Yu Yueying and Princess Ling Xian so they could learn from her. Back at the palace, Shengguan Ziki kept pushing the wheelchair around Yuan Zheng. But Yuan Zheng refused to speak to him. Honey, I went to wash my hands at that time and washed them many times. You can ask Qingfeng if you don't believe me. Madam, from now on, I will keep my distance from other women and never give them a chance to harm me. Madam, you are the only one in my heart. Madam, I feel so wronged. Shengwanziki tried his best to say nice things.
Ha.
Shengwanziki's last sentence made Yu Yuanzheng laugh. He really did feel wronged. Can you really do what you just said? Yes, I can. Well, they're interested in your status. If you didn't have that status, would she pay attention to you? If a healthy and charming person came along, she would show her true colors immediately. Such women only care about wealth and power, and whoever marries them will be unfortunate. Yu Yuanzheng sighed.
Sigh.
When women lack status, they tend to reach for higher positions. If the roles were reversed, with women in power, it would be the men trying to climb higher. This is the reality of human nature. She was already very lucky to meet Shengwanziki. You are right, madam. Well, you learn from your mistakes. They had no more words that night. The next day, Yu Yuanzheng received news that the Qin family had sent Lu Yuru back to her parents. After breakfast, a guest arrived at the Wang residence. It was the crown prince, Chao Jinqi. The crown prince first greeted the prince and princess, then was directly taken back to the Chia courtyard by Shengwanziki. The Chia courtyard also had a study, but it was smaller than the outer courtyards. The two chatted in the study. Originally, the maid wanted to bring tea in, but Yu Yuanzheng intercepted her. Xiaoqin, Xiangji, go to the small kitchen and make some snacks. You don't need to stay by my side, Yu Yuanzheng instructed before entering the study and signaling to Ziyue and Jianghua. The two stood at the door of the study, guarding it and not allowing anyone to come close. Inside the study, the two handsome men in wheelchairs remained silent. The two guards looked at their respective masters in confusion. When Yu Yuanzheng entered, both Shengwanziki and the crown prince called their guards outside to keep watch. Now, there were only 3 people in the study. Ziki, what did you mean by your earlier words? Can you tell me now? The crown prince had been puzzled about why Ziki invited him to the Chia courtyard instead of directly taking him to see the divine doctor. The divine doctor is right in front of you, Shengwanziki said mysteriously. This left the crown prince a bit confused. His gaze shifted between the couple. Yu Yuanzheng smiled at him. Ziki, don't tell me that my sister-in-law is the divine doctor? The crown prince had several thoughts in his mind, and only this possibility made sense. Shengwanziki glanced at Yu Yuanzheng before nodding. Oh my, I was so foolish. With so many suspicious points, I never thought of my sister-in-law, the crown prince finally realized. He kept expressing his surprise. Can you keep this a secret? Shengwanziki asked quietly. This secret must be kept. You, my friend, were so generous to tell me. I will remember this kindness, the crown prince replied straightforwardly. He pushed his wheelchair next to Shengwanziki and held his hand. They both gripped each other's hands tightly. This was not just a simple handshake, it was a promise for the future. If the crown prince could stand up, it would change the entire political landscape. This was about the future of the Great Wei dynasty. Their handshake represented their future cooperation and partnership. Yu Yuanzheng watched, but still wanted to bring them back to reality. I haven't even examined you yet, so don't celebrate too soon. I might not be able to help, he said. The two men finally released their hands. Then I will trouble my sister-in-law for a diagnosis. I will offer you 10,000 taels of silver without fail, the crown prince said, bowing slightly. Ha, that's fine. I do love silver. Yu Yuanzheng laughed, putting on a very eager expression. The atmosphere lightened up. Tell me about your injury. Yu Yuanzheng began the examination. 3 years ago, I went to Yuntai Mountain with my father to offer sacrifices. On the way back, we encountered a large group of assassins. At that time, Prince Rong and Ziki were also there. They protected us and held off most of the enemies. But there were too many assassins, all skilled fighters, determined to kill us. They charged at us fearlessly. I had to lead my father and a few palace guards to retreat to the mountaintop. As we passed a cliff, suddenly about 10 more assassins rushed out. My father and I joined the fight, and just when Prince Rong finished dealing with the assassins and arrived, one fearless assassin charged at me, even as my sword pierced his chest, dragging me down the cliff with him. The Crown Prince vividly recalled the fierce battle. Those Kenglin assassins were fearless, sending over 100 at once, showing how much they had invested. During the fall, I managed to turn the assassin around. At the moment of landing, I pinned him beneath me, so I survived, but I have never been able to stand again. Did you break your leg during the fall? Yu Yuanjing asked after hearing this. It is clear how intense that fight was. Yes, but it was just my calf. The doctor treated it right away. I injured my back. When I fell, I landed on the assassin, lying flat on my back. Since then, my back has hurt a lot, and I can't stand on my legs. Lie down on the bed. I'll check you. Yu Yuanzheng pushed him to the edge of the bed. He was in much worse condition than Shangguan Ziki and could hardly walk. His legs seemed useless. Shangguan Ziki came over to help get him onto the bed. Without advanced medical equipment, they had to rely on their hands, which was quite challenging. However, Yu Yuanzheng had years of experience. Based on his earlier description, he had a rough idea of what was wrong. Yu Yuanzheng pressed down on his spine from top to bottom, applying firm pressure. Let me know if it hurts. He pressed each segment, and when he reached the fourth segment in the lower back, the Crown Prince cried out in pain. Does this spot hurt a lot? Yes, it usually hurts there, but not this much. Your touch really hurts, the Crown Prince replied, honestly. Yu Yuanzheng continued to press. He also examined the bones in his legs. I found the problem. After your fall, your lumbar vertebrae must have dislocated, and the doctor didn't set them properly, causing a serious herniation that is pressing on your leg nerves. That's why you can't control your legs and can't walk. This issue will take some time to fix. It won't be resolved in a day or two, so you need to be mentally prepared. I need to design a treatment plan. You must follow my instructions completely and not be afraid of hard work. Since this has been going on for 3 years, your recovery will require a lot of determination. Yu Yuanzheng shared the examination results.
Can my sister really help me?
The Crown Prince asked, filled with hope. You need to cooperate. I will definitely cooperate, the Crown Prince promised. Dear husband, if that's the case, let's find an excuse to go out and relax, and we can take the Crown Prince with us. I'll treat both of you together, Yu Yuanjing suggested. Okay, in 3 days, our new shop will open. After the opening, we'll leave the city and visit my mother's estate. It has beautiful mountains and waters, and it's a great environment for you to rest. Sounds good. The Crown Prince left the palace with hope, but didn't tell anyone. He wore the same expression on the way out as he did on the way in. In the next 3 days, Shangguan Ziki was very busy. Yu Yuanjing designed a traction bed, and Chunlei arranged for someone to build it. On the 3rd day, Shangguan Ziki got up early and helped Yu Yuanjing get ready. After breakfast, he took her out. Since handing over the shop to Shangguan Ziki, Yu Yuanjing focused solely on researching medicine and writing instructions, leaving the practical work to Ziyue and Jianghua. The carriage stopped in front of a restaurant called Zue Xianglu. Why did you bring me here? Didn't you say our shop is opening today? Yu Yuanjing asked, puzzled. You'll find out soon, Shangguan Ziki teased. Young master, young madam, please come in. A waiter greeted them warmly. They went to a private room on the 2nd floor called Zue Mei Ren, where they unexpectedly found the Crown Prince, the heir of Jingwang, Princess Lingxian, and the eldest son of the Prime Minister, Zhao Jinyu, along with his sister Zhao Jiro. Ziki, you two are late. We've been here for a while and finished 2 pots of tea, Zhao Jinyu exclaimed as soon as the door opened. My wife is pregnant and can't rush, Shangguan Ziki replied calmly, giving him a quick glance. That excuse was hard to argue against. Yu Yuanzheng could only apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were waiting for us. However, she pinched Shangguan Ziki's waist hard. But Shangguan Ziki showed no sign of discomfort, as if he felt nothing. I don't remember inviting you all. Why does everyone want to join my breakfast? Shangguan Ziki scanned the group. Brother Ziki, we're here to support the divine doctor, Zhao Jiro answered sweetly. Yes, yes. Sister-in-law, I heard you invested in Brother Yuan's business. I want to invest too. But since he left the palace, I haven't seen him and don't know where he is. Even my father and mother don't know, Princess Lingxian said, pouting a bit. This divine doctor is so mysterious. So many families in the capital want to invite him, but his fees are too high. Aren't doctors supposed to save lives? He seems to use his skills to make money, Zhao Jiro complained a bit. Cough cough. Shangwan Ziki and the crown prince coughed at the same time. If the divine doctor charges less, he would be overwhelmed and the court doctors would have issues with him. Yu Yuanzheng defended the divine doctor. That's true. If he charges less, everyone will want to hire him, and he won't be able to keep up, Zhao Jiro agreed. If all the difficult cases are treated by the divine doctor, the court doctors who are often called by the nobles will have nothing to do. They will also have much less extra income. Maybe they will team up to make things difficult for the doctor, Zhao Jinyu analyzed. Alright, no need to think too much. The doctor might take a long time to appear. He won't be taking jobs from the imperial doctors or other physicians anytime soon, Yu Yuanzheng revealed.
Oh. Why?
There are families in the capital who can afford to pay 10,000 taels. He won't find as many wealthy people in other places, Zhao Jinyu didn't understand. He has something to do. He needs to return to Yawang Mountain. How does sister-in-law know this? The crown prince Jing was puzzled. This younger brother's whereabouts were unknown even to the Jing Wang mansion, yet the little sister-in-law from the Rong Wang mansion knew so much.
Because he told me.
We are partners, Yu Yuanzheng said confidently. Sister Yuanzheng, did he say when he would come back? My father wants to invite him to the mansion to get to know him better, Princess Ling Xian asked. He didn't say when he would return. I will definitely let you know as soon as he comes back. The waiter brought breakfast, and everyone slowly ate while occasionally looking out the window. Across the street were 2 rows of shops. The shop directly opposite their window had its door tightly shut, but the sign was covered with a large red cloth. At that moment, a line dance team came from down the street, with drums and gongs making a loud noise. They danced and walked, followed by a group of strong young men, each holding a large wooden sign. As they got closer, Yu Yuanzheng could see what was written on the signs. Doctor's prescription, truly remarkable. 10-day hall, Lufeng North Street. No need for a diagnosis, buy medicine for your symptoms. Affordable prices, quick results. Variety of choices, pick what you need. Many common people followed behind the team. The scene downstairs suddenly became lively. Yu Yuanzheng pulled her gaze back from the window and made eye contact with Shangwan Ziki. Then she gave him a thumbs up. Wow, the 10-day hall's doctor has quite the impressive setup, Zhao Jinyu exclaimed dramatically. The group leaned out the window to look down. The line dance team began to perform joyfully in front of the shop. Their silly movements made the audience laugh heartily. Shangwan Ziki also came to the window, holding a pair of chopsticks. Seeing that the time was right and the crowd had gathered, he used his hands to launch the chopsticks, which flew out with a whoosh. They shot towards the covered sign across the street. In an instant, the large red cloth fell away. The 3 bold and ancient characters 10-day hall appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, Ziki, I can't believe you did that. Aren't you worried that the doctor will be upset? He hasn't even opened the door yet, and you've already revealed his sign, Zhao Jinyu exclaimed. Just as the red cloth fell, the door of the Shiri Hall opened. 2 young men dressed as waiters came out, each holding a string of firecrackers, which they lit. With a loud, a man in his 40s stepped out, wearing a festive red outfit and a square hat. Everyone knew he was the shopkeeper. Dear villagers, my surname is He. Thanks to the esteemed Dr. Zeng, I have been appointed as the shopkeeper. Today marks the grand opening of Shiri Hall, and all our medicines are 30% off. While I hope everyone stays healthy and doesn't need medicine, it's inevitable that people will get sick from time to time. So, for those in need, please come in and choose what you need. No need for a consultation, just tell us your symptoms, and you can find the right medicine. It's easy to take and carry, especially for families with children who won't have to worry about their kids refusing bitter medicine. Additionally, the doctor has prepared some beauty products for women, such as scar removal, acne treatment, skin whitening, and more, with a variety of options. Shopkeeper, he had a friendly smile that made him approachable. His words felt sincere and truthful, without exaggerating the effects of the medicines. The Shiri Hall officially opened, and the townspeople rushed in. Inside, the shop was simple, with high, open shelves on either side and in the middle, divided into small sections, each holding a small medicine bottle with a description next to it. Every few steps, a young assistant stood ready to explain the effects and uses of the medicines. Customers were amazed. They didn't need to find a doctor to get a prescription. They could figure out what to buy themselves. Oh, there's a calming medicine. My grandmother has been sleeping poorly lately. I need to buy a bottle for her. How much is this? A young man in his 20s asked. Sir, it costs 2.5 taels of silver. This bottle will last a month if taken half an hour before bedtime, the assistant replied respectfully. This one for scars. I've had a burn on my hand from hot water for years. I wonder if it will work, a woman excitedly pointed at a bottle.
Don't worry, ma'am.
For scars like yours, just 2 treatment courses will significantly reduce their appearance, the young assistant said with a smile. How long is 2 treatment courses? The woman asked, how long will it take? 2 months. Since your scar has been there for a long time, it will take more time to heal. If it were a new injury, it would heal quickly without leaving a scar. How many bottles do I need to buy? The woman felt happy upon hearing this. A woman's hands are like her second face. She treasures them. But this scar has been with her for years, and it looks terrible. You only need 2 bottles. You don't have to buy them all at once. They have a shelf life. You can buy more once you finish the first batch. Okay, I'll buy 1 bottle. Oh, this medicine is sweet. My child will definitely take it. My child is 3 years old, and every time he gets sick, giving him medicine is the biggest hassle. He can't drink bitter medicine and I have to force it down his throat, which makes him cry for a long time. With this medicine, it will be much easier in the future. There were various exclamations of surprise in the shop. On the opposite side, Shangguan Ziki and the others watched as people continuously went to pay for the medicine. Only a skilled doctor can make a business like this thrive. If she were to see patients, I wonder how long the line would be. The crown prince glanced at Yu Yuanzheng and praised her. I think so too, Shangguan Ziki agreed, smiling at Yu Yuanzheng. Let's go down and see what good things they're selling that so many people want to buy, Zhao Jinyu said, a bit skeptical. It's just a pharmacy. How could it create such a buying frenzy? But just as he turned around, he didn't notice Princess Lingxian standing behind him, and they bumped into each other. Princess Lingxian turned red from the bump and instinctively stepped back, but there was a stool behind her, causing her to fall backward. Zhao Jinyu couldn't let a girl fall because of him, so he quickly reached out to catch her. He pulled her back, but he was too forceful and ended up pulling her into his arms. Now they were in a tight embrace. Yu Yuanzheng and Zhao Zhiro watched with wide eyes. Yu Yuanzheng thought, this is trouble. The princess has someone she likes.
What should we do now?
Zhao Zhiro wondered, is this a chance from heaven? My brother's marriage has worried our mother for so long, but he just won't agree, saying he hasn't had enough fun yet. Zhao Jinyu was also confused, raising his hands high and not daring to move. Princess Lingxian was stunned too, not knowing what to do, just standing close to Zhao Jinyu.
Sister, why don't you step back?
Zhao Jinyu said, clearing her throat awkwardly. He hasn't asked this guy if he likes his sister yet, but how did they end up so close? Princess Lingxian just came back to her senses, her face hot enough to cook an egg. Yu Yuanzheng noticed something unusual. Could it be that the princess's crush is Zhao Jinyu? But this guy seems a bit too carefree and not very serious. Can he make his sister happy? Never mind, that's not her concern. She'll talk to her mother later. She doesn't know much about Zhao Jinyu, just that she has seen him twice. After they went downstairs and entered the pharmacy, it was still crowded inside. Yu Yuanzheng looked at the various medicines displayed on the shelves. The shopkeeper, seeing several handsome young men and a beautiful lady, immediately came over to greet them, but was stopped by Shangguan Ziki with a wave of his hand. The shopkeeper knew Shangguan Ziki well. He was one of the people assigned by the prince. He was an experienced shopkeeper. Shangguan Ziki took Yu Yuanzheng around the entire store. Madam, how is it? Are you satisfied? Shangguan Ziki asked quietly. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be a business genius, knowing how to advertise and promote. I think once the customers try the medicine and see its effects, the business will get even better. Do you have enough staff to make the pills? Yu Yuanzheng was a bit worried about the staffing issue. If we don't have enough staff, I'll hire more. Whatever size you want, I'll make it happen, Shangguan Ziki said confidently. This business is quite innovative. No other pharmacy operates like this, treating patients without a consultation. You have quite the ambition. I guess I'll just wait to count the money until my hands cramp. Yu Yuanzheng thought about how she would feel when that day comes. Then she would become the richest person in the country. Just thinking about it made her very happy. All right, I will make sure to fulfill your wishes, Shangguan Ziki said, motivated by a goal. A martial artist trained to inherit the royal house, who eventually became a businessman, doesn't feel ashamed of it. At that moment, the crown prince was pushed over by his guard. Sister-in-law, do you think I can use this? Does it work? Yu Yuanzheng took the bottle from him and saw it was scar cream. This will work, but not very well. Your scar is a bit serious and needs extra treatment for better results. Put it back. After hearing Yu Yuanzheng's words, the crown prince handed the medicine back to the guard to return it. He understood what Yu Yuanzheng meant. He didn't need this medicine. She would treat him separately and provide better medicine. At that moment, a beautiful carriage stopped in front of the shop. The carriage was decorated elegantly, with sheer curtains and tassels on all sides. 4 maidservants accompanied it on either side. When the carriage came to a stop, a girl around 17 or 18 stepped out. She wore a flowing light blue dress that made her look even more lovely. Her hairstyle suggested that she was not yet married. County Princess, this is the newly opened Sherry Hall, one of the maidservants said as she guided the girl into the shop. The girl's graceful demeanor and luxurious attire clearly indicated that she came from a wealthy family. As they got closer, Yu Yuanzheng could see her features more clearly. She had a delicate, oval face with a gentle smile and a hint of blush. Her almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks made her very beautiful. But why did she feel familiar? It was County Princess Xiangling. Upon closer inspection, Yu Yuanzheng noticed a faint mark on the left side of her face, where the makeup was applied thicker than on the right side. At that moment, the customers in the shop had finished their purchases, and there were only about 20 people left. Everyone was staring at the girl, as if she were a celestial being. However, the girl seemed oblivious to their attention, focused solely on the items in the display cases. Wow, I didn't expect the new shop of the Divine Doctor to have so many varieties, she exclaimed. As she looked around, she discovered a medicinal clay that promised skin whitening. Young man, wrap this up for me, she said. Of course, the young man replied immediately. She continued browsing, asking him to wrap up anything she thought she needed. It seemed like she was treating the medicines like snacks. In the end, she had him wrap up over 10 different products. Was she planning to support the Divine Doctor's business heavily? If every customer shopped like her, this pharmacy would surely make a fortune. When County Princess Xiangling noticed several customers staring at her, she felt a bit shy. As she glanced around the shop, she spotted several young and handsome gentlemen. She recognized the eldest prince. She walked up to him. "Are you the eldest prince's cousin?" she asked, recalling that she had been sent to the estate when she was 4 and had some memories. She felt certain asking him since she had seen him in a wheelchair. However, the eldest prince had no recollection of her. "Who are you?" he asked, puzzled. Only relatives from his father's or mother's side would dare to call him cousin. "I am your cousin Hua Xiangling. Do you remember me? My mother is Princess Huining." "Oh, so you are Xiangling from the Huining family. I remember you. When you were 4, you got sick and were sent to the countryside by the princess to recover. I haven't seen you since. Are you better now?" The crown prince recalled. He was 4 years older than Hua Xiangling, so he remembered his cousin from Huining's family when he was 7 or 8. However, he had forgotten what she looked like, since people change as they grow up. "Yes, I'm better now. A skilled doctor helped me. I wasn't really sick. I was just disfigured and too shy to show my face, so my mother hid me away. Now that I'm well, my mother lets me go wherever I want. I heard the doctor open a new shop today, so I came to see if I could meet him. Oh, I see. The doctor is amazing. He made it so your face looks almost normal again, the Crown Prince said with a smile, then glanced at Yu Yuanjing. Shopkeeper, where's the doctor? I want to meet him, Princess Xiangling asked the shopkeeper standing nearby. Your Highness, the doctor isn't at the shop, the shopkeeper replied helplessly. You're lying. How could he not come for such a big event? Princess Xiangling didn't believe him at all. Your Highness, I'm really not lying, the shopkeeper insisted, feeling helpless. In fact, he had never even seen the doctor himself. You must be hiding the truth. I will find him, Princess Xiangling said, ignoring the shopkeeper's objections, and searched the shop inside and out. She checked the back room and upstairs, but there were no guest rooms. Besides the shop on the first floor and the office on the second floor, the backyard only had a storage room and an old woman cooking for them. There was no one else. Princess Xiangling felt disappointed. Cousin, why are you looking for the doctor? The Crown Prince asked, noticing her determination. Big cousin, I've only met the doctor 3 times. He is my benefactor, and I just want to see him more, Xiangling replied, looking very upset. All right, when the doctor returns, you can look for him then. You haven't met the 2 siblings from the Jingwang family yet. Come say, oh, the Crown Prince suggested to distract her. Only then did Xiangling notice the others with the Crown Prince, but she didn't recognize any of them. She had never been part of the noble circles in the capital, so no one knew her, and she didn't know anyone either. Cousin, I'm Jin Xian, and this is my brother Jin Yu, Princess Ling Xian said. She had heard from her father about having a cousin like her, but she had never met her before. She was surprised to see her here today. Is young Master Yu older or younger than me? Xiangling asked, unsure. Rui cousin, I'm 2 months older than you, Chao Jinyu replied with a slight bow. Oh, I heard my mother say that Uncle Jing Wang has taken a divine doctor as his adopted son. Do you not know where he is? Xiangling still hasn't forgotten about finding the divine doctor. We don't know either, Chao Jinyu truly didn't know. How did Aunt Huining find out that their family adopted the divine doctor? It seems the secret is not so easy to keep. Could it have been spread by the Emperor Uncle? Do you know where he lives? We don't know that either.
How can this be?
Uncle Jing Wang has adopted him as a son, yet we know nothing about him. Princess Xiangling, why do you want to find the divine doctor so much? Yu Yuanjing couldn't help but ask.
Who are you?
Princess Xiangling didn't recognize Yu Yuanjing. Xiangling, this is the eldest son of the Rong Wang mansion. You can call him cousin, and this is his wife. You can call her cousin-in-law. And this is the eldest son of the Prime Minister's mansion, Zhao Jinyu, and his sister, Zhao Jiro. The Crown Prince finally introduced everyone to her. The Crown Prince felt a bit sorry for his cousin, who had never shown her face in the capital and had no social skills, so he thought it was good to introduce her. Princess Xiangling greeted everyone one by one. Princess Xiangling still hasn't said why she is looking for the divine doctor, Yu Yuanjing asked again. I don't have a reason. I just want to find him. I want to talk to him more, Princess Xiangling said, her face slightly flushed, but she hid it well, especially with the thick makeup she wore. Yu Yuanjing felt she had no answer. She just wants to talk to him more. Does this child not have friends and feel too lonely? Is she holding on to anyone who is nice to her? Thinking of this possibility, she felt a bit of sympathy. Princess, since we met today, why not spend the day with us? We can stroll around the streets together, have lunch at a restaurant, and get to know each other better. Maybe you can become friends with us. Plus, we are all relatives, Yu Yuanjing invited. Shengguan Ziki raised an eyebrow, not understanding Yu Yuanjing's intention. But since his wife had this idea, he would go along with it. Sure. Ever since I returned to the capital, I haven't had anyone to play with. I can only stay at home every day. That day, Princess Xiangling followed them around the streets, listened to performances, watched street acts, browsed various shops, and enjoyed the signature dishes at Rui Lu. It was the happiest day she had in 18 years. By the time they returned home, it was almost dark. Shengguan Ziki looked at Yu Yuanjing with confusion. Madam, why did you spend the day playing with Princess Xiangling? Shengguan Ziki asked, not understanding. Let her get to know everyone. Don't let her keep thinking about finding the doctor. Over time, I'm worried she might have other thoughts. Yu Yuanzheng was being cautious. What do you mean? Shangguan Ziki still didn't understand. You're so slow. What if she wants to compete for your wife? Yu Yuanzheng playfully nudged him.
What?
That's ridiculous. Shangguan Ziki finally understood. No way, you can't practice medicine anymore.
Haha.
You're overthinking it. I'm just worried. She doesn't really have that idea. Yu Yuanzheng laughed. Who knows? Stay away from her in the future. I'm a woman, and she calls me sister. Yu Yuanzheng found it even funnier. Meanwhile, Princess Xiangling, back at Princess Huining's residence, had a wonderful day. But after dinner, she started thinking about the doctor again. She took 2 maids to the main courtyard to find her mother. Xiangling, come sit by me. Did you have fun today? Today was her daughter's first official outing. Although she didn't go with her, she sent a trusted maid along. The maid reported back about her daughter's day. Unexpectedly, her daughter made a good friend on her first outing, which made her very happy as a mother. It seemed she needed to host a banquet to introduce her beautiful daughter to the ladies of the capital. Otherwise, no one would know how lovely her daughter was. And since her daughter was already 18, it was time to discuss marriage. Mother, I had a great time today, but I didn't see the doctor, which is a pity. Princess Xiangling felt a bit down.
Why do you keep thinking about him?
Princess Huining didn't understand her daughter's feelings. Mother, could we let Dr. Zheng join the Imperial Medical Office? Then he would have an official position and could treat more nobles in the capital. He's a wandering doctor. Why would he want to be tied down by a job in the Imperial Medical Office? Princess Huining didn't think the doctor would want to be under royal authority. Joining the Imperial Medical Office would mean less freedom. Becoming a court doctor is a dream for many. Isn't that what everyone wants? Xiangling couldn't understand why a doctor wouldn't want to join. He's too young, and it would be hard for him to fit in, especially since his skills are so exceptional. He might face exclusion, which wouldn't be good for him. But, Mother, I want him to have an official position. Why do you want him to have an official position? Princess Huining was even more puzzled by her daughter's thoughts. A stranger helped her daughter and charged a fee of 10,000 taels, which was paid in full. After that, there was no further connection. He gave my daughter a new life. This isn't just about the 10,000 taels, but he is a benefactor. Daughter wants to repay him. Mother, why not speak to Uncle the Emperor and ask him to invite him to the Imperial Medical Institute? Such a talented doctor shouldn't go to waste. The last sentence from Princess Xiangling touched Princess Huining. This was a good point. If such a great healer served the royal family, it would be like having a life-saving charm. All right, I will find time to visit the palace and talk to your uncle the emperor. Having achieved her goal, Princess Xiangling was very happy. You are not a child anymore. In a few days, I will host a chrysanthemum banquet and invite the ladies and young masters from the capital to formally introduce you. Mother, I don't want to get married. I just returned home not long ago and want to spend more time with you, Princess Xiangling said shyly, twisting her handkerchief. Oh, it's my fault for not taking good care of you when you were young, making you suffer so much. Thankfully, a divine doctor came to the capital and cured you. Otherwise, I would never find peace. Other girls have already had children by 18, and you haven't even settled on a marriage yet. Don't worry, I will choose a handsome and capable husband for you, Princess Huining assured her. Mother, Princess Xiangling said, touched, as she threw herself into her mother's arms. She remembered the 4 words, make you satisfied. If she wasn't satisfied, she wouldn't agree. By the time they returned to the palace, it was almost dark. The couple, Shangguan Ziki and his wife, looked at the business accounts from the 10-day haul for today. Yu Yuanjing eagerly flipped through them. Wow, I didn't expect the purchasing power in the capital to be so strong. The cost of the pills is high, and they are more expensive than herbal remedies, yet we sold so many, over 1,100 taels. Yu Yuanzheng was amazed. At this rate, they could make 30,000 taels in a month, and after deducting costs, there would be at least 10,000 taels in profit. Just thinking about it was delightful. Since today is the first day of business, People find it fresh, and our medicine is indeed very practical. Plus, we have discounts today. Sales will stabilize in a few days, Shangguan Ziki explained. Oh, so we could sell at least 20,000 taels in a month? That should be possible. Yu Yuanzheng continued to look through the accounts. The children's medicine and several beauty products sold surprisingly well. We should produce more of these types of medicine in the future, Yu Yuanzheng noted. In just one day, we can see what sells well. Okay, once we make money, we will open more branches and help each other spread 10-day hall throughout Great Way. No, let's expand to other countries. I want to earn wealth from all over the world, Yu Yuanzheng said with ambition.
All right.
Shangguan Ziki, seeing his lively wife, looked at her with deep affection, holding her close to his heart. When are we leaving? Yu Yuanzheng thought about her and the crown princess situation. It would be best to treat it early. As her belly grows, it will be harder to manage, and she would have to wait until after giving birth. We will talk to father and mother tomorrow morning. The next day, the couple went to pay their respects. By then, the sun was already high in the sky. Since Yu Yuanzheng became pregnant, the princess had not allowed her to go out early. Now she could go whenever she wanted. As soon as they entered the main courtyard, they heard voices in the hall. Greetings, mother. Greetings, second aunt. Ziki, how can you let Jing'er push the wheelchair? She's pregnant. The princess immediately scolded her son upon seeing her daughter-in-law pushing the chair. Mother, it's fine. My wife needs to exercise to stay healthy for the baby, Yu Yuanzheng defended Shangguan Ziki. You child, you always have excuses. No matter what you do, be careful and don't worry your mother. Yes, mother. Princess, I truly care for my daughter-in-law. Sigh, my son Zifeng is not young anymore, but he still hasn't settled down. Sister-in-law, please help me with what my sister-in-law just mentioned. Second Lady Miao Luoying looked pitiful as she pleaded. Sister-in-law, the daughter of the Master of Rituals is good, but she may not be interested in Zifeng. Everyone in the capital knows what happened before. I don't want to lose face over this. It would be best to send a matchmaker to test the waters first. Or you can ask a lady who is close to the Master of Rituals to help you inquire. The princess did not want to take on such a thankless task. Second aunt is interested in the daughter of the Master of Rituals? Yu Yuanzheng realized what was going on. Yes, I came to ask your mother to help make a match. But your mother won't agree. Jing'er, please help persuade your mother. Second lady now turned to Yu Yuanzheng for help. Husband, how has cousin Zifeng been performing in the military lately? Have you heard anything from father? Yu Yuanzheng actually felt sympathy for second lady. Marrying such a man means a lifetime of hardship, and she couldn't resist it. Her family background was not strong enough to give her confidence. Her son was not very ambitious and was hard to manage. With a father like that, it would be difficult for the son to turn out well. If it weren't for the prince keeping things in check, things would probably be even more chaotic. What does this prince need to ask? At that moment, the prince entered through the main door and heard Yu Yuanzheng mention him. I greet my father. Earlier, my father sent my cousin Zifeng to the military camp. How has he been doing? I'm just asking casually. Yu Yuanzheng is not a malicious person. She had previously disrupted the marriage of Shangguan Zifeng. If he has changed for the better, she might as well help him, especially since her second aunt is a pitiful woman. I heard from his family that he is doing okay. He can't even leave the military camp, so he has no chance to have fun, but he participates seriously in training every day. The prince shared what he knew. Hearing this, the second lady felt very happy. If her son is making progress, she, as a mother, has something to rely on. Second aunt, you don't need to ask the queen mother for help. Just find a matchmaker to give it a try. The family of the scholar also has some issues, so their daughter might not be easy to marry off. If Zifeng is determined to improve himself in the future, marrying their daughter would be a good match, Yu Yuanzheng said honestly. Oh, what issues does their family have? I haven't heard about it. The second lady was a bit confused. Cough, cough. The princess suddenly pretended to cough. It's not appropriate for a daughter-in-law to speak of such matters. Does the princess know? The second lady quickly realized. The eldest son of the scholar had a serious illness before, but he has been treated. This is something that most high-ranking families in the capital know about, which is why his daughter was rejected in marriage, the prince explained on behalf of the princess. The second lady had a small social circle and was unaware of this matter.
What?
The second lady was shocked. With such a brother, she wondered if that sister was any good. I have seen that girl. She is clever, but her mother has been ill for years and hasn't managed her son well. The one in charge of the household is a concubine of the scholar, which led to this outcome. However, after such a big setback, that child should have learned a lesson, the princess said with a hint of sympathy regarding the scholar's family situation. Yu Yuanjing actually found it hard to understand how a scholar, who is supposed to be in education, could raise a child like that. It was quite strange. What Yu Yuanjing didn't know was that there was a grandmother in their family who spoiled her grandson. Otherwise, they wouldn't have raised such a carefree grandson. The second lady heard that the girl was good, and since the prince's family is marrying off a daughter rather than marrying one, the brother's situation didn't matter much. Satisfied with what she wanted to know, the second lady took her leave. Only then did Shangguanziki and his wife mention their plans to leave the residence and go to the countryside for some rest. Why do you have to go so far? The empress can't see you every day. The princess was reluctant to see them leave the palace. Shangguanziki sent the servants outside. Then he revealed the real reason. The prince listened and thought for a moment before responding. Since that's the case, father will send Dark 5 with you. You should take the 10 people I gave you before, along with another 10 from the shadows. Since the crown prince is going too, he should have some people with him, so safety shouldn't be a big issue. Thank you, father. When will you be back? The princess was most concerned about this. Today is the 8th day of September, and there are still over 3 months until the new year. We will definitely return before the new year. Yu Yuanjing calculated the time and gave a deadline. Come back before Zishu marries Princess Manhwa. Their wedding date is December 18th. The prince set a specific time for them. Okay, Shangguanziki agreed readily. With the approval of their parents, the couple returned to their courtyard to pack their things. Since they would be away for several months, they needed to bring more items. Meanwhile, the elderly lady, who also learned about their plans to go away for rest, wore a gloomy expression, lost in thought. Recently, she had been sleeping poorly. Her granddaughter bought her calming pills from a renowned doctor yesterday, and she finally had a good night's sleep. Now she learned that the couple was leaving. She had been looking for a chance to eliminate the child in Yu Yuanjing's, but had not found an opportunity. If they went away, she would have even less chance. This was truly frustrating for her. No, she had to come up with another plan. In the Shuxiang courtyard, Yu Chaoyang felt a sense of relief. If Yu Yuanjing was away, she wouldn't be able to scheme against her. The child in her was her greatest support. But thinking about Princess Manhwa entering the palace soon, what would she do then? Lately, she had been living in constant anxiety. She even kept miscarriage prevention medicine on hand, taking one whenever she felt unwell. The relationship between the couple had become very strained. During this time, Shangguanzishu hadn't entered the Shuxiang courtyard for 3 days. The only one who cared for her daily was concubine Luo. If it weren't for the iron box still in front of her, she would doubt whether she had truly married the heir of the royal family. In Xia courtyard, Madam, what should we do about the 7th prince and 8th princess wanting to learn the piano? Ziyue was quite worried. I almost forgot about that, Yu Yuanjing said, tapping her forehead. Don't worry, I'll write a letter to father to send to the 7th prince. If they are willing, they can leave the city to find us. I bet that kid will be thrilled I gave him this excuse. Shangguanziki understood the 7th prince's personality very well. He was just a playful and competitive little boy. All right then. The next day, 5 carriages left the residence, loaded with many supplies and the traction bed that Yu Yuanjing made with Chunlei. They swayed out of the city and arrived at the village in the afternoon. Considering that Yu Yuanjing was pregnant, they traveled slowly. It was only about 30 miles from the city gate. Before they entered, Yu Yuanjing noticed that the village was in a great location, surrounded by mountains and water, with a small river flowing down from the hills. At that moment, the carriage was driving alongside the river.
Husband, this environment is really nice. I haven't seen such beautiful scenery in a long time. The crops in the fields were being harvested. It was the season for soybeans and corn as well as peanuts. In this time and place, Yu Yuanzheng didn't quite understand when it was, but she recognized many things she had eaten in her past life. Children were playing and having fun in the fields, making it lively. Birds flew in the sky, and when they spotted something, they landed on the ground to look for food. After the harvest, some grains would fall to the ground, which was their meal. Yu Yuanzheng had lived in the city before coming here, and in the months since her arrival, she hadn't left the capital. This was her first time in years seeing such beautiful rural scenery, and she couldn't help but gaze in awe. The village was surrounded by fertile fields, built at the foot of a small hill. Beyond the river was the village entrance. The village was usually a place for the family to visit and stay, while it was also home to the servants who managed daily affairs. This included managing tenants, collecting rent, and deciding what crops to plant. To meet the family's needs, some land was kept for planting, with hired workers helping to grow the crops, which were sent directly to the family. "We will live here for a few months so you can enjoy it," Shangguanziki said gently. Upon arriving at the village, the head of the village had already been notified and was waiting at the entrance with others. This was the princess's dowry village, and the steward was a son of the Qin family. "Yang Zheng welcomes the young master and young mistress," the steward Yang Zheng said as he saw Shangguanziki and the others get down from the carriage, immediately coming forward to greet them. "Uncle Yang, no need for formalities," Shangguanziki politely said, giving a slight gesture. This was not his first time at the village. In the past, during the hot summer, the princess would bring him here to escape the heat for a while. "The young master and young mistress. I just received the notice this morning. So many things are not ready yet. However, the accommodations for both of you are prepared, and settling everyone in should not be a problem. It's just that the guards' quarters are still not arranged. The harvest just finished, and the estate is still a bit messy," Yang Zheng explained. "That's fine. Let them help with the cleanup," Shangguanziki said gently, not the type to be unreasonable. By the time Yang Zheng helped everyone settle in, it was almost dark. When they arrived, the princess had specifically sent a chef from the palace with them, and soon a hearty, rustic dinner was prepared. Yu Yuanzheng enjoyed the meal very much. This was truly authentic, with fresh, organic ingredients. If people ate like this regularly, they would likely be much healthier. If it weren't for the poor medical conditions in ancient times, people back then should have lived longer than in later generations. After dinner, Yu Yuanzheng wanted to take a walk outside to digest. "I'll go with you," Shangguanziki said, not wanting her to go out alone. As if the maidservants were not people. The paths in the estate were not comparable to those in the palace. They were bumpy and uneven. Shangguanziki wouldn't let his wife push, with far mountain and near water attending to them. Listening to the sounds of various insects outside the estate brought a deep sense of calm. When they reached the back of the main courtyard, where the servants lived, they heard voices coming from inside. Out of curiosity, Yu Yuanzheng led the way in. To their surprise, they found Yang Zheng, who had helped them settle in, among a few others. "Young master, young mistress, what brings you here?" Yang Zheng asked as he approached them. A young man followed behind, whom they had seen earlier. It was Yang Zheng's eldest son, Yang Yunsheng. "What happened?" Shangguanziki noticed Yang Zheng looked a bit anxious. "Thank you for your concern, young master. It's my eldest daughter-in-law who is giving birth," Yang Zheng replied respectfully. "Oh, how is she doing now?" Yu Yuanzheng asked with concern. "Young mistress, she started labor around 3 o'clock this afternoon. We called for a midwife, but it has been over 2 hours, and she still hasn't given birth." Yang Yunsheng stepped forward, passing his father to answer. "Oh, is this her first child?" "Yes, they just got married last year. First-time mothers take longer, so we should wait a bit longer," Yu Yuanzheng thought, knowing it usually takes 7 to 8 hours or even longer. It had only been a little over 4 hours. It was still early. She didn't expect that when she woke up the next morning, she would hear from Ziyue that the daughter-in-law of the Yang family still hadn't given birth.
Why is it taking so long for her to give birth? Yu Yuanzheng felt a faint sense of unease. In ancient times, childbirth was truly a dangerous journey for women. The mortality rate was very high, and often both mother and child would not survive. Husband, should I go take a look? Yu Yuanzheng felt sympathetic and wanted to help the mother in labor. As a pregnant woman herself, she could relate deeply. My lady, your identity as a healer must remain a secret, Shangguan Ziki reminded her. Unless I stop practicing medicine from this moment on, I can't keep it a secret. But that wouldn't last long. Once you and the crown prince rise to power, how will I explain it? Besides, I love practicing medicine. Seeing patients recover under my care gives me a great sense of accomplishment. I don't want to hide my skills. I want my child to inherit my knowledge. Yu Yuanjing spoke passionately. She had applied to medical school out of genuine interest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have excelled so much. Now, she didn't need to work so hard. Occasionally helping someone was enough. She had heard that doing good deeds could accumulate virtue. She had never believed in such things before, but considering her journey, perhaps it was a reward for her past efforts in helping others. Of course, she wouldn't be overly kind. She would only help those who truly needed it. For instance, she had little patience for the elderly matriarch in the household. Seeing her filled with ambition was quite charming to Shangguan Ziki, and he certainly wouldn't stop her from helping others. They skipped breakfast, quickly freshened up, and headed to the Yang family's residence. The front door was open, so they walked right in. The Yang father and son, who had looked somewhat lively yesterday, now appeared haggard, clearly having not slept all night. Seeing their master arrive again, they quickly came forward to greet them. Uncle Yang, hasn't your daughter-in-law given birth yet? It's been a whole night. Yu Yuanzheng asked first. Yes, madam. We've already changed the midwife twice, but she still hasn't delivered, Yang Zhuangtou said, frowning. Just then, an elderly woman walked out of the room. Yang Zhuangtou, I've used all the methods I know, but the baby just won't come. You should seek someone more skilled, the midwife said hurriedly, leaving without washing her hands, afraid the Yang family would stop her from going.
Ugh.
Huin Yang. Yang Yunxing suddenly squatted on the ground, crying without any dignity. That night, his wife was in the delivery room, and he was outside, suffering greatly. He had already invited all the midwives nearby. Could his wife really face such a tragedy?
Life.
Yang Zhuangtou sighed deeply. His first wife also died during childbirth, and it was a similar tragedy. When he remarried, his mother chose a woman who was said to be good at giving birth. Although she was a bit heavy, she always delivered the baby smoothly. But now his daughter-in-law was facing complications. Did every generation of the Yang family have to endure difficult childbirth? Master, Huin Yang really can't hold on any longer. At that moment, a plump woman in her 40s came out of the delivery room. It was Yang Zheng's wife. Upon hearing this, Yang Yunxing rushed into the delivery room without hesitation. Seeing his wife drenched in sweat and lifeless, his heart felt like it was being torn apart.
Vinyang, Vinyang.
Yang Yunxing grasped the pregnant woman's hand, calling out in sorrow. But he couldn't help his wife. It felt like the sky was falling. Looking at his wife's swollen belly, he wished she were not pregnant, so they could happily work together like when they first married, sharing whispers at night. But now his wife was leaving him. What was he to do?
Sheng.
I've tried my best. I have no strength left. I might not make it through today. You can remarry and have someone else bear your children. Our fate as a couple has come to an end. Huin Yang said weakly and sadly, her hand slipping from her husband's grasp. The couple faced separation in life and death. Outside, Yu Yuanzheng looked at Shangguan Ziki, who nodded in response. Uncle Yang, I've heard of a method that can help with childbirth. I can go in and assist your daughter-in-law. However, I can't guarantee it will work, especially since she has been in labor for so long, Yu Yuanjing said to Yang Zhuangtou.
What?
Yang Zhuangtou and his wife looked at her with newfound hope, as if they had seen the sun. If the eldest young lady can save my daughter-in-law, I would be willing to give my life for it. Please, eldest young lady, save my daughter-in-law, the plump woman said, kneeling before Yu Yuanjing. Aunt Yang, please get up. Let me go in and help. Yes, yes. The plump woman quickly stood up. Without wasting time, Yu Yuanjing grabbed the medical kit that Ziyue had been holding and entered the delivery room. Two maidservants tried to follow, but were stopped by Yu Yuanjing. In this era, unmarried women were not allowed in the delivery room. Runching, hurry outside. The young lady is helping Huanyang with the delivery. The plump woman saw her son still holding onto his wife's hand tightly. Aunt Yang, let him stay here to support her. Having a man around might give the pregnant woman more strength. Yu Yuanjing didn't share the belief that men shouldn't enter the delivery room. With a man by her side, witnessing his wife go through the pain of childbirth would make him cherish her even more. Once the young lady spoke, Yang Runxing wouldn't leave. Their relationship was strong. He could never bear to see his wife suffer. Little sister-in-law, you must be brave. Now, I'll give you a piece of ginseng to help you feel better. Don't think too much. Just imagine a chubby little baby calling you mom, and you'll feel fearless. Also, let me tell you this. If you were to pass away now but the baby survives, I would open your belly and take the baby out. That way, your child would live. But your husband would likely remarry, and the child would have a stepmother. A stepmother won't treat a child who isn't her own well. She might be harsh, and your husband, influenced by her, might grow to dislike this child. Isn't that poor for the baby? So you must be brave and survive to raise your child. Yu Yuanjing took some time to encourage the pregnant woman. Sometimes, a person just needs that little bit of willpower to push through. If they make it, they live.
Okay.
Thank you, young lady. After hearing Yu Yuanjing's words, the pregnant woman suddenly felt a bit more energized. Only then did Yu Yuanjing begin to examine her, checking the baby's position. As she suspected, the position was not right. Most difficult births are due to incorrect positioning. Little sister-in-law, hang in there. I'll help adjust the position. Yu Yuanjing started to make small adjustments. There wasn't much amniotic fluid left, which tested her skills. Fortunately, Yu Yuanjing had studied this carefully. She also had to be careful not to harm the baby. The pregnant woman occasionally groaned under her touch. The contractions were weak. After about 15 minutes of adjustments, Yu Yuanjing felt it was time. Then she took out silver needles and gently inserted them into a few acupoints to strengthen the contractions. The baby had been inside for so long, she wasn't sure if it was still alive. Without monitoring equipment, Yu Yuanjing was doing this with the hope of saving both mother and child. But she didn't say anything, fearing the Yang family would criticize her for prioritizing the baby over the mother. She had seen many films and dramas where, in ancient times, people often chose to save the baby over the mother. This showed they didn't value the bride they had brought home. Only thinking about the child belongs to their family. The wife can always remarry. Although the child is innocent, when a choice must be made, it's natural to prioritize the greater good. The pregnant woman was raised with great care by her parents. Why should she risk her life for the sake of giving birth? She still has many wonderful years ahead of her. Of course, this is just Yu Yuanjing's personal opinion. Perhaps the pregnant woman would willingly sacrifice herself for her child. As the contractions intensified, Yu Yuanjing began to guide the pregnant woman to push with her commands, helping her along the way. Little sister-in-law, remember what I said. Use all your strength. Think about how your man might marry someone else if you were to pass away. He wouldn't be your man anymore. Push hard, quickly. Yu Yuanjing encouraged her in every way she could. The pregnant woman, motivated by her words, shouted and summoned all her strength. With Yu Yuanjing's assistance, after just 3 pushes, the baby was born. It's out, it's out! Aunt Yang exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to catch the baby. Then the pregnant woman tilted her head and fainted.
Wife!
Yang Yinxing shouted in alarm. With everyone's cooperation, they finally welcomed the child. All right, she's just exhausted. Take good care of your wife from now on. Did you see how difficult it is for a woman to give birth? Your mother had a hard time when she gave birth to you too, Yu Yuanjing said, educating the father like an elder. Thank you, young lady. I will remember this. Yang Yunxing said, bowing deeply to Yu Yuanzheng. Yu Yuanzheng collected a few silver needles from the pregnant woman before helping Aunt Yang with the baby. She cut the umbilical cord and gave the baby a gentle pat. It was a boy. Aunt Yang personally cleaned the baby and dressed him in the little clothes she had prepared. The mother was unconscious, and Yu Yuanzheng assisted with the post-delivery care. Once everything was tidied up, Aunt Yang took the baby outside to show Yang Zhuangdou. When Yu Yuanzheng came out of the delivery room, she was surprised to see Shangguan Ziki holding the baby, looking quite fond of him. "Oh, young master, you can actually hold a baby," Yu Yuanzheng teased. "Thank you for your hard work, madam. I'm just practicing a bit ahead of time. In a few months, I'll be a father too," Shangguan Ziki replied with a smile.
What?
"The young lady is pregnant?"
Yang Zhuangbo exclaimed in shock.
He truly had no idea. To think that she would come to help his daughter-in-law give birth was a tremendous kindness. Yang Zhuangdou immediately pulled his wife down to kneel. "Thank you, young lady. This kindness will be remembered by our family forever," Yang Zhuangdou said solemnly, bowing his head.
Aunt Yang did the same.
They are just servants, yet their master treats them so well. Such a master deeply touches their hearts. Normally, it would be a big deal for them to get a doctor, but the young lady went to help their daughter-in-law while she was pregnant. With such kindness, they would risk their lives in gratitude. "All right, I have encountered this situation too, so I will help. You're lucky to meet me here. Take good care of the new mother. She has really suffered this time. It's best for her not to get pregnant again for 3 years. She should fully recover before having another child, or it could harm her health," Yu Yuanzheng instructed seriously. Yes. Let's go. We haven't had breakfast yet." Shangguan Ziki handed the child to Aunt Yang and took Yu Yuanzheng's hand. Okay. Back at the main courtyard, the cook had already prepared the food, but they had not returned, so it had been kept warm on the stove. The two quietly finished their breakfast. Shangguan Ziki hesitated to speak. "What's wrong?" Yu Yuanzheng noticed his expression and knew he had something to say. "Madam, will it be the same when you give birth?" Shangguan Ziki appeared calm, but his worries surged like a wave. While waiting for Yu Yuanzheng to help inside, he had been thinking about this issue. His wife was expecting twins, meaning she would have to give birth twice, which would be very difficult. Just thinking about it made him anxious. What would he do if something happened to her? "Are you very scared? Are you afraid I might not be able to give birth?" "Madam, I have never seen a woman give birth. I didn't realize it was so hard. When I first learned you were pregnant, I was very happy, but after seeing the Yang family's daughter-in-law give birth, I realized that if it weren't for you, there could have been 2 lives lost. I am truly afraid." Even though Shangguan Ziki was a man, facing the possibility of losing his beloved made it hard for him to remain calm. Yu Yuanzheng smiled gently. "To be honest, I am also scared. But not everyone has complications during childbirth. I have ways to take care of myself, so you don't need to worry too much. I am already 3 months along, and the pregnancy is stable. From now on, I will start exercising for a healthy pregnancy." That's good. Shangguan Ziki felt a bit more at ease. "Come on, after breakfast, we should take a walk to help with digestion." Yu Yuanzheng actually wanted to see the beautiful autumn scenery outside. Qingfeng and Yuanshan immediately came to assist when they saw their master wanted to go out. Ziyue and Zhanghua followed along. Walking along the paths, Yu Yuanzheng saw 2 water buffaloes grazing on the ridge, and she found it very interesting, as she had never seen them up close before.
Moo, moo.
A cow, while eating, became restless and nudged another cow. Then it moved behind and sniffed, suddenly placing its front legs on the other cow's back. The cow in front, disturbed while grazing, flicked its tail and knocked the other one off. However, the second cow was persistent and placed its front legs back on again. "Miss, what is that cow doing behind? Why does it keep trying to put its legs on the other cow's back?" asked Zhang Hua, a girl who had never been to the countryside, innocently. Yu Yuanzheng was taken aback by the question. How could one ask about such things? Her face turned red, and she struggled to explain. Ahem. Qingfeng and Yuanshan both coughed at the same time. What's wrong with you? Ziyue asked curiously. She also wanted to ask the same question, but Jianghua had beaten her to it. Nothing, nothing. Qingfeng quickly stepped back, leaving Yuanshan to push the master forward. Shang Wenziqi felt awkward too, watching Yu Yuanzheng to see how she would satisfy the maid's curiosity. Miss, don't you know? Jianghua, still unaware of the awkwardness, continued to press. This silly girl was relentless. Jianghua, those two cows are probably a couple. They wanna, celebrate their love in public, Yu Yuanzheng explained, both directly and subtly. Even the two maids understood. Miss, I forgot to bring you water. I'll go get it, Jianghua said, turning to run. Miss, it's a bit chilly. I'll get you a cloak. Ziyue also ran off.
Haha.
Yu Yuanzheng laughed loudly as she watched the two maids run away. It was a while before they slowly returned with a water bag and a cloak. Miss, look, that girl coming down the hillside looks familiar, Jianghua pointed out to Yu Yuanzheng. Yu Yuanzheng looked in the direction Jianghua was pointing. Hey, she does look familiar. Let's go check it out. As they got closer, Yu Yuanzheng recognized her. Yu Ying. Yu Yuanzheng shouted excitedly. Yu Yuang was so focused on walking forward that she didn't notice the people in the distance. Dressed in neat pants and carrying a small basket on her back, her two maids looked just like her. Upon hearing the shout, she immediately looked up, saw Yu Yuanzheng, and happily waved. Yuanzheng. Yu Yuang was surprised to see her good friend here and jogged over to them. Her small face was slightly sweaty, and her hair was tied in braids. Dressed like a true village girl. I've met the young master. Yu Yuang greeted Shangguan Ziki before smiling at Yu Yuanzheng. Yuang, did you go up the mountain to pick wild fruits? Yu Yuanzheng guessed what she was doing just by looking at her outfit. Yes. What are you doing here? Oh, I remember. This estate is part of the dowry of the Princess of Rome. Yu Yuang suddenly recalled. Then how did you end up here? The estate over there belongs to my family. After that incident, my mother sent me here to avoid trouble. Oh, what a coincidence. We're staying here for a while. If you have time, come play with me, Yu Yuanzheng invited. Of course. I don't have any friends in this countryside, so I didn't expect you to come. Young master, during the day, your wife will be with me. You can't compete with me, Yu Yuang joked, sticking out her tongue at Shangguan Ziki in a playful challenge. Yu Yuanzheng liked girls with such a lively spirit. Cheerful and cute, yet full of personality. Having someone help me take care of my wife is a blessing, Shangguan Ziki said smoothly. Come, look at the wild fruits I picked, Yu Yuang said proudly as she set down her basket for Yu Yuanzheng to see. Chestnuts? This is the perfect season for them. Chestnuts are a type of nut.
Great.
Let's go back and make candied chestnuts, Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed, nearly drooling at the sight. She hadn't experienced much morning sickness during her 3 months of pregnancy, which she was quite happy about. Recently, she found herself especially hungry, and whenever she saw food, especially something she liked, she couldn't help but salivate. Can you roast them? Yu Yuang didn't know how to do that. I've never roasted them, but I've seen it done, she replied. In her past life, street vendors sold freshly roasted chestnuts, served hot and delicious. She couldn't help but think about how good they would taste. Yuanshan, check if there's any coarse sand in that little river. We need a few pounds to take back, Yu Yuanzheng said, ready to act. Yuanshan emptied Yu Yuang's basket and went to fill it with sand from the clear river. The water was crystal clear, and there was plenty of clean coarse sand at the riverbed. The group returned to the estate together. To their surprise, Aunt Yang was waiting at the entrance of their main courtyard as soon as they arrived. Young master, young madam, I made some boiled eggs, dyed red for good luck and celebration. I brought them for the young madam to eat first, Aunt Yang said with a warm smile, holding a small basket containing about a dozen red eggs. Aunt Yang, why do I have to eat first? Is there a reason? Yuanzheng was curious. She really didn't know if there was any special meaning. Madam, you are the lifesaver of my son's wife. This is a token of gratitude. Also, since you are pregnant, Eating the red eggs symbolizes good luck and a smooth delivery. Oh, I see. Then I should eat a few more. Yuanzheng immediately took one and started to eat. Aunt Yang then asked everyone else to take one, leaving the rest for Jiang Hua to carry. Yuanzheng, are you expecting? After Aunt Yang left, Yu Yueying asked.
Yes.
Then I guess I can't go to the mountains with you. The eldest son would surely disagree. But it's autumn now, and there are so many good things in the mountains. Yu Yueying sounded a bit disappointed. That's okay. As long as I don't fall, I can slowly climb up the mountain. My belly isn't big yet. I just need to avoid strenuous activities. When Yuanzheng heard there were good things in the mountains, she wouldn't miss the chance. She had never experienced this kind of life before, so she wanted to try it out. Miss Yu, I will have the guards make 2 sleds to carry us up the mountain, Shangguan Ziki suggested. He wanted to go too.
Great.
That way it will be fine. The mountains here aren't very high, and there aren't many wild bushes. Yu Yueying clapped in agreement. It had been too boring playing with just her and the 2 maids these days. After lunch, Yuanzheng started directing the making of candied chestnuts. First, they removed the outer prickly SS, a job for the men. Surprisingly, Shangguan Ziki wanted to try it too, and picked up a small stone to smash them. With each hit, the chestnuts were revealed. The brown fruits looked very plump. When they finished, there were about 10 pounds in total. The 3 girls were quite capable. Miss, let's go gather some more tomorrow. There are still many on the trees that haven't fallen, said Xiaowan, Yu Yueying's head maid, excitedly. Yes, miss. Otherwise, when the children from the village come, there won't be any left for us, another maid, Lingdang, encouraged. Right now, everyone was busy with the autumn harvest, so the village children were helping out and the freshly ripened wild fruits hadn't been picked yet. All right, these can be stored for several days, without spoiling. Yuanzheng agreed enthusiastically. Since it was her favorite, she wanted to collect as many as possible. They moved a large pot, which they usually didn't use, to the yard and started roasting outside. With 3 stones for 1 stove, they quickly got it done. Everyone worked together, making a cross cut on the back of each chestnut. First, pour in the sand and heat it up, then add sugar. When it turns a light brown color, add the chestnuts and stir together. Control the heat well. Yuanzheng is in charge of stirring, while Yuanzheng directs. Soon, a delicious aroma fills the air. Wow, it smells so good, Yu Yueying can't help but exclaim. Yuanzheng is more direct. She quickly reaches into the pot to grab one, tossing it between her hands, looking so eager that it's amusing. Seeing that she isn't afraid of the heat, Shangguan Ziki takes the chestnut from her hand and places it on the armrest of her wheelchair to cool down. So tempting? Just wait a bit, there won't be enough to eat. We can go pick more in the mountains tomorrow. This makes Yuanzheng blush. After a moment of cooling, she peels one and tastes it. It's not quite ready yet. It needs a little more cooking, she concludes after tasting. Yu Yueying is truly impressed by her. Yuanshan, get me one too. I want to try, she says, unable to resist. Yuanshan scoops out 3 and places them on the armrest. Shangguan Ziki, not afraid of the heat, takes one to taste. The flavor is really good. He has never had candied chestnuts before. As a young nobleman, he feels embarrassed to buy such snacks. While they enjoy the chestnuts, they hear the sound of hooves outside and a man's voice. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. Hearing the noise, Yang Zhuangtou immediately runs outside. A large group of people comes in, eager to grab some chestnuts. The crown prince, the 7th prince, the 8th princess, the Chao siblings, the Zhao siblings, and their respective servants follow. Oh no, my chestnuts, and there are only 10 pounds, Yuanzheng quietly laments. But Shangguan Ziki hears her and chuckles. It's okay, I'll have Chunlei and the others go up the mountain to pick some more later, he reassures her. That's not the same. This is the first batch I directed, Yuanzheng pouts. I say, Ziki, you come to such a fun place, and didn't invite us. If I hadn't heard the crown prince say he was coming here to keep you company, we wouldn't have known, Zhao Jinyu complains as he enters. You only care about having fun. Be careful, or the Prime Minister will scold you. Aren't you preparing for the spring exams next year? You've already taken them twice, Shangguan Ziki teases him. I just don't want to enter the official circles so young. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any fun. Zhao Jinyu finds an excuse for not working hard. In reality, his father is already the Prime Minister, and he can't stand out too much to avoid drawing the Emperor's ire. A family with too much power can also be a liability. Ziki, my sister wants to play with my sister-in-law, so I brought her here, said Zhao Jinyu, justifying his actions. When the prince goes out to play, we naturally want to follow, added the seventh prince, eager to join in. Things got lively. With such a small estate, it was a challenge to host so many guests. Yang Zhuangtou was quite busy. Shangguan Ziki had to ask a few guards to help him. It wasn't until nearly dark that everything was settled. The 10 pounds of chestnuts didn't make much of a difference for Yu Yuanzheng. However, dinner was plentiful. Yang Zhuangtou bought many fresh local specialties from nearby villagers. Aunt Yang was so busy helping the cook that she didn't even have time to care for her daughter-in-law. The next day, everyone planned to go up the mountain. Now 3 people shared a sled. Yu Yuanzheng wanted to walk by herself, but Shangguan Ziki insisted she shouldn't. He worried she might stumble. That day, the group of young people had a lot of fun. Zhao Jinyu and Chao Jinyu even caught some game, including a few rabbits and wild chickens. The 8th princess held a rabbit with an injured leg, asking the crown prince to bandage it because she wanted to take care of it. The others had died, leaving only this one alive. Will it die, big brother? The sympathetic 8th princess asked, concerned. It shouldn't die, but it might limp, the crown prince replied, tearing of cloth to wrap around the little rabbit. Oh, does that mean it won't be able to walk? The 8th princess looked a bit upset. 8th sister, why keep a rabbit? I'll catch you a bird instead. The 7th prince scoffed at the rabbit. Don't boast. It's unlikely you could catch a bird. The 8th princess didn't believe him. Feeling underestimated, the 7th prince was determined to prove himself. He spotted a bird's nest in a tree and quickly climbed up to retrieve it. Clearly, the 7th prince had been practicing martial arts. The 8th princess happily ran over to look inside the nest. Wow, 5 little birds. But they're so small. How do I take care of them? She worried. That's your problem. I just caught them for you, the 7th prince replied, uninterested in caring for them. Yu Yuanzheng happily collected many wild chestnuts. A few guards shook the trees, causing the fruits to fall like rain. Yu Yuang didn't manage to move away in time and got hit by a prickly fruit, stumbling backward. The crown prince was right behind her, and as she stepped back, she ended up in his arms. Yu Yuanzheng suspected it was too coincidental. The crown prince's guards were also instructed to shake the trees, leaving her wheelchair unattended. I'm sorry, crown prince. I didn't mean to. Yu Yuang blushed and tried to get up, but she stumbled again and fell back into someone's arms. The crown prince had to help her stand up. He just smiled slightly to ease the awkwardness. No one present made fun of the situation. Yu Yuang didn't act like those shameless women who demand responsibility. Everyone knew the crown prince had no intention of marrying. However, Yu Yuanzheng's thoughts took a different turn. Was this fate bringing them together? She had ruined Yu Yuang's chance at marriage. Should she help her out? The crown prince seemed genuinely nice. Their few encounters made her feel he was a gentleman and wise. But then she thought, if he got his leg healed by her, he might be named the heir by the emperor, and she didn't want to help with that. An heir can't just have one wife. Oh well, let them figure it out themselves. Maybe Yu Yuang would be willing? At noon, they roasted game on the mountain, and Yu Yuanzheng tossed some chestnuts into the fire. Oh, it smells so good. Ladies, would you like to try? Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed after tasting. Sister-in-law, let me have a taste. Princess Lingxian was the first to respond. Yu Yuanzheng threw one to her. It's really good. It has a different flavor than when it's fried. Dearo, Yuang, come on, let's roast more to share with the gentlemen. It became livelier, with the men playing games and the women cooking. In the end, everyone had their fill. Shangguan Ziki and the crown prince ate very elegantly, while Zhao Jinyu had no manners at all. Chao Jinyu was a bit better. The seventh prince was similar to Zhao Jinyu. The eighth princess had her three older sisters helping her PLSS, while she just ate. A large group of them played until it was almost dark before heading down the mountain. Yu Yuanzheng firmly refused to ride in a sedan chair. Yu Yueying acted as her guard, holding her hand all the way down. It felt better to walk on solid ground. The next day, everyone except the crown prince left, agreeing to return in half a month. Yu Yueying lived nearby and could come anytime. Another day passed. After the head of Yang village washed his child for the third time, he surprisingly asked Yu Yuanzheng to name his grandson. It was normal for a master to name a servant's child, but Yu Yuanzheng knew the head of Yang village meant something different. Madam, this child has a chance at life because of you, so I dare to ask you to name him. With your blessings, he will be healthy and less sick. When he grows up, he can help the little master in your belly, the head of Yang village requested respectfully. Haha. Uncle Yang thinks far ahead. What if I have a daughter? Yu Yuanzheng teased him on purpose. Hey, the daughter can also run errands. Let's have him help the young lady manage the dowry estate, just like the younger one did. Then let's call him Yang Cheng, which means honesty. Yu Yuanzheng thought for a moment and came up with this name. Great, this name is good. Yang Zhuangtou happily took the name back with him. A couple of days later, after things calmed down, Yu Yuanzheng called the two wheelchair users to the main hall to discuss together. Your Highness, your legs are harder to recover than your husband's, so I plan to start your treatment earlier, but the rehabilitation depends entirely on you. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. 3 years had passed since the imperial physician declared that his legs were beyond saving, and he had already lost hope. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, someone gave him hope again. Husband, is our estate safe? Will anyone come to investigate? Yu Yuanzheng worried that her actions might cause unnecessary trouble. She was also pregnant, and the child came first. The 20 secret guards given by father are always around the estate. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I also brought 20 more around. There are people on guard for 12 hours straight. If we spot any strangers, we will act immediately. If we encounter assassins, we have enough people to handle it. The crown prince assured her. Rest assured, I have already instructed Yang Zhuangtou's family not to speak carelessly. Now that you are their savior, they will definitely keep it a secret. Shengguan Ziki added. Good. Then let's get things done before my belly gets too big. The crown prince mainly has numbness in his lower limbs due to damage to his lumbar spine. What I need to do is realign your lumbar spine to reduce pressure. For this, I had Chun Lei make a traction bed. We will start today. As for your husband's legs, they are misaligned and need to be rebroken and reset, and we also need to remove the bone spurs. This process will be painful, so you must endure it. Madam, for you and the child, how could I fear a little pain? Shengguan Ziki said generously. Since they agreed, they began their work. There were guards everywhere in the main courtyard. Not even a bird could fly in. Yu Yuanzheng led the two to the right side of the main hall. Inside was the traction bed, along with another bed for resting. Crown Prince, are you ready? It will hurt quite a bit. Yu Yuanzheng said with a smile to prepare him. It's fine, I can endure it. I don't think it will be as painful as Ziki's broken leg. Right, it won't be as painful as a broken leg. Now, please lie down on the bed. Yu Yuanzheng gestured for him to take a seat. The Crown Prince's personal guard, Peng Heng, pushed the wheelchair to the bedside and helped the Crown Prince lie down. Yu Yuanzheng personally pulled the straps from both ends of the bed and secured them around the Crown Prince's chest and legs. Then, she began to push a handle, and the bed slowly moved from the center to both sides. This mechanism was designed with the help of Chun Lei. Crown Prince, let me know if you feel any pain, Yu Yuanzheng reminded him. After moving about 5 inches, the Crown Prince spoke up. It hurts. Where does it hurt? The Crown Prince pointed to the 4th segment of his spine, just below his waist. Good. We found the exact spot. Now, let's turn you over. Peng Heng quickly came forward to help, unfastening the straps and turning him over. Then, they repeated the process, stopping when he felt pain. Chun Lei, take off your shoes and stand on the Crown Prince's back. Then do as I say. Yu Yuanzheng instructed Chunlei, who was standing nearby. Chunlei was taken aback. Stand on the crown prince's back. Who would dare do that? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? What's wrong? Yu Yuanzheng noticed he hadn't moved and looked hesitant.
Get on.
This is to treat my leg condition, the crown prince said directly. Chunlei looked at Shangguanziki. Seeing his master nod, he finally moved. Okay, step here, then jump up a foot high. Land in the same spot, and don't worry about how the crown prince feels. Jump 3 times in total. Chunlei tried it, and then jumped.
Ah!
A low cry escaped the crown prince's lips. Jump, don't stop, Yu Yuanzheng said seriously. Chunlei was diligent and jumped 3 times before finally coming down. With each jump, the crown prince let out a sound. Quick, bring that big stone and place it here, Yu Yuanzheng instructed again. Chunlei immediately complied. This big stone was also brought in at Yu Yuanzheng's request. So, this was how it was used. Alright, the stone needs to press down for half an hour. Can you endure it? Yu Yuanzheng asked, noticing the crown prince was already sweating from the pain. I can, he replied firmly, gritting his teeth. This was just the first step to realign his displaced spine. Okay, just stay like this. Now it's your turn, husband. I have everything ready.
All right.
Shangguanziki lay down on the other side of the bed. Yu Yuanzheng helped him remove one pant leg. Be prepared. Your pain will be real. Don't worry if it gets too much. I'll just shout a bit. It's not embarrassing in front of the lady or the crown prince, who couldn't help but cry out earlier, Shangguanziki replied calmly. Who cried out? This prince only let out a low sound. The eldest prince did not admit it. This is a pair of difficult brothers. Yu Yuanzheng touched his left leg, feeling the spot where it had been broken before. Chunlei, you need to control the force here and aim to break it in one go. It's only been 10 months since it broke, so it should still be weak and easier to break. Chunlei felt the weight of the task ahead. Breaking the master's leg would be quite a challenge for him. Just then, voices were heard outside the door. Greetings, Your Highness. Is father here? Sure enough, the door swung open, and the prince strode in. He arrived at just the right moment. Greetings, father. Uncle Rong. Why did father come at this time? He hadn't informed his father of his visit. I came to see you. What's going on? Are you in the middle of a treatment? The prince noticed a large stone on the eldest prince's back and guessed. Father came at just the right time. My daughter-in-law was about to break her husband's leg, and since you're here, you can take on this important task. Yu Yuanzheng released Chunlei. Chunlei sighed in relief. He really wasn't confident about getting it right in one try.
All right.
The prince took on the task without hesitation. His son was his responsibility, so it was best for him to do it himself. Yu Yuanzheng repeated the precautions. The prince understood and, without giving Shangguanziki any time to prepare, struck down with his hand. With it was done.
Ah!
A scream louder than the eldest prince's escaped. Chunlei, give the eldest prince a cloth to bite down on, Yu Yuanzheng immediately instructed. Chunlei quickly complied. Yu Yuanzheng then began to treat the broken bone. Instead of directly reconnecting the bone, she needed to cut a bit of flesh to remove the previous growth before reattaching it, and there was no anesthesia. Reattaching a broken bone is best done without anesthesia for better results. The previous ointment used on Princess Xiangling only worked on the surface, which was useless for this kind of bone break. It relied entirely on Shangguanziki's endurance. Yu Yuanzheng, with steady hands, began her careful work. Shangguanziki could hardly control himself. Few could endure such pain. For guards, and the prince held him down firmly. Finally, seeing him in great pain, the prince knocked him out with a swift strike, but it didn't last long before he woke up in pain again. At this moment, Yu Yuanzheng set aside all distractions, focusing solely on her actions. After cutting through the flesh, she carefully removed the growth. Then she repositioned the bone and gradually stitched the flesh back together. Next, she used a splint to secure everything. Every step was done meticulously. Meanwhile, Shangguanziki was sweating profusely from the pain. Biting down on the cloth in his mouth, he kept making muffled sounds. Once everything was done, Yu Yuanzheng was covered in sweat. All right. From now on, you can only lie in bed. You can't move this leg for at least a month. If you need to go to the bathroom, let Qingfeng and the others carry you, Yu Yuanzheng said, acting like a responsible doctor rather than his wife. Shangwan Ziki didn't have the energy to respond. The pain was still there, but it wasn't as intense as before. He removed the cloth from his mouth and breathed heavily. This was a significant test, but he managed to endure it. You are very brave. Well done. Yu Yuanzheng praised him generously. Sister-in-law, how long do you think it will take for them to recover? The prince asked, glancing at the crown prince. Oh no, I almost forgot. Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed. Quick, take the stones off the crown prince's back. I lost track of time while treating my husband's leg, Yu Yuanzheng said, tapping her forehead. Peng Heng immediately sprang into action. As the stones were removed, the crown prince tried to move. Don't get up yet. I still need to give you acupuncture. Yu Yuanzheng stopped him. Sister-in-law, are you tired? Why don't you take a break? The crown prince noticed she was sweating and didn't want to exhaust her. It's fine. I can sit. Acupuncture isn't tiring. I just need to focus, she replied. Chunlei quickly brought a chair next to the traction bed. Yu Yuanzheng had been standing for over half an hour, and her legs felt stiff, so she slowly walked over and sat down. Chunlei placed her silver needles on a small table beside her. Everyone watched her quietly until she finished her work, and then they all sighed in relief. All right, the crown prince will have this treatment every 3 days. Once he has feeling in his leg, he can start rehabilitation. After that, there won't be any more treatments. It will be up to you to practice. If all goes well, it should take about 6 months. Your leg will need 3 months before you can stand. When you no longer feel pain, you can start practicing walking. Yu Yuanzheng finally answered the prince's earlier question.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I will definitely follow your instructions and cooperate actively, the crown prince said, looking well despite not having suffered much. All right, you two can keep each other company, Yu Yuanzheng teased. Madam, I didn't expect it to hurt so much, Shangguan Ziki finally spoke up. Of course it hurts. Breaking bones is the most painful, she replied. All right, Ziki, you've worked hard. Go and take a rest. Your mother asked me to bring you some food, so check it out. The prince sent Yu Yuanzheng away. After she left, the prince waved his hand, sending a few guards away as well. The prince looked back and forth at the 2 young men lying down. First prince, you chose treatment. Do you know what you will do in the future? The prince asked seriously. Uncle Rongwang, I understand, but I have no regrets. My second and third brothers lack the vision. Maintaining what we have might not be a problem, but the Kanglin kingdom has always hated our great way deeply. They still remember how the Rongwang couple killed their emperor and empress years ago, and they will not rest until they avenge that. I also want to take revenge for the 3 years they left me paralyzed, so I must take on the responsibilities of Great Way. The first prince expressed his determination earnestly. Well, I am glad to hear you think this way, the prince replied, not wanting to discuss the topic further. Ziki is also expecting and is working hard to help you recover. You should cooperate well and not let her efforts go to waste. Aim for a speedy recovery. But it's best if no one knows you are already well. Let the world know only when necessary. Do you understand? The prince added. Uncle Rongwang, don't worry. That's exactly our plan. The first prince wanted to see what his 2 younger brothers would do, and also investigate what spies Kanglin Kingdom had infiltrated in Great Way. As for Shangguan Ziki, he still hadn't figured out who harmed him. Father, has Dr. Gu really been allowed to stay in the Imperial Hospital like this? Shangguan Ziki suddenly asked. His wife had mentioned that there were issues with his acupuncture. She just didn't know enough about the doctor's skills to be certain. Father has had someone following him. So far, there's been no sign of him contacting anyone special. For now, we shouldn't act hastily. The person who wants to harm you is well hidden. It's better to wait until we have more information before taking action. The prince felt that Dr. Gu was just a minor character for now, and it might be better to let him be, as he could lead them to bigger figures later. Father, do you think it could be my aunt? Shangguan Ziki speculated. That's possible, but there's no evidence. Don't worry, focus on your health. Father is still investigating. The prince spent some time chatting with the two, then instructed the guards to watch over them before leaving. In the following days, Shangguan Ziki couldn't go out, and Yu Yuanzheng also stayed in. Yu Yuanying came by frequently to visit Yu Yuanzheng. Each time, she would see the first prince nearby, casually reading a book. Yuanzheng, it's so boring staying at the village every day. We've played the zither enough and embroidered several handkerchiefs. Let's find something else to do, Yu Yuanying said, looking unenthusiastic. How about we explore some new foods? Yuanzheng suggested. She had been enjoying food lately, but she had already tried many things in the countryside and lost interest. Recently, the cook had made several new snacks for her, like pumpkin cakes, mung bean cakes, twisted dough sticks, and sesame crisps. Eating them once or twice was fine, but after a few times, she didn't want to eat them anymore. That's not a good idea. Let's go for a walk instead, Yu Yuanying proposed. She had no idea that Shangguan Ziki and the crown prince were dealing with something. She thought Shangguan Ziki couldn't go out because of his leg, while the crown prince could. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting in the corridor watching them chat. Sister-in-law, it's good to walk around the village to avoid getting bored. I'll join you. The crown prince suddenly chimed in, feeling a bit guilty about letting his sister-in-law stay cooped up. The crown prince is coming with us? Be careful. The young master might be upset, Yu Yuanying replied skeptically. The crown prince touched his nose, trying to hide his embarrassment. He really couldn't control Shangguan Ziki. Forget him. I'm going out, Yuanzheng said. She realized she hadn't left the village in almost 20 days. A short walk around the village should be fine. She'd be back soon. Yuanzheng stood up and patted her wrinkled clothes. Jianghua, grab a cloak. We're going for a walk and we'll be back for lunch, she called out loudly. When she shouted, Shangguan Ziki definitely heard her. Lying down and feeling uneasy, he couldn't let his wife go out, so he immediately signaled to Qing Feng, who was nearby. Make sure Chun Lei and the others protect the young mistress, Shangguan Ziki instructed quietly. Qing Feng went out to relay the message to the guards. Yuanzheng and Yu Yuanying walked ahead, followed by a group of people, with the crown prince being pushed along by Pengheng. It had been over 20 days since he had been out. Looking at the distant mountains, he saw the leaves had turned yellow, and as the wind blew, they fell like snow. Yuanying, when we return, you should come back to the residence with us. That incident happened so long ago. Who still remembers? I bet my second aunt has already found a new match for Zifeng, he said. A few days ago, my mother sent a message saying that the daughter of a respected family has been chosen for him. She wants me to come home for the new year. Yu Yuanying spoke about the matter without any sadness. Instead, she felt happy to be rid of that person. They walked slowly along a path in the fields. As they chatted, they moved further away from the village. Suddenly, a young boy ran towards them but was stopped by the guards. You're the young lady of the house, right? I'm a tenant farmer from this village, and my mother is very ill. I heard there is a doctor here, and I want to ask for help.
Please.
The boy knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly. Chunlei, have you seen this boy before?
Yu Yuanzheng asked.
Yes, young lady, I have seen him. He is indeed a tenant farmer here, and he only has his mother, Chunlei replied respectfully. After they arrived, they had checked on all the tenant farmers in the village. Get up and tell me what illness your mother has. Is there no doctor nearby? Yu Yuanzheng asked carefully. The boy stood up, looking around 11 or 12 years old, yet he had to take care of a household, which must be difficult for him. After the weather turned cold, my mother caught a chill, and it has been going on for a long time without improvement. We rely on each other. I can't lose my mother. Please, young lady, let the doctor help us. I would be very grateful. He spoke with great sorrow, taking a few steps closer to Yu Yuanzheng. He seemed ready to kneel again, but Yu Yuanzheng couldn't bear this attitude of begging and felt it was a form of pressure. She instinctively wanted to stop him and stepped forward. At that moment, the boy's expression suddenly changed, and he charged at Yu Yuanzheng as if to collide with her. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzheng was startled and stepped back, while Yu Yuanying quickly pulled her away. Behind them was the crown prince, and as a result, Yu Yueying fell onto the crown prince's lap, while Yu Yuanzheng landed on Yu Yueying's lap, creating a tangle of 3 people. The crown prince quickly supported both of them with his hands, and Peng Heng pushed the wheelchair firmly to prevent it from moving back. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu reacted even faster. Just as the boy was about to crash into Yu Yuanzheng, he grabbed the boy's hair and threw him forward. The boy was flung over 10 feet away, landing the ground with a cry. Dong Ling and Xue Yun rushed forward to hold him down, pressing their knees into his abdomen. The boy immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, screaming in pain.
Miss.
The 2 maidservants gasped in shock. Yu Yuanzheng was still in a state of panic. Yu Yueying carefully helped her stand steady before getting up from the crown prince's lap. Ziyue and Zhanghua quickly supported her. Miss, are you okay? Is there anywhere that hurts? Ziyue asked in panic, almost in tears. After Yu Yuanzheng steadied herself, she took a deep breath and immediately took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket, swallowing a pill to ensure her safety. Sister-in-law, are you all right? The crown prince also felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he was right behind the 2 women, and she fell onto him, which softened her fall. I'm fine, just a bit startled, Yu Yuanzheng said, patting her chest. If there hadn't been so many people around her, she might have fallen to the ground from that boy's push, which could have been dangerous for her pregnancy. That boy was clearly targeting her belly. Aside from the people in the royal residence, he had no other intentions. That boy had already been beaten badly, struggling to breathe. All right, don't kill him. We still need to interrogate him, Yu Yuanzheng said, calming her racing heart and stopping Dongling and Zhueyun. Take him back and interrogate him properly, the crown prince ordered coldly. Sister-in-law, please sit in the wheelchair. The crown prince instructed Peng Heng to carry him, while Zhue quickly pushed the wheelchair to Yu Yuanzheng. Ziyue and Zhanghua helped her sit down. Yu Yuanzheng didn't hesitate. She wanted to reassure everyone, so she sat down obediently. The group quickly returned to the estate. When Shengguan Ziki heard the news, he tried to get out of bed, but Qingfeng held him back. Worried about him, Yu Yuanzheng had Zhue push her directly to the room, arriving at the bedside.
Madam.
Shengguan Ziki's eyes were red with worry as he held her hand. Are you feeling unwell? Don't worry, I'm fine, just a bit startled. The baby is okay. Shengguan Ziki placed his hand on Yu Yuanzheng's belly. At this point, the fetus was already over 4 months old. When his hand touched her, he felt a sudden movement. The baby is also startled and is moving around a lot, Shengguan Ziki said, feeling it for the first time. Yu Yuanzheng felt it too. After not feeling anything for a long time, today's scare had startled the baby into moving. Don't be afraid, my dear. Mommy is fine, Yu Yuanzheng said, placing her hand on her belly and gently comforting the baby. It's okay, go back to sleep, she murmured softly, while stroking her belly. After about a quarter of an hour, the little one finally calmed down. Meanwhile, the crown prince personally interrogated the captured boy. At this time, the head of Yang village received the news and arrived. Upon seeing the boy, he recognized him immediately. You ungrateful brat. I took you and your mother in, and this is how you repay me. Why do you want to harm the young lady? Yang Zhuangtou was very angry. It was his failure. Having such a person in the village was his fault. The boy named Guzi just lay on the ground in pain, saying nothing. Yang Zhuangtou stepped forward and kicked him again. Are you going to talk? Otherwise, I will beat you to death. Guzi not only remained silent, but also began to cry. What good is your crying? The moment you decided to harm someone, you knew this would happen. You still have the nerve to cry. Hurry up and confess, or I will deal with your mother too. Yang Zhuangtou was furious and wished he could just end the boy's life. Mentioning his mother made Guzi cry even harder, coughing up blood. The crown prince signaled to Chunlei. Chunlei grabbed Guzi's finger and bent it back, breaking it. A piercing scream escaped. If you don't speak, I will break each of your fingers one by one, Chunlei said menacingly. Guzi realized he had no way out. He was targeting the young lady of the royal family. He had already accepted his fate when he decided to do this. At that moment, Dongling, who had gone to Guzi's home, returned. Your Highness, there is no one at this boy's house. His only family member is his mother, Yang Zhuangtou said. Where did your mother go? Yang Zhuangtou asked coldly as he crouched down. Wu, my mother was taken away. Guzi finally spoke up. What happened? Hurry and tell me. Yang Zhuangtou realized where the problem lay. 5 nights ago, 2 men secretly came to my house, took my mother, and told me to find a way to harm the young lady's child, or they would kill my mother. To save her, I had no choice but to follow their orders, Guzi said while crying. You foolish child, if you had come to me back then, we could have helped you find your mother. Look at what you've done. You put yourself and your mother in danger. You are very unfilial, Yang Zhuangtou scolded.
Wu.
Those 2 threatened me that if I told anyone, they would immediately kill my mother. But 3 days passed, and the young lady never came out. Those 2 even sent me one of my mother's fingers. They said if I didn't act soon, they would send another one. I waited 5 days just to see the young lady come out of the village. Guzi cried even harder. The crown prince understood that this was a plot against Yu Yuanzheng. Bring someone, the crown prince shouted. 2 guards waiting outside entered. Take 10 people to the nearby mountains and look for any suspicious individuals. Be discreet, the crown prince instructed. Yes, the 2 guards replied and set off. These guards were specially trained. 2 hours later, the 10 guards returned, bringing back the body of a woman. She had been killed not long before. The dog saw the woman's body and cried loudly.
Mom.
But the woman could no longer respond to him. Crown Prince, when we found this woman's body, it was in a relatively hidden valley, with no traces left behind, indicating the killer is skilled, one guard reported. This woman was strangled to death, the guard added. Crown Prince, it's my fault. Years ago, when they fled here, I kindly took them in and built them a shelter at the foot of the mountain. They settled there and farmed our land. I never expected that a criminal would find them in such a remote place. If I hadn't shown them kindness back then, this tragedy wouldn't have happened, the village chief said regretfully. This has nothing to do with you. If not them, the criminal would have targeted someone else. Crown Prince, what should we do now? The situation was clear, but the real killer had not been caught. Hand this kid over to the authorities. Let them decide his punishment, the Crown Prince said firmly. Just because he was young didn't mean he should be let off the hook. Mistakes have consequences. The Crown Prince went to the left room. The couple was still feeling the movement of their baby. Are you okay? The Crown Prince asked with concern. I'm fine, just a little startled. How did the interrogation go? Yu Yuanzheng knew the Crown Prince was questioning that boy. She had heard the cries earlier. That boy's mother was taken by 2 criminals to threaten him into harming your baby. Now that woman is dead. The 2 criminals have vanished without a trace, and we don't even know what they look like, making it hard to find them, the Crown Prince said, frustrated. It must be someone from the manor, Shangguan Ziki said, through gritted teeth. Everyone suspected that someone in the royal household didn't want Yu Yuanzheng's baby to be born safely. But the key question was who it was. Madam, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Shangguan Ziki promised. Okay. Yu Yuanzheng didn't dwell on it. She needed to be more careful in the future. With so many people out today, it was easy to be caught off guard. No wonder her store's pregnancy protection medicines sold so well. There are too many hidden matters among wealthy families, and now she found herself in such an environment. The Crown Prince then had everyone in the village investigated and ordered his guards to patrol the area at night. Shangguan Ziki wrote a letter about this and sent it back to the manor. When the princess received the news, she hurried to the village. Upon seeing Yu Yuanzheng, she began to ask questions and check on her. Zheng'er, you have really suffered. Those despicable people can't stand to see our Ziki have a future. Mother will investigate thoroughly and find the real culprit. The princess was furious. Mother, I will be more careful in the future, so please don't worry. Although we suspect it was someone from the manor, we need evidence to know who it really is. It's best not to act rashly. Yu Yuanzheng comforted the princess instead. This mother-in-law was nice but not very clever, too kind-hearted. If it weren't for the prince's protection, she didn't know how long she could last in the royal residence. Plus, her high status meant no one dared to openly harm her. Mother knows, but it's frustrating. The royal residence seems peaceful on the surface, but there are many hidden issues. It's just that you are a bit naive and unaware of a lot. The princess felt ashamed. Mother, you don't need to blame yourself. You're doing great. If you were too calculating, I might not like you as much. Yu Yuanjing thought this kind of mother-in-law was the best. First, she genuinely cared for her, treating her like her own daughter since she entered the manor. In this regard, she felt much happier than Yu Chaoyang. Moreover, she never mentioned taking a concubine for her husband. Though a bit naive, it wasn't serious. She never caused trouble for the couple and managed the household well enough. The princess looked at her son, still lying in bed. How is Ziki doing now? Mother, there's no need to worry. Zhenger's medical skills are exceptional. It won't be long before he can stand up. Then I will find all the enemies and make sure none are left. Shangguan Ziki spoke confidently, trying to cheer up the princess. Well, that's what you say, but your safety is the most important. The princess feared for her child's safety. Nothing was more important than being safe. Mother, don't worry. I will be a father soon, so my safety will always come first. The princess stayed at the village for a night, sharing it with Yu Yuanjing. In her heart, the princess felt closer to her daughter-in-law than to her son. Do you have any news from your in-laws? Yu Yuanjing asked, having been away from the capital for a while. You want to know if your father passed the imperial exam, right? Yes, I haven't been back home for a long time and I don't know how he did. Your father is quite capable. At his age, he passed and is now a scholar. Didn't the prince tell you last time he visited? The princess smiled as she shared the good news. Father might have forgotten. He was busy treating my husband and the eldest prince at that time. Now you can rest easy. Your father can take the next exam in spring. With Lord Jean as his teacher, he will surely succeed. They talked for a long time before falling asleep. The next morning, the princess left early to prepare for a wedding at the palace, which was on a tight schedule. From then on, Yu Yuang came to keep her company every day. This time, she didn't dare suggest going out. She felt guilty about the incident 2 days ago. If she hadn't suggested a walk, Yuanjing wouldn't have faced danger. They spent their time discussing how to cook delicious meals, with Yuanjing coming up with ideas and Yu Yuang doing the cooking. Over the past few days, Yu Yuang's cooking skills improved a lot. The one who tasted her dishes the most, besides Yuanjing, was the eldest prince. He always smiled as he accepted the plates she offered. No matter how the food tasted, he always said it was good. Yuanjing, however, pointed out where improvements were needed. This sweet and sour pork is a bit overcooked. It has a slight bitter taste. Yes, this bamboo fungus could use more flavor. Maybe next time we can make it into a soup to bring out its freshness. For this twisty pastry, you need to control the oil temperature. It's too high, look, it's turned too dark. Yuanjing, you're so picky that any chef would complain about you, Yu Yuang said, feeling a bit unfair. Haha, I'm just trying to help you improve. Eldest prince, don't you think I'm right? Yuanjing asked, seeking support. The eldest prince smiled but said nothing. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ziki supported his wife. Zhenger is absolutely correct in everything she says. He could now get out of bed but still couldn't stand. He had to wait 3 months until his bones were strong enough to bear weight, or all his efforts would be in vain. You are too much. The eldest prince is the best, with no complaints at all, Yu Yuang said, dissatisfied. Haha, I'm just looking out for you. Your cooking skills are getting better. When you get married, your husband will think of your delicious food every day when he goes out. He will definitely come home on time and won't eat out. This is what they mean by, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. Yu Yuanjing talked a lot about how to manage a husband. After eating well, she noticed that Yu Yuang's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes were glancing at the crown prince. Suddenly, she had a realization. Could it be that they have developed feelings for each other without her noticing? Ah! She understood. Her friend had fallen into his arms twice, and that must have sparked some feelings. Plus, they see each other every day. Isn't that the perfect ground for love? Yu Yuanjing looked at the crown prince again, but she couldn't tell anything. Could it be one-sided? That would be a bit troublesome. She would ask her husband to find out. Just then, Qing Feng returned, followed by 3 other servants. "Young master, we have news," Qing Feng said seriously. Shangwan Ziqi's previously gentle face became serious. "Push me into the study," he commanded. Qing Feng immediately stepped forward to push the wheelchair. The room next to their bedroom was temporarily used as a study by Shangwan Ziqi. He had not stopped working during his leg recovery. The pill business was still ongoing and expanding. He rented a shop in the Western District to open a second branch. He had also started collaborating with the military. One pill workshop was not enough, so he requested some land outside the village from Yangzhuangdo to build another workshop, intending to turn it into a pharmaceutical base. It was not far from the city, and a cart could deliver goods to the capital every day. The crown prince knew what they were going to discuss, and found an excuse to take Yu Yuang away. As for where they went, Yu Yuanjing didn't think much about it and followed Qing Feng into the study. Once the door was closed, they were cut off from the outside. "Young master, young madam, about the incident that happened to young madam a few weeks ago, the culprit is the second old madam," Qing Feng stated directly.
Oh.
Yu Yuanjing replied, surprised, drawing out her response. Since she entered the mansion, the second old madam had always had a strong dislike for her, but she didn't know why. Now she was trying to harm her child, and still, she didn't understand the reason. Shouldn't it be the couple, Shangwan Zishu, who would want to harm her child? Yet it was the second old madam. It was all very strange. How did you find out? Yu Yuanjing has not been involved in this matter and has left it entirely to Shangwan Ziqi to handle. Madam, it was the eldest son's idea. Recently, the business at the 10-day hall has been very good, and a calming pill is selling well. Once, Miss Ling bought some to honor the 2 elder ladies, and after using it, they were very satisfied, so she continued to use it. The eldest son had us prepare a bottle of medicine that looked the same as what she was using and switched it. We added a drug to induce illusions, and we took turns listening outside the elder lady's bedroom every night. Unexpectedly, we heard something from her sleep talking. At first, we suspected the young lady, and we gave her the same medicine, but we heard nothing. The same happened with concubine Luo. She also didn't say anything. You did well, but this cannot be used as evidence. It only shows who wants to harm me. Yes, but at least we know who it is. We can deal with it slowly later, Shangwan Ziqi explained. What did she say in her sleep? Yu Yuanjing asked curiously. The elder lady must have received the news about your failure that day. By the time we returned, she had already sent the bad person away, so we didn't catch her in the act. That night we used the drug, but it takes time, so we didn't hear anything. It was several days later, when she became more agitated and started having nightmares, and then we heard a little. Her sleep-talking was somewhat incoherent. At one moment she said, "That cursed little woman." At another moment, "She doesn't deserve to bear a child of the Wang family." Then, "She is ruining my plan." And, "Ziqi shouldn't have woken up. Why hasn't the king have taken him?" We listened for several nights, and these were basically the words we heard. From these words, we concluded that she wants to harm the eldest son and madam. Qing Feng recounted everything they had heard. Husband, why?
Why does she want to harm you and me?
What benefit does she get from this? Yu Yuanjing couldn't understand this point. I don't know either, Shangwan Ziqi replied, puzzled. I still think that the heir is not the king's son but the son of the second house. Only this possibility makes sense. Otherwise, how can we explain the elder lady's unusual behavior? But the king said Zishu is his child, and we can't find any evidence for this. Since Yu Yuanzeng mentioned this last time, Shangwan Ziqi had asked his father about it again. He received a definite answer. This matter is hard to discuss. Don't you believe in blood tests for parentage? Why not let the king and the heir have a test? Although Yu Yuanjing knew this approach was not advisable, she thought of this method. Don't forget, if Zishu is really my uncle's child, then it's acceptable, because my uncle and the king are brothers. But they have different mothers. My uncle's birth mother and the king's birth mother share the same father, Shangguan Ziki countered. This path is blocked, Yu Yuanjing sighed. The fox will eventually reveal its tail. Now we know she wants to harm us. We should be more cautious and wait until we find evidence to bring her down. Shangguan Ziki also harbored resentment towards the old lady. Before he encountered trouble, he didn't realize how unpleasant the old lady was. She treated him decently, similar to his second brother. But since he fell unconscious, she completely changed. After waking up and seeing her attitude towards his wife, he couldn't help but feel anger. So we just let her go for now? Yes, we'll take our time and catch the big fish. This situation is not as simple as it seems. Shangguan Ziki had a feeling there was a conspiracy behind it, especially since one of the assassins who attacked the healer was from the Kinglan Kingdom. This point was hard to explain. The old lady had no reason to cooperate with someone from the Kinglan Kingdom. All right, since you have a plan, I won't interfere. I'll be more careful in the future. My dear ones, you need to be strong too. Even before you are born, there are those who want to harm you. But you must believe that your parents will protect you, Yu Yuanjing said, placing her hand on her belly, which was already noticeably round. Hey, the baby can hear me. They are moving. Yu Yuanjing exclaimed excitedly. Shangguan Ziki waved to Qingfeng and the others. The couple began to interact with their unborn child. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was taking Yu Yueying for a walk outside the village. Crown Prince, let me push you, Yu Yueying shyly offered. Okay. The two walked along the country path, one in front and the other behind. It was already late October, and the weather was getting colder. The trees on the distant hill had lost most of their leaves, but the cowherds were still playing on the hill, laughter echoing from afar. The Crown Prince felt very calm at that moment. He was almost 23 years old, no longer a young boy. He was very rational. His legs had improved significantly after more than a month of treatment from Yu Yuanjing. Last night, while his guards were massaging his legs, he felt some sensation.
Soon he might be able to stand.
And once he could stand, it would mean he had to take on his responsibilities. The emperor has always trained him as the heir, which is why the heir of the Rongwang mansion was chosen to be his companion in studies. This is an unwritten rule in the Great Wei dynasty. Each emperor usually has the heir of the Rongwang mansion as a study partner. The two have been friends since childhood and will jointly manage the Great Wei. On the surface, the Rongwang has little power, but that is not the case. He knows that if an emperor is foolish, the Rongwang has the authority to establish a new ruler. If the emperor passes away without appointing a successor, the Rongwang can also appoint a new ruler on behalf of the emperor. This rule was set by their ancestors, and only each emperor and the Rongwang are aware of it. He happens to know this due to circumstances. Many in the royal family have privately speculated about this, but nothing has happened regarding the Rongwang appointing a new ruler. Your Highness, why don't you ask the famous doctor in the capital to treat your leg? Yu Yueying suddenly interrupted the Crown Prince's thoughts. Do you wish for my leg to get better? The Crown Prince smiled and turned to look at Yu Yueying. Of course. If your leg gets better, many young ladies in the capital will be excited, Yu Yueying replied honestly, showing her concern.
And you?
The Crown Prince gently asked.
What?
Yu Yueying was confused by the question. Would you be excited as well? Upon hearing this, Yu Yueying's face turned red but quickly cooled down. I have broken off an engagement, so I dare not hope, she said, feeling a bit lonely. That is not your fault. Shangguan Zifeng was indeed wrong. He is not worthy of you. The Crown Prince defended her. But having broken off an engagement is a stain on my reputation, Yu Yueying said, unable to hold back her sadness and wanting to leave. The Crown Prince quickly grabbed her arm. His action was a bit impulsive, and when he saw her stop, he immediately let go. Breaking off the engagement was the right choice. I do not see it as a stain. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Would you be willing to marry me? The Crown Prince hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking.
What?
Yu Yueying looked at the Crown Prince in disbelief, her eyes wide. Would you dislike me for being disabled? If you do not mind, would you marry me? The Crown Prince's face also flushed a bit. After spending time together, he had come to understand her character well. She was a wonderful girl, lively, smart, beautiful, and from a good family. Sometimes, while lying in bed, he would think of her sweet voice and joyful smile. He believes he is past his youthful years. So, he looks at this issue very rationally. If his leg gets better, his father will definitely want him to marry right away. Since he has to marry, he might as well choose someone he likes. So, he has been waiting for an opportunity to ask the young lady how she feels. This moment is the best chance. If she is interested, he will welcome her into the royal residence. If not, he won't pursue her. The daughter of a minister would never dislike the crown prince. Even with your leg injury, many noble ladies in the capital would be willing to marry you, she said. Right now, I just want to know your feelings, the crown prince insisted. Hearing this, Yu Yuang's face turned even redder. I am also a noble lady, she said shyly before running away. This was her first time experiencing such a thing, so, of course, she felt shy. Marriage is usually decided by parents and matchmakers, and their interaction was quite private. Watching her run away, the crown prince smiled gently. She is also a noble lady, which means she is willing to marry, he murmured. After that day, Yu Yuang did not come to the estate for 3 days, which made Yu Yuanjing feel a bit uneasy. She sent Ziyue to find out what was going on. Ziyue returned to report that Miss Yu had not come because she was feeling unwell. What's wrong with her? Yu Yuanjing asked, worried for her friend. She has her monthly cycle, and it's cold outside, so it's not convenient for her to go out, Ziyue said quietly.
Oh.
Is she already feeling cold at the end of October? What will happen in 2 months, when it's even colder? Yu Yuanjing thought this must be an excuse. But since she used it, she decided to wait a couple more days. However, 2 days later, she still hadn't come. Yu Yuanjing sent Ziyue again. Ziyue, tell her I've created a new dish. If she doesn't come, she will miss learning how to make the most delicious food in the world. Yu Yuanjing planned to tempt her with food, knowing she loved to eat. Okay, Ziyue said, taking on the important task. She really brought her back. Yuanjing, what delicious food have you created? I haven't tasted your cooking in days, and my mouth feels bland, Yu Yuang said, looking cheerful. It was clear she had made an excuse not to come. What could be bothering her? Now that the weather is cooler, let's have hot pot, Yu Yuanjing said, not hiding anything. What is hot pot? Yu Yuang asked, having never tried it. It's when you cook food in a pot over a flame and eat it as you go, Yu Yuanjing explained.
Oh.
Isn't it too hot?
Hot.
Can you let it cool down before eating? This is perfect for a cold day. You'll enjoy it so much you won't want to stop. Really? Just wait and see. Since she invited her to eat hot pot, Yu Yuanjing made sure the kitchen was ready. There were plenty of vegetables in the garden that were perfect for this time, so there was no need to buy any. The meat was bought fresh. Yu Yuanjing also sent Chunlei and 2 brothers to the mountain to see if they could catch some small game. Surprisingly, they returned with a few small animals and a roe deer. Yu Yuanjing didn't make it spicy, but prepared a rich broth hot pot. She prepared many seasonings, allowing everyone to mix according to their taste. She made 2 big pots of thick chicken soup, adding various mountain delicacies and some herbs, making it both nourishing and delicious. The aroma filled the yard. Scallions, garlic, sauces, sesame oil. All kinds of seasonings were ready. All right, everyone can start eating, Yu Yuanjing called out. Actually, there were only 4 of them in the main hall. Yu Yuanjing also made a pot for the guards in the yard. That pot was bigger since there were more people. Yuanjing, how do we eat this? Yu Yuang asked, confused. Just watch. We don't need servants. Everyone should do it themselves. That's the fun part, Yu Yuanjing explained while mixing a dipping sauce. Adjust the flavors to your liking. Then she picked up a thin slice of meat, dipped it in the boiling pot, and once it was about 70% cooked, she took it out, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. It was still a bit hot, but after blowing on it, she swallowed it. Ah, what a delight. Dig in. Yu Yuanjing hadn't eaten like this in a long time and started enjoying herself without worrying about the others. The other 3, seeing her, politely began to serve themselves. Once Yu Yuang took her first bite, she couldn't stop. Yuanjing, this is so delicious. Isn't it? There's plenty for you to enjoy. Just be careful not to overeat, Yu Yuanjing warned, knowing how easy it was to eat too much at Hot Pot. Before they knew it, they were eating a lot. Besides being tasty, the atmosphere of eating Hot Pot was warm and lively. Seeing his wife enjoying herself, Shengwan Ziki helped her cook some vegetables. He put half of what he cooked into her bowl and kept half for himself. After Yu Yuanjing had her fill, she finally noticed her sisters beside her. To her surprise, she saw that every time Yu Yuang cooked something, she would share half with the crown prince, and he would do the same, putting half of his food on Yu Yuang's plate. What was going on? Was there something between them? When did they get so close? She doesn't even know about her close friend. Yu Yuanjing winked at Shengwan Ziki, but he acted as if he didn't see and focused on cooking for her. Everyone enjoyed the hot pot and felt very full. Yuanjing, this is so delicious. I want to learn how to make it. Yu Yuang became addicted after just one bite. Sure. When you go home and want to make hot pot, remember to invite me. Okay, I will definitely invite you. Yuanjing, can we sell this? If we open a restaurant in the capital, it would surely do well. Yu Yuang saw a business opportunity. You are such a smart girl. I have a pharmacy business, so I will give you this idea for free. Yu Yuanjing was generous. That won't do. I will give you a share of the profits, and you just need to teach me the recipe. That's fine with me. But this business will only be busy in autumn, winter, and spring. Not many people eat it in summer. Yu Yuanjing knew her friend would feel awkward if she didn't ask for anything. That's okay. I think we can still make a good profit in those 3 seasons. Yu Yuang was optimistic. I'll help you start this hot pot business. Suddenly, the crown prince interrupted. Yu Yuang blushed immediately. Yu Yuanjing watched their interaction with mixed feelings of worry and happiness. After finishing the hot pot, it was getting late. The crown prince offered to take Miss Yu back to her home. But Yu Yuanjing pulled Shengwan Ziki back to their room. Husband, is the crown prince serious? Yu Yuanjing didn't look happy. The crown prince will marry eventually. Once he can walk normally, the emperor will surely arrange a marriage for him. It's better to marry someone familiar and likable than a stranger. Miss Yu has good character, personality, and intelligence. I think they are a good match. I believe Miss Yu has feelings for the crown prince too. They both have feelings for each other, which is perfect. Shengwan Ziki was optimistic about them. But the crown prince is still a royal, and as the eldest son, his path won't be easy. He can't just have one wife. There will be concubines and maidens. How will Yuang handle that? We have so many troubles with just a few people in our household, let alone in the royal family. I understand your concerns, but if not Miss Yu, it could be someone else. We can't say the crown prince shouldn't marry because of these reasons, right? Besides, everyone has their own thoughts. Maybe Miss Yu isn't afraid of those things. In this world, most men of status have concubines. That's just how society is. We shouldn't worry about how others live. If the crown prince truly marries Miss Yu-san, and she is good friends with the lady, we can help her as much as we can. However, we shouldn't impose our way of life on others, Shengwan Ziki gently advised. Yu Yuanjing listened and fell into deep thought. Coming from a different time, she had a strong belief in monogamy, but Yu Yuang grew up in this era. Although every woman wishes her husband would only marry her, this is a patriarchal society, and they have been influenced by this environment since childhood, accepting this reality long ago. She couldn't openly discuss gender equality in public or encourage Yu Yuang to seek a lifelong partnership. That would make her seem irrational. Yuang probably doesn't know that the crown prince's leg will heal. If she knows and still wants to marry him, it means she understands what the future holds. But if she doesn't want to marry after finding out, you should tell the crown prince not to pressure her, Yu Yuanjing suggested. It's better if the crown prince addresses this himself. We shouldn't interfere. After all, it's a matter between them. If we get too involved, it might hinder Miss Yu from making her own decisions. Shengwan Ziki disagreed with his wife's meddling. All right, I won't interfere, Yu Yuanjing said, though she thought the crown prince was a decent person. His status was a bit complicated, but not all rulers are heartless. She felt that the current emperor of Wei was not unkind. Although he had many women, he at least respected his main wife, which is why he nurtured the crown prince, who no longer had his mother's protection. The empress he chose later was also for the crown prince's sake, as the emperor tried to minimize trouble for him. If it weren't for the assassination attempt from the Kanglan kingdom, the crown prince would surely be the future emperor. Others had little chance. In the following days, Yu Yuanzheng created 2 rehabilitation tools in the yard based on the conditions of the 2 patients. One was parallel bars for the crown prince, and the other was a single bar for Shangguan Ziki. She also made a small double-sided ramp with railings on both sides for support. The crown prince's leg had started to regain some feeling, so he could begin practicing walking. Crown Prince, aside from giving you acupuncture every 3 days, there's not much else I can do for you now. It's all about your effort. You need to stretch on the traction bed every day without stopping, and then do your rehabilitation. Let's give it a try today. Okay. The Crown Prince looked eager. This tool is prepared for you. I'll show you how to use it. It's quite simple. You place both arms on it to support your body, and then take a step forward. Keep going back and forth until you're too tired to continue. No matter how hard it gets, you must stick to it for at least an hour, every day. Yu Yuanzheng demonstrated as she spoke.
All right.
The Crown Prince replied softly. His 2 guards helped him onto the parallel bars, supporting his arms on them. Do you feel your lower body touching the ground?
Yu Yuanzheng asked.
A little. It's numb and tingly, but I can feel it. Unlike before when I felt nothing at all, the Crown Prince answered honestly. That's good. Now, try to take a step forward. Imagine there are many gold ingots waiting for you to pick up, Yu Yuanzheng said with a smile to encourage him. Shangguan Ziki sat nearby, also smiling in encouragement. The Crown Prince focused and tried to command his left leg to move forward, but there was no response. Don't rush. Try a few more times, Yu Yuanzheng reassured him. He attempted to move his leg again, but it wouldn't respond at all. Use your arms to support yourself, shift your body forward, and drag your leg along. You 2 stand on either side and help him move his leg when needed, Yu Yuanzheng instructed his guards, Peng Heng and Lu Jiang. The Crown Prince slowly moved his body forward, dragging his leg along. He went back and forth. The length of the parallel bars was about 15 feet. It took him about 15 minutes to complete a round trip. But he wasn't afraid of getting tired. Even in the cold, he was sweating. Great job, Crown Prince. Perseverance is very important for you. Keep going, keep pushing, and keep trying. Nothing is impossible for those who are determined. Yu Yuanzheng cheered him on. The Crown Prince grew more determined as he walked. He wasn't afraid of fatigue. This was nothing. He continued to drag his leg forward, again and again. He didn't need his guards to help him move his leg anymore. He had a strong desire to stand up. He was determined to stand up. He wanted to marry, and he couldn't let his wife live with someone who couldn't stand on his own. After he opened up to Yu Yueying, his feelings for her became clearer. He has lived for 23 years and has never felt this way about any woman. He doesn't even remember what his former fiancée looked like, but he clearly remembers the girl from the Yu family. The small dimple on her right cheek becomes very noticeable when she smiles, which catches his eye. When she laughs, it's not shy like other girls. Instead, her laughter is bright and makes her seem very cheerful. She is also smart, quickly learning to cook and bake from her siblings, and she keeps getting better. Thinking of this, even though his arms are tired, he feels he can keep going for a while longer. What are you doing? A lovely voice called from the gate. Yu Yuanzheng turned to see it was Yu Yueying. Everyone knows she is a regular visitor here. The guards don't stop her. They let her come and go freely. But in all these days, she has never seen Yu Yuanzheng treat the Crown Prince. The treatments always happen in the morning, and Yu Yueying can't come that early. Yueying, you're here. Come cheer for the Crown Prince, Yu Yuanzheng said with a smile. Yu Yueying quickly walked over and saw the Crown Prince sweating. He smiled warmly at her. What is the Crown Prince doing? Yu Yueying asked, confused. I'm practicing walking. I heard that if I practice this way for a long time, I'll be able to walk, the Crown Prince explained, not mentioning that Yu Yuanzheng was helping him with his legs. Oh, practicing this way will help you walk.
Who told you that?
I've never heard of it, Yu Yueying asked out of pure curiosity. I heard the divine doctor mention it, so I told the crown prince, Yu Yuanzheng added. Oh, I almost forgot. Yuanzheng is close to the divine doctor. Why not ask him to take a look at the crown prince? Yu Yueying suggested. He went back to his master because he encountered some problems he needs to learn more about. Yu Yuanzheng replied lightly. Since the crown prince chose not to say anything, she wouldn't either. Do you hope the crown prince can stand up? Yu Yuanzheng asked suddenly. Of course, I hope he can stand. Yu Yueying answered without hesitation. Oh, if he stands up, he will become very popular. Yu Yuanzheng sighed softly.
What does very popular mean?
Yu Yueying didn't understand the term. Very popular means every girl wants to marry him. Hearing this, Yu Yueying felt a pang in her heart. If the crown prince stands up, how could he still marry her? The sweet smile she had just moments ago faded away. Husband, let's go for a walk outside the village. The baby needs to hear more sounds from the outside world. Even the sound of a cow can make them happy for a long time. Yu Yuanzheng smiled and winked at Shangguanziki, then gave him a knowing look. This was to give the crown prince and Miss Yu some space, and Shangguanziki understood immediately.
Okay.
He pushed his wheelchair beside Yu Yuanzheng, and a few guards quickly followed. Once they left, the crown prince stopped practicing. The two guards also stepped back, knowing their master wanted to have a private conversation. They were very perceptive. You never minded that I am disabled, so I expect you not to back down now that I am getting better, the crown prince said firmly. Yu Yueying didn't know what to say. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I will always treat you the same. I hope you will always stand by my side, through any storm. The crown prince looked at her with deep affection. Yu Yueying was touched. He was the crown prince, someone of great status, and it was rare for him to say such things. If he could truly do that, then how could she not accompany him? As long as a couple is united, they have nothing to fear. She was not shy. Having made up her mind, she would face the future bravely. She took 2 steps forward, standing just a couple of steps away from him, and they locked eyes. If you can truly treat me the same way forever, I will face the storms with you. Yu Yueying was almost 18, no longer a young girl just beginning to understand love. She knew what she wanted. The crown prince was not just speaking lightly, his words carried weight. She believed him. After hearing Yu Yueying's words, the crown prince reached out from the parallel bars and pulled her closer. With a stumble, she fell into his arms. He held her tightly, with one hand. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be my wife, not any other title. The crown prince declared earnestly. Yu Yueying understood. It meant that regardless of his future status, she would remain his wife, not just a possible future title like crown princess or empress. Okay. Yu Yueying did not push him away and allowed him to hold her. When we return to the capital for the new year, I will ask my father for permission to marry you. Okay. If my legs can truly stand, please keep this a secret for now. The crown prince wanted to avoid complications and also see what his younger brothers were capable of.
All right.
Yu Yueying understood his meaning. Their heartfelt conversation brought them closer together. In the following days, she came every day to supervise the crown prince's walking practice. To her surprise, with his loved one by his side, the crown prince made rapid progress. On the first day, he felt nothing and couldn't control his legs at all, but by the second day, he could take 1 or 2 steps. By the third day, he took 5 steps, and by the fourth day, he managed 10 steps. By early December, he could walk slowly in the yard without assistance, although he still had a way to go to be like a normal person. Crown Prince, you no longer need me. From now on, just keep practicing walking every day. I estimate that in less than 2 months, you'll be able to walk like a normal person. I initially thought it would take at least 6 months, but your recovery is much faster than I expected. This was completely beyond Yu Yuanjing's expectations. What Yu Yuanjing didn't know was that someone with martial arts skills recovers much faster than an ordinary person.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
I owe my progress to you, the miraculous doctor.
Chao Jinchi, will never forget this kindness. If there is anything I can help with in the future, please remember to ask me. The Crown Prince made a promise. He never referred to himself as the Crown Prince in front of Yu Yuanzheng and her husband. That's fine. Yu Yuanzheng felt she had gained a strong ally. Today is already December 3rd, and I plan to return to the capital. What about you? The Crown Prince wanted to return early to settle the marriage. They couldn't keep this private arrangement going. We'll return in 10 days. Second brother's wedding is on December 18th, so we can go back a few days early. Shengguan Ziki actually didn't want to go back. There was someone in the Wang residence who wanted to harm his wife, and he feared there might be danger waiting for them. All right, see you at the palace banquet. The Crown Prince understood him. After the Crown Prince left, he also took Yu Yueying with him, personally escorting her back to the Ning'an Marquis' residence. This caused quite a stir in the Ning'an Marquis' household. The next day, the Ning'an Marquis' residence received an imperial decree granting a marriage. This news caused a sensation in the capital, especially in the Wang family's second branch, where everyone was incredulous and shocked. They never expected that after the Ning'an Marquis' residence withdrew their proposal, they could still connect with the Crown Prince. Although the Crown Prince had a disability, he was still the emperor's legitimate eldest son, and he would become a prince consort in the future. His status was far higher than marrying Shengguan Zifeng, who wouldn't even be granted a title of nobility. However, Yu Yuanzheng was unaware of all this. She and her husband had been living a peaceful life, focusing solely on their work. During this time, the pharmaceutical workshop outside the village had been completed and was now in operation. Spring Thunder and his team not only need to protect their safety, but also have to manage their business every day. Another shop in the capital has opened and is doing very well. They have supplied medicine to the military camp several times and received great reviews. Since the eldest prince left, Shengguan Ziki's leg has been healing for almost 3 months. At this time, Yu Yuanzheng is about 6 months pregnant, and her belly is quite large. She was diagnosed with twins, so her belly appears bigger than that of an average pregnant woman. Husband, your leg has healed enough. You can start rehabilitation now. Shengguan Ziki's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for his wife to give him the go-ahead. In the 10 days before returning to the capital, he practiced walking slowly with the support of a parallel bar every day. He had feeling in his leg, so he progressed quickly. In just 10 days, he was already moving freely. How did you get better so fast? Yu Yuanzheng was very curious. It didn't seem scientific. Hee, my dear, you don't know that we martial artists have internal skills that help with circulation. Now I understand, Yu Yuanzheng said, finally realizing. All right, it's almost time. Let's pack up and head home, Shengguan Ziki said, though he was reluctant to return. On December 14th, early in the morning, Yang Zhuangtou personally sent them off. As their carriage stopped at the gate of the Wang residence, several other carriages arrived and also stopped there. Yu Yuanzheng got out of the carriage, and the guards helped Shengguan Ziki out and into a wheelchair. They looked at the people getting out of the other carriages, but Yu Yuanzheng didn't recognize any of them. Shengguan Ziki had Qingfeng push the wheelchair forward, and Yu Yuanzheng followed. Ziki greets Uncle San, Aunt San, and Grandmother San. Shengguan Ziki respectfully addressed them. Wife, come here. This is Uncle San's family returning to the capital, he said, pulling Yu Yuanzheng forward to introduce them one by one. She greets Uncle San, Aunt San, and Grandmother San, Yu Yuanzheng said, as this was her first time meeting the third branch. The family of the third master of the Rong Wangfu, Shengguan Hongjia, consisted of 5 members. Grandmother San Wang Yinyang. Third Madam, by Rong. Second son, Shengguan Xiling, about 15 years old. Third Miss, Shengguan Yan, about 12 years old. They also had an older sister named Shengguan Ru, who was born on the same day as Shengguan Zishu. She was said to be married already, during the third master's term, in the place where he last served. Ziki, did you just return from outside? The third master inquired. Yes, Uncle San. This third uncle is much better than the second uncle. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. He is knowledgeable and even passed the imperial examination years ago, ranking in the top 50.
Ziki respects this third uncle. Ziki, your wife is already so far along in her pregnancy. Why are you still taking her out for a stroll? The third elder lady asked with a smile. She smiled, but Yu Yuanzheng could read her subtle expressions and felt that her smile didn't reach her eyes. There was a hint of squinting in her smile. Yes, Ziki, you should take good care of your wife, the third lady added with a smile. We have been resting at the estate for a few months. My second brother is about to get married, so we just returned, Ziki explained. I have met Ziki, big brother. The two younger ones stepped forward to pay their respects. I can't believe how much you two have grown. Time flies when you haven't seen each other for years. At that moment, Steward Lee came out. The doorman had gone in to report to him. Third elder lady, third elder. The third lady has returned to the residence. The eldest son and the eldest daughter-in-law have also returned. What a coincidence, they all arrived together. Please come in. Steward Lee was very considerate, having the servants help with the horses and luggage. The third family brought back a lot of luggage after their long journey. Everyone first went to the main courtyard where all the main family members gathered. After greeting each other, they took their seats. Third brother, you have been away for another 3 years. The emperor said your performance during your term was good, and your new position will be arranged in the next few days. You won't need to take another external post, the prince said, feeling pleased to see his third brother. Looking at the second elder, however, was like looking at a pile of trouble. Thank you, big brother, for speaking well of me in front of the emperor. Otherwise, I might have had to serve another term, the third elder said, bowing to the prince. As brothers, it's natural to support each other. The prince waved his hand dismissively. The third elder bowed again, showing himself to be a well-mannered scholar. The third elder and the second elder are only a year apart. Yu Yuanjing noticed that the difference between him and the second elder was quite significant. Educating children well is very important. Looking at the third elder lady, although she was older, she seemed to be a well-educated lady of high status. She was gentle and poised, sitting with perfect posture. There was a wisdom that radiated from her. No wonder she was able to raise her son so well. I heard that the old prince brought her back from the border, but I don't know her background. On the surface, she has an identity as the adopted daughter of a guard in the border town, but the details are unclear. Years ago, the old prince was accidentally injured on the battlefield, and she personally took care of him before returning to the palace while pregnant. You all returned just in time. In 3 days, there will be good news at the palace. Third brother, you can help entertain the guests. I already wrote to inform you about this, the prince said.
Yes.
But the heir is marrying 2 wives, and in the future. The third master seemed concerned about the heir. This matter is already decided and cannot be changed. He was careless and fell for someone's trick, the prince replied, frustrated. The second son still has much to learn. It's too easy for him to be manipulated. He will have to rely on his own abilities from now on. When Shengguan Zishu heard her name, she felt embarrassed and lowered her head. The third master and his wife focused their eyes on the heir, their expressions unclear. This must be the heir's wife. Oh my, your belly is already so big, the third lady said warmly, shifting the topic to Yu Chaoyang. Her gaze was gentle and full of affection. Aunt San, I'm already 7 months along, Yu Chaoyang said, unconsciously touching her belly. This was her greatest hope. However, when she glanced at Yu Yuanzheng, whose belly was much larger, she felt a bit uneasy. That means it's soon. In 3 months, you will give birth. It's cold now, so try to go out less. This is when the baby grows the fastest. Aunt San brought some nourishing items from Lo City. I will send some to your courtyard once I organize them. The third lady expressed her concern for Yu Chaoyang. Thank you, Aunt San, Yu Chaoyang said, pleased that the third lady liked her so much on their first meeting. In her past life, this aunt was particularly fond of Princess Manhwa and often brought her gifts during her pregnancy. Ahem, Zhur's wife. Don't forget to send some to Ziki's wife as well, the old lady reminded. The third lady's expression stiffened, realizing her oversight. Of course. Ziki's wife will have some too, she quickly corrected.
Thank you, Aunt San. Yu Yuanjing also expressed her gratitude. However, she felt that the third lady wouldn't overlook her without reason. Was it because she wasn't the heir's wife? Did she want to build a good relationship with the heir's wife? It couldn't be that simple, but she couldn't think of another reason at the moment. Ziki has faced such difficulties, and with my brother away, I feel really ashamed for not being able to help. Then the third elder turned to Shangguan Ziki and mentioned his injury. Third uncle, you are too polite. Your father wrote to say you were in a coma for half a year. Who helped you recover? The third elder had only received a letter from his older brother saying that Ziki had woken up, but it did not mention who helped him. When he asked this question, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Yu Yuanzheng observed closely. This family was completely unfamiliar to her, with no emotional ties, so she watched and listened as an outsider. Just now, the third aunt's behavior made her uncomfortable. On the way to the estate, the third aunt should have shown concern for her niece-in-law and been warm towards her. Instead, she only showed concern when she saw Yu Chaoyang in the main courtyard, which seemed a bit odd. Even though Yu Chaoyang was a princess, she was still the biological daughter-in-law of the princess. It shouldn't be so clear-cut. Was she being too sensitive, or was she overthinking? It was a skilled doctor. Shangguan Ziki certainly wouldn't tell the truth, offering only a simple response. The prince and princess remained silent. Did he try to help you with your leg? The third elder's tone was a bit urgent, as if he truly cared about his nephew's leg. He said his skills were limited, and that he returned to his master to continue learning. He will see if he can heal my leg after further study. Shangguan Ziki repeated the lie he had prepared. Oh, that's good. I hope he can learn quickly and come to the capital to help you with your leg. The third elder, who had been sitting up straight, relaxed back into his chair after hearing this. This small action was not very obvious, but it gave Yu Yuanjing new thoughts. She was good at noticing these subtle movements. This third uncle likely did not want her husband to stand again. She was 70% sure of this thought. But it was just her guess, and without evidence, it couldn't be counted. Young master, how is your study with your father going? The third elder asked about Shangguan Zishu again. Replying to third uncle, I am working hard. Shangguan Zishu had to say this, as his father's expectations were growing stricter, and he was increasingly disappointing him in many areas. You must study well. The entire Shangguan family is watching you. Do not slack off. I can guide you a bit in academics, but I am powerless in martial arts and strategy, the third elder said with a smile. The third lady also looked at Shangguan Zishu with affectionate eyes. The heir must take care of his health and not overwork himself. I will ask the kitchen to prepare some nourishing food for you. You need to eat well to have enough energy to learn from your father, the third lady advised with motherly concern. All right, you all have traveled a long way, so go back to your own courtyard and rest. The princess didn't know you would arrive today, so let's have the family dinner tomorrow night, the prince said, signaling that it was time to disperse. By the way, uncle, when you took office, you seem to have brought back a servant family with the surname Mo. Did they come back with you? Just as everyone was about to leave, Shangguan Ziki stopped the third master to ask. Oh, you mean the Mo family? I made them part of the dowry for your sister Ru and left them in Le.
Why do you suddenly ask about them?
The third master replied, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. His mother had been in the queen's courtyard for many years and passed away recently. I wonder if he got the news. I don't know about that, the third master said, not inquiring about the death of Mo Lin's mother, who was the one providing saffron to the princess, as if the death of a servant was of no importance. Everyone began to leave. Throughout the process, the second branch of the family did not say a word. Yu Yuanjing noticed that the second old lady looked at the third old lady with a very unfriendly expression. However, the third old lady remained calm and did not even glance at the second old lady. Of course, Yu Yuanjing understood this completely. Two women shared one man, and their sons were very different. Although the second old lady held a higher status than the prince's concubine, the latter had a well-behaved and sensible son. Because of this, while the old prince was alive, he often sided with the third lady.
The animosity between them was significant. Once everyone had left, the princess turned to look at Shangguan and his wife. They were the closest family. Mother, Yu Yuanjing said as she moved closer to the princess to give her a shoulder massage. You're already so far along in your pregnancy. I don't need your help, the princess immediately replied. During their months in the countryside, the princess had made time to visit them every month. Mother cares the most for her daughter-in-law. I feel a bit guilty for having such a wonderful mother-in-law and just want to show my gratitude, Yu Yuanjing said. You sweet child, it's enough that you have this intention. Are my lovely grandchildren causing too much trouble? The princess gently patted Yu Yuanjing's hand. Not too much, but my belly is growing so quickly. I'm only 6 months along, and it's already this big. I wonder if my belly will stretch too much in the next 3 or 4 months, Yu Yuanjing joked. A woman's belly is very elastic. In her past life, she saw someone who had 4 babies without their belly bursting. Don't talk nonsense. You must take care of yourself when it comes to food. Yes, I won't let them go hungry. I eat 4 or 5 meals a day now, Yu Yuanjing said while touching her own belly. This is her first pregnancy in both this life and her past life, and she cherishes it. You too, come with me to the inner hall. The princess stood up from her chair and personally pushed Shangguan wheelchair. The prince followed her inside and sent the servants in the hall out to the courtyard. Once in the inner hall, the princess didn't stop but pushed the wheelchair into her and the prince's bedroom. The prince closed the door behind them. Shangguan stood up from the wheelchair and walked slowly around the room twice. My son, you are finally better, the princess said, tears streaming down her face. Shangguan stepped forward and embraced the princess. This was the first time in a year he stood up, taller than his mother, holding her even tighter. It is my unfilial behavior that has worried you for so long. From now on, I will be careful and won't let you worry about me anymore. Shangguan gently patted the princess's back. After a while, the princess finally pulled away from his embrace. Then she walked over to Yu Yuanjing, took her hand, and led her to sit at the table. Good child, I am so grateful to you. Our family has today because of you. Thank you. Mother, you're being too polite. He is my husband, and he will take care of us. I will make sure he works hard and doesn't just wait for me to serve him, Yu Yuanjing said playfully. You're right. If Ziki ever treats you poorly or bullies you, you must tell me first. I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. But mother, you are my real mother, and he is just my son-in-law. Haha. Yu Yuanjing joked, pointing at Shangguan. Everyone laughed along. The prince, usually so authoritative when sitting in the main seat, smiled as he watched the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law joke together. Don't worry, mother. I am almost better now, but I still can't fight. After the new year, we will stay at the estate for a while, and I should be able to practice again and regain the skills I lost for over a year. But Zhener is about to give birth. How can we go out? The princess said, a bit worried. Mother, it's not safe in the palace. We encountered danger at the estate, let alone in the palace, Shangguan said, his expression turning serious. Hey, you and your father discussed letting things unfold slowly, so the queen mother didn't make things difficult for that old fellow. But now that Zhenger has returned for the new year, we don't know what tricks she will use. The princess sighed again. Don't worry, mother. I won't leave the courtyard without my husband and a few maids to protect me, Yuanjing promised. Good. From now on, don't come to the main courtyard to pay respects. If there's anything, I'll come to Chia courtyard to talk to you. The princess was now as cautious as a hen protecting her chicks. All right. Yuanzheng felt incredibly happy to have such a caring mother-in-law. The princess's concern was like a gentle stream nourishing her heart. It's almost time for dinner. Stay in the main courtyard tonight, and we can eat together, the princess added. Okay. The two talked about everyday matters. The prince called Shangguan to the study to discuss business. He returned only when it was time for dinner. Knowing her son and daughter-in-law were coming back today, the princess had the kitchen prepare extra dishes, all suitable for pregnant women. Yuanzheng had not experienced much discomfort during her pregnancy, which she felt very fortunate about. In the first 2 months, she felt a bit nauseous in the mornings, but nothing else had bothered her. So, she had been eating well and sleeping well. With such a good environment in the countryside, she had gained some weight, making her even more beautiful than when she first arrived. It's not always better to be thin. A little bit of softness is the most beautiful. The dishes were served, colorful and fragrant. The princess sat next to Yuanjing and insisted on serving her food. "Mother, you should eat too. Don't just take care of me," Yuanjing said, offering the princess a piece of braised fish. This fish was raised in a small pond on the farm, and Yang Zhuangdou had arranged for some to be sent to the royal residence regularly. Now that it was cold, the fish were hibernating and a bit hard to catch, but his son was grateful to Yuanjing and had prepared them the day before, sending them early this morning. The princess proudly showcased her daughter-in-law's thoughtful fish dish to the prince. It tasted good, perfectly cooked and tender. But just as the princess swallowed, she felt a discomfort in her chest. She tried to suppress it, but it only got worse. "What's wrong with the princess?" The prince noticed her discomfort and felt something was off. But the princess couldn't speak. She immediately got up and rushed to the corner too, startling the others. "Mother, what happened? Princess, are you all right?" The two maids, Chu Yue and Qiuhua, were so shocked that they almost didn't react. The prince quickly stepped over and gently patted the princess's back, showing his deep concern. One maid went to fetch water, while the other got a cloth. Both Shengguan Ziki and Yu Yuanjing anxiously waited for the princess to finish being sick. The princess vomited everything she had just eaten and still felt nauseous. She continued to be sick until she even brought up bile. Everyone watching felt heartbroken and confused about what was happening to her. "Qiuyue, hurry and call the doctor," the prince said, seeing how badly his wife was suffering. He had planned to wait and let his daughter-in-law check her pulse later, but it seemed serious. Qiuyue handed the princess a cup of water and quickly disappeared. By the time the doctor arrived, the princess had finally stopped being sick, but her face was pale. "Dr. Luo, please check on the princess." She suddenly became very ill and vomited a lot, Qiuyue urged, feeling impatient with the doctor's slow arrival. Dr. Luo saw the princess's condition and realized it was serious. He immediately sat down to check her pulse, examining both arms, sometimes frowning and sometimes raising an eyebrow. After about 15 minutes, he withdrew his hands. "Princess, has your monthly cycle been delayed?" Dr. Luo asked with a smile. Yes, Qiuyue answered quickly. "A few days ago, I was talking about this with Qiuhua. The princess said it might be because of the cold weather and it could be delayed a few days. It has happened before, so she told us not to worry too much." "How long has it been delayed?" Dr. Luo asked again. "Almost half a month," Qiuyue remembered clearly. As the princess's personal maid, she kept track of these matters. "Your Highness, congratulations. The princess is expecting a child," Dr. Luo said, standing up and bowing to the prince to offer his congratulations.
What?
Both the prince and the princess were taken aback. How could this be possible? The princess was already 38 and would soon be 39. It was rare for a woman of that age to become pregnant. Yu Yuanjing and her husband exchanged glances, sharing their thoughts. "Yu Yuanjing, you're going to be a big brother." "Shengguan Ziki, I'm going to be a big brother?" There's no mistake. It's been half a month since her last cycle, and the pulse is very clear. If your Highness does not believe me, we can invite the royal physician to confirm, Dr. Luo said confidently. However, the princess is a bit older, and her body is not as strong as a younger woman's, so she must take great care during the pregnancy. Try to work less, rest more, and take some walks to strengthen your body. Otherwise, childbirth will be a big challenge, Dr. Luo added. "You can go now," the prince said, already understanding the situation. After Dr. Luo left, the princess asked the serving maids to step out. The dining room was left with just their family of 4. Yu Yuanjing sat down to check the princess's pulse without needing to be called. It was very clear. "Father, mother is really pregnant," Yu Yuanjing said cheerfully.
Haha.
"That's wonderful. Shengguan Hongyi, Never expected to have a child at my age. This is a blessing for the Shangguan family. Princess, I apologize for not realizing the harm you endured all these years. Please take care of yourself and don't worry about anything else. You can leave the household matters to Granny Zhao. If she can't handle something, she will come to you. The prince laughed heartily and bowed to the princess. Yu Yuanzheng was even happier than when he learned his mother was expecting his husband. The princess was still in disbelief. She never thought she could conceive at her age. It was quite embarrassing to be pregnant alongside her daughter-in-law. Oh dear, how embarrassing, the princess exclaimed. Mother, how can you think like that? This is great news. Yu Yuanzheng comforted her. At my age, having a child? If people find out, they will laugh at me. The princess struggled to accept the sudden joy. Many women in the countryside have children in their 40s. As long as a woman still has her monthly cycle, it's possible to conceive. It's quite normal. And don't you want a little girl to keep you company? Yu Yuanzheng suggested. The prince and princess already had a son, so they likely hoped for a daughter. This was her way of encouraging the princess. The princess's eyes lit up. Are you saying I might be having a girl? She perked up. Well, we won't know until the baby is born, but there is at least a 50% chance it could be a sister, Yu Yuanjing said, stating the obvious. Princess, whether it's a boy or a girl, it's our child. Just focus on taking care of yourself and ignore what others think, the prince said, his face beaming with joy like never before. Yu Yuanzheng had been in the royal household for a long time, and this was the first time she saw the prince so genuinely happy, without any trace of his usual authority. She completely understood. This was truly wonderful news. The news of the princess's pregnancy spread throughout the palace that evening. The prince made sure to share it because he was just too happy. At the same time, he wanted to see if anyone in the household would harm his child, but he didn't tell the princess. He needed to clear out any unstable factors in the household. This news shocked everyone in the second and third branches. The old are truly shameless, the old lady muttered quietly in her room upon hearing the news. She cursed the late Nurse Zheng for not giving her a proper solution back then, instead of just hiding things. She was still confused about how Nurse Zheng had suddenly exposed everything after so many years of secrecy. If the old lady understood medicine, she would know that such solutions are not easy to administer and would have noticeable effects. If a doctor were called, the prince would definitely investigate, which would lead to an earlier exposure. The best approach would be to act subtly and quietly. The old lady felt anxious, but was helpless. Ever since the incident with Nurse Zheng, the prince had placed secret guards in the main courtyard, making it impossible to do anything. Troubled, she started having nightmares again at night, while Shangguan Ziki arranged for someone to listen from the rooftop to prevent her from acting out. The third branch had just returned to the estate, and everything was still unsettled. They hadn't even had dinner when they heard the news from the main courtyard. The third old lady frowned but said nothing. The third lady returned to the third branch, organized things, and then went to the third old lady's courtyard, named after a small pond at the back. Only the third old lady and the third master were in the room, as the two children had been sent to their own quarters. Mother, the princess is pregnant. At her age, it's truly unexpected, the third lady said with a sad face. Wipe that expression off your face. Once you step out of this door, you must act like the third lady of the prince's household, the third old lady reprimanded sternly. Yes, mother, the third lady replied, always humble in front of her mother-in-law. This mother-in-law was strict. Although she had never treated her harshly, she always expected obedience. If she did anything wrong, she would face a scolding, regardless of the fact that she had given her husband 3 children. Mother, should we do something? The third master asked quietly, looking serious. The third master resembled the prince by about 50%, clearly showing they were brothers, but that resemblance had come from the late king. The third old lady looked at her son with mixed feelings. How nice it would have been if he had taken after her more. But not everything in this world goes according to her wishes. For example, she became the concubine of the old prince. After so many years, She still doesn't know when she can live a life that truly belongs to her. She is already 56 years old. How many more years can she live? Don't move yet. Now that we are back at the palace, we must be more careful than when we were outside. All right, call the two children to have dinner together. After dinner, we will discuss further. The old lady sighed deeply to herself. The third lady went to the door and asked a maid to bring the two children in. The old lady usually did not allow anyone to serve her closely at all times. Therefore, the maids who often attended her stood outside the door, and she would call for them when needed. When the master wanted to speak privately, it was absolutely forbidden for servants to be present. This was an old rule in their household. The servants knew this well and understood the rules. The servants in their household were well trained and mostly older ones they were used to. They never easily added new servants. After dinner, the old lady and the old master went to the inner room where the old lady lived, while the third lady was sent back to her own courtyard. It was just the two of them, mother and son. They discussed matters together, and the third lady rarely participated unless it was something she absolutely needed to know. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to it. But there was one thing the third lady was most satisfied with. Her mother-in-law never added anyone to her husband's room. For all these years, her husband had only her as a woman. Mother, what do you think about the heir marrying two wives? The old master had thought about this for a long time, but he couldn't intervene as he had been working outside, and many matters were beyond his reach. This matter is a bit complicated. From what I understand, the county princess of Manhwa is not only a bit willful, but also quite strong-willed. Chaoyang is not her match. And Chaoyang is the heir's wife, so this is very tricky. The county princess is targeting the heir's wife, otherwise, she wouldn't have schemed to have Zishu marry her. But Chaoyang is pregnant now. What should we do? What if Nanhua tries to harm the child in her belly? The old master was very worried about this. The county princess of Nanhua is so eager to marry into the palace because she aims to harm the child in Chaoyang's belly, otherwise, why would she be in such a hurry? Chaoyang is already 7 months pregnant, and if something happens, it could lead to a double tragedy. The old lady had long understood the county princess's intentions. Should we protect this child? The old master felt reluctant to let go of the child. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Let her rely on her own abilities. We should not interfere. Two people must have one person take a risk. Otherwise, the prince's position will be unstable, which is not good for him. It's unfortunate that the prince was not careful enough, bringing this trouble upon himself. This situation should teach him to be more cautious in the future. The prince has married a good wife and raised his daughter well. The county princess is much better than the daughter of the yeoman marquis. The old lady understands people well. She saw through the girl at first glance. It's a pity about the child she carries, she sighed. It's her fault for not being capable. In this world, if you can't protect your own, you will suffer. If I hadn't had some ability back then, you would have been harmed long ago. When the third old lady first entered the household, the second old lady hated her deeply and would never have allowed her to have a child. But the third old lady was clever and found ways to deal with it. She managed to avoid trouble each time, and even got the old prince to catch the other lady in the act, teaching her a lesson. Otherwise, her position in the palace wouldn't be so secure. Her son has been raised well, far surpassing that other young man, which pleases the old prince. Although her status is not as high as the other ladies, she has equal resources and shares some authority. Thinking back, she felt a mix of emotions. Mother, what should we do about Ziki? His leg is still not healed. We don't even know if it's truly injured or not. The third master expressed his frustration. It seems like fate. Our plans were so thorough, yet he still woke up. That other lady is so weak. Given such a good opportunity, she couldn't finish the job. She is too timid. Now that we are back, we must handle many things ourselves. That doctor who was bribed by the noble lady, make sure to deal with him soon to avoid any loose ends. The prince wants to take his time, but we need to cut that short. As for Ziki, find some assassins to test him.
If he is truly injured, we can ignore it, but if not, we need to adjust our plans. He is far more capable than Zishu, and if he is unharmed, the prince will eventually restore his position. The third old lady was decisive and organized in her plans. Yes, mother. Third master obeyed his mother like a subordinate. Mother, what do you think about the news that the princess is pregnant? Third master brought up the matter that had just come from the main courtyard. At nearly 40 years old, does she think having a child is a good thing? Just the process of giving birth will be difficult for her, and whether the baby survives is uncertain. Look at all the noble families in the capital. Which family has a woman of such age still having children? It's not worth worrying about. Even if she gives birth smoothly, we don't know if it will be a boy or a girl. Even if it's a boy, raising him will take 20 years. Who knows what the world will be like then? By that time, the princess of Manhwa can enter the household and use her pregnancy as an excuse to take over the management from her. What you say makes sense. Third master agreed wholeheartedly. The next morning, Chunlei quietly entered Chia courtyard. When Shengguan Ziki woke up, Ziyue told him that Chunlei was waiting for him in the study. After washing up, he went to the small study. Young master, there was another discovery last night, Chunlei said, his voice filled with barely contained excitement, but also a hint of seriousness. Oh? Tell me more, Shengguan Ziki replied, raising an eyebrow in anticipation. Last night, I hid on the roof of the second old lady's bedroom and overheard her mumbling in her sleep. Although the fragments were scattered, they pointed to a shocking secret. As he spoke, the excitement on his face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Tell me, Shengguan Ziki said firmly, his words heavy with weight. According to her mumblings, it seems to suggest that the late old princess's death is somehow connected to the second old lady. Chunlei spoke cautiously, having drawn this conclusion himself. What did you say? Shengguan Ziki was so shocked he almost stood up from his wheelchair. I believe that's the case, Chunlei emphasized again. What exactly did she say? Shengguan Ziki slammed his fist on the armrest of his wheelchair. So, what if you are the legitimate daughter? You died early, and you deserved it. What if your mother oppressed mine for so many years? In the end, I, Jiang Qingqing, am the winner. What does it matter if your maid is loyal? She still listens to me. Good that you're dead. Good that you're dead. From now on, I, Jiang Qingqing, will be the only matriarch of the entire Wang residence, while you can only watch from the grave. I didn't expect that just 2 pieces of ginseng would send you to the underworld. What is Wang Zuelan? How dare she compete with me? Just watch how I deal with her. Your Highness, you must work hard. Your grandmother is waiting for the day you take over the royal residence. Chunlei repeated the important lines he thought were significant. Shengguan Ziki listened, his face dark as ink. Although these words did not directly say that the 2 elderly ladies were to blame, the meaning was clear. The phrase about sending someone to the underworld with just 2 pieces of ginseng contained a lot of information. Go on, Shengguan Ziki waved his hand. A person sat in a wheelchair, lost in thought. Yu Yuanjing woke up naturally and, not seeing her husband, realized he was in the study. She went to find him to eat together. When she entered, she saw Shengguan Ziki deep in thought. Approaching him, Shengguan Ziki snapped back to reality, reached out, and pulled her onto his lap, embracing her and their child. My lady, he called out affectionately. Are you troubled? Yu Yuanjing could tell immediately. My lady, you are right. Having too many women in the back courtyard will cause many problems, Shengguan Ziki said softly. Of course. Let's imagine if this world were ruled by women, and women could marry multiple men. Do you think those men would fight fiercely for their position in the women's hearts or in the household? Shengguan Ziki had never thought of it that way, and as he imagined the scenario, he felt a chill. Not to mention women ruling. Even now, if any man dared to covet his wife, he would go mad and kill that man. My lady, there will only be you by my side. Shengguan Ziki took a deep breath and declared. All right, I understand your feelings. What were you thinking just now? Yu Yuanjing shifted to sit more comfortably.
This made Shangguan Ziki stiffen for a moment, holding her tighter, but as he felt her large belly, he relaxed immediately. Chunlei listened to the old lady's mumblings last night and realized that the old princess's death was suspicious.
Oh,
So that's why you were inspired? Yes, the methods of the women in the back courtyard are truly shocking. Chunlei heard someone say, I didn't expect that just 2 pieces of ginseng would send you to the underworld. How should this be understood? Shangguan Ziki knew this statement held information, but he didn't understand medicine well enough to grasp it fully. It means that the ginseng was problematic, causing death when consumed. What could be wrong with ginseng? Shangguan Ziki was even more confused. In his understanding, ginseng was a good thing, nourishing and precious. If someone tampered with the ginseng, for example, soaking it in poison and then drying it, wouldn't it become poisonous ginseng? Yuanzheng suggested. You are right, but this matter is quite old, and it's hard to investigate. Shangguan Ziki said, with some helplessness. Are there still people in the residence who served the late princess back then? You can find them and ask around, but don't let the 2 old ladies know. That's one way to go. The other is to approach the 2 old ladies directly, but that path is tricky. If you ask her directly, she will definitely not admit it. Her ramblings can't be taken seriously. Okay, I will discuss this with father. All right, let's go have breakfast. Today there are pan-fried dumplings with meat and mushroom filling. As soon as food was mentioned, Yuanjing's stomach growled. She could eat a lot now, but since her belly was big, she couldn't eat much at once and had to eat more meals. Let's go. We can't let my little treasure go hungry. After they had breakfast, they slowly went to the main courtyard to greet the princess. The atmosphere in the main courtyard felt different today. Every servant had a cheerful expression. It seemed the princess was expecting a child, which made everyone happy. Father must have rewarded the servants. Shangguan Ziki guessed what Yuanzheng was thinking. Oh, that explains why everyone looks so joyful. Upon entering the main hall, they were surprised to find the 2nd and 3rd ladies there. Greetings, mother, 2nd aunt, 3rd aunt, they said. Weren't you told not to come here? Why are you back? The princess looked at Yuanjing's prominent belly with a hint of concern. This was a twin pregnancy, and there were hardly any cases like this in the capital, so it must be quite tough. It's boring to stay in the courtyard, so I wanted to come here to be with you, mother, Yuanjing replied with a smile. You child. Yuanjing's belly is much bigger than the heir's wife. You need to take extra care, the 2nd lady added. Thank you, 2nd aunt, Yuanjing said sincerely. The 3rd lady, however, said nothing, only looking at her belly with a faint smile that seemed forced and insincere. But since they weren't close, she didn't expect any genuine feelings from her. Sister-in-law, now that you are expecting, the heir's wedding to the princess of Manhwa County is in 2 days. Can you manage? The 3rd lady shifted her gaze from Yuanjing's belly. That's why the prince asked me to call both of you to discuss it together, the princess said gently, a happy glow appearing on her face. Mother, you discuss it. I'll go to the front courtyard to talk to father, Shangguan Ziki said, wanting to leave the women's chatter behind. Go ahead, and remember to come back on time to take Xinger to the courtyard for a meal. The princess valued Yuanjing's status more than her son's. After Shangguan Ziki was pushed away by Qingfeng, a few women began discussing how to prepare for the wedding in 2 days. I have almost prepared everything needed. The kitchen will be managed by the 3rd sister-in-law, while the 2nd sister-in-law will take care of welcoming the ladies. The matters in the outer courtyard will be handled by the prince along with the 2nd and 3rd brothers, so we don't need to worry about that. As for the elders, they can come here, and I will personally host them. When it's time for the ceremony, we will go together to the outer courtyard hall. Sister-in-law, my sister-in-law just returned to the capital and is not familiar with many things in the household. Could we switch her with the 2nd sister-in-law, so she can get to know the noble women here better? The 3rd lady was not very pleased with managing the kitchen. Welcoming guests was different. It only required a smiling face, and it would be easier for her children to make connections later on. The princess did not expect the 3rd sister-in-law to be unhappy about managing the kitchen. What does the 2nd sister-in-law think? The princess asked the 2nd lady. It's fine. Let the third sister-in-law welcome the guests, the second lady replied casually. She had little reputation among the noblewomen and did not care to seek it. Meanwhile, in the outer courtyard, the prince had a gloomy expression, and his hands were slightly swollen, clearly having struck the table hard. Ziki, for so many years, I suddenly feel like I'm living in a swamp, knowing nothing. I wonder if your grandfather is also living in deception like me. After a long while, the prince finally expressed his feelings. Father, let's not dwell on the past. Shouldn't we investigate what happened back then? Yes, we must investigate thoroughly. Your grandmother left behind 4 maidservants before she died. One has already passed away, Mama. But what about the other 3 arranged by the second lady? Where have they gone? I have never looked into it. I don't even know if they are alive. I was too young back then and knew nothing. Thankfully, your grandfather managed both the outer and inner courtyards, which allowed me to survive. When I was only 3, your grandfather placed me in the outer courtyard to be raised. Usually, children stay in the outer courtyard after the age of 7. Otherwise, I might have fallen victim to that old woman's schemes. The prince felt guilty, realizing that he had lived in confusion for so long. Shangwan Ziki understood his feelings, but discussing it now was pointless, since so much time had passed. His grandfather had already passed away 4 years ago. It would be better if grandfather were still alive to handle this. The second lady is his concubine. As a younger generation, my father needs to act based on evidence. The second lady also has 2 children, one of whom is a consort to the emperor and has given birth to a prince. Without evidence, we cannot act hastily. Are there only 4 maids? No one else? Shangwan Ziki felt that the other 3 had likely been dealt with, while Mama must have someone protecting her, as she was allowed into the main courtyard through my father. There must be others. There were quite a few rough maids in the main courtyard at that time, and they should know something. My father will investigate this. You just take care of your wife. She is expecting twins. Your mother has 2 hidden guards placed by my father, so you don't need to worry. Yes, after the new year, I will take my wife to stay at the estate. It will be safer that way. Shangwan Ziki was most afraid that Yu Yuanzheng might face any danger in the residence, as he couldn't watch over her all the time. Do as you wish. The day after tomorrow, the emperor will marry a primary wife. You should stay by my father's side and help host the guests. You should stay in your wheelchair for now until the eldest prince can stand. The prince looked at his son's legs, feeling very grateful. Just then, Dark One knocked and entered. Your Highness, there is a situation. Dark One cupped his hands. What is it? Previously, I arranged for someone to follow and protect the Dr. Gu who is treating the eldest prince, but he was ambushed. Dark One reported. What? Was he saved? The prince's expression turned serious. He was saved, but the attackers were too quick, and our people were not close enough to stop them. We need to find another doctor, but it may be too late. He is barely hanging on, Dark One said helplessly. Where is he now? Shangwan Ziki asked. Dark 18 has arranged for him to be in the back of a medical clinic, a bit far from the palace. Dark One replied. Father, should we let my wife intervene? Shangwan Ziki looked at the prince. Dr. Gu is a crucial lead. It would be a pity to lose him. Can your wife handle it? The prince was primarily concerned about his family. I will go ask her now. If she can't, we will have to give up. Go ahead. Shangwan Ziki went to the main courtyard. The second and third ladies had already left, and he saw his mother had gathered quite a bit of fabric to sew small clothes. She had just learned about the pregnancy and was already preparing. Was she that anxious? Mother, I will take my wife back to Chia courtyard to eat something, Shangwan Ziki lied. Go ahead, but take your time. The 2 left the courtyard, but instead of returning to the courtyard, Shangwan Ziki took Yu Yuanzheng to the outer courtyard. Yu Yuanzheng said nothing and followed, as she noticed her husband's expression was not good. When they reached the prince's study in the outer courtyard, they were informed of what had happened. Father, I'm fine. I'm 6 months pregnant, which is the most stable time. I can handle some tasks without any issues, Yu Yuanzheng insisted, not willing to give up this important clue about one of the people who harmed her husband. Father, let's take the person to the small courtyard where my wife first started making pills. There is no one there now, Shangwan Ziki quickly arranged. They used the excuse of taking his wife back to her family to go to that small courtyard. Everyone in the royal residence had to be cautious. Even stepping outside required a good excuse. Chunlei and Shiyu quickly prepared the carriage, and the 6 of them escorted it out. Meanwhile, on the other side, the person sent by the 3rd master to carry out the assassination quietly arrived at a residential house. This house was a row of connected homes that appeared to belong to several families from the outside. However, once inside one of the houses, it was clear that they were connected and quite spacious, able to accommodate hundreds of people without issue. The 3rd master was already waiting there. Lin pays respects to the master. A man in black knelt before the 3rd master. At that moment, the 3rd master had a palm-length beard and wore a hat that reached his chin, dressed like a wanderer. Someone not very familiar would not recognize him. Did he die? The 3rd master asked coldly. I failed in my duty. I only managed to stab once before being stopped. The attire suggested he was one of the prince's hidden guards. Lin, the man in black, said with his head bowed in shame. Where did you stab him? In the chest. Is there a good chance he can survive? I followed him to the clinic, but none of the doctors there could save him. He only has 1 breath left, Lin said seriously, having gone to check. Was anyone aware of your presence? The 3rd master had always been cautious over the years, fearing any slip-up.
No.
Go and receive 10 lashes as punishment. Be more careful next time. Noticing that there were people around Dr. Gu is your failure, the 3rd master's cold voice reached Lin's ears. Yes, he replied, accepting it as expected. This showed how well-trained the 3rd master's subordinates were. Master, we just returned to the capital, and the prince is already alert. We must be careful, another subordinate who had been standing nearby suggested. Try not to come to the royal residence. The prince is much more vigilant now. He never used to have hidden guards in the main courtyard, but now he has them. The prince's courtyard has more space, and that iron box has been tightly guarded by each generation of the Rongwang. So our plan may change. Just wait for my orders. The 3rd master quietly surveyed the royal residence last night. Yes, I will follow your orders. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanzheng and Shangwan Ziki, led by the guards, passed through several alleys. They felt safe once they reached a secluded courtyard. Lu Mingda's family had already been taken away by Shangwan Ziki and arranged to manage a new place. This place was empty, with only some unused tools left in the courtyard. However, Lu Wansher would return periodically to clean. The carriage stopped, and since there were no outsiders, Shangwan Ziki got out directly, helping Yu Yuanzheng down slowly. Once inside, they saw the prince and Dark One already waiting. They had quietly left the residence using their lightness skills. They entered the right side room. Yu Yuanzheng indeed found Dr. Gu lying on the bed, unconscious. His blood-stained clothes had been changed, but his face was pale. Yu Yuanzheng approached and checked his breathing. He was still alive. Husband, help me unwrap his bandages. I need to see his wounds. Shangwan Ziki carefully unwrapped the layers of bandages. At the heart area, there was a direct sword wound. Fortunately, it hadn't pierced through. The hidden guard who followed must have reacted quickly to block it. Otherwise, it would have been a fatal. The wound wasn't long, just the width of the sword, but he had clearly lost too much blood. The wound had only been treated with medicine to stop the bleeding and bandage it, without any stitching. Dr. Gu must have been given a calming medicine, otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a deep sleep. No, he must have been acupointed. She almost forgot that this world has martial arts. Husband, give him some sedative. Otherwise, if I treat his wound, he will wake up from the pain. Yu Yuanzheng took out a strong sleeping medicine she had prepared in the medicine box. Chunlei snatched it away. How could the master do such a thing? After administering the medicine, they waited a moment. During this time, Yu Yuanzheng asked Chasing Cloud to boil some water to cool down. Fortunately, Dr. Gu had been followed by a hidden guard who took him to the clinic right away.
The doctor used medicine that had some coagulating effect. Otherwise, he would have lost too much blood and died by now. Even now, he was still bleeding, but not as heavily. Yu Yuanzheng felt it was time to start treating the wound. She had prepared some sheep gut sutures, which were the most suitable for stitching such wounds. Carefully, she used forceps to open the wound and examine it. Upon seeing it, she felt a little relieved. Dr. Gu is really lucky. The sword just grazed the surface of the heart, piercing it slightly but not going through, so the blood inside the heart didn't spill out. However, since this area has many large blood vessels, there was still a lot of bleeding. Husband, help me. Where there is bleeding, use one hand to hold the cotton in place with the forceps, and with the other hand, dab the blood dry with more cotton. Don't block my view, Yu Yuanzheng said seriously. The two worked together, carefully stitching the wound layer by layer until they reached the outermost layer. By then, the bleeding had reduced significantly. They applied medicine and bandaged the area. Yu Yuanzheng prepared a prescription for stopping the bleeding and promoting blood production, which she would brew for him to drink. This injury needs proper care, or he could die. Plus, he is a bit older, so recovery will be slower. If he develops a fever, it will be hard for him. I'll prepare a fever-reducing medicine, and if he gets a fever, I'll brew it for him right away. If it doesn't go down, I'll use strong alcohol to wipe his body as a supplement, Yu Yuanzheng instructed. Madam, are you tired? Shangguan Ziki asked with concern. I didn't feel it until you mentioned it. Now I do feel a bit sore in my lower back, but it's fine. I was sitting while treating his wound, she replied. To make herself more comfortable, they had placed Dr. Gu on a low table for easier access to the wound. You don't need to worry about anything else. Leave that to the guards. Come on, let's go lie down in the carriage, Shangguan Ziki said, helping her up. The prince had assigned 4 hidden guards to stay here to prevent anyone from trying to harm Dr. Gu again. They left with the guards, just as they had come. Once in the carriage, Yu Yuanzheng lay down gently, and the baby inside her felt her fatigue and protested.
Ouch!
Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed softly. What's wrong? Shangguan Ziki jumped in surprise. The baby kicked me so hard, Yu Yuanzheng said excitedly, rubbing her belly. Shangguan Ziki placed his hand on her prominent belly. Really? This little one has quite a bit of strength. It must be a boy, he said, also excitedly touching her belly. Madam, do you think there could be more than one little one in there? Shangguan Ziki wondered, feeling movement in several places. Why would you think that? Yu Yuanzheng had never considered it. But she couldn't check for herself, and even the doctor had come to see her twice without mentioning it. It's just a sudden thought, no basis for it, he replied. They chatted in the carriage for a while until Yu Yuanzheng had rested enough before leaving. Since they were going back to her family, they decided to make it a proper visit. She hasn't visited her family in a long time. The carriage swayed gently as it arrived at the Yu residence. As soon as the doorman, Uncle Zhao, saw the carriage, he quickly came over to greet them. He was very happy to see his lady returning home. Since the carriage they used today was quite simple and did not have the royal emblem, Uncle Zhao did not recognize them right away. Oh, my dear lady and gentlemen have returned. Please come in, please come in. Yesterday, the second lady mentioned you would send news back. I didn't expect you to come home so soon after returning from the countryside. Seeing her mother after several months, Yu Yuanzheng was very happy. Mother-in-law. Zhao Yuejiao was surprised to see her daughter with such a big belly after only 6 months. My goodness, how is your belly so big? It looks like you're about to give birth. Twins, so of course my belly is bigger, Yu Yuanzheng said casually. In fact, she only felt the weight of her belly. She didn't have any other discomfort. She just felt hungry quickly and wanted to eat. Mother, is there anything to eat?
I'm hungry.
She immediately expressed her feelings. Yes, Zhao Yuejiao said as she personally helped her daughter to sit in the main hall. Shangguan Ziki was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by a guard. Until now, the Yu couple still did not know that their daughter was a skilled healer. Zhao Yuejiao asked a maid to bring some snacks from the kitchen. Yu Yuanzheng ate without hesitation. In fact, she couldn't eat much. After just 2 red bean cakes, she felt full.
When Yu Yunji heard that his daughter and son-in-law had arrived, he put down his book and came to the main hall. Father. Father-in-law. You just returned yesterday and you're here today. Why not rest a bit longer? It's quite a journey from the countryside, Yu Yunji said with concern. Father, I'm doing very well. Right now, the baby is growing steadily. I'm not tired. Just be careful. You're having twins.
Yes.
Father, have you been preparing for the spring exam after passing the scholars test? Yu Yuanzheng also asked about her father's studies. Yes, I'm not young anymore. I can't wait for the next round. Father-in-law, how confident are you? Shengguan Ziki asked with concern. I can't say I'm confident. I just have to do my best, and then there will be no regrets. Father is right. Doing your best is what matters. Even if you don't pass, with your current status as a scholar, you can still teach at some academies, Yu Yuanzheng said with an open mind. However, Lord Jin said that with my current results, I have a 50% chance of passing. Since there are still a few months until the exam, I am working hard to turn that 50% into 70%, Yu Yunji said optimistically. Father, keep it up. Your daughter is waiting for your good news. Has Yu Ying gone back to the palace again? Yu Yuanzheng asked casually, not seeing her sister. Yes, she only has 4 days each month when she doesn't have to accompany the 8th princess. The rest of the time, she has to be in the palace. Since she started following the 8th princess, she has learned a lot, and they get along well. So don't worry, Zhao Yuejia said, happy for her daughter's good fortune. The couple stayed at the Yu family until the afternoon when the younger siblings returned. The first to come back was Yu Qingsheng. Big sister, brother-in-law, did you come back to celebrate my good news today? Yu Qingsheng said excitedly upon seeing Yu Yuanzheng and her husband. What good news do you have? Yu Yuanzheng asked confused.
Huh?
You don't know? Yu Qingsheng felt a bit disappointed but quickly cheered up. I got moved from Class Ding to Class E. Yu Qingsheng became excited again. Really? That's great. You've made such progress in such a short time. Well done. Yu Yuanzheng gave him a thumbs up. Hee hee. Yu Qingsheng smiled foolishly. Second brother, what's making you so happy? At that moment, Yu Yuan also returned. Big sister, brother-in-law. Yu Yuan entered the hall and noticed the two guests sitting there. The rosy-cheeked girl, just over 10 years old, was very innocent and cheerful. Little sister, long time no see. How is the 8th princess treating you? Yu Yuanzheng thought about her sister frequently being in the palace and worried she might face difficulties. The 8th princess is very nice to me. There were a few times when people looked down on my status, and she stood up for me, saying that anyone who bullies me is bullying her. Yu Yuan said, surprised by how well the 8th princess treated her, which improved their relationship. However, sometimes the 8th princess gets punished, and the teacher always punishes me instead, Yu Yuan said with a hint of grievance. Being a companion reader means taking the blame for the princes and princesses, Shengguan Ziki interjected. The teacher certainly couldn't punish the princes and princesses directly, so their companions had to take the punishment. Over time, companions and the royals usually developed feelings for each other, and to help their companions receive fewer punishments, they had to work hard to learn what the teacher taught. You've been punished too? Yu Yuanzheng raised an eyebrow. Which companion hasn't? But that was when I was younger. The eldest prince has no mother to care for him, so he has always worked hard and rarely gets punished by the teacher. Naturally, I get punished less, Yu Yuan replied. The atmosphere in the Yu family was warm, and Yu Yuanzheng didn't want to leave. As it was getting dark, they finally said their goodbyes. Once they returned home, they received word from the prince's messenger that Dr. Gu had started to run a high fever. Whether he can survive tonight is very important. If he makes it through, there shouldn't be any major issues. Yu Yuanzheng has done all she can. Everything now depends on fate. December 18th. The Wang family is celebrating. The heir is marrying his primary wife. Yu Yuanzheng didn't know about her own wedding because she arrived at night when the guests had already left. This time, she truly experienced the glory of the Wang family in the capital. Almost all the noble families and officials of the 5th rank and above attended. Yu Yuanzheng, with her big belly, had to help greet the guests in the main courtyard. Meanwhile, Yu Chaoyang locked himself in the study and wouldn't come out. She felt so distressed during this time. All she heard were the new couple's laughter, while she couldn't see the old one's tears.
Woo.
Lu Mama, what will I do in the future? Yu Chaoyang's eyes were already swollen from crying. And this day had still come. Her heart felt like it was being cut. The husband she had worked so hard to obtain ended up like this. The shadow left by Princess Manhwa from her past life lingered on. Though she was pregnant, she didn't seem to gain weight at all, and compared to Yuanjing, she felt so far behind. Her face had developed some spots from pregnancy, and she was no longer as beautiful as she was when she first married. She had changed her marriage, but her life was not happy. The first 2 months were good, but ever since Princess Manhwa was confirmed as the primary wife, she hadn't smiled again. She and Shangguan Zishu had quarreled countless times, but it didn't change the outcome. At first, Shangguan Zishu would comfort her, telling her not to think too much and just take care of her baby. She was his legitimate wife, and that wouldn't change. But a pregnant woman tends to overthink, and a few comforting words couldn't solve her problems. Whenever she got the chance, Yu Chaoyang wanted to vent her feelings. Over time, Shangguan Zishu rarely visited the study and often stayed with his 2 concubines. Young lady, I've already given you a lot of advice. Right now, the most important thing is to take care of your baby. As long as you give birth to the heir, he will be the heir, and you will be the princess. Even though Princess Manhwa has a higher status, the order of precedence matters, and the legitimate son is the most important. Lu Mama felt sad for her mistress, but it was too late to change things. But Mama, my heart hurts. Mama understands, but you are already married to the heir. If you hadn't changed your marriage, it would have been better to marry the eldest son. Lu Mama spoke from her heart.
No.
But just as she started to say no, she suddenly stopped. She is starting to doubt whether she is truly reborn, wondering if her past life was just a dream and if this life is the real one. What did she do wrong to deserve such punishment from fate? At that moment, Lady Wang, the wife of the Earl of Yong'an, entered with the help of a maid. Zhaoyang. Mother, sob. Upon seeing her mother, Yu Zhaoyang began to cry again. Don't cry, don't cry. You're still carrying a child, Lady Wang said, her heart aching. She didn't want to be here today, but this was the Wang family, and her son was marrying the granddaughter of the Prince of Mo. The status of the Earl's family couldn't compare to that of the Wang family. The Yu family not only had to visit the Earl's residence, but also had to bring gifts to the Prince of Mo. Just thinking about it made her feel terrible. Mother, what will I do in the future? Yu Zhaoyang cried even harder. Zhaoyang, you have already encountered this situation, so you must face it. From now on, think only of your child, not your husband. I went through the same thing. Your father had 3 concubines, and I treated them all fairly. Just consider the county princess of Manhwa as a concubine to the heir. You are the main wife and do not need to greet her. As long as you give birth to a legitimate son, your position will be secure. In this household, the prince has the final say. Even if she is a county princess, she must bow to the prince and princess. It is best to win the favor of the prince and princess. The princess is hard to please, so focus on the prince, as he is the head of the family. When the prince grows old, time will be on your side. The heir is still just the heir and must listen to the prince. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yu Zhaoyang nodded, stopping her tears. Also, try not to leave this courtyard and avoid crossing paths with the county princess of Manhwa. I worry about what she might do to your baby once she enters the household. Yes, I understand, Yu Zhaoyang replied, feeling a bit better after her mother's words. At least in this life, she has a child. If she raises her child well, there is hope for the future. Furthermore, make good use of your maids. Don't always be suspicious of them. If the heir takes a liking to them, you can elevate them to concubines. With their help, the heir will visit your courtyard more often. The county princess of Manhwa has a high status and carries herself with pride, but men like to cherish their women. So, be sure to support the heir. When he feels comfortable, he will recognize your worth. Lady Wang tirelessly advised Yu Zhaoyang. Just then, loud sounds of suona and firecrackers filled the air. The bride had returned to the Wang residence. Mother can't stay here with you all the time. She needs to go out for a bit. Just say you're not feeling well and stay inside. Remember what I said. Wang was reluctant to leave the study courtyard. She felt very upset, but it was too late. The Yu family had to accept this bitter outcome. Who would have thought the eldest son would wake up? If they had known he would wake, they would never have agreed to this marriage. How unfair life is. Wang looked up and silently cursed her fate. But once she left the study courtyard, she had to greet everyone with a smile. The young master was her son-in-law. She couldn't embarrass him, and their relationship had to be maintained. In the main hall of the outer courtyard, Shangguan Zishu personally went to the Mo Wangfu to pick up the bride, and now he was leading her from the entrance to the hall. In less than a year, he had led 3 brides. To match the pace of the Manhwa County princess, he deliberately walked slowly. At this moment, guests of all genders gathered around, ready to witness the ceremony. Though it was said to be a secondary marriage, the number of guests was even greater than for the first marriage. This was because the groom's status was different now. He was the heir of the Roan Wangfu, while before he was just the second son of the Wangfu. The bride was also the legitimate granddaughter of the Mo Wang. Both their statuses were much higher than during the first wedding. The Wang and Wang Fei sat in the main seats, waiting for the bride and groom to perform the 3 bows. This time, the ceremony was hosted by the Jing Wang. When he saw the newlyweds arrive in the hall, he raised his hand to quiet the crowd. He began to call out, "First bow to heaven and earth." The couple knelt down respectfully. Second bow to the parents. Shangguan Zishu didn't need the matchmaker to help the bride turn. He personally assisted her. "It seems the young master is very pleased with the bride," someone whispered. Of course, the Manhwa County princess is much better than the ladies of the Bo family. But life for the young master's wife will surely be interesting. Couple bowed to each other. As they bowed, they got a bit too close, and their heads bumped together, making a soft sound. This caused the guests to burst into laughter. "Young master, that's a good sign. You two will surely have a harmonious marriage," Zhao Jinyu joked loudly. "Thank you for the kind words, young master Zhao," Shangguan Zishu replied without any embarrassment. Meanwhile, the Manhwa County princess blushed under her veil, unconsciously tightening her grip on the red silk. The newlyweds were led to their bridal chamber. Then the Wangfu held a banquet. In the bridal chamber, after completing the customary rituals, Shangguan Zishu went out to greet the guests, leaving the bride to wait for his return. As the eldest sister-in-law, Yu Yuanjing stayed in the new house with a few younger sisters to accompany the bride. Shangguan Ling and Shangguan Meng, along with 2 other sisters from the next room, were also present. Eldest sister-in-law, the county princess of Manhwa shyly called out, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a newlywed. Second sister-in-law, "You must be tired. Why don't you take off your phoenix crown and change out of that heavy wedding dress? Freshen up a bit. You'll feel much better," Yu Yuanjing suggested. This was based on her own experience. At her own wedding, she had stayed in her outfit all night and into the next morning, which left her feeling exhausted. The others waited for her to freshen up. "Eldest sister-in-law, your belly is really big. Is every pregnant woman's belly this big?" Manhwa curiously asked. "Yes, but mine is a bit larger because I'm carrying twins." "You'll understand soon enough," Yu Yuanjing said, unconsciously touching her belly as she interacted with the babies. This made Manhwa blush. "Jiang Mama, please distribute the gifts I prepared for the eldest sister-in-law and the younger sisters," the county princess said, unsure of what to talk about with the unfamiliar faces. The woman attending them went to fetch the items as instructed. Each person received a small pouch, the contents of which were unknown. "Eldest sister-in-law, I heard that the heir's wife is also pregnant like you?" "Yes, she is even further along than I am. She is already 7 months pregnant," Yu Yuanjing replied, knowing that Manhwa was trying to gather information. "Is she receiving guests today?" "No. She isn't feeling well and is resting in the courtyard."
She is also quite heavy now. Oh, but the eldest sister-in-law can still come to accompany her sisters-in-law, even though her belly is bigger. Hee, that's different. It was clear to everyone without needing to say more. Eldest sister-in-law, are the heir and his wife getting along well? Manhwa asked, covering her face with a handkerchief. Was she pretending to be shy? They are husband and wife. As for their relationship, I really don't know. Couples tend to keep their lives private. A while ago, I went to the countryside with the eldest son for some rest, so I can't answer that.
Oh.
Is the eldest brother still not fully recovered? Yes. He has been lying in bed for so long that he can't just get up and be fine. He needs to rest and recover. I heard the divine doctor went back to study with his master. Did he say when he would return to treat the eldest brother's leg? Manhwa asked carefully, showing concern for the eldest son. He didn't say, and I don't know if his master has the ability to help. Yu Yuanjung pretended to be a bit disappointed, but it's already good that my husband has woken up. Yes. I hope that the divine doctor can learn his skills and come back to heal my brother. But why doesn't the prince's residence directly invite the divine doctor's master to examine him? Since his apprentice has such good medical skills, the master should be even more capable. Well, my father has sent someone to invite him, but there is no news yet. Yu Yuanjing said this intentionally while watching the expression on Princess Nanhua's face. She indeed noticed her frown slightly. It seemed she had a purpose in asking these questions. How could she truly wish for her husband to get better? If the old divine doctor were really invited, the Mo Wangfu might try to stop it. It looks like the Mo Wangfu needs to be cautious in the future. Although the Mo Wangfu appears to have little real power and is just a leisurely prince, there are still people who seek favor and serve the residents. Moreover, the emperor is his nephew, and sometimes, with small requests, the emperor cannot refuse to give face. These old princes can attend court every day, express their opinions, and participate in some state affairs, even if they do not hold specific official positions or duties. Sister-in-law, my brother will definitely be healed by the divine doctor. Thank you for your kind words, sister-in-law. I heard that the prince's residence has a treasure that has already been passed to the heir. I wonder where it is. Manhwa asked curiously, changing the subject completely. Well, I've only seen it once. It's an iron box. Many families probably know that the prince's residence has this item. You don't need to ask me where it is. When the heir returns, you can ask him directly. Yu Yuanzhen wouldn't just answer any question she asked. This woman had raised Yu Yuanjing's guard since she schemed against Shangguanji. Princess Nanhua is definitely smarter than Yu Chaoyang. Yu Chaoyang, when at her family home, only bullied the weak, relying on being the eldest legitimate daughter, and wouldn't dare to act in front of women from higher backgrounds. Now that the two are together, there will be some excitement to watch in the future. Time passed slowly as they chatted. Nanhua asked Yu Yuanjing many questions, not only about the first branch, but also about the second and third branches. This woman knows how to survive. She arrived and immediately wanted to know everything about the prince's residence. Just then, a commotion was heard from outside. Jiang Mama, go out and see what's happening? Nanhua immediately ordered. Her long-standing authoritative demeanor suddenly showed.
Yes.
Jiang Mama was Nanhua's wet nurse, who had come along with her as a companion. Jiang Mama went out for a short while and then came back in. County Princess, the young master finished toasting and was about to enter the Naxiang courtyard, but just as he reached the gate, he was called away by two maids of the young master's wife. They said the young master's wife is feeling unwell and has started to bleed, insisting that he go see her. Jiang Mama reported calmly. It seems that this situation was expected by them. Yu Yuanjing also felt it was anticipated. Yu Chaoyang wouldn't be so passive as to not resist at all. As the main wife, even if the county princess of Nanhua has a higher status, once she enters the royal residence, she must follow its rules. The legitimate wife is pregnant and unwell, and if she is bleeding, if the young master does not go, the young master's wife could report it to the princess or the prince. The young master would definitely be scolded. The pulled-away Shangguan Zishu arrived at the Shuxiang courtyard. Concubine Luo and the third madam had already received the news,
and arrived first. Chaoyang, I know you are upset, but it is natural for men to have multiple wives. You must think of the child in your belly, concubine Luo advised gently. Mother concubine, I understand, but Yu Chaoyang couldn't find the words to express herself. She had thoughts but couldn't say them directly. The third madam sighed. Young master's wife, there is a saying that a mother is strong. You need to think carefully. Is it better to suffer yourself and let the child suffer with you, or to ensure the child's safety? At that moment, Dr. Luo arrived. Shengguan Zishu walked in with Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo, please take a look at the young master's wife, the third madam urged as soon as she saw the doctor. Shengguan Zishu sat by the bed with a not-so-good expression.
You.
Shengguan Zishu was still wearing a bright red wedding outfit. Seeing that red, Yu Chaoyang turned her head toward the bed. She didn't want to see him, but he was her lifelong support, so she turned her head back. Husband. Yu Chaoyang called out, tears rolling down her cheeks again. Take good care of the child. Shengguan Zishu didn't know what else to say. He cared deeply about the child in Yu Chaoyang's belly. It was their first child. If it was a son, he would have an heir, which would be very beneficial for him. Having an heir meant the possibility of his father having other ideas would be much smaller. Shengguan Zishu gently patted her. Dr. Luo finished checking her pulse and stood up. The young master's wife is overly worried, which has caused a risk to the pregnancy. It is best for her to stay in bed for the next 10 days until the bleeding stops, Dr. Luo said, shaking his head slightly. He was just a doctor, stating the results and giving medical advice. Don't think too much. The position of the princess will always be yours. Shengguan Zishu reassured her once again. Shengguan Zishu was considerate and stayed with Yu Chaoyang, gently coaxing her to sleep before leaving. He could never leave his new bride alone in the bridal chamber for a night. If the Prince of Ink found out, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Back at the South Fragrance courtyard, Manhwa said nothing but smiled at her newlywed husband. Looking at his youthful smile, Shengguan Zishu pushed aside all his worries. Tonight was their wedding night, and it felt completely different from his first marriage. That time, he was anxious, but tonight felt rightful and natural. Husband. Manhwa sweetly called out, her voice soft and soothing. She didn't mention where the prince had been or ask about the princess, as if nothing had happened when Shengguan Zishu stood at the door without entering. Manhwa. Shengguan Zishu replied. Their eyes met, and they both felt a strange connection, as if they were always meant to be a couple. This feeling was something he had never experienced with Yu Chaoyang. It was hard to describe, but it felt completely right. Shengguan Zishu's gaze on Manhwa began to change, and he felt a strong sense of belonging. Without saying a word, he simply lowered the curtain. Everything was understood, without words. Manhwa shyly allowed him to take the lead. Shengguan Zishu felt that this was the true wedding night, with his wife being charming and sweet. He was gentle and affectionate. Manhwa. Husband. Soft whispers and joyful sounds came from behind the curtain. Once everything calmed down, Shengguan Zishu personally went outside to get water from the maid to clean his new wife. Then they lay down together, feeling satisfied. Husband, do you resent me? Manhwa shifted her head to rest against his chest and suddenly asked this unrelated question. But Shengguan Zishu understood immediately.
Why?
Although he accepted it and knew that being the son-in-law of the Prince of Ink was much better than being the son-in-law of the Earl of Yong'an, it didn't mean he was happy about being manipulated. He felt foolish for falling into the trap. Because I want to marry you, Manhwa simply replied. Shengguan Zishu looked at her delicate face in the light of the red candle. She had the innocence of a girl and the cleverness of a noblewoman. I don't know why, but I had a dream where my husband was you, and we were very loving. But when I woke up, I felt it was so absurd. At that time, you were already engaged, even though you were just the daughter of a secondary branch of the noble family. I didn't think much of you back then. After you got married, the bride changed, and in my dreams, Yu Chaoyang became your sister-in-law. I asked around and found out she intentionally changed her marriage. What kind of woman deserves you? She's just someone with high ambitions. I didn't expect that 10 days later, you would become the heir. I had the same dream again, and I don't know why, but after that, I developed a strong desire to marry you. I want to be your princess. Yu Chaoyang is not worthy at all. Princess Manhwa seriously shared her experience. Shangwan Zishu was shocked to hear this. Did he make a mistake by changing the marriage? Was this heaven's way of correcting everything? In your dream, who was named the crown prince by the emperor? After his shock, Shangwan Zishu thought of something important and asked eagerly. I didn't dream about those things, only about us. Manhwa found Shangwan Zishu's question strange. Shangwan Zishu felt a bit disappointed. But my grandfather said the third prince has a good chance, Manhwa added.
Why?
Shangwan Zishu still couldn't see the possibility of the third prince rising to power. Because he is the son of the noble consort, who comes from the Rong royal family. The Rong family has a special status in the Great Way. If the future emperor has a close relationship with the heir of the Rong family, it would benefit Great Way. This is my grandfather's analysis. Manhwa strongly agreed with her grandfather's reasoning. This is also why the Mo royal family didn't mind Manhwa being a secondary wife. Otherwise, how could a princess lower her status? Shangwan Zishu felt that talking to Manhwa was more beneficial than talking to Yu Chaoyang. Yu Chaoyang couldn't discuss politics with him, but as a couple, they couldn't avoid these topics. His heart unknowingly leaned towards Manhwa. Meanwhile, in the study of the outer courtyard of the royal residence, the prince had not yet gone to sleep. Many guests came to the royal residence today, and naturally, there were many people he couldn't control, such as the servants from various families. Just then, an E entered. How is it? The prince asked softly. Reporting to the prince, I have checked everywhere and there are no issues, and E hesitated before adding, but there is one matter I'm unsure how to handle.
What is it?
The prince's eyes narrowed. Princess Manhwa came with 6 guards, 2 of whom are hidden guards, lurking in the Nashyang courtyard. The old king actually treats his granddaughter so well. First, observe for a while. If it is just to protect the master, then there is no need to worry. If there are any other improper behaviors, I will discuss it with Lord Mo later. The prince was hesitant to act immediately, as this involved the bride's dowry. Understood. The iron box is a key object to protect. It must not be mishandled. Understood. The next morning, Yu Yuanzheng and Shangwan Ziki arrived at the main courtyard to wait for the new bride to serve tea. Everyone gathered again, but Yu Chaoyang was absent. Since the doctor advised her to rest in bed, she had to maintain her composure. Princess Manhwa was well prepared, and everyone had suitable gifts to present. The prince and princess also gave the same gifts they had given to Yu Yuanzheng. What surprised everyone the most was that the third lady's gift was even more valuable than the others. A set of high-quality ruby jewelry consisting of 18 pieces, worth at least 10,000 taels of silver. Even concubine Luo, her mother-in-law, was not that generous. This drew everyone's attention, and the third old lady couldn't help but frown. She was somewhat displeased with her daughter-in-law's extravagant gift. However, she said nothing and simply looked away after a glance. All right, after the greetings, let's disperse, the prince announced, being the first to rise and leave the main hall. Husband, my sister is unwell. Why don't you take me to her courtyard to visit? Manhwa asked Shangwan Zishu, holding on to him. With an innocent smile, her round apple-like face made her seem genuinely kind and eager to meet her. Let's go, Shangwan Zishu replied without hesitation. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzheng realized that Manhwa had won the heir's heart in just one night. Yu Yuanzheng could imagine what the meeting between the two women would be like. Later, she heard that the two did not argue in front of Shangwan Zishu. Instead, Princess Manhwa politely called her sister and offered a gift, but did not serve tea. A secondary wife is still a wife, regardless of rank. Yu Yuanjing pondered how a man could manage having 2 wives. It might be a delightful life or one that pleases neither. However, the next morning after Manhwa returned home, when she and Shangwan Ziki came to pay their respects, they saw several women gathered in the princess's courtyard, indicating that there was something to discuss, and even the prince was present. Princess, now that you're pregnant, you no longer need to worry about the household affairs of the prince's residence. Manhwa comes from the Mo royal family, and the housekeeper has learned from the Mo prince's wife, which is much better than Chaoyang. You should let someone else share the burden of these household matters. The two old ladies, considering themselves elders, spoke as if giving orders. This is too hasty. Just 3 days after entering the house, they want to take over the princess's management duties. How poor is the second branch that they jump at any chance to make money? After the princess's recent reforms, the second branch hasn't benefited at all. Now that there's a newcomer in the household, they want to change the manager so they can take advantage? Yu Yuanzheng immediately thought of this possibility. Yes, princess, you are not young anymore and managing the household is indeed tiring. Since Manhwa is not pregnant right now, she is suitable for the job. You can take over again after you have your baby. The third elder lady also rarely offered her advice. Sister-in-law, for the sake of your child, you really shouldn't be working so hard for all of us. Why not let Manhwa try for a few days and see if she can handle it? The third lady added her opinion. Only the second lady stood there, stunned, watching everyone advise the princess, too afraid to speak. Elder brother, what do you think? The second elder asked directly, looking at the prince. The prince's opinion was the most important, but he didn't even lift his eyes. As for Manhwa, the newcomer, she felt a bit lost. She never expected to take over the princess's duties right after entering the house, but since the elders didn't consult her, why did everyone want her to take on this responsibility? However, she was very willing to become the head of the household, as it symbolized power. Yu Yuanzhen looked around. Aside from the prince and princess, who were expressionless, everyone else seemed eager for Manhwa to take over the management. Although she had never managed a household, she imagined the prince's residence as a business, and there were indeed many things to oversee. There were over 100 servants, not including those in the external properties, plus matters like etiquette and diplomacy. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Mother, why not leave it to Sister Manhwa? We can go to the countryside together later for your recovery. The air is good there, it's quiet, and the food is fresh, just picked from the fields, Yu Yuanzheng suggested after some thought. The entire prince's residence is ultimately decided by the prince, and the princess can take on the management duties whenever she wants. Besides, it's not like everything can be handed over to Manhwa. She would only manage a small part of the inner courtyard, while the outer courtyard is overseen by Steward Li and his team. The prince likely has many assets that even the second and third elders might not know about. When the princess heard her daughter-in-law also advising her, her face lit up with joy. All right, I will go with you. I've heard your hot pot is especially delicious, and I haven't tried it yet, the princess agreed eagerly. Everyone was looking at Yu Yuanzheng. None of them could resist a word from her. Yu Yuanzheng was very happy that the princess agreed. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged glances, feeling like they were a pair of connected hearts. Since it was settled, Manhwa, still adjusting to her new identity, began to help the princess with the daily affairs of the royal residence. With the new year approaching, they discussed what gifts to send, how to respond to gifts received, and how to arrange the royal residence for the new year. The princess carefully explained everything to her, without holding anything back. Manhwa learned quickly. She was indeed a talented daughter raised in a big family. Yu Yuanzheng was also very happy these days. With the help of Shangguan Ziki, her pharmacy had opened its third location in the capital. As the new year approached, she wanted to check the profits, so she quietly took the account books from each shop back to her courtyard to do the calculations. The more she calculated, the happier she felt. By the time she finished calculating the accounts for several shops and the supplies for the military camp, she could hardly close her mouth in delight. How is it? Shangguan Ziki wheeled himself over. Dear husband, at this rate of profit, it won't be long before I'm counting money until my hands cramp. Haha, if you want to count money, that's easy. I'll exchange all these banknotes for coins, and even if you bring 10 people to help, they'll all be counting until their hands cramp, Shangguan Ziki joked. Are you looking for trouble? Who wants to count coins? I want to count banknotes. I'm going to be a billionaire, no, a rich woman. You still haven't said how much you calculated, Shangguan Ziki chuckled. Our shops only bought one. The other two are rented, so our costs are much lower without the major expense of buying a shop. Just from the 3 shops, the profit is already 10,000 taels, and that's only in 3 months. The supplies to the military camp bring in even more, 18,000 taels. Together, that's 28,000 taels. If we keep this pace, how much will we earn in a year, 2 years, or many years? The more Yu Yuanjing thought about it, the happier she became.
Madam, we only have 3 shops now.
If I open shops all over the Great Way, how much do you think we could make? Shangguan Ziki was even more ambitious. Didn't we agree before? We want to open in every province, whether in Great Way or the other 2 countries. Great, after you give birth, I'll take you and the baby all over Great Way, opening shops wherever we go. That's a good idea. I like it. First, let's open up the nearby counties. You won't need to travel far, and you'll be back in just a few days. Once the child is 6 months old, we can go further. But it's still faster for you to earn money with your consultations. Each one brings in a lot. Shangguan Ziki couldn't help but marvel at his wife's consultation fee. I only charge that for those who can afford it, and it's not like I get clients every day. Am I also one of those who can afford it? Yes, your father did pay back then. After the spring thunder, the money was handed to her. They both laughed at this. However, the banknote was stained with the blood from the spring thunder. It was later exchanged for a new one at the government office. The banknotes in the Great Way are issued by the government, making trade easier for merchants. Ordinary people usually use copper coins and small silver. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. This year, the palace held a grand banquet because the emperor was very happy. The eldest prince was finally getting married, and the second and third princes were also of marrying age. The empress sent out notices asking all officials and nobles to bring suitable young ladies into the palace. In the Great Way, princes typically marry after turning 18, and the emperor does not arrange marriages. Each prince's mother helps them choose, and once they agree, the emperor grants the marriage, allowing the princes a lot of freedom in their choices. This practice has been followed by generations of emperors, helping the princes find wives they truly like, which reduces the chances of unhappy marriages. The key is that if any prince ascends the throne, a good relationship with the empress increases the likelihood of their eldest son becoming the crown prince, minimizing power struggles. This shows great foresight. At the Wang residence, only Yu Chaoyang was exempt. Yu Yuanjing had to go, as the princess had just confirmed her pregnancy and her belly wasn't showing yet, so entering the palace was no problem. Moreover, the Rong Wangfu's status is only second to the royal family, so it wouldn't be appropriate for the head matriarch to be absent. Of course, the 2 elder ladies and concubine Luo, who lacked status, did not need to attend. Everyone else was going. After giving instructions, Shangguan Ziki left, telling Yu Yuanjing to stay in Xia courtyard and not go anywhere. He would return before dark. Yu Yuanjing obediently nodded numerous times, as if she would be in danger without him. Before leaving, Shangguan Ziki arranged for Chunlei and Sheyu to protect her from the shadows. Yu Chaoyang had been lying in bed for over 10 days and felt uncomfortable all over. Today, she learned that the county princess of Manhwa had already entered the palace. With so few masters in the Wang residence, she thought about how she hadn't stepped outside for so many days and wanted to take a walk. She felt trapped. Recently, only concubine Luo and Madame Sand occasionally visited her. No one else had come to the Shuxiang courtyard. Even Shangguan Zishu only asked Nurse Lu about the young lady's condition every 3 days. Yu Chaoyang truly took her mother's words to heart, treating it as if Shangguan Zishu were dead. All she needed was this child. Once a woman's heart is no longer with a man, she can live well on her own. So, she only took medicine for 3 days, and her symptoms faded, stabilizing the pregnancy. Bai He, bring me a thicker cloak. Let's take a walk in the garden, Yu Chaoyang instructed. Lady, you really shouldn't leave the courtyard. It's cold outside, and it just snowed a few days ago, Bai He replied. Hasn't the snow melted? The roads are clear. I've been locked in this room for days. If I don't get some fresh air, I'll feel suffocated, Yu Chaoyang said, considering her situation. She was indeed worried about being schemed against, but she only suspected Princess Manhwa. No one else in the household would plot against her. And today, Manhwa had already entered the palace, so there was no way she could be scheming against her. Seeing her determination, the maids didn't insist further. They knew their mistress had been confined for too long, which wasn't good for her health or the baby. Four maidservants surrounded her as they slowly left the Shuxiang courtyard. There's a flower house in the garden. There should still be some flowers blooming, especially the chrysanthemums, which last longer. Let's go see the chrysanthemums. Looking at flowers will lift my spirits, Yu Chaoyang said, feeling eager to see them. The maids accompanied Yu Chaoyang toward the flower house. It was New Year's Eve, and the weather was quite cold. The chilly wind made them shiver involuntarily, but it didn't stop Yu Chaoyang from wanting to get some fresh air. She had been cooped up for too long. Spring is so much better. Winter is all about withered yellow. But the garden has many trees that don't lose their leaves. Seeing some greenery will be good for my eyes, Yu Chaoyang remarked. Finally stepping out of her small world, she felt much more relaxed. Looking at the scenery, even though she had seen it many times, it felt different this time. Many flowers and plants in the garden had wilted, but the evergreens along the path remained deep green. Tall pine trees swayed in the cold winter wind. Today's weather had a hint of sunshine, perfect for the afternoon. It feels great to be out. It's not as cold now as when I first stepped outside. You're right, lady. But please watch your step, one maid cautioned. Bihua always kept an eye on her feet, holding onto her arm. If anything happened to the lady, they, as servants, would face severe consequences. They arrived at the flower house without any issues. The flower house was quite simple, just a room with open sides, filled with bamboo tubes carrying warm water to keep the temperature slightly higher, preventing the flowers from wilting too quickly. Just as I suspected, there are still chrysanthemums that haven't wilted, Yu Chaoyang said, noticing several pots of vibrant green flowers. As she walked in and inhaled the unique fragrance of the chrysanthemums, she felt refreshed. The worries that had built up over the past few days began to fade away. Yu Chaoyang took the time to appreciate each blooming chrysanthemum and identified the others that had yet to bloom, discussing with a few maidens what kind of flowers they might produce in the spring. Lady, we've been out long enough. It's time to head back, Bihua said, always worried about unexpected events. Let's go. I don't want you all to worry, Yu Chaoyang replied, not wanting to trouble the maidens. They retraced their steps, and as they were about to exit the garden, they approached a large pine tree with a few steps to descend. Be careful, lady. Bihua and Qinghe each held onto one of her arms as they prepared to go down the steps. But then, an unexpected incident occurred. Yu Chaoyang felt her legs buckle as if pushed. She leaned forward, and since she was heavier and the two maidens were just ordinary girls without any skills, they couldn't support her, causing all three to tumble forward. Bihua, quick thinking, realized she couldn't hold Yu Chaoyang and fell to the ground, allowing Yu Chaoyang to land on her. Ah! A cry echoed as the three of them fell to the ground. Lady! Qinghe, not pinned down, quickly got up to check on Yu Chaoyang. Although Yu Chaoyang was lying on Bihua, she was 7 months pregnant. With the fall and the pressure, it was impossible for her to be unscathed. The other two maidens, shocked, froze in place, and by the time they reacted, their lady was already on the ground. Lady, are you okay? Qinghe asked anxiously, panicking as she reached to touch Yu Chaoyang's belly. It hurts. Yu Chaoyang, still in shock, felt a sharp pain in her stomach and could clearly sense the baby moving inside her. The three maidens gently helped Yu Chaoyang sit up from Bihua. Yu Chaoyang was in tears, her face pale and breathing heavily. Child, you must be strong. It's my fault for coming out, she said, but the pain in her belly did not go away. It only got worse. Hurry, take me back, call the doctor, and get me some medicine to help the baby, Yu Chaoyang ordered in a rush. The four maidservants quickly formed a makeshift chair and carried Yu Chaoyang back to the study, not daring to waste a moment. As soon as they left the garden, a shadow that blended with the surroundings quickly vanished. The entire garden was empty, due to the cold weather and the New Year's Eve. Manhwa, being considerate of her servants, asked the princess's permission to let those in non-essential positions go home for the holiday. However, when the 4 maidservants returned with the young lady, their arms were covered in blood. They were all frightened and began to cry. "What should we do?" "Oh my goodness," Lu Mama exclaimed upon seeing the young lady being carried back, covered in blood, and she cried out in frustration. But no one answered her call. "Hurry, go get the doctor." He didn't even have time to change her clothes and ran off immediately. Lu Mama quickly called 2 more maidservants to inform concubine Luo and the elder lady. Before the small maidservants could reach them, they had already received the news and rushed over. Choyang, how are you?" Concubine Luo asked anxiously, sweating even in the cold winter as she hurried from her courtyard.
Woo.
Concubine mother, my stomach hurts so much.
Ah.
Yu Chaoyang cried out in pain. Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet? The elder lady was also very worried. Just then, Dr. Luo hurried in, having come from a distance in the other part of the mansion. Before he could catch his breath, he began to check her pulse. Concubine, the young lady is overly frightened and is about to give birth. We need to find a midwife quickly, Dr. Luo said urgently.
What?
Concubine Luo was taken aback and didn't know what to do. Tao Hong, quickly go fetch a midwife. The elder lady reacted quickly and instructed the maidservant following her. The midwife had already been arranged, but it was still early, so she likely hadn't come to the mansion yet. The maidservant immediately ran to find Steward Li. Now, all the servants in the mansion knew that something had happened to the young lady. The guards spread the news quickly.
Yu Yuanjing soon found out.
But she did not move. Xiao Qin, Xiangji, you 2 go out and find out what's going on. Yu Yuanjing instructed the 2 small maidservants to investigate. After a while, the 2 young maids returned and explained what had happened. Going for a stroll in the garden and suddenly falling down on the way back. And all 3 fell together? How could that be a coincidence? Yu Yuanjing couldn't believe it. It had to be intentional. She didn't expect the methods of the county princess to be so clever. There was not a single piece of evidence pointing back to her. She wasn't even at home. She had gone to the palace for a banquet. There was no way to blame her. But the incident had occurred. Yu Chaoyang was definitely at a loss. The old lady heard the news and came to the study to wait. But she just looked at the pained Yu Chaoyang with indifference. She understood perfectly. This was the result of someone's scheme. It was clear who was behind it. Only concubine Luo and old Madame Jiang were too foolish to suspect anything, but they wouldn't speak up. There was no evidence, just speculation. This was Yu Chaoyang's own failure. She couldn't protect her child, so she had no one to blame but herself. Old Madame Wu had planned to enjoy the new year with her family, but when the young lady of the house fell ill, she had to leave her cooking and come to the palace with the guards. By the time she arrived at the study, Yu Chaoyang had already been on the ground for half an hour. After hearing the maids describe the situation, she understood what was happening. The child was under stress and pressure. This was not a simple matter. Concubine, both old ladies, I can't guarantee the safety of mother and child in this situation. If you can find a more skilled midwife, you should do so, old Madame Wu said with a bitter expression. What? She's already 7 months pregnant. They say if you reach 7 months, the baby will be fine. Why can't you guarantee it? Concubine Luo exclaimed, anxious. Concubine, this is not a normal situation. The contractions are not right. It's very difficult, old Madame Wu explained. Tao Hong, go find Huang the midwife. Have Steward Li personally invite her, the elder lady ordered immediately after hearing old Madame Wu's words. Yes, Tao Hong replied and hurried out again. Huang the midwife was well known in the capital, but had retired for 2 years. At nearly 70, she only helped in emergencies. Steward Li felt anxious upon hearing Tao Hong's words. This was the first grandchild of the palace. He thought for a moment and decided to send a guard to the palace gate to inform the prince, as this was a serious matter. He then quickly took a carriage to invite the retired Huang the midwife. When Huang Wenpa arrived at the entrance of the Wang residence, she saw the young master riding in on a fast horse.
Li Shu, what is going on?
Shangguan Zishu asked with a dark expression, clearly upset.
Young master, I don't know the details.
I only heard that the young mistress went for a walk in the garden and somehow fell, injuring the baby and starting labor.
Shangguan Zishu personally led Huang Wenpa to the Shuxiang courtyard.
Seeing her son return, concubine Luo cried and grabbed him, as if he was her lifeline.
Zishu, you're finally back.
Chaoyang was ambushed and fell.
She is about to give birth.
Concubine mother, quickly take Huang Wenpa inside to check.
Shangguan Zishu had no time to comfort her.
Huang Wenpa understood the situation from concubine Luo's words and immediately took her tools into the delivery room.
Oh, I'm relieved that Sister Huang is here, said Wu Wenpa, feeling much better knowing Huang Wenpa had arrived.
This was the royal residence, and she was worried she couldn't handle the responsibility. Without saying a word, Huang Wenpa began her examination and frowned. The baby was only 7 months along, and the position was not right. It hadn't engaged yet.
This was a tough situation.
With the pressure causing labor to start, that was opening slowly. Young master, please call for a doctor to wait here. Otherwise, both mother and child may be in danger.
After her examination, Huang Wenpa came out and requested Shangguan Zishu to have a doctor on standby.
Shangguan Zishu immediately sent Steward Li to handle it personally.
Huang Wenpa returned to the room and began to feel for the baby.
At 7 months, the baby was small, and the head was hard to locate.
In Chia courtyard, Yu Yuanzheng was worried for Yu Chaoyang. This was a tough moment for her.
Miss, should we go check on her?
Ziyue asked, not really pushing for her to go.
Let's wait a bit longer.
Once the prince and mother return from the palace, we can go, Yu Yuanzheng replied, not wanting to go without Shangguan Ziki there for support.
What if someone tried to harm her too?
Time passed slowly.
Yu Yuanzheng asked the 2 young maids to check for news and report back.
2 hours went by, and there was still no news of the birth.
Finally, at the start of the evening, around 5 o'clock, those who had entered the palace returned. The 3rd lady had heard from the princess in the palace about the young mistress's fall and was already anxious. She wanted to return to the residence to see what was happening, but as a 3rd aunt, it wasn't her place to rush things. Even the princess, her direct mother, hadn't returned. The prince had only called the young master back. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the palace, the 3rd lady eagerly jumped out of the carriage, leaving everyone behind, and hurried into the estate.
Meanwhile, Manhwa calmly helped the princess down from the carriage.
After the prince dismounted and took the princess, Manhwa quickly apologized and rushed inside. The women gathered in the study. Several maids recounted what had happened. Yu Chaoyang kept crying out that someone had plotted against her. Shangguan Zishu had already asked all the servants what they knew. At that time, there was no one in the garden. Everyone had gone home to celebrate the new year. Even Manhwa's personal maids had been taken to the palace and were not in the estate. The guards she brought from her family were all outside. The rough maids in the South Fragrance courtyard were all born in the palace and had never left. Only Manhwa's wet nurse, Jiang, stayed behind to help her organize her things, preparing for her visit back home on the 2nd day of the new year. There were no suspicious points to be found. Shangguan Ziki returned to the Chia courtyard and saw his wife quietly sitting in the bedroom, her gaze vacant, lost in thought.
My dear, Shangguan Ziki gently called.
Hubby, you're back. Yu Yuanzheng finally snapped back to reality.
Yes, I know about the matter concerning the young lady.
Let's go.
I'll accompany you to the study, Shangguan Ziki said, knowing she had been waiting for him to return before she dared to leave the courtyard.
As soon as the prince returned, he went into the study.
Dark One immediately entered.
What's going on?
The prince asked coldly.
Your Highness, I have failed in my duties.
The garden is a place the guards rarely monitor, and we only stationed more people near the young lady's courtyard. Today, during the New Year celebration, there were no servants in the garden.
The young lady likely thought it was safe to go out since the masters had all gone to the palace, including Princess Manhwa, which gave her the courage to leave, but an accident still happened.
Dark One felt ashamed.
He was the head of security for the entire palace, and such an incident occurred right under his nose. Did the two guards brought by Manhwa leave the South Fragrance courtyard? The two did not leave the South Fragrance courtyard because Manhwa was not there. They were resting in the back room and did not go out. Dark One had been particularly vigilant about any strangers in the palace, but found nothing unusual with those two. Could it be that the young lady simply lost her balance? The prince wondered aloud. But that didn't make sense. Two maids were there to support her, and she still fell. The prince couldn't figure out where the problem lay. But the incident had already happened, and they had to face it. When Yu Yuanzheng and Shangguan Ziki arrived at the study, they heard Yu Chaoyang crying out, "Someone has plotted against me. Someone has plotted against me." Amid the broken sounds, this phrase always mixed in. But after hearing it so many times, everyone could only feel sympathy for her. "Your task now, young lady, is to give birth to the child and save some strength," the midwife Huang advised her countless times. However, it seemed to have little effect. Listening to her weak voice, Yu Yuanzheng knew she wasn't focused on giving birth. If this continued, she would die. Should she encourage her a bit? Yu Yuanzheng believed her words were true. There was a high chance she had fallen into Nanhua's trap, but she couldn't understand how it had happened. If Yu Chaoyang died, Nanhua would likely turn against her to secure her position as the young lady. That couldn't happen. Yu Chaoyang must not die. As long as she was alive, they would continue to fight, and Nanhua wouldn't have time to scheme against her. She really wasn't good at family struggles. Yu Yuanzheng walked to the window. "Yu Chaoyang, do you want to die? If you do, just keep shouting until your last breath. If you want to live, listen to the midwife and give birth to the child. After that, take care of your health and find out who is plotting against you." Yu Yuanzheng shouted loudly. Hearing her words, Yu Chaoyang stopped her cries. After a while, her groans returned. "Yu Yuanzheng, are you the one plotting against me?" Yu Chaoyang's weak voice came out. "You're crazy. Don't treat others as crazy too. If I were plotting against you, I wouldn't have waited until now. I would have made sure you couldn't have children at all." Yu Yuanzheng replied sharply, but it also showed her honesty. No more insults came from inside. Yu Chaoyang understood. She couldn't die. She wanted to live and find the culprit. It was obvious who it was. She wanted revenge. She wanted to make her unable to have children. She wanted her dead. Malicious thoughts spun in her mind. At that moment, she felt stronger, a strong will to survive supporting her. As Yu Chaoyang's cries echoed intermittently, the two midwives inside tried every method they could think of. But the fetus was too small, making it difficult to adjust its position. Eventually, one leg came out first. That wouldn't do. Midwife Huang pushed the baby back and adjusted for a while before trying again. This time, both legs came out together. Midwife Huang had done her best. Fortunately, the baby was only 7 months along and small. As the legs came out, she gently pulled the baby out, but it had been stuck for too long, turning blue, and the cord was wrapped around its neck. It was still a boy, but looking at the child, it's really hard for him to survive. Still, she followed the steps and did what needed to be done. She gently patted the baby's bottom, making a sound softer than a kitten's meow that couldn't be heard outside the room. Yu Chaoyang had already fainted from exhaustion. After tidying up, midwife Wu stepped out first. "Your Highness, the princess has given birth to a boy. The baby is too small and it's cold outside, so we won't bring him out. You can go in and see now." Shangguan Zishu entered and saw his wife asleep, her face pale and sweating even in the winter. Midwife Huang was changing the clothes of his unconscious wife with Granny Lu. Next to them was the tiny baby looking like a little kitten. Once the mess in the room was cleaned up, concubine Luo led a doctor named Chen inside. Dr. Chen was called in during the new year and felt unhappy but didn't dare show it, as this was the royal residence. After carefully checking the pulse, Dr. Chen shook his head. At that moment, Granny Lu exclaimed, "Oh dear, doctor, the princess is bleeding a lot." She had just placed a pad for the princess, and now it was completely soaked. Hearing this, Dr. Chen and Shangguan Zishu immediately stood up to check the pad Granny Lu had changed.
Oh.
Dr. Chen sighed deeply. He took out silver needles and began to stop the bleeding. "Your Highness, luckily I was called today. In the entire medical center, only I have a unique method for stopping bleeding during childbirth. Otherwise, the princess's life would be in danger. He spoke while working. This procedure took a full half-hour, during which he also prepared medicine. Together they managed to stop the bleeding. Yu Chaoyang's life was saved. Your Highness, there's one more thing I must warn you about. The princess has suffered greatly this time, and whether she can conceive again depends on fate. Granny Lu, hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. The young lady she had raised since childhood had such a hard life. What could be done? The princess was still unconscious and unaware of this matter. Your Highness, concubine, please do not tell the princess about this. I beg you. Granny Lu knelt down and bowed her head. Now, besides Dr. Chen, who was an outsider, the few maidservants were all trusted. Granny Lu dared to plead. The guards outside did not come in. Get up. You are loyal. If you don't say anything, I won't tell her either. Shangguan Zishu stepped forward to help Granny Lu up. At this moment, Shangguan Zishu felt very conflicted. The princess had been claiming that someone was plotting against her, but he couldn't find any evidence. The only people in the palace who could scheme against her are his women, either the two concubines or Manhwa. Manhwa is the most likely suspect, but everything must be proven. One cannot accuse someone based on mere guesses. If it really is Manhwa, what should he do? A woman who can hide her actions so well that no one can find out chills him to the bone. If it is indeed Manhwa, then she is like a venomous snake. How should he treat her? Yu Chaoyang has some of the temper of a young lady, but at least her thoughts are straightforward. Just some small tricks that can be easily uncovered. At this moment, Shangguan Zishu feels lost. Young master, the little one. Nurse Lu's startled voice rang out again. She had just gotten up to care for the young master, but something felt off. She reached out to check the little one's breathing, but the child was too small, and it was hard to feel anything. Then she pulled a strand of hair and placed it near the child's nose, but there was no movement after several breaths. Dr. Chen was packing his things, preparing to leave. It was already late evening, and if he didn't return soon, the New Year's dinner would be cold, and his family was waiting for him to eat together. Hearing Nurse Lu's shout, Dr. Chen came over to check on the child. The child still had some warmth, but it was noticeably lower than normal. When he checked the heart area, there was no heartbeat. Young master, please accept my condolences, Dr. Chen said with a bow, then took his medicine box and left. What? Concubine Luo rushed to the cradle in a panic. My grandson. Seeing her grandson without breath, she began to cry. This was her first grandchild. Shangguan Zishu clenched his fists. Today, he faced the greatest setback of his life. His son was gone, and his wife had lost a lot of blood during childbirth, almost losing her life. Whether she could have more children in the future was uncertain. At this moment, he began to doubt himself. Had he made a mistake? What benefits did this title of young master bring him? If he were not the young master, Manhwa would not have plotted against him. If he were not the young master, his household would not be in such chaos. Shangguan Zishu, feeling heartbroken, squatted on the ground, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, he stood up and rushed out. The people waiting outside had already dispersed. Only Princess Manhwa remained. As soon as Shangguan Zishu saw her, without a word, he lunged forward and grabbed her by the neck with one hand. Did you do this? Did you? Shangguan Zishu's eyes were red, like an injured leopard. Manhwa, suddenly being choked, struggled and rolled her eyes in discomfort, desperately trying to pry his hand away. However, Shangguan Zishu is skilled in martial arts, so a weak girl like her cannot resist. The 4 maids of Manhwa saw this and rushed to help. Young master, please let go. The county princess is not even in the residence. How could it be her? You can't wrongfully accuse her without evidence. Boyun pleaded while trying to pry his hands away. At that moment, the prince, having settled the princess, returned, eager to know the outcome of the physician's treatment inside. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he saw his son gripping Manhwa's neck. He quickly stepped forward and pushed his son's arm away with a firm hand. Manhwa finally gasped for air and began to cough violently. After a moment, she pointed at Shangguan Zishu, wanting to scold him, but she held back. She knew that Shangguan Zishu had lost his reason, and this was not the time for arguments. "Young master, I know you are upset, but it really wasn't me. I spent the whole day with you. I could never harm the young master's wife," Manhwa said tearfully, trying to explain. "You should go back to your own courtyard," the prince interrupted. With tears in her eyes, Manhwa left.
Woo.
"Father, the child is gone. Chaoyang is bleeding heavily, barely holding on to life. I am useless. I am useless," Shangguan Zishu cried, then squatted down, holding his head in his hands. His painful expression made the prince feel a bit of sympathy, and he gently patted his shoulder. "I asked Uncle and E as soon as I returned home, and he found nothing unusual. Without evidence, we can only accept this loss. Since Chaoyang said someone harmed her, you should make it up to her more in the future. You need to stabilize your own courtyard instead of being so despondent," the prince advised softly.
Father.
Shangguan Zishu didn't know what to say. "All right, it is what it is. We can only face it. You should take care of the child tonight. Don't wait until after midnight. It's unlucky. And don't let Chaoyang see. She should know whether the child is alive or dead. When she wakes up tomorrow, just tell her the child didn't survive. Then comfort her more. But as a man, you must bear the weight of the situation, no matter what happens." At that moment, the prince was a caring father, knowing his son was hurting, so he offered more words of guidance. Back in her courtyard, Manhwa entered her inner chamber, her sadness fading away. Jiang Mama sent the other maids outside, entered the inner chamber, and closed the door. Manhwa looked at Jiang Mama, her face bright with a smile, showing no trace of the earlier distress. "Jiang Mama, you did very well. Here is a silver note worth 100 taels as your reward," Manhwa said, taking a note from her pocket and handing it to Aunt Jiang. "Thank you, Your Highness," Aunt Jiang replied respectfully as she accepted it. "Did anyone see you?" Manhwa's biggest worry was that Aunt Jiang might be discovered. The 2 secret guards her grandfather had given her had already surveyed the palace, which was heavily guarded. To do anything, they had to be very careful.
No.
"I was very lucky." The young lady went to the garden, a place where the palace guards and secret guards are not very attentive, which made it convenient for me to act. When the young lady was coming down the steps, I hid behind a tree and used my inner strength to strike her leg, causing her to fall down the stairs, Aunt Jiang said excitedly as she recounted her achievement. "Good. That child is dead, and Yu Chaoyang has lost a lot of blood. Whether she can get pregnant again is uncertain. But Aunt Jiang, you must keep your skills hidden. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use force, or you will reveal yourself. The young master is still growing and may not think too much, but the prince is very observant," Manhwa advised. "I understand. Your Highness, don't worry. The prince won't suspect that I have skills," Aunt Jiang said confidently. She was originally from the martial world and had been saved by the young lady after being attacked by an enemy. To survive, she changed her identity and entered the inner courtyard of the Mo Wangfu, becoming Manhwa's caretaker. On the surface, she was just a caretaker, but in reality, she was a protector. Only the young lady and Manhwa knew her true identity. She always acted with caution. "All right, we can't have the New Year's Eve dinner like usual tonight. Go and bring me some food to snack on," Manhwa said, feeling very pleased. Not only her, but everyone else also tacitly avoided suggesting a joint dinner, each sending servants to the kitchen to bring food back to their own rooms. When the third lady returned to her room, she had someone keep an eye on the Shuxiang courtyard. Upon learning that the child had died, she cried for a long time until the old matriarch scolded her to stop. "If you can't control your emotions, I'll have Hongzhi send you away. A child lost is lost. You can have another later. Does your sadness bring him back to life? If you ruin our plans, just wait and see how I deal with you," the old matriarch scolded firmly. "Mother, I am just so heartbroken," the third lady replied. "Be sad, but keep it to yourself." If he wants to marry Manhwa, this was the inevitable outcome. He can only blame himself for not being capable. The third lady listened and felt like crying, but she didn't dare to do so in front of her mother-in-law. "Mother, I will talk to Rongrong more." "Don't worry," the third master reassured her. As soon as the old lady left, the third lady fell into the man's arms and silently wept, afraid to make a sound. "All right, it's just that the child is gone, not that Zishu is gone. You don't need to be too sad. You can have more children in the future. Try to see Zishu less often. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself, understand? When Zishu becomes a prince in the future, you can do as you wish, and I won't stop you." The third master comforted her softly. "But how long will that take?" The third lady feared she might not see that day. "It will happen," the third master assured her, though he couldn't give a specific time. When the couple returned to Chia courtyard, they had the maid bring some food from the kitchen. Xiao Qin kept an eye on the situation at Shuxiang courtyard. Before long, they learned about Yu Chaoyang and the child's situation. I didn't expect Princess Manhwa to be so careful," Yu Yuanjing sighed, touching her belly. "Are you so sure it was her?" Uncle Ani didn't find any clues. That's the frightening part about Manhwa. She can evade even the guards of the royal palace. It shows how capable her people are. In the future, you must never be alone. I'm not just talking about maids, but also secret guards. Yes, that's true. As a weak woman with such a big belly, I definitely need protection from Chunlei and the others. I will also stay close to you as much as possible, Shengguan Ziki added himself.
Okay.
The next day, when Yu Chaoyang woke up and learned that the child had died, she didn't cry or make a fuss. She just stared blankly at the top of the tent. Shengguan Zishu stayed by her side the whole time. During their honeymoon, they were very happy together, but since the engagement to Manhwa, their relationship had grown increasingly strained. Eventually, he stopped visiting Shuxiang courtyard altogether. Now, he truly regretted it. "Chaoyang, take care of your health. You can have more children in the future," Shengguan Zishu said, unsure how to comfort her. He could only say some trivial words. "Don't worry. The position of the heir's wife will always be yours," he assured her again, genuinely believing it. "You don't believe that Chao Nanhua is responsible, do you?" Yu Chaoyang's voice was weak but icy. "No, I believe you, but there is no evidence. Father has already investigated, and Uncle Ani, who is in charge of palace security, found nothing," Shengguan Zishu replied helplessly. "Without evidence, how can he handle the situation? And the child is already gone? Even if he finds evidence, the child won't come back." Yu Chaoyang gently turned her head and coldly stared at Shengguan Zishu. "Chaoyang, I was wrong. I will treat you well from now on. Don't worry, you will always be my rightful wife," he said, holding her somewhat cold hand and reassuring her once again. "Things that are forced cannot last. I changed my marriage for this, and in the end, I only got a few months of happiness. This is heaven's punishment for me," Yu Chaoyang said softly. At that moment, she was very calm, reflecting on the little moments from the past few months. Yu Yuanjing never directly harmed her. Instead, she found ways to hurt herself. Just last night, she held back her anger and endured giving birth to the child because of Yu Yuanjing's words. If it weren't for her provoking words, she might not have had the strength to give birth. She could have died by now. Unexpectedly, it was Yu Yuanjing who saved her in the end. What a huge joke. Meanwhile, the real culprit was watching without a care. How could she die? She wanted to live and fight back. Even if she couldn't fight back, as long as she was alive, she could ensure that Chao Nanhua would never become the rightful wife, the heir's wife, or the future princess. Don't think too much. In a couple of days, I will visit the family estate and invite your mother to come and keep you company, Shengguan Zishu said, feeling guilty, but it was all too late. This year, the royal family had no joy at all. On the second day of the new year, married daughters returned to their parents' home. Shengguan Ziki had already prepared gifts. After breakfast, they took a carriage, surrounded by several guards, to the Yu residence. Zhao Yuejiao had been waiting for her daughter and son-in-law. Although they had seen each other just before the new year, Zhao Yuejiao hoped her daughter could visit often. Elder brother-in-law, elder sister. The two younger ones rushed up to them as soon as they saw the couple. One helped Yu Yuanjing, while the other pushed the wheelchair. Shengwan Ziki pretended to be disabled so well that no one could tell. Since they separated, there were no unrelated people in the Yu residence, making it very warm and cozy. Every time she returned, Yu Yuanjing felt especially happy and didn't want to leave. Her parents were loving, and her younger siblings were close. Shengwan Ziki also felt very comfortable. After chatting for a while, Shengwan Ziki said he needed to go out for a bit and would return for lunch. "Where are you going?" Yu Yuanjing asked, puzzled. "I'm going to check on your little courtyard." Yu Yuanjing almost forgot such an important matter. It seemed that pregnancy made her forgetful. Shengwan Ziki arrived at Yu Yuanjing's bridal chamber, where the door was slightly ajar and opened with a push. A gentle breeze and bright moonlight guided him inside. The prince had arrived earlier and was waiting for him. They both entered the left room together. Dr. Gu had recovered enough to get out of bed after 2 weeks of rest. However, he seemed to have lost his spirit during that time. When the sword was at him, he was so frightened that he couldn't move, allowing the sword to pierce his chest. The feeling of despair, as if he were on the brink of death, was something he would never forget after waking up. Upon waking, he saw 2 unfamiliar strong men guarding and taking care of him. But they wouldn't let him leave the courtyard, and no matter how many questions he asked, they remained silent. He felt anxious every day, completely unaware of what was happening. Seeing Prince Rong now made him realize that it was Prince Rong who had saved his life. "Greetings, Your Highness, and greetings to the young master," Dr. Gu said nervously as he got up to bow. "Dr. Gu, someone wants to kill you. Do you know that?" The prince looked at Dr. Gu with a serious expression. "What?" Dr. Gu had thought of countless possibilities these days, but couldn't understand why someone would want to kill him. He had done some questionable things, but if they wanted him dead, they would have done it long ago, not waited until now. "Are you not clear about what you have done?" The prince's expression grew colder. Feeling guilty, Dr. Gu glanced at Shengwan Ziki and then knelt before the prince. I was wrong, he repeatedly bowed his head. Both the prince and the young master stood before him, and he understood everything now. Although he had known the young master had awakened, no one had seen his acupuncture technique, so he still held some hope. But the prince's questioning indicated that he knew everything. "Speak, who instructed you?"
It was.
Dr. Gu hesitated.
"Speak."
The prince's voice was deep and commanding. "It was Consort Shu," Dr. Gu blurted out in fear. "Why does she want to harm Ziki?" The prince was surprised but also somewhat expected this answer. "I don't know, I only follow orders," Dr. Gu replied, trembling. The prince remained silent for a long time. It was unclear what he was thinking. "Why did you work for your aunt?" Shengwan Ziki wanted to understand why a doctor would be willing to serve a consort, especially when it involved a serious crime that could lead to execution if discovered. He was even more confused about why his aunt wanted to harm him. "I was recommended to the Imperial Hospital by the noble consort. Once, I was wrongfully accused by a noble, but consort saved me and cleared my name, preventing me from being punished. Otherwise, my family would have been ruined." Dr. Gu spoke honestly, knowing the prince had likely already found out the truth. Indeed, the prince had learned all this, but he did not understand why his sister would want to harm his son. "Prepare paper and pen for him." The hidden guard immediately complied. "Write down how you followed the consort's orders and harmed my son." Dr. Gu knew he could not escape this and reluctantly began to write down his wrongdoings. After finishing, he signed and pressed his handprint. "Your Highness, I acted alone, so please show mercy and spare my family. They know nothing. I was just following orders." His implication was that he was not the mastermind. Dr. Gu had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being discovered when he received the consort's orders, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. He hadn't even had time to arrange things at home. He feared being too obvious would raise suspicions with the consort and the prince's household. At the same time, he held on to a glimmer of hope that no one would know it was him. Every time he went to the prince's residence to treat the eldest son, He was alone and no one saw him, so no one knew if he made a mistake. Dark 9, after the 7th day of the new year, hand him over to the Ministry of Justice. Let them decide his fate. The prince ignored Dr. Gu's pleas for mercy and took the confession to leave. He still needed to return to the prince's residence to take the princess back to her family. Knowing it was his own sister who did this, he felt sad, but it was the new year, and today was not the right time to confront her. He would have to wait a few days. Your Highness, the person who tried to kill me was likely not arranged by the consort. Seeing the prince about to leave, Dr. Gu quickly voiced his suspicion. Why do you think so? The prince paused. If the consort wanted me dead, she wouldn't have waited this long. Recently, she even asked me to see her and specifically advised me to be careful. She promised to recommend a good job for my son after the new year. Dr. Gu spoke out, hoping the prince would uncover who truly wanted him harmed. Even if he ended up in the Ministry of Justice and faced a death sentence, he wanted to understand the truth before he died. He did not believe the consort wanted him dead. This matter is for me to decide. The prince left with that statement. Shangwan Ziki followed him out. On the 8th day of the new year, Dr. Gu was thrown into the Ministry of Justice. Later, Dr. Gu was sentenced to death, and his family was exiled for 1,500 miles to work for 3 years. Shangwan Ziki returned to the residence just in time for lunch. He had a bit of wine with his father-in-law, but while Yu Yunji didn't drink much, he ended up getting drunk. He had to lie down on the bed for a while. Zhenger, does Ziki have something on his mind? Yu Yunji, being a sensible scholar, could tell that his son-in-law was troubled and using alcohol to drown his sorrows.
Probably.
I haven't had a chance to ask him yet. Yu Yuanjing didn't follow him to the small courtyard and didn't know what Dr. Gu had said to him. Honestly, why couldn't he wait a few days? He had to deal with this during the new year. Yu Yuanjing didn't know it was the prince who sent him. When Shangwan Ziki woke up, it was already afternoon. They were preparing to return to the royal residence. The family reluctantly saw them off. All day long, Yu Yuanjing didn't mention anything about Yu Chaoyang. During the new year, it wasn't appropriate to discuss such troubling matters, but sooner or later, the family would find out. Husband, did Dr. Gu say something that upset you? After they got into the carriage and had traveled a bit, Yu Yuanjing finally asked. Shangwan Ziki gently held her close. My lady, it's so good to have you. Otherwise, I would have already met the king of... He repeated the same words again. What happened? Yu Yuanjing sensed that besides relief, he was also feeling sad. My aunt is trying to harm me, Shangwan Ziki said with difficulty. It really is her. Yu Yuanjing confirmed her suspicion. Before you woke up, the third prince once brought a doctor to forcefully examine you. She was afraid you wouldn't let Dr. Gu treat you anymore, and if you woke up, you would be out of her control. Luckily, my mother and I returned in time to delay things, or else the third prince would have succeeded. Unfortunately, he acted too quickly and killed the doctor on the spot to leave no evidence. Thinking back on that incident still made Yu Yuanjing feel a chill. Why does my aunt want to kill me?